Age 740 of planet Vegeta. Farewell, Kakarot. Bardock's hand was pressed tightly against the glass as he gazed at Kakarot within the tiny spacecraft, silently chanting his goodbye in his heart. 1 year later, age 741. A spherical space pod blazed through the sky like a meteor and crashed into Mount Pozu. An old man discovered the infant inside and gently lifted him into his arms. From today onward, your name will be Son Goku. Late in age 748. Whoa, who am I? A young boy with hair shaped like a crab shell clutched his head, muttering to himself in confusion. The crab-haired youth gradually calmed down, letting his gaze sweep over the surrounding forest and the house behind him. In that instant, it was as if something returned to him. He was Son Goku, and at the same time an ordinary young man from Earth. Or rather, their two souls had fused into one. I never expected that while I was watching Dragon Ball Heroes with 3 generations on screen, I would suddenly cross into this world. No, perhaps it should not be called crossing over. Son Goku's eyes fixed on the sky, his pupils unfocused. I am neither merely Son Goku, nor merely Yin and I, or perhaps I should be called both. Whatever the case, from today on I am Son Goku, or Kakarot. Son Goku walked into the house, lay down on the bed, and began pondering what he should do next. It's now late in age 748, which means there's less than a year before I meet Bulma, Son Goku murmured to himself as he looked at the calendar on the wall. He had imagined more than once what it would be like if he were to arrive in the world of Dragon Ball. If he became a Saiyan, there would inevitably be, for key things, Senzu Bean's Dragon Balls, a gravity chamber, and mastering the use of Chi. Snapping back to himself, Son Goku looked around, and fragments of the past few years surfaced in his mind, making his eyes grow moist. If only I had come 1 year earlier, perhaps Grandpa wouldn't have died. Then he corrected himself in silence. No, it hasn't been more than a year since Grandpa died. I can use the Dragon Balls to bring him back. But Grandpa seems to have found his own love in the afterlife, with Taishang Lao Jun. He might not agree to be resurrected. No matter what, the first step is to find Grandpa Turtle Hermit and become his disciple. Son Goku leaped up from the bed in a single bound and stretched his limbs. He casually grabbed the power pole from the wall and set off on his journey to seek a master. Half a month later, Son Goku hovered above the sea, looking at the small island before him. He finally let out a breath of relief. I've finally found it. At that moment, Master Roshi was lying on a deck chair engrossed in an adult magazine, a lecherous grin occasionally creeping over his face. Perhaps he was too absorbed, for he did not notice Son Goku quietly approaching. Grandpa Turtle Hermit, hello, my name is Son Goku. I wish to become your disciple. The sudden voice in his ear startled Master Roshi so much that he fumbled in panic, his adult magazine slipping from his hands onto the ground. Master Roshi snapped back to his senses, picked the magazine up from the ground, patted the dust off, then looked at the youth standing before him. You want to become my disciple, and your name is Son Goku. Wait, Son Goku. Master Roshi pushed his sunglasses up and scrutinized Son Goku. Yes, Grandpa Turtle Hermit, my name is Son Goku. Son Gohan is my grandpa. Son Goku's face was all smiles as he spoke to Master Roshi. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the magazine in Master Roshi's hand and could not help but think that Grandpa Turtle Hermit was still the same old lecher. So you're Gohan's grandson. How has Gohan been lately? Master Roshi could not help recalling his 2 former disciples. Master Roshi waited for a long time, but heard no reply. When he looked at the crab-haired youth, he saw the boy struggling to speak, his lips trembling. Grandpa has passed away. Son Goku finally forced out the words he least wished to say. Hearing this, Master Roshi froze for several seconds. Alas, the departed are gone. Child, you don't need to remain mired in grief. Though Master Roshi felt great sorrow in his heart, he still chose to console Son Goku. Let us not dwell on this. You wish to become my disciple, correct? Since you are Gohan's grandson, I can accept you. But my training is very harsh. Perhaps because of Gohan's death, Master Roshi did not demand that Son Goku bring a pretty girl, and his demeanor became markedly serious. Thank you, Grandpa Turtle Hermit. Master Roshi glanced up at the sky and saw it was still morning. He turned his head toward Goku and said, Since you have taken me as your master, your training will begin today. Follow me. Then Master Roshi led Son Goku to a cliff. He carved the character Goe, turtle, into a stone and casually tossed it off the edge of the cliff. Do you see that stone? Find it. If you can, you'll eat today. If you can't, you'll go hungry. With those words, Master Roshi turned and walked away without looking back. Son Goku looked at the familiar scene before him and could not help but smile faintly. All right, Grandpa Turtle Hermit. 5 days flew by. Son Goku could clearly feel himself slowly growing stronger, yet it still was not enough. He needed his growth to accelerate even more. One early morning after delivering milk, Son Goku went to find Master Roshi and discovered him once again absorbed in an adult magazine. The corner of Goku's mouth lifted in a smile as a little scheme formed in his heart. Son Goku crept carefully up beside Master Roshi, then shouted at the top of his lungs, "Grandpa, Turtle Hermit." His thunderous shout made Master Roshi leap straight up from the deck chair. He hastily hid the adult magazine and coughed twice in a show of false seriousness. Ahem. Goku, what do you need? Son Goku was amused by the sight of the old pervert pretending to be proper, but he suppressed his laughter. If he laughed out loud, he would surely get a beating. Grandpa, Turtle Hermit, I want to increase the intensity of my training. My body has been a bit special since childhood, and I feel this amount of training isn't enough. No problem. Starting tomorrow, I'll gradually raise your training load. If there's nothing else, go back and continue training. In truth, Master Roshi had already noticed how unusual Goku's physique was. The training regimen he was using on Son Goku was the same he had used on his two disciples in the past. Son Gohan and the other would be half dead with exhaustion after each session, but Goku would only sweat a little and catch his breath a few times. Half a year later, on a barren stretch of land, two figures exchanged blows at high speed. To an ordinary person's eyes, they were like two black shadows colliding again and again, each clash leaving cracks in the ground. Master Roshi threw a punch at Goku's head. Goku raised his left hand to block the incoming arm, then gathered a ball of energy in his right hand and smashed it toward Master Roshi, who instantly moved more than 10 meters away. Not bad, Goku. In just half a year, you can fight me to a standstill. Master Roshi had never before seen a genius like Goku who could reach parity with him in so short a time. Son Goku scratched his crab-shaped hair and smiled. It's all thanks to your training, Grandpa, Turtle Hermit. Goku clearly felt that after the fusion his talent had grown even more frightening. Perhaps the increased training volume played a role, but in merely half a year, he had already reached parity with Master Roshi. His battle power might already surpass Master Roshi's, though his martial techniques were still inferior. Yet in the original story, such a thing would have been impossible. There is little more I can teach you. From here on, you must hone your own martial skills. You should also go out and see the world more. Mere training alone can never make you a true martial arts master. Master Roshi gazed at Son Goku, unable to suppress a sigh. Grandpa, Turtle Hermit, are you driving me away? I am only sending you out to temper yourself. Before you leave, I will give you something. The Kintown, the flying nimbus. Of course, that depends on whether you can ride it. Seeing Goku's reluctant expression, Master Roshi's mouth twitched. This child's appetite was truly enormous. Sending him out to train was not a bad idea at all. Looking at the flying nimbus before him, Goku felt a twinge of unease. He was no longer the original Son Goku. Perhaps his heart was no longer so pure. Whether he could ride it would depend entirely on his luck. With a light hop, Goku landed on the flying nimbus. Perfect, it works. I didn't expect I could still ride it. Half a pure heart is still a pure heart, I suppose. Goku was inwardly overjoyed. He had already prepared himself for failure. Grandpa, Turtle Hermit, could you also give me that bead you wear around your neck? Goku asked, scratching his crab-shaped hair. You brat, take it. With that, Master Roshi took the bead from his neck and tossed it to Goku. Goku hurriedly caught it, then thanked Grandpa Turtle Hermit. Sitting on the flying nimbus, he familiarized himself with its controls, then turned into a streak of golden light and flew toward the distance. Goodbye, Grandpa Turtle Hermit. Goku's voice echoed through the sky. Goku, don't forget to take part in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. All right. Goku's answer stretched long across the heavens as he flew farther and farther away. Wukong rode atop the somersault cloud, drifting slowly back toward Baozi Mountain. He could fly on his own using the sky dance technique, but riding the clouds saved a great deal of strength. The sky dance technique itself was not particularly difficult. Kame Sennin had also mastered it. Yet for certain reasons, the old Turtle Hermit chose not to use it. When he floated above his own house, Wukong jumped down from the somersault cloud. A faint sense of nostalgia welled up within him. After all, he had been away for 6 months and had not returned once. He gently pushed the door open. Dust on the door fluttered down, made clearly visible as it drifted through a shaft of sunlight. At a glance, he could see that the room, left uninhabited for over half a year, was covered with a thin layer of dust. Seeing this, Wukong frowned slightly. Suddenly, his chi surged forth from within. With a single burst, all the dust clinging to the surfaces of the room was shaken loose and fell to the floor. Then, carefully controlling his chi, he wrapped the dust within it and swept it all outside. After finishing all this, Wukong let out a quiet breath. This could also be considered a form of training in controlling his aura. At that moment, his stomach rumbled loudly with hunger. He glanced up at the sky. It was about time for lunch. Son Wukong decided to head to the small stream beside his house to catch a fish. There was no need to ask whether he had a fishing rod. The tail of a Saiyan was the best fishing rod of all. He had long since trained his own tail thoroughly. Once he made up his mind, Wukong sprang into the air, flipped once and flew off toward the brook. Lowering his tail into the water, he waited. After about 10 minutes, Sun Wukong sensed a fish biting down on his tail. With a powerful flick, he sent a fish 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, weighing at least 300 jin, flying more than 10 meters into the air. Wukong shot up after it, and with a single kick sent the fish crashing onto the bank, conveniently knocking it unconscious. Looking at the fish before him, he could not help but feel satisfied. Compared to how he used to come back empty-handed so often, this was so much better. Fast to hook and impressively large. He casually found a wooden pole thicker than his own arms, skewered the fish from head to tail, then gathered some firewood, lit a fire, and began to roast it. Gazing at the flickering flames before him, Wukong let his mind wander, pondering what he should do next. It was already aged 749. The time when Bulma would set out on her journey to search for the Dragon Balls was drawing near. It was not that he was unwilling to search for the Dragon Balls himself. The key issue was that he did not have a dragon radar and would still have to rely on Bulma. For now, he decided he would continue his training and simply wait for Bulma to pass through Baozi Mountain. Lost in thought, Wukong suddenly smelled something burning. Oh, my roasted fish. 3 months later, Wukong wiped the sweat from his brow, having completed that day's training. He was quite satisfied with the past 3 months. His strength had nearly doubled. Previously, his combat power had been slightly higher than Kame Sennin's, roughly around 150. Now it had reached about 300. Yet Wukong still felt far from satisfied. He hoped to transform into a Super Saiyan before Vegeta ever set foot on Earth. To be honest, he was truly eager to see Vegeta's expression when faced with his own golden hair and emerald eyes. What kind of face would the prince make then? Perhaps this was where he differed from the original Sun Wukong. He had developed a bit of a mischievous streak. So this was what it meant to be a scoundrel like Lot. Of course, all of that was still far off. To become a Super Saiyan, he first needed a baseline combat power of 3 million. Once he met Bulma and obtained a gravity chamber, his base combat power would rise much more quickly. Just then, Sun Wukong sensed a person moving in the direction of his home. Could it be that Bulma has arrived? Sun Wukong wondered as he flew toward the presence he had sensed. Soaring through the sky, he quickly spotted Bulma driving a small car along the road below. Sun Wukong landed on the roadside ahead, intending to call out to Bulma when she drove past. At that moment, he heard Bulma's cry for help from ahead. Looking carefully, he discovered that her car seemed to be out of control, veering off the road, and its current trajectory was headed straight toward him. The corner of Wukong's mouth twitched. What kind of grudge was this that even a runaway car wanted to ram into him? With that thought, he leaped into the path of the vehicle. Bulma frantically stomped on the brakes and wrenched the steering wheel, but the car refused to obey. She screamed at the top of her lungs. Just then, a small child suddenly appeared in front of her. Aunt! Bulma squeezed her eyes shut and ducked her head, unable to bear witnessing the gruesome scene she imagined. A loud bang resounded. With that resounding crash, the car came to a stop. It's over, I've killed someone. I'm going to prison. No, I'm only 16. I haven't even found a boyfriend yet. Bulma trembled as she slowly raised her head. Opening her eyes, she looked forward and saw the little boy standing there completely unharmed, his hands buried deep into the front of the car. Wukong pulled his hands out from the twisted metal. With a combat power of 300, stopping a car like this was nothing to him. Bulma's eyes flew wide open like copper bells, her shock so great she questioned reality itself. Then she noticed the tail behind young Wukong. Monster! You're a monster. You're the monster. I just saved you and you're calling me names. Wukong crossed his arms over his chest in displeasure. Bulma carefully climbed out of the car. Looking at the boy who was shorter than she was, she said, I'm sorry, and thank you for saving me. Humph. Who are you, and what are you doing out here in the middle of nowhere? Aren't you afraid of being eaten by wild beasts? The beasts around here are really strong. There are even dinosaurs, Wukong said, pretending not to recognize Bulma at all. What? Don't scare me. Dinosaurs too. Bulma's face paled, but then she caught sight of the mocking smile at the corner of Wukong's mouth and could not help feeling a bit annoyed. Of course. For you, dinosaurs are terrifying. For me, they're top-quality ingredients. Anyway, you still haven't answered my question, he reminded her. My name is Bulma. I'm from West City, and I came here because I want to look for the Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls? What are those? Can you eat them? Hey, Brad, does everything have to be something you can eat? The Dragon Balls are sacred. Once you gather all 7, you can summon the Dragon God and realize any wish. Bulma sized Sun Wukong up from head to toe. Remembering how he had stopped the car with his bare body, she narrowed her eyes slightly and pondered. How about becoming my bodyguard? Protect me while I search for the Dragon Balls. Once it's done, I can give you more wealth than you can ever spend. My family happens to be the richest in the world. Bulma spoke with a hint of pride. Really? Really? 100 million zeni. How about it? Could you also build a gravity chamber for me? A gravity chamber? Yes. I can promise to do my very best, but it's not guaranteed. You'll need to be mentally prepared for that. All right, deal. Sun Wukong once again marveled at just how wealthy Bulma's family was. Only 16 years old, and she could casually toss out such a small target of a fortune with a word. Hearing Sun Wukong agree, Bulma was delighted. Glancing at the wrecked car beside her, she knew it was beyond saving. She then took out a hoi poi capsule, pressed the top, and tossed it onto the ground. With a pop, a motorcycle appeared. I still don't know your name. Sun Wukong. Just call me Wukong. All right then, Wukong, hop on. Bulma sat at the front of the motorcycle, leaving a spacious spot behind her for Sun Wukong. Come sit on the back, her posture implied. No need. I can fly, he replied. As soon as he said it, Sun Wukong felt a twinge of regret. Inwardly, he sighed, thinking, if this were before I transmigrated, I would have agreed in an instant. Looks like I really have fused with this new self. You can fly? Bulma exclaimed. Of course, on the somersault cloud. At Wukong's call, a yellow cloud came rushing from the distance. With a single leap, he landed lightly upon it. Let's go, Wukong said with a grin to Bulma. Seeing him seated on a cloud, Bulma could not help feeling a pang of envy. Can I sit on that cloud too? I'm not sure. Not everyone can ride the somersault cloud, but you can give it a try. With that, Sun Wukong guided the somersault cloud down to the ground and shifted aside to make space for her. Bulma hopped off the motorcycle happily and prepared to plop herself onto the cloud. But with a thud, Bulma passed straight through the cloud and landed hard on the ground. Ow, ouch, that hurts. She climbed up, rubbing her backside. Haha, looks like you're not able to ride the somersault cloud, Wukong laughed. Seeing how heartily Sun Wukong was laughing, Bulma could not help feeling a surge of irritation. What are you laughing at? You're not allowed to ride it either. Come sit on the motorcycle with me, she snapped. Why? No reason. Because I'm the one paying you. Do you still want that money or not? Fine. Seeing Sun Wukong's dejected expression, Bulma could not help feeling a bit smug. Let's go. Once Wukong climbed onto the motorcycle, Bulma twisted the throttle and the bike sped off toward Wukong's home. Bulma, why are you heading toward my house? Goku asked, feigning ignorance. Your house? Do you mean that house just ahead? Bulma asked, puzzled, and brought her motorcycle to a halt. Yes, that's my home. At that moment, she pulled out a Dragon Ball, an orange glass-like orb containing 2 crimson stars. Is this the Dragon Ball? Indeed. I first discovered it while rummaging through an old warehouse and later learned it was one of 7 mystical orbs, each capable of summoning a celestial dragon who grants any wish. So I built the Dragon Radar to locate them. With that, Bulma produced the Dragon Radar and showed it to Goku. Look, Goku, the radar shows 2 Dragon Balls right at your house. Bulma exclaimed, brimming with excitement. So this is a Dragon Ball. I already have 2 at home. I'll fetch them for you in a moment. Goku smiled warmly, watching her flushed enthusiasm. That's wonderful. Thank you, Goku. Bulma turned and hugged him tightly. Instantly, Goku's cheeks flushed. Though Bulma was only 16, still slender and unformed, being embraced by a vibrant young woman would make even the most composed person blush, unless of course he were the original Goku himself. No, I'm sorry. I got carried away. Bulma quickly realized what she'd done. Though Goku was merely a 12-year-old boy, it was still her first time holding a stranger, especially a male, so intimately. Her own cheeks warmed faintly. Let's go, Bulma said, shyly composing herself. All right, Goku replied, pretending complete nonchalance. After all, as the saying goes, if you aren't embarrassed, others will be. The sun had begun its gentle descent, gilding the earth in tender amber light. The elongated silhouettes of motorcycle boy and girl stretched ever farther across the ground. Goku, your house is so small, Bulma remarked, astonished as the daughter of West City's wealthiest family to see a humble rural cottage for the first time. Goku retrieved 2 Dragon Balls from inside the house. It may be small, but it holds countless memories. Gazing at the modest dwelling, he sighed softly. He wondered how long it would be before he returned. Here, you can take them. He handed the Dragon Balls to Bulma, who eagerly accepted and secured them. Perfect. Now I have 4. I only need 3 more to gather all 7 and summon the dragon. Goku glanced up at the sky, the dusk deepening rapidly, and turned to Bulma. It'll be dark soon. Would you like to stay overnight? Yes, I'm actually quite hungry. What would you like to eat, Goku? I've brought plenty of delicious things. With that, Bulma proudly produced several capsules and held them aloft. Bulma, do you remember me telling you there are dinosaurs nearby? Of course, I recall. Why? How about we grill some dinosaur meat tonight? It's absolutely delicious, juicy tender with just the right bite. And I'm an excellent griller, Goku added confidently. Sounds perfect. I haven't had dinosaur meat in ages. Though rare and prized, Bulma, as the heiress to the world's greatest fortune, had tasted it before. Its flavor truly surpassed ordinary meat. All right, wait here. I'll be right back, Goku declared with playful mischief, and shot skyward in an instant. He flew. Bulma stared stunned. Yet this boy named Goku had already astonished and startled her beyond measure. At 100 meters above ground, Goku glided calmly through the twilight. Though darkness gathered, his ability to sense ki made locating dinosaurs effortless. Among all living things, only those whose aura blazed larger than the rest could be dinosaurs. Within moments, he spotted his target and closed the distance in what appeared to mortal eyes as instantaneous teleportation, appearing directly before the creature's skull. This beast resembled the Tyrannosaurus Rex of his past life. It paused bewildered. Why had food suddenly appeared before it? Then, a searing blow to the head shattered its thoughts forever. Goku kicked its forehead with such force that the 10-meter behemoth hurtled over 100 meters, crashing through countless trees before slamming into a colossal boulder. Goku hoisted the carcass effortlessly with one hand and drifted slowly back toward Bulma. She sat dazed beside the crackling fire, until suddenly the moonlight dimmed overhead. She looked up. There, silhouetted against the silver moonlight, floated a slender figure, holding the massive dinosaur aloft with one arm. Moonbeams traced the contours of his youthful face, innocent yet undeniably striking, and in that suspended moment he seemed older, wiser, his small frame imbued with quiet, towering presence. Bulma's heart skipped, then settled just as swiftly. If only Goku were a few years older. She gazed upward at his descending form. At 12 he was irrevocably her little brother, and nothing more. No, what am I thinking? Bulma, what's got you so lost in thought? Goku set the dinosaur down beside the clearing and asked, watching her drift away. Oh, nothing at all. You said you're a great griller. Get cooking. I'm starving. Bulma replied, flustered. Right, I almost forgot. Do you have any barbecue seasonings? Mine are rather plain. After slicing off a generous slab of meat with his ki, Goku asked. Of course I do. I told you, I brought plenty of capsules. Bulma tossed one onto the ground. It burst open, revealing an array of gourmet seasonings. Bulma sat cross-legged on the ground, arms wrapped around her knees, chin resting on them, watching the boy grill the dinosaur meat before her. Gradually, rich, savory aromas filled the air. Goku, it smells amazing. Bulma inhaled deeply, swallowing several times. Naturally, I wouldn't lie to you. Here, this smaller piece is ready. Enjoy. Bulma accepted the skewer from his outstretched hand, meeting his cheerful, radiant smile, and found herself smiling softly in return. Thank you. She took a hearty bite, her taste buds instantly awakened by the succulent meat and aromatic spices. Absolutely delicious. Goku, from now on I'm hiring you as my personal chef. No thanks, I'm not a chef. I still have training to do, he replied, rolling his eyes. What's so special about training anyway? You wouldn't understand. Oh, of course not. I couldn't possibly comprehend the mighty Goku, our legendary hero. Goku watched his own portion finish roasting, then took a large bite and began eating. Goku, can you really eat all that? Bulma asked, eyeing the enormous slab, nearly twice his size, with astonishment. Piece of cake. I have a unique constitution. I eat more than the average person. Bulma raised an eyebrow. Was that what he called a little more? She decided not to press further. Goku, if you could make one wish after gathering all 7 Dragon Balls, what would it be? Goku asked, assuming she'd wish for a boyfriend. What wish? Bulma faltered, visibly flustered. I don't know yet. I'll decide once they're all gathered. Goku frowned slightly. Something was off. Had the timeline shifted? Hadn't her original wish been to find a boyfriend? And what about you, Goku? If the wish were yours, what would you ask for? Bulma swiftly changed the subject. Me? I'd wish for a gravity chamber. Goku answered honestly. How utterly dull. Such a young boy obsessed only with cultivation. Will you even find a girlfriend when you grow up? Bulma rolled her eyes again. I think I'm pretty handsome. Shouldn't be too hard, right? What a narcissist. How about this? When I grow up, will you be my girlfriend? Goku teased lightly. Bulma's cheeks flushed faintly. What on earth are you saying? You're just a child. How old are you? Talking about girlfriends already. Didn't you bring it up first? Honestly, do you even know what a girlfriend means at your age? No idea. Isn't she just a friend? Ah, you really don't know? I thought. Never mind. It's getting late. I'm going to sleep. Realizing her misstep, Bulma hastily excused herself. She hurried into the capsule house she'd just deployed, and Goku watched her retreat, a quiet, knowing smile playing on his lips. Young Bulma was truly fascinating. Then Goku returned to his own home, washed up, and prepared for bed. Late that night, lying awake beneath the ceiling, he felt restless anticipation. Adventure beckoned, and his story truly began this day. Meanwhile, Bulma emerged from the bathroom, sat on the edge of her bed, and gazed silently through the window, lost in thought beneath the serene silver glow of the full moon. Hey Bulma, time to get up. Goku rapped sharply on Bulma's bedroom door. Bulma stirred groggily awake, then flushed faintly. Why? Because last night she had dreamed a most vivid, tender dream. After washing and dressing, Bulma opened her door, glanced briefly at Son Goku, and stepped out, her gaze flickering sideways toward his face more than once. Will Goku really be this handsome when he grows up? She mused inwardly. If he truly matured into the same radiant figure from her dream, perhaps it wouldn't be so unthinkable. Hey Bulma, what's wrong with you? Why do you keep spacing out? Goku watched her drift away again, puzzled. Had she ever been like this in the original story? Nothing at all. Oh, by the way, Goku, what would you like for breakfast? Bulma snapped back to reality and asked. Huh, breakfast? Can you even cook? Goku eyed her skeptically. He couldn't quite recall whether Bulma had ever cooked in the original tale, and given the terrifying possibility of culinary catastrophe, he wisely chose caution for the sake of his own survival. What do you mean? Do I not know how to cook? Don't underestimate me. Bulma rolled her eyes and strode into the kitchen. Goku chuckled softly and shrugged. While Bulma prepared breakfast, Son Goku began his morning training. 456. 696. 891. Goku, breakfast's ready. Bulma's voice rang from inside the house. Startled mid-rep, Goku nearly lost his balance on the single-finger push-up. With a subtle shift of pressure through one finger, he rose effortlessly. Fewer than 1,000 push-ups were barely a warm-up for him. As Goku entered the house, the rich aroma of freshly cooked food enveloped him, easing his earlier apprehension. Bulma, I had no idea you were such an exceptional cook. Of course I am. Do you really think a young lady of my standing would lack even basic culinary skill? Bulma replied, pride gleaming in her tone. Minutes later, having finished her meal, Bulma set down her chopsticks and watched jaw slightly slack as Goku continued devouring food with astonishing speed. Whoever becomes his girlfriend is truly doomed, unless she vows never to cook. If she does, she'll need at least twice the cooking time of an ordinary person, Bulma muttered wryly. Ha. Sorry, but I was born with an enormous appetite. Goku scratched the back of his head sheepishly, his cheeks faintly flushed. Thanks to Goku's insatiable hunger, it took Bulma a full half-hour to clean up. Only then did the two finally set off in earnest on their quest for the Dragon Balls. Ah, the wonders of nature. Look at these flowers, these trees. Staying cooped up in West City was dreadfully dull. As their motorcycle wound along a quiet country road, Bulma gazed at the pastoral scenery with quiet delight. Yes, the beautiful earth. It is the very world I must protect. Goku gazed into the distance, his voice softening, his eyes drifting into reverie. Days later, a small village appeared on the horizon. Goku, look, a village ahead. The dragon radar shows one Dragon Ball inside. Bulma exclaimed, excitement brightening her voice. That's wonderful. Goku stared at the village ahead. If his memory served, this should be where Oolong first appeared. The Dragon Ball, he recalled, was said to be in the possession of an elderly woman. As they rode into the village and dismounted, however, an eerie silence descended. No voices, no movement, no sign of life. Goku, don't you think this village is too quiet? Bulma shivered, instinctively drawing closer. Yeah, it's unnervingly silent. Could there be a demon here? Eek, demons. Don't scare me. Bulma clutched Goku's arm, her face pale with fear. I'm not scaring you. I'm stating a possibility. Don't worry. Even if a demon appears, I'll defeat it effortlessly. Trust me. Hearing his calm assurance, Bulma recalled how he'd once halted a speeding car barehanded, and gradually relaxed. Hello? Is anyone here? Bulma called out, her voice echoing hollowly across empty streets. That's strange. The radar clearly indicated the Dragon Ball is right here. Let's just knock. With that, Goku strode to the nearest house and rapped firmly. Knock, knock, knock. Hello? Anyone home? We're here to slay a demon. After a pause, footsteps stirred within. The door creaked open, revealing a cautious face peering out, scanning them both up and down. You've come to slay the demon. Yes. What kind of demon is it? Could you tell us more? Goku smiled warmly at the middle-aged man. Please come inside. Villagers, come out. They're not Oolong the Demon King. The man called out to the surrounding houses, and slowly people emerged from doorways. Told you, it couldn't be Oolong yet. Too early. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. The man led them into his home, where a charming little girl waved shyly. Hello. Hello. This is my daughter, the man introduced gently. Who? Or what? Is this Oolong you keep mentioning? Bulma asked, curiously intrigued by their palpable fear. Oolong is a fearsome demon who dwells nearby, able to shapeshift into countless monstrous forms. No one has ever glimpsed his true appearance. Cradling his daughter close, the man explained, last night Oolong appeared in our village disguised as a ghost, and declared he would return today at noon to claim my daughter as his bride. He's lecherous beyond measure. Already several young women have been abducted, and if we resist, or even try to flee, he threatens to slaughter every soul in this village. His voice trembled with dread. So what? Just defeat him. That's my job. Goku thumped his chest confidently. But Oolong is immensely powerful. The man studied the boy skeptically. Trust me. Then Bulma interjected, has anyone seen this sphere? She withdrew a Dragon Ball from her satchel and held it aloft. The man shook his head. No, he'd never seen such a thing. I have seen one. I possess one myself. An elderly woman stepped forward from the crowd. Grandmother Pox, who the man greeted respectfully. From within her robes, the grandmother produced a Dragon Ball. Bulma approached and recognized it instantly, a 6-star Dragon Ball. Kneeling gently before her, she asked, would you give us this sphere if we vanquish Oolong? If you truly destroy Oolong, I'll gladly give it to you. But dear child, can you do it? It won't be me who defeats him. It will be him. Bulma closed her eyes, triumphantly pointing straight at Goku. Goku, show them what you've got. Goku shot Bulma an exasperated glance. She'd clearly absorbed far too much of his mannerisms over the past few days. Still, with a quiet sigh, he gathered radiant energy in his palm and aimed steadily at a distant boulder. Bayou. In an instant, the boulder exploded into a storm of glittering fragments, scattering outward in all directions. The villagers stared breathless and awestruck. Magnificent. At last, we are saved. After a hushed pause, jubilant cheers erupted from the crowd like a sudden joyous thunderclap. The banana leaf fan. It has already been discarded by Master Roshi. Wukong still remembered the plot from the original story. The banana leaf fan was thrown away after being dirted by Master Roshi, and it was eventually found at an old woman's house in the northern ice mountains. What? Discarded. This is indeed something Master Wutian could accomplish. Oh, then it's no problem, he truly could have done that. Sorry, Wukong, the fire cannot be extinguished. I cannot go in either. The Bull Demon King scratched his head and said, Uncle Bull Demon, have you seen this Dragon Ball? Bulma took out a Dragon Ball from her bag to show the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King turned to look thought for a moment and nodded. I have seen it. It should be in the palace on the mountain. Then doesn't that mean we can't get it? Bulma couldn't help but feel a bit dejected after so many hard days. They were just 2 Dragon Balls away, and now it seemed. Extinguishing this fire may not necessarily require the banana leaf fan. I can extinguish it directly. Just as Bulma was feeling down, she heard Wukong's voice beside her. Indeed, Wukong was always like this. Whenever she lost hope, he was always the first to stand up. Bulma looked at the little Wukong and felt an indescribable emotion. You can extinguish it, you mean? Just as the Bull Demon King was guessing, Wukong flew into the sky, his palm facing up, with chi gathering continuously in his palm. What is this? Bulma saw the blue energy sphere expanding in the sky, and the blue strands of hair danced wildly. The wind around seemed to have intensified, and the energy sphere in the sky resembled a black hole, continuously attracting the sand and stones from the ground. After gathering almost half of the chi within his body, Wukong gently pushed above Flame Mountain, and the massive blue energy sphere slowly moved toward the summit. Boom! A white light flashed, and a tremendous explosion sounded as if the world had fallen silent. Even though people were hundreds of meters away from Flame Mountain, they could still feel a gust of wind blowing. We're doomed. Wukong immediately realized he had underestimated the power of the energy blast. Chi surged from his body like a fountain, rapidly flying towards Bulma, racing against the wind. Oolong immediately transformed into a tall robot to avoid being blown away. Yamcha, relying on his stronger martial arts, planted his feet firmly on the ground, shielding Pure with his arms. For the Bull Demon King, this gust of wind was nothing, but for Bulma, it was a disaster. Wukong, I'm coming. Just as Bulma's feet left the ground and she was about to be blown away, Wukong caught her and steadied her. Phew. After catching Bulma, Wukong sighed in relief. He had made it just in time. Sorry, Bulma, I didn't consider you. It's okay, Wukong, didn't you catch me? Bulma looked at the somewhat guilty Wukong and smiled. As the fierce wind dissipated, Wukong held Bulma and descended from the sky, and everyone looked towards Flame Mountain. Where is Flame Mountain? The flames on the mountain had long since been extinguished, leaving only the scorched earth. Everyone swallowed hard and turned to look at Wukong while Oolong and Yamcha appeared extremely relieved. Luckily we intervened, otherwise we would have truly met our end. Alright, now that the fire is out, wait for the ground temperature to drop, and you can go up to pick up the treasure. The Bull Demon King said happily. After so many years, he could finally return to his palace. Bulma, can you give me the Dragon Ball radar? The ground up there is too hot. You can't go up. Wukong said to Bulma, looking at the scalding ground on the mountain. Seeing that the ground was at least over 100 degrees, Bulma felt she couldn't go up, so she could only hand the Dragon Ball radar to Wukong and let him search. Wukong borrowed the Dragon Ball radar and flew toward the palace on Flame Mountain. About a few minutes later, Wukong flew down holding a Dragon Ball. Wukong. Seeing Wukong flying down, Bulma happily waved her hand while bouncing. It's a 7-star ball. Wukong handed the Dragon Ball to Bulma. Thank you, Uncle Bull Demon. Wukong expressed his gratitude to the Bull Demon King. Just as Wukong and the others were about to leave, they heard the Bull Demon King's voice. Wukong, can I ask you for a favor? Uncle Bull Demon, please go ahead. What is it? I asked my daughter Chi-Chi to borrow the banana leaf fan from Master Wu Tian, didn't I? Now the banana leaf fan is gone. Oh, can you bring her back? My daughter is naturally timid, and am a bit worried about her safety, the Bull Demon King said, scratching his head. Wukong nodded. He knew that in the original story, Wukong and Kiki's fate began at this moment, but now it was uncertain. He knew that Chi-Chi was a good mother and a good wife, a virtuous spouse, but that was for ordinary people, however. Sigh. By the way, here is a photo of my daughter. The Bull Demon King took out a photo to show Wukong. What a cute little girl. Oolong exclaimed upon seeing the photo. Isn't she? Wukong, as long as you can find her, I can let her marry you. Ah, X2, marry me. Let that go, Uncle Bull Demon. Yes, two people need to love each other to get married. Even if Wukong likes her, your daughter might not like Wukong. How can that work? Bulma advised the Bull Demon King. You're right, what you said makes sense. Well, alright then. The Bull Demon King said with slight regret. Then I'll take my leave. Bulma, you all stay here. I should be back soon. Okay. After saying that, Wukong flew along the path to Master Rose's house. In fact, he had already sensed Kiki's aura. With his battle power slightly over 300, his perception was quite expansive. After flying about 10 kilometers, Wukong saw Chi-Chi with his own eyes. At this moment, Chi-Chi had just turned a dinosaur into ashes. Chi-Chi. Huh? Who? Originally scared, Chi-Chi suddenly heard someone calling her, stopped crying, wiped her tears, and looked around. Wukong slowly descended from the sky and landed in front of Chi-Chi. Is it you who called me? Chi-Chi asked Wukong, a bit frightened. Yes, your father, the Bull Demon King, sent me to find you. My father? Yes, he asked me to bring you back. Now that the fire on Flame Mountain has been extinguished, we don't need the banana leaf fan anymore. Let's go. Okay. Chi-Chi, being quite innocent, agreed without much thought. Kin Town. With Wukong's call, a cloud flew in from the distance, and Wukong looked at Chi-Chi and said, You can sit on this. After Chi-Chi got on the Kin Town, Wukong performed his flying technique and soared into the sky, pulling the Kin Town toward Flame Mountain. Wukong didn't want to have too much interaction with Chi-Chi, mainly because he was too shy and didn't want to face her. Hey everyone. From afar, Wukong spotted Bulma and the Bull Demon King waving his hand and calling out loudly. Yo, Wukong. The Bull Demon King had the sharpest eyes and was the first to spot Wukong and his daughter. When Wukong and the others landed, Chi-Chi immediately ran towards the Bull Demon King from the Kin Town. Baba, I'm so scared. Next time, can you not let me go out alone? Seeing Chi-Chi like this, the Bull Demon King felt very anxious and hurriedly comforted her. Alright, Chi-Chi, don't cry. Next time, Daddy won't let you go. Watching the father and daughter, Wukong and his group couldn't help but smile warmly. Well then, Uncle Bull Demon, this is really goodbye for now. Wukong waved goodbye to the father and daughter. Oh, Wukong, are you leaving so soon? I still wanted to entertain you. Thank you for extinguishing the fire on Flame Mountain. Yes, we still have to find the remaining Dragon Balls. As for entertaining, let's save it for next time. Goodbye. Goodbye, X4, come again next time. Awesome, we are just one Dragon Ball away. Bulma said happily, sitting on the sofa with her feet propped up on the table. By the way, now that we have gathered all the Dragon Balls, who is going to make a wish? Oolong asked, turning his head while driving. It's Bulma. Oh, I was dragged into this too. By the way, Bulma, what wish are you going to make? You didn't answer me last time I asked. Guess. Bulma mischievously winked at Goku. After summoning the dragon, can I ask a question first? Goku pondered for a moment before speaking. Sure, what question? I want to know if my grandpa wants to be resurrected. Huh. I can give you this wish opportunity. Not necessarily based on what I know about grandpa, he might not want to come back. Well, just ask the dragon. If your grandpa agrees to be resurrected, then he can be revived. Goku and the others were getting closer to the last Dragon Ball. Along the way, they had also dealt with the rabbit army. The dragon radar shows that the Dragon Ball is nearby, Bulma said, looking at the radar in her hand. Stop for a moment. Oh, I need to go down. Goku stood up, awakening from his meditative state. Huh? Why do you need to go down? Bulma asked, puzzled. I sense the presence of two people. The Dragon Balls should be in their hands. King Pilaf, their car has stopped. Little Wukong and Pilaf were crouched on the hillside. Sure enough, they also have a dragon radar, and were drawn here by the Dragon Ball. I have let Asu be on guard. Pilaf learned through the radar that all 6 Dragon Balls were gathered together and realized that some people like them were also searching for the Dragon Balls. He set a trap and took out one of his Dragon Balls as bait. Wait, King Pilaf, someone got out of the car. He can fly. Little Wukong exclaimed, her eyes wide open like copper bells upon seeing Goku fly. What, he can fly, eh? Pilaf momentarily couldn't process this information. He is flying towards us. Little Wukong's words were cut short as a gust of wind rushed in, forcing both of them to shut their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, Goku was right in front of them. Hand over the Dragon Ball. Oh, I know what you are planning, Goku said, smiling at Little Wukong and Pilaf. Who are you? Dragon Ball. We've never heard of it, Pilaf said, shooting a glance at Little Wukong. After catching Pilaf's signal, Little Wukong raised her rifle and aimed it at Goku, pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Golden shells gleaming with light ejected from the hot gun barrel, falling to the ground with a clattering sound. After a barrage of gunfire, the intense smell of sulfur assaulted their senses. However, neither of them could react. They were so scared that their limbs felt numb and cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. The bullets struck the boy in front, but the expected scene of blood splattering did not occur. Instead, the bullets flattened into pancakes and dropped to the ground. Goku lowered his head to brush off the dust on his clothes, and then looked at the two. Stop wasting your energy. Oh, call out your friend hiding underground. I advise you to behave and hand over the Dragon Balls. Don't try anything funny or else. Goku gathered a ball of energy in his hand, and as he tilted it, the energy ball grazed past their ears and landed behind them. Boom. With a loud explosion, both of them could clearly feel a wave of heat hitting them. Trembling, they turned their heads to see a 10-meter-wide, 2-meter-deep pit several meters away, emitting hot steam. Both of them swallowed hard at the same time. Pilaf cautiously retrieved the Dragon Ball and handed it to Goku. Upon receiving the Dragon Ball, Goku noticed that their companion had not yet emerged from underground. Aren't you going to call out your companion? We only have each other, Pilaf said, slightly flustered. Still holding on to some thoughts. Fine. With that, Goku gathered another energy ball in his hand and fired it at the location he sensed. As the explosion sounded, the metal debris from the robot flew in all directions, and a little dog dressed in a ninja suit was blasted out. Goku controlled his strength well. Asu only had some minor abrasions which were not life-threatening. Is this what you call having no companions? Goku turned his head and tilted it, looking at Pilaf and Little Wukong. Pilaf, what should we do with the Dragon Ball now? What can we do? Are you going to fight him? We can look for it again next time. After all, we just need to wait for a year. Pilaf glared fiercely at Asu, indicating that if he wanted to die, he could go ahead. Bulma, the Dragon Ball. Just as she was watching TV, Bulma suddenly heard Goku's voice and immediately turned to see Goku handing over the Dragon Ball, quickly catching it. Great. Now we finally have all 7 Dragon Balls, Bulma said, her smile radiating with joy. Should we summon the dragon now? Yamcha asked from the side. Bulma looked at Goku, who nodded in response. Then let's go outside to summon the dragon in an open space. The group carried the 7 Dragon Balls outside the RV. Come forth, dragon. Grant my wish. Bulma recited the incantation after arranging the Dragon Balls. In an instant, the sky darkened, turning the previously clear sky into night. The 7 Dragon Balls transformed into a golden light that continuously enlarged, ultimately forming a long, slender dragon. Wow, so big. Oolong couldn't help but exclaim. Speak your wish. I can grant any wish, but only one. Bulma looked at Goku, signaling him to hurry, and asked. Goku, seeing Bulma's gaze, finally spoke. Dragon, can you ask my grandpa if he wants to be resurrected? After a few seconds of silence, the dragon replied. He does not wish to be resurrected and wants you to live well. Oh, don't worry about him. He is doing fine. Now speak your wish. You go ahead, Bulma, Goku said, looking at her. Bulma slowly stepped forward and smiling shouted, Dragon, please give me a gravity chamber packed into a capsule. Goku looked at Bulma in surprise. Bulma you. What? Is that not okay? Bulma asked, hopping in front of Goku with her arms crossed behind her, smiling brightly. Okay, your wish has been granted, goodbye. The dragon disappeared and transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls, which flew away in all directions. No, it's nothing. Just think about it. If I make you a gravity chamber, won't that waste time? Since I couldn't think of a wish, wouldn't it save a lot of time to just make a direct wish? Thank you, Bulma, Goku said seriously, holding the capsule that fell from the sky. What are you all planning to do next? Yamcha, I'll give you 10 million later, Bulma said, pondering. Then she suddenly turned her gaze to Goku. You can't run away. I'll come back to West City with me. You promised to teach me training. Haha, how could I run away? Goku scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. As for me, I will go train at Master Rose's place. Yamcha was quite happy about receiving 10 million. Of course I'm going home, Oolong said without hesitation. He wasn't short on money, and the money he had previously stolen was enough for a lifetime. Hey Oolong, once you get back, don't let me hear about you robbing or stealing girls again, Goku threatened. No, I won't. Oolong hurriedly replied in fear of Goku's words. He knew that if he didn't respond, he would definitely get beaten, and he didn't want that. Bulma tossed out a capsule, which transformed into an airplane, the same one they had bought when they defeated the Rabbit Army. Everyone get on, it'll take you to where you need to go, Bulma said as she boarded the plane. After delivering Yamcha and Oolong to their destination, Goku and Bulma returned together to West City. Bulma's residence stood at the very heart of the metropolis, prompting Goku to marvel silently at the sheer expanse of her family's urban estate. No sooner had Goku stepped across the threshold behind Bulma than Mrs. Briefs appeared, greeting them warmly. Bulma, you're finally home. Did you enjoy yourself out there? And who is this handsome young man? Having intended to exchange casual pleasantries, Mrs. Briefs paused mid-sentence upon spotting Goku and turned inquisitively toward her daughter. He's a friend I met on my journey. His name is Son Goku. He's staying with us to teach me martial arts. A friend? Teaching you martial arts? Yes, he promised me he would. Hello, Mrs. Briefs, I'm Son Goku. Hello, Goku. Please call me Mrs. Briefs. Though Mrs. Briefs still had more to say, she ushered them inside as she noticed the two lingering awkwardly at the entrance. In the living room, they found Dr. Briefs awaiting them. Dad. Hearing Bulma's voice, Dr. Briefs turned, and his gaze immediately fell upon Goku. A flicker of quiet bewilderment crossed his face as he looked between mother and daughter. Hello, Dr. Briefs. I'm Bulma's friend, Son Goku. Goku introduced himself politely. I'll welcome, Goku. Just call me Dr. Briefs. Please have a seat. And would you like some tea? Dr. Briefs poured steaming tea from the pot into a delicate cup and invited Goku to sit. As Goku settled and lifted the cup to his lips, the rich, fragrant aroma flooded his senses, deep and resonant, filling his mouth entirely. What exquisite tea! Unlike most youths his age, Goku had cultivated a refined appreciation for tea long before his arrival in this world. Oh, I hadn't expected someone so young to possess such discernment. True connoisseurs of tea are rare among the younger generation. This brew comes from Earth's finest leaves. Dr. Brief sighed, genuinely impressed. Goku flustered, scratched his head bashfully. All right, Dad. I'll take Goku upstairs to choose a room first. Noting her father's eagerness to engage Goku in conversation, Bulma interjected with mild impatience. Choosing a room? Exactly. Goku will be staying with us. He's going to train me in martial arts. Let's go, Goku. Yes, thank you, Dr. Briefs, Mrs. Briefs, I'll take my leave now. With a courteous bow, Goku followed Bulma out, leaving the Briefs couple momentarily speechless. The couple exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in silent agreement. Goku, you'll stay in this room, Bulma announced. Goku surveyed the spacious chamber, over 50 square meters, complete with its own sun-drenched balcony, and gave a quiet nod. Good. So, when will you begin teaching me cultivation? Bulma asked, barely concealing her eagerness. Tomorrow. Today I'd like to test the gravity chamber. Just set it up on that open plot over there, Bulma said, gesturing toward a vast empty stretch of land. Goku followed her gaze. Beyond a wide expanse of greenery beside a massive swimming pool lay the designated space. Understood. Go ahead, you can get started. I'll call you when dinner's ready. Bulma knew full well how urgently Goku wished to try the gravity chamber. With a nod, Goku soared toward the open plot. Meanwhile, Bulma descended to the ground floor, only to find her parents waiting expectantly. Bulma, come here a moment. Oh, yes. Step aside, dear. I need a private word with our daughter. As Bulma approached, Mrs. Briefs gently but firmly shooed Dr. Briefs away. Now tell me, what exactly is the story with that boy named Goku? Are you seriously attracted to someone so much younger? At those words, Bulma bristled instantly. What do you mean, what story? He's just a friend. And he's only 12. How could I possibly? A friend. You bring friends home and let them move in. True, he's 12 now, but time flows forward. Don't think I haven't noticed he'll grow into a striking young man. If you hesitate, your mother might just make her move first. Seeing Bulma dig in her heels, Mrs. Briefs teased lightly. Fine, I won't bother you anymore. Think whatever you like. Honestly, you always have an answer, no matter what I say. With that, Bulma stormed off, retreating to her room and burying herself beneath the covers. Truth be told, even she couldn't quite explain why she'd brought Goku home. Meanwhile, Goku entered the gravity chamber after setting it in place. Back in his youth, Goku had endured tenfold gravity with a battle power exceeding 400, and now, with over 300, fivefold gravity should pose no insurmountable challenge. Yet the moment he activated fivefold gravity, an overwhelming crushing force slammed into him, sending him stumbling forward, nearly collapsing onto the floor. Phew. So this is why the gravity chamber is considered indispensable for anyone traveling into the Dragon Ball world. Only first-hand experience reveals how profoundly gravity compresses every cell, and how powerfully it accelerates combat strength. Goku murmured as he trained. By evening, Mrs. Briefs called out, "Goku, dinner's ready." Coming. At the table, the Briefs couple treated Goku with exceptional warmth and attentiveness. They were already envisioning him as their future son-in-law, and naturally such prospects demanded gracious hospitality. As for Goku's family background, did it truly matter? Could any lineage rival the Briefs' wealth and influence? His astonishing appetite did surprise them, but they quickly dismissed any concern, reasoning instead that robust appetites signaled vitality, stamina, and by extension the promise of lasting happiness for their daughter. Their effusive kindness left Goku both touched and slightly flustered. After dinner, he chatted with Bulma. "Bulma, why are your parents being so unusually warm toward me? It's making me rather self-conscious." "Well, how should I know? If they're kind, just accept it gracefully." Bulma rolled her eyes playfully. She'd already pieced together their intentions, not only from their behavior tonight, but from earlier conversations. Yet she had no intention of voicing those suspicions aloud. "Goku, there are still over 20 days until school starts. Can I master your flying technique before then?" "Hard to say. It depends entirely on innate talent. With strong aptitude, yes. Without it, unlikely." "Then how long did it take you?" Hearing the question, Goku nearly chuckled, recognizing it as an invitation to modestly boast. "I taught myself. Days. I sensed ki almost instantly and grasped the fundamentals in less than half a day." "You." Bulma raised a tiny pink-clenched fist and struck Goku playfully, only to recoil, wincing at the sting in her own hand while he remained utterly unfazed. Frustrated, she sulked inwardly. "I'm done talking to you. I'm going to bed." She spun on her heel and strode off. Goku watched her go, then quietly returned to his own room. The next morning, Bulma sought Goku out early. "Goku, you promised to begin my training today." Yes. I remember," Goku replied with a wry smile. In the yoga studio, Goku guided Bulma into a seated lotus position. To master the flying nimbus technique, the first step is sensing the ki within your body. Ki inside the body. Bulma frowned, puzzled. Precisely. All living things contain ki, but most cannot perceive or control it. The stronger one grows, the more readily ki reveals itself. Then how do I sense it? That depends on individual aptitude. First, calm your mind, still your breath. Perhaps that sounds abstract. Give me your hand. Obediently, Bulma extended her right hand. Now I'll guide a minuscule current of ki into your body. Focus intently on feeling its passage. Minutes stretched into hours. It wasn't until dinner time, nearly half a day later, that Bulma finally sensed the faintest ripple of ki within herself. Goku, meanwhile, was nearly spent. To sustain such infinitesimal ki flow through another's body, without harming a single fiber, required unbroken concentration, immense finesse, and profound exhaustion. Seeing Goku's pallor and near collapse, Bulma felt a pang of guilt. "I'm really sorry, Goku. It's all right, let's eat. I'll recover after a proper meal." Leaning heavily on Bulma's arm, Goku made his way to the dining table, where the Briefs couple stared astonished. "Bulma, what on earth happened to Goku? He's still just a child. This simply isn't possible." "It's not what you think," Bulma retorted flatly, fully aware of her parents' mischievous assumptions. That afternoon, once Goku had regained his composure, Bulma dragged him away again, without mercy. "For now, Bulma, all you need to do is meditate and strengthen your body, cultivating your inner ki steadily and patiently." With that, Goku swiftly took flight and vanished. 10 days later, Bulma soared triumphantly through the sky. "Whoa, I'm a genius. 10 days, and I'm already flying. Beside her, Goku suppressed an involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth. Had he not guided her ki on that very first day, she likely wouldn't have sensed it at all before school resumed. Half a year later, the time had come to the 750th year of the AI era. It's time to sign up for the martial arts tournament, Wukong thought as he woke up, remembering that today was the registration day. Wukong dressed and stepped outside just as he was about to fly to the tournament venue. Bulma unexpectedly jumped out from somewhere. Wukong, are you going to participate in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament? Yeah. Take me with you, okay? School just happened to be on break. Sure. Wukong knew that even if he didn't agree to Bulma, she would still follow him, so it was better to agree. Let's go, you can ride in my plane with me, Bulma said after summoning an aircraft. All right. About an hour later, Bulma landed the plane in an open area outside the tournament venue. After getting off the plane, Wukong rushed with Bulma to the registration area. The World Martial Arts Tournament was quite famous, and all the renowned martial artists from around the world would come to participate, so the registration line was already long. Master Roshi Yamcha. Just as they arrived at the registration area, Wukong spotted Master Roshi with Yamcha and Krillin signing up. Wukong, you finally made it. This is Krillin, your junior brother. Master Roshi greeted Wukong upon hearing his voice and casually introduced Krillin. Hello, Krillin. Wukong nodded towards the small bald head in front of Master Roshi. Hello, senior brother Wukong. Krillin sized up Wukong, wanting to know how much stronger this senior brother, who had started half a year earlier than him, was. Master Roshi had often used Wukong to belittle both him and Yamcha during their training. Wukong, you're also participating in the tournament, so it seems like the champion is already decided. Yamcha knew well how strong Wukong was. Previously, he had privately asked Master Roshi, who had admitted that he wasn't sure if he could defeat Wukong now. Who was that girl? Master Roshi asked Wukong. When Wukong and Bulma had previously taken Yamcha to Master Rose's island, Bulma hadn't come down, so Master Roshi didn't recognize her. This is my friend Bulma, who came with me. After saying that, Bulma shot a glare at Master Roshi, thinking he was not a respectable person. Cough, cough, enough talk, you guys get in line first. Poir and I won't accompany you any longer, Master Roshi reminded everyone. Wukong, good luck, I won't go in with you. Bulma gave Wukong a thumbs-up gesture for encouragement. After a long wait, it was finally Wukong's turn. Wukong drew number 70, Krillin drew number 93, and Yamcha drew number 5. Haha, great. It seems we won't have to face each other in the preliminaries, Yamcha laughed at the match order list. After all, with his strength, he could easily reach the finals, and if he had bad luck and happened to face Wukong in the preliminaries, he would really be in trouble. The three of them walked to the preparation room. Seeing Wukong meditating, Krillin couldn't help but ask Yamcha, does senior brother Wukong often do this? Yes, he was like this when searching for the Dragon Balls before. Now the third group of preliminaries will begin. Please welcome number 69 and number 70. Hearing his number, Wukong opened his eyes and walked towards the arena. Haha, I didn't expect number 70 to be a kid. It really is a bargain for number 69. The audience couldn't help but envy number 69 upon seeing Wukong. Number 69 was a muscular man, and when he saw that his opponent was a kid, he burst into laughter. Haha, little brat. Before number 69 could finish mocking, Wukong instantly appeared in front of him and slapped him across the face. Slap. With a crisp sound, number 69 was sent flying off the stage. Instantly, there was silence in the audience. Yamcha in the audience felt a slight pain in his right cheek after witnessing that slap. Mocking someone always comes with a price. Wukong retracted his hand, which was what differentiated him from the original Wukong. 7. Number 70 wins. The host took a few seconds to react and announced Wukong's victory. In the end, the three of them entered the finals without any doubt. Should we tell Master Roshi this good news? Krillin asked Wukong. No need, Master Roshi must already know that the three of us can make it to the finals. Yamcha nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Just then they heard an announcement calling the finalists to gather at the martial arts temple. Let's go. Upon arriving at the martial arts temple, Wukong noticed Master Roshi disguised as Chunlong. At that moment, Bulma suddenly realized that Master Roshi was missing. Hey, where is that perverted old man? Wukong, who is that smelly person? Yamcha covered his nose and pointed at someone speaking to Wukong. Wukong also covered his nose and nodded. Such a person was indeed disgusting. In contrast, Krillin, who had no nose, felt nothing. The order of the lottery soon came out. Krillin versus Baku, Yamcha versus Wukong, Chunlong versus Kinnanam versus Lan Fong. Wukong frowned as he looked at the lottery list. It seemed he had created a butterfly effect. Baku was that smelly person, and ordinary people might be disgusted by him, but Krillin, who had no nose, was unfortunate enough to face him. Without a doubt, Krillin won the match. Time moved to the second match. Wukong, it seems I will stop here, Yamcha said, assuming a fighting stance towards Wukong. Although Yamcha had made great progress in the past 6 months, he was still far behind Wukong. The match begins. With the host's command, Wukong stood still waiting for Yamcha to make the first move. Yamcha looked at Wukong, who stood still, cold sweat running down his head and his limbs trembling slightly. The memory of that slap from half a year ago lingered in his mind. In an instant, Wukong standing still seemed to overlap with the Wukong who had slapped him back then. I concede. In the end, Yamcha could not overcome the fear in his heart and gasped as he conceded. Contestant Son Wukong wins. The host announced the result. Watching Yamcha walk off the stage, Wukong felt that his previous slap had been too damaging for Yamcha. In the next 2 matches, Master Roshi and Nam undoubtedly secured their victories. Senior brother Wukong, that old gentleman named Chung Long, is really impressive. After the quarterfinals, the three gathered again, and Krillin couldn't help but marvel at Master Roshi's earlier performance. Yamcha actually had some guesses. The old gentleman named Chung Long was clearly much stronger than them, yet he had never heard of him before. Coupled with his previous appearance as a perverted old man, he probably was Master Wutian. Is that old gentleman named Chung Long really Master Wutian? Yamcha asked Wukong for confirmation. Yes. Huh. Krillin didn't expect that he would be the only one left in the dark. Thank you for keeping me in the dark. Wukong, how are you so sure? Yamcha was a bit confused. Because of chi, everyone's chi is different. The old gentleman named Chung Long has the same chi as Master Roshi. At this time, Wukong had already mastered the control of chi very well. Initially, Master Roshi taught him the basics of chi control, and through his diligent training, he had reached this level. However, all of this was still not enough for Wukong. To perfectly master chi apart from consuming a lot of time, he had to go to the Divine Temple. Thus, Wukong planned to find an immortal to further master chi after completing the martial arts tournament. Since Goku had won the second match, his semifinal opponent was Krillin. Goku gazed at Krillin standing across from him and smiled faintly. Go ahead. Attack me, Krillin. Merely standing still, Krillin felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Goku and instinctively swallowed hard. Very well, senior brother Goku. Please be cautious. With that, Krillin blurred into a black streak rushing toward Goku. Clenching his fists and stretching his arms wide like a drawn bow, he launched a thunderous punch straight at Goku, only for Goku to vanish before his eyes just as the blow was about to land. No. Krillin's heart lurched. He twisted midair to face Goku again, but momentum carried him forward uncontrollably. By the time he skidded backwards several paces across the arena floor to dissipate his inertia, Goku's foot slammed into his abdomen. In an instant, Krillin shot forth like a streak of white light, hurtling clear off the ring. All this unfolded within a second or two. Before the announcer could even react, the match was over. Son Goku wins. As the announcer declared the result, Goku descended from the ring and helped Krillin to his feet. Haha, senior brother Goku. You're truly leagues ahead of me. Though far from unscathed, Krillin was battered and disheveled, yet his laughter rang with genuine warmth. It's all right. With unwavering dedication to training, you'll surely close the gap and one day surpass me as I am now. Really? That's wonderful. Krillin's eyes lit up with hope. In truth, Goku had played a subtle trick. He could be caught up to, but only by his current self. He granted everyone time to chase after him, until the distance between them stretched into infinity. Ahem, perhaps a touch boastful, perhaps a touch arrogant. Unsurprisingly, Master Roshi likewise defeated Nam, setting up the final match, Goku versus Master Roshi. Goku, go for it. I know the championship is yours. Bulma cheered from the spectator stands. Goku nodded solemnly toward her, then stepped onto the ring. In the finals, Goku faced Master Roshi, who was disguised as Jackie Chan, and pondered whether to expose him, knowing full well that all three of them were already aware. Grandmaster Roshi, there's no need to pretend anymore. You know I can sense ki, don't you? After a moment's thought, Goku decided to reveal the ruse. Indeed I do. My disguise was meant only for Krillin and Yamcha, to teach them humility, to show them that beyond every peak lies a higher one. But you beat them to it. So my lesson in effect has already been delivered. Then what now? Will you fight me, Grandmaster Roshi? Goku doubted Roshi stood a chance. After half a year of grueling gravity chamber training, his growth had been extraordinary. Though no battle scanner could quantify his exact power level, Goku knew a single Kamehameha wave from him now could obliterate Earth. His strength must have soared into the tens of thousands. You impudent brat, do you think this old man's lost his edge? Yes, your ki dwarfs mine. But today I shall teach you a fundamental truth. Strength is not measured solely by the magnitude of one's ki. With that, Master Roshi assumed a poised defensive stance. Come attack me. Understood, Grandmaster Roshi. I'll proceed with caution. Goku leaned forward and threw a controlled punch, holding back deliberately, yet confident even this restrained strike would overwhelm Roshi's guard. What a... To Goku's disbelief, Roshi swayed his body ever so slightly and evaded the blow with effortless grace. Stunned, Goku unleashed a flurry of punches, each crackling with fierce kinetic energy. Yet Roshi dodged every single one, calm, unhurried, utterly serene. Goku halted his assault, staring at Roshi in quiet awe. Was this the very essence of Zentai Goki? Perfect freedom. It was uncannily similar. Too similar. Well, Goku, what do you think? This is the serenity attained when martial mastery reaches its zenith. The perfect separation of body and mind where every movement flows as though etched into one's very being. Seeing Goku pause, Roshi allowed himself a small wry smile. This, after all, was perhaps the last profound lesson he could impart to his disciple. Yes, Grandmaster Roshi, your mastery of the martial path is truly formidable. I shall strive endlessly to elevate my own cultivation. But what if my ki vastly exceeds yours? With that, Goku unleashed his full ki, a torrential surge roaring like a tidal wave toward Roshi. Feeling its sheer magnitude, Roshi could only offer a wry, resigned smile. Indeed, supreme martial insight may bridge certain gaps, but when disparity reaches a critical threshold, even the highest art becomes mere illusion. Goku surged forward, his overwhelming aura carving a furrow across the arena floor. Before Roshi could even blink, Goku seized his arm with blinding speed. Grandmaster Roshi, yield please. Goku still wished to spare his master's dignity. I concede, Roshi announced to the announcer. I declare Son Goku the champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Once the proclamation echoed across the arena, the announcer escorted Goku to claim his prize, 500,000 zeni. Truth be told, Goku felt little excitement over the sum, having grown accustomed to far greater wealth. Leaving aside the 100 million zeni Bulma had gifted him, merely residing in her household for half a year had already left him awestruck by the family's staggering affluence. As Goku walked out of the tournament hall alongside Master Roshi, Yamcha and Krillin, Bulma's voice rang out from nearby. Absolutely brilliant, Goku. I knew you'd take the title. Bulma dashed over elated, while Roshi, Yamcha and Krillin exchanged faint involuntary twitches at the corners of their mouths. Truthfully, they existed on an entirely different plane from Goku. Keep it low-key, Bulma. Keep it low-key. Goku flushed slightly under the gazes of onlookers gathering around them. Bulma, realizing her exuberance, blushed faintly herself upon noticing the crowd's attention. Ahem, let's not dwell on that. To celebrate Goku's victory, I'm treating everyone to dinner. Eat as much as you like. Bulma reasoned that having claimed the championship, Goku deserved a proper celebration, including a meal hosted for his master and fellow disciples. Excellent. Krillin cheered. I know a superb restaurant. I'll lead the way, Roshi added with quiet confidence. Then let's go. They headed toward a nearby eatery not far from the tournament grounds. There, Krillin finally grasped the true scale of Goku's legendary appetite. After the feast, the group parted ways in two. Goodbye, Grandmaster Roshi. Goodbye, Yamcha. Goodbye, Krillin. Goku waved from Bulma's aircraft as it lifted off. Farewell, Goku. 3. The plane soared into the distance, leaving the three figures below momentarily blinded by the gusting wind. Master, why did you disguise yourself for this tournament? Krillin asked, puzzled, once Goku and Bulma had vanished from sight. You wouldn't understand, even if I explained it. This too was a lesson, for both of you. But, didn't you lose to senior brother Goku? What exactly did you teach him? Krillin pressed, unflinching. Exactly. That's why you wouldn't understand. You simply couldn't perceive the lesson I imparted. Master Roshi promptly rapped Krillin sharply on the head. Ow. For the next month, double your daily training load. Huh. No. Please, Master Mateto. 1 year after the martial arts tournament concluded, Sun Wukong could no longer gauge the extent of his combat prowess, but he was certain it had grown over 100-fold since the previous year. Wukong, are you leaving? Bulma asked, watching him pack, her voice tinged with reluctance. Yes. To grow stronger. Wukong finished packing and slung the bundle across his back before stepping onto the balcony outside. But you can train and grow stronger right here, in my gravity chamber. Bulma followed him onto the balcony. True, the gravity chamber does enhance raw strength. Yet my martial cultivation realm advances agonizingly slowly here. Then where will you go? Bulma swept a stray strand of hair behind her ear and turned to face him. There, beyond the horizon. Wukong lifted his gaze toward the distant sky where clouds at the edge of the world blazed crimson in the setting sun. Golden amber light pierced through the radiant haze, gilding both their hair with a faint fiery hue. For reasons she could not name, Bulma felt an inexplicable ache as she watched that breathtaking twilight. Beyond the horizon. How long will you be gone? A year? 2? Perhaps longer. Will you return to see me? I will. Wukong turned to look at Bulma. Bulma, may I have the dragon radar? He refused to waste the Dragon Ball's annual wish. Why not harness their power wisely? Indeed, earlier that year he had used the dragon radar alone to gather all 7 Dragon Balls and wished for Saiyans to survive unaided in the vacuum of space. No. Huh. You plan to use the dragon radar once a year to locate them, don't you? Yes. Then come to me each year, and take me along on your quest. Bulma smiled warmly at Wukong. I find the Dragon Balls quickly. I'll just take the radar now. No need to trouble you. Wukong, ever straightforward, failed to grasp her meaning. Absolutely not, Wukong. That's how I ensure you won't forget me, your friend. So you'll come see me faithfully every year. All right, fine. What else could Wukong do when Bulma spoke so resolutely? Then, farewell, Bulma. Wukong rose gently from the ground, waved once, and ascended slowly into the sky. Goodbye, Wukong. Leaning against the balcony rail, Bulma watched him shrink into the distance, then suddenly called out loud and clear. Wukong, don't forget our pact. Once a year. Break it, and I won't forgive you. Understood. Though he had vanished from sight, his voice still echoed across the heavens. Once beyond West City, Wukong accelerated sharply, his first destination, the Red Ribbon Army. He sought them out deliberately. The Red Ribbon Army was no force for good. Such malignant organizations were best eradicated swiftly. Delay only invited unforeseen calamities. In doing so, he would also contribute to Earth's peace. The campaign itself proved effortless, merely time-consuming. First, Wukong infiltrated the Red Ribbon Army's main base, seized maps of all subordinate facilities, then hovered high above, launching precise energy blasts one by one. This was transcendence in its purest form, a dimensional annihilation. Every base, main and satellite alike, exploded into ephemeral fireworks erased from existence. Yet even certainty breeds surprise. The maps omitted Dr. Gero's hidden laboratory, ensuring inevitably the emergence of Cell and the androids. Though Wukong knew he could easily overpower Cell, when the time came, the thought of his own cells coursing through that abomination left him deeply unsettled. After dismantling the Red Ribbon Army, Wukong flew straight toward Karen Tower, where beneath its summit a colossal white pillar stretched infinitely upward, vanishing into the clouds. He spiraled upward along the pillar until he alighted atop the tower. Greetings, Sage Karen, he called, bowing respectfully to the sage who sat roasting fish. Have you come for the sacred water? Karen Sage asked after devouring the fish whole. No, I've come to train. Karen Sage nodded thoughtfully. Excellent. Truth be told, the sacred water is more myth than medicine. Still, given your current strength, why train further? Because strength alone is hollow. My martial cultivation realm remains underdeveloped. I seek to refine it. Oh, and these are gifts for you. With that, Wukong opened a capsule, releasing several enormous baskets brimming with fish. Karen Sage's eyes lit up instantly. Excellent. From now on, call me Karen Sage. Now, suppress your ki to match mine, then attack. The moment Karen Sage secured the fish, he gestured to Wukong. Understood. Wukong complied, then lunged with a punch only to have it effortlessly evaded. Wukong whirled and delivered a sweeping kick, only for Karen Sage to catch his leg, flip him cleanly over his shoulder, and land him lightly on his feet. Enough. I understand now. Karen Sage raised a hand, signaling Wukong to halt. Your martial realm is not weak, but some movements are superfluous. That sweeping kick, for instance, required no full body rotation. Once Wukong stood still, Karen Sage continued. Correcting such habits lies entirely within your discipline. As for deeper guidance, there is one who can teach you, the guardian deity. The guardian deity. Wukong feigned astonishment. Precisely. He dwells in the divine temple atop Karen Tower. Your Nioi bow staff connects the tower to the temple, but since you master flight, you need not rely upon it. Karen Sage had noticed the staff on Wukong's back long ago. Thank you, Karen Sage. I've heard you possess a miraculous bean. May I trade for it? Wukong coveted the Senzu beans intensely. In later years, he'd split a single bean into quarters to stretch its power. You mean the Senzu beans? I have 6 jars. What will you offer? Karen Sage glanced pointedly at the fish beside him, a silent nudge toward Wukong. Wukong instantly understood. Even without the hint, he'd already stocked his capsules with thousands of fish. That was foresight incarnate. He leaned back, pressed a capsule to the ground, and with a soft pop a mountain of fish erupted thousands, perhaps tens of thousands. Take them all. All of them. Just give me the senzu beans. Karen Sage dove headlong into the Piscine heap, jabbed a finger toward the senzu jar, and ignored Wukong completely, lost in oceanic bliss. Wukong approached the senzu jars, 6 full containing at least 10,000 beans, and sighed inwardly. Untouched by Yajirobe's gluttonous greed, these beans remained abundant, freely usable unlike the scarcity of later days. He took only 5 jars, stowing them carefully in his capsule, leaving one behind. After all, true courtesy demands restraint, even if Karen Sage insisted otherwise. This was the art of human relations, and Wukong mastered it flawlessly. Farewell, Karen Sage. I'll bring more fish next time. Wukong waved once more and soared upward toward the divine temple. Karen Sage, however, paid no heed, deep in his fish-filled rapture, until the word fish stirred him to lift his head curiously. Fish? What fish? When Wukong arrived at the temple, whose walls were sheathed in tiles, he found Tianshan and Bobo already awaiting him. With Wukong's present combat power, how could they not be watching? In fact, Tianshan had noticed Wukong the moment he left Gixinren's island. After all, beings of such power almost never appear on Earth. As time passed, Wukong's strength only became more astonishing. Were it not for the benevolence Tianshan sensed in his chi, many would have assumed Earth was doomed. Are you Tianshan? Wukong asked. Yes, I am Tianshan, the deity replied. This is my servant Bobo. We have been observing you for some time. Hello, my name is Bobo. You have been watching me for a long time. Indeed. How could we not, given the might of your chi? Wukong scratched his head. It was true, his power must now number in the hundreds of thousands, perhaps over 1 million. To the current inhabitants of Earth, he would be a force from another order of magnitude. I already know why you have come. Train under Bobo. He is more skilled at teaching than I am, Tianshan said, gesturing toward Bobo. Tianshan did not exaggerate. Bobo was indeed better at instructing, and his strength, in fact, surpassed Tianshan's. By how much, even Tianshan himself could not say. Bobo had guided away several generations of deities. Bobo, please teach me. Wukong said. Very well. Come with me. The training begins now, Bobo replied. Wukong followed Bobo to an open clearing. Do you understand the essence of the martial path? Bobo asked. A calm mind and the chi following the heart. No, that is only suitable for someone at your current level. The supreme state of martial arts is to be tranquil as the sky in defense and swifter than lightning in offense. Yet even in that swiftness, one must not lose serenity. Is that so? Wukong pondered. It reminded him of the secret of Zizai Ji. It showed how far Earth's martial arts had come. So flourishing they had even brushed against techniques of the divine. But that was only a brush. Mastery was another matter entirely. Even if one learned the methods without a divine aura, they could not be fully employed. Whether Gixinren or Bobo, their teachings resembled one another, but neither conferred the same magnitude of enhancement as Zizai Ji. Lower your chi to half a level above mine, and strike, Bobo said as he revealed some chi. Very well. Wukong flexed his limbs, reduced his chi to be half a level above Bobo's displayed energy, and threw a punch at him. Bobo easily evaded the blow and countered with a punch to Wukong's abdomen before Wukong had time to react. Although Wukong's chi was half a level higher, the strike landed with fierce pain. He staggered back several steps, clutching his belly. Again, after a dozen or so exchanges, Wukong grew impatient. No one enjoyed being beaten, and even a cornered rabbit will bite. Do not push your chi upward, it defeats the purpose of the exercise. Bobo stopped Wukong from raising his chi. Gritting his teeth, Wukong pressed on, enduring everything for the sake of strength. After half a day, how to describe Wukong now? Like Chun Rue staring into a mirror. Uncle, I am done for. Wukong collapsed to the ground, panting as he stared at the sky. Bobo, you hit hard. It was no wonder, despite Wukong's million-plus combat power, his flesh had limits. Physical defense depended almost entirely on the strength of one's chi. Wukong had used chi only half a level above Bobo's display, so it was natural he would be injured. I have no choice. The harder I strike, the faster you improve. Sigh. In truth, your control of chi is insufficient. Ordinarily, if your chi were half a level above mine, and your martial level matched mine, you would defeat me with ease. If you could maintain chi enveloping your entire body during an attack, without a single leak, my blows would not have wounded you so badly. You make it sound easy, but putting it into practice is difficult, Wukong admitted. Indeed. Among mortals today, only your master Wutian has achieved that, and he has lived for centuries. All right, go eat. Today's sparring session is over. At Bobo's words, Wukong felt ravenous. Nothing in the world measured up to a good meal. This time, even Tianxian and Bobo were astonished by Wukong's appetite. Half a year later, two silhouettes clashed endlessly in the sky, each collision a volley of dozens of strikes that echoed across the heavens. Tat tat tat. Bobo threw a punch at Wukong. Wukong seized the right hand with his left and countered. Boom. Wukong's attack was blocked by Bobo. The two grappled in midair, their struggle spanning from sky to ground and back up to the temple. Wukong casually heaved Bobo away, then drew his hands like a taut bowstring and drove his right fist toward him. Stop. Your fighting skill is now equal to mine. Hearing Bobo the advancing, Wukong faltered. Hey Bobo, could you have said that sooner? Wukong grumbled. He had just summoned all his strength only to be checked at the last moment. You may now begin cultivating mastery of Qi. Over these past 6 months your control has reached a high level, but it can be higher. Learn to utilize every iota of power to its fullest. Bobo told Wukong this. By the way, Bobo, has it been more than half a year since I arrived? Yes. Bobo did not know why Wukong suddenly asked about the time, but he nodded. May I request a few days' leave? I promised a friend I'd take care of something. Wukong dared not forget his promise to Bulma. She had been gentle with him before. If he angered her now, he would face the consequences. No problem, Bobo said with understanding. Thank you, Bobo. Please give my regards to Tianxian. I will be off for now. West City. Bulma lay on the balcony gazing idly at the distant sky. Since Wukong left, she had made a habit of coming to this spot every day, not for any other reason than he had departed from here. That wretched Wukong. Half a year and not a scrap of news. He hasn't forgotten about that matter, has he? Bulma bit her lip at the thought. Bulma. At that familiar call, Bulma's gloom turned to joy. She looked up as a familiar figure grew clearer in the distance. Wukong. Yes, I'm back. Let's go. It's time to find the Dragon Balls. Hearing that, Bulma's brief warmth instantly curdled to anger. He had just returned, and all he thought about was searching for the Dragon Balls. Typical a man utterly single-minded. But Bulma did not show it, as she had long since accepted Wukong's single-mindedness after spending months with him. She was simply relieved he had returned. Very well. With that, Bulma dashed into her room. After about 5 minutes of bustling about, she emerged. Let's go. The things are packed and ready. This time it only took Wukong and the others a little over a day to gather the Dragon Balls. If it were just Wukong alone, he could have found them in half a day. Looking at the 7 Dragon Balls in her bag, Bulma couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Wukong, do you remember when we first met? At this moment, Bulma's voice was particularly gentle. I remember. Back then your car broke down and almost hit me. I stopped you, and thank goodness it was me, otherwise someone else might have been hit to death by you. Isn't that fate? Yes, my fate is to be hit by you. Hearing Wukong's playful reply, Bulma couldn't help but laugh. Being hit by me is your blessing. Bulma rolled her eyes. Let's summon Shenron. Bulma reminisced about the scene of summoning Shenron 2 years ago, not expecting that in the blink of an eye 2 years had passed. She was almost 18, while Wukong still hadn't grown much. Thinking of this, Bulma sized Wukong up. He seemed a bit taller than before, but not by much. His 14-year-old face was still quite youthful. When Wukong grew up, she would be over 20, and time would take its toll. This thought made Bulma feel somewhat uneasy. In fact, all of this was Bulma's delusion. Considering her mother's genes, it would take at least 4 or 5 decades for her to age significantly. Mrs. Brief was incredibly remarkable. Even in Super, she looked very young. Since Bulma was her daughter, she must have inherited some of that gene. After arranging the Dragon Balls, Wukong looked at Bulma. You summon it, Bulma. Hearing this, Bulma was clearly very happy. The originally sentimental girl shook off her distractions. What was there to worry about? Wasn't there still the Dragon Balls? When that time came, she could just use the Dragon Balls, and she would definitely have fun teasing Wukong. Come forth, Shinran, grant my wish. As the sky darkened, Shinran appeared once again. The one who summoned me, state your wish. Please grant me a panel that can see through my enemies. Your wish is granted, but the panel's capabilities depend on your strength. The stronger you are, the stronger the enemies you can detect. Well then, goodbye. As the words left his mouth, Shinran transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls and flew off in different directions on Earth. Hearing Shinran's words, Wukong nodded. It depends on his own strength, huh? That's fine. A growth-type ability can accompany him for a lifetime. Let's go back to West City. Okay. On the plane. Wukong, after we return to West City, will you still leave? Bulma, piloting the plane, turned to ask Wukong. In an instant, the plane fell into silence. Bulma tightly gripped the controls, remaining silent, feeling immensely downcast. But it should be over in about half a year. Wukong noticed Bulma's low mood and explained. Okay. Hearing Wukong's words, Bulma still felt somewhat down, but it was much better than before. Night fell. Wukong flew in the sky, took one last look at Bulma's house, and turned to fly into the distance. Wukong, you must come back. Bulma rushed to the balcony and shouted loudly at Wukong. The evening breeze gently lifted her hair. Although the 2 days were short, they were incredibly precious. Parting is for a better reunion. After this half-year separation, Bulma realized how much of an imprint this boy named Wukong left in her heart. Definitely. In the sky, Wukong felt the evening breeze brushing against his cheek, looking up at the stars, feeling a sense of unrest in his heart for some reason. Bobo came back. As soon as Wukong stepped onto the tiles of the temple, he saw the Kai and Bobo waiting for him. Yes, you've returned, Wukong. That's right, don't underestimate my pursuit of martial arts. Wukong said this like an enthusiastic fool. Bobo and Kai also clearly found Wukong amusing. Wukong checked the panel to see Bobo's combat power exceeding 1,000, while Kai's was nearly 300, both being deities in the same dimension. Seeing Bobo's combat power being 3 times that of Kai's, Wukong couldn't help but exclaim how impressive it was that he had outlasted several generations of deities. The panel thoughtfully informed him that dimensions are divided into several levels, and he himself was merely a mortal. His panel showed Sun Wukong race Saiyan base combat power 1/4 of his 0 dimension level mortal skills. There are too many, I won't list them. I want the plot to advance quickly, Wukong thought, and closed the panel, then looked at Bobo. It's so late today. Should we start training tomorrow? Of course, but if you want to train tonight, that's also fine. Over the past 6 months, Bobo had become much more lively and cheerful due to his interactions with Wukong, even teasing Wukong. Haha, then forget it. Wukong scratched his head. At night, Wukong lay on his bed looking at the bracelet on his arm through the moonlight. It was a gravity bracelet given to him by Bulma, bringing his memories back to half a day ago. Wukong put this on. Wukong looked at the blue bracelet Bulma handed him, puzzled. What is this? Although Wukong was confused, he still took it and put it on his wrist. To kill you. Who would believe that? Wukong rolled his eyes in mockery. How boring. This is a gravity bracelet capable of adjusting up to 100 times. It may not compare to the gravity room, but weren't you going out? With this, at least you can have 100 times gravity to speed up your strength increase. When did you make this? I never asked Bulma to make such a thing. During the 6 months you were gone, consider this a reward for your return. Bulma looked at Wukong with a hint of pride. Thank you, Bulma. Hearing Wukong's thanks made Bulma feel somewhat uneasy. Don't mention it, you still have to say thank you to me. As his thoughts gradually returned to the present, Wukong slowly sank into sleep, a faint smile on his face. The next morning, after finishing breakfast. Oh, here it comes. Wukong threw a punch at Bobo, and the two quickly engaged in combat, the sound of fierce collisions echoing throughout the temple. From now on, you'll practice with me half the day and meditate the other half. This way you can train your control over chi. Bobo casually said as he received Wukong's punch. Okay. One day a few months later, Wukong awakened from meditation, and at that moment Bobo and Kai walked up to him. Wukong, you have become a martial arts master. I have nothing more to teach you. Perhaps this realm is not the end of martial arts, but everything depends on you from now on. Thank you, Bobo and Kai, for your guidance and companionship over the past year. I will never forget everything you taught me. Haha, you can leave now. That little girlfriend of yours has been waiting for you. Hearing this, Wukong's face turned red, and he stammered, What, where? It's just friends. Alright, got it. Just friends, let's go. Wukong's mouth, after dying, burned everything else to ashes, leaving only his mouth. Goodbye. 3 million combat power. In Bulma. In hovering above Bulma's residence, Goku immediately spotted her beside the gravity chamber. Goku. In hearing that familiar voice, Bulma instantly lifted her gaze toward him. In click. And Goku descended from the sky and landed lightly on the ground, curious as to why she stood beside the gravity chamber. Bulma, what is this? You mean the gravity chamber? Didn't the Dragon Balls grant us one with only 150x gravity? It's no longer sufficient for you now, so I asked my father to upgrade it, Bulma said with a radiant smile. Would your father agree? He's so busy Dare he refuse? And how deeply a father cherishes his daughter. Only fathers truly understand. Yet when Dr. Briefs learned Bulma had coerced him solely for Goku's sake, his heart sank profoundly. Shall we try it out? It now reaches up to 400x gravity. Bulma teased, luring Goku with a knowing grin, only to instantly regret it the moment she uttered 400x, for Goku's eyes blazed with dazzling intensity. Hey, she's wearing white stockings today. After stepping into the gravity chamber, Goku left Bulma standing alone outside, utterly crestfallen. Son. Goku. Bulma's cry instantly caught Mrs. Brief's attention. Oh, what's wrong, Bulma? Mrs. Briefs approached, concerned. Bulma composed herself, then smiled warmly as she explained to her mother "Nothing's wrong, Mom. I'm just overjoyed Goku's returned." A year later, Goku had summoned the Eternal Dragon once more, intending to wish for regeneration abilities rivaling those of Majin Buu. But the dragon declined, stating such power lay beyond its domain. Goku settled instead for a lesser boon, full limb regeneration, provided his head remained intact. And that day dawned bright and golden. Goku and Bulma sat together in the garden basking in the sun while sipping afternoon tea. Goku, tomorrow marks the registration day for the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. Will you compete? Bulma took a sip of black tea, gazing at the young Goku, now 15 years old and increasingly handsome. And she wondered silently, was it simply superior nutrition? At this age, Goku would normally stand around 130 centimeters tall, but he'd already grown to 150. I won't be entering this time. I've already claimed the championship once. Still, Yamcha and Krillin will likely compete, so I'll go watch. With 3 million combat power, competing in a tournament where even top fighters barely reached hundreds would be nothing short of overwhelming. And besides, Goku had no intention of rigidly following the original path. Even if his choices stirred ripples across fate, so be it. Had his fists lost their edge? Could mere hundreds of combat power ever yield true surprise? In the next day, Goku and Bulma arrived early at the venue for the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. Goku and Krillin and the others spotted him almost immediately upon arrival. Krillin Yamcha pour Master Roshi launch. Goku walked over to greet them. Over the past 3 years, aside from 1 year training atop Kami's lookout, he and Bulma frequently visited Turtle Island, forging deep bonds with everyone including Launch. Even without his intervention, Launch had inevitably found her way to Turtle Island. In Launch, Bulma hurried over, clasped Launch's arm, and the two drifted aside to exchange girlish confidences. This time Master Roshi refrained from his usual flirtatious banter, having long sensed the unspoken bond between Bulma and Goku. "Goku, how did you grow so tall?" Krillin sighed, after comparing heights, a tinge of sorrow coloring his voice. As for why Krillin no longer addressed him as senior brother, it was Goku's own request. Each time Krillin used the title, it simply felt awkward. Haha, maybe I've just been eating well. Goku privately suspected his height might yet surpass 176 centimeters. Goku, will you enter this tournament? Yamcha asked from nearby. No, I've already won once. It's only fair to leave the spotlight for you all. And though Goku spoke without arrogance, his words somehow radiated unmistakable swagger. That's perfect. I finally have a real shot at victory. Yamcha beamed, though Krillin, standing nearby, still cast a faint shadow of rivalry. Brat, what are you scheming? I'm entering too. You'll need to defeat me first if you want that trophy. Master Roshi interjected sternly. Master Potato, you're competing again, is that forbidden? Roshi retorted, exasperated. And meanwhile, Bulma and Launch chatted animatedly about topics entirely unrelated to martial arts. Bulma, Goku's grown so much taller these past 3 years, and he's becoming quite the heartthrob, Launch murmured, glancing toward Goku in the distance. Not really. I don't notice much difference, Bulma replied, feigning nonchalance. Buffed? Of course you wouldn't. You see him every day. By the way, Bulma, Goku's growing handsomer by the day. When are you planning to confess? Don't let someone else steal him first. Launch teased gently. At her words, Bulma's cheeks flushed crimson. What on earth are you talking about? She stammered, flustered. Goku and I are just friends. And who believes that? Ask Krillin or the others. They all know the truth. Friends. More like lovers, wouldn't you say? Overwhelmed, Bulma lunged, her fingers darting straight to Launch's ribs, tickling mercilessly. You little devil. Gone a month and already grown bold enough to tease me. Bulma narrowed her eyes, determined not to relent until Launch surrendered completely. Ha ha ha. Bulma, I beg you, let go. Launch writhed, desperate to escape. But Bulma, trained alongside Goku for years, was far too formidable for blue-haired Launch to break free. Help! Goku! Look at your Bulma. Hearing his name called, Goku turned, his gaze falling upon Bulma and Launch. The instant Bulma met his eyes, she released Launch, who gasped for breath, nearly choking from laughter. What are you two doing? Did you need something? Goku asked, genuinely puzzled. It's your MMPH. And before Launch could finish, Bulma clapped a hand over her mouth and flashed Goku a dazzling, innocent smile. Oh, Goku, why meddle in everything? We're just sharing girl talk. None of your business. How strange. Goku turned away, resuming his conversation with Krillin and the others. Women. Launch. You were this close to death just now, Bulma whispered, eyes narrowed, locking onto Launch. She'd been genuinely terrified. Such words were safe only in private whispers between them. If Launch had spoken them aloud, how could Bulma ever face Goku again? Launch shivered under Bulma's piercing stare and hastily pleaded in, all right. I promise never to mention it to Goku again. Enough. Soon after the tournament commenced, Goku, Bulma, Launch, and Puar took their seats among the spectators. The ensuing matches unfolded largely as before, save for Goku's absence. The final bout pitted Krillin against Tien Shinhan, ending in an intense, evenly matched duel, though ultimately Tien emerged victorious. Indeed, Yamcha fell to Krillin. As for Krillin's newfound parity with Tien, it stemmed from Goku and Bulma's frequent visits during which Goku rigorously trained them both. In the end, Tien severed ties with his master. In Goku's view, Tien's defection arose from multiple causes, the foremost being Master Roshi's earlier counsel and Tien's own growing aversion to the life of an assassin. Hey, you're the senior brother Krillin mentioned, aren't you? Tien approached Goku directly. In hearing him, Goku turned, already intuiting Tien's intent. Would you fight me? Krillin says you far surpass him. And no. Goku declined flatly. And why? In that instant, Goku vanished, reappearing before Tien in a blur too swift for the eye to trace. That is why. But here's my offer: train for 3 years. At the next tournament, I will compete, and you may challenge me. With that, Goku turned and strode back toward Bulma. And, Goku, you were so showy just now, she teased, poking his arm as they walked. Showy? Perhaps my aura is simply too overwhelming, Goku grinned shamelessly. And, ugh, so shameless, Bulma shot back, rolling her eyes. Just as they prepared to depart for West City, Goku suddenly remembered. King Piccolo must have already resurrected. Wukong hurriedly used his chi to sense the surroundings and discovered that Krillin was alive and well. Moreover, he felt no presence of the demon clan, which made him question why that was the case. Suddenly, the sky in the distance darkened ominously. Not good. The dragon has been summoned. Wukong couldn't help but blame his own carelessness. Whether or not the Demon King Piccolo revived was unimportant. He could be easily defeated. However, the fact that the Dragon Balls had been used up was what mattered most. Bulma, I have to go out for a bit. Wait for me, here'll be back soon. Wukong thought little of it and flew towards the location where the dragon was summoned. Time rewound to a month ago. The Pilaf gang discovered a rice cooker. King Pilaf, what is this rice cooker? Why is there a talisman stuck on it? Ashu said to Pilaf while tearing the talisman off. Don't. However, Pilaf's warning came too late. With a burst of bright light, the Demon King Piccolo, sealed for hundreds of years, reappeared in the world. Kick. I, Demon King Piccolo, have finally been revived. Upon emerging, Demon King Piccolo first laughed towards the sky, then glanced at the Pilaf gang. Considering you released me, I shall give you the opportunity to live as my subordinates. We Pilaf. Ashu was about to refuse when Pilaf covered his mouth. Demon King Piccolo, we are willing to be your subordinates. Pilaf chose to submit, wholeheartedly thankful he stopped Ashu, otherwise their lives might have been at risk. Tell me about the current state of the world. Demon King Piccolo felt it was necessary to understand the current world situation. After all, if someone stronger than him existed, it would complicate matters. Currently, the entire world is ruled by the Earth Kingdom, but the ruler of the kingdom is a dog. If a dog can rule the Earth, what a joke, a ridiculous joke. Are there any powerful martial artists on Earth? Demon King Piccolo was still somewhat afraid of martial artists since he had been sealed by one before. Yes, the most famous one is Master Roshi. Recently, an unknown martial artist appeared. Previously, there was a force capable of toppling kingdoms known as the Red Ribbon Army. Then in one day, they were completely wiped out except for a few stragglers without any resistance. Hearing Pilaf's words, Demon King Piccolo's brow furrowed. It seemed that this unknown martial artist, if not stronger than him now, was certainly not much weaker. For safety's sake, it's better to use the Dragon Balls to restore my youth before making plans. What? This evil presence. Could it be Demon King Piccolo? At this moment, Master Roshi and the others had not yet left. The energy released by Demon King Piccolo after restoring his youth surprised Master Roshi. However, Master Roshi was not worried as he sensed Wukong flying towards Demon King Piccolo. Wukong's current strength was more than sufficient to deal with Demon King Piccolo. At this moment, the youthful Demon King Piccolo casually struck down the dragon, his expression somewhat grave. After restoring his youth, the surging energy within him was uncontrollable, bursting forth instantly. Some powerful martial artists on Earth must have already felt it. Originally, he had planned to take it slow and gradually dominate, but the dragon misled him. Now he could only hope there were no martial artists stronger than him on Earth otherwise. Sigh. Fortunately, he had left a backup plan. If it came to that, he would have to resort to that plan. At this moment, Demon King Piccolo sensed a presence that was not weaker than his own approaching, and his expression darkened instantly. Demon King Piccolo looked at Wukong as he descended from the sky, only to find that the other party was just a young boy. Since he was a boy, it meant he could be easily tempted. Demon King Piccolo decided to give it a try. Young man, do you want to possess endless wealth and power? Beautiful women, luxury cars, and mansions within your reach? Upon hearing this, Wukong couldn't help but laugh. How could someone with a combat power of just over 200 dare to offer endless wealth and power to someone with 3 million combat power? Seeing Wukong smile, Demon King Piccolo's heart lifted, and he hastily said, "Come be my subordinate. Once I conquer the world, you will be second only to me. How about that? Is there a possibility that after I defeat you, I will be the one above everyone else?" Wukong smiled as he looked at Demon King Piccolo. Hearing this, Demon King Piccolo instantly realized that this young man had never considered becoming his subordinate. He had come to kill him. As for whether he could become the one above everyone else, that no longer mattered. "You are too confident. Why do you believe you can defeat me?" Demon King Piccolo coldly laughed, sensing that Wukong's energy was similar to his own. The opponent was just an ordinary earthling, while his rapid healing talent was enough to defeat anyone of equal combat power. "Since you insist on seeking death, I shall grant your wish." Before he could finish his words, Demon King Piccolo pushed off the ground, lunging a punch at Wukong. Puff! Wukong transformed into an afterimage, instantly appearing in front of Demon King Piccolo, delivering a fierce knee strike deep into his stomach. Demon King Piccolo was knocked back, spitting out a mouthful of bile, his figure breaking the sound barrier and crashing hard into the ground. Boom! With a violent crash, a massive pit formed in the ground, sending dust flying. As the dust settled, Demon King Piccolo lay at the center of the pit, his eyes vacant, rendered incapable of resistance. "You can sense energy too. Did you never consider that I might hide the extent of my energy?" Wukong hovered in the sky, smiling down at Demon King Piccolo. "How dare you?" Demon King Piccolo concentrated a large ball of energy in his hand and shot it at Wukong. Wukong flicked his right hand and sent the energy flying upwards. Boom! The explosion echoed above Wukong's head, and the resulting wind swept his hair wildly in the air. Wukong erupted with energy and charged towards Demon King Piccolo in the pit, delivering a punch that struck hard on Demon King Piccolo's face, sending him sinking down another 10 meters. Then he grabbed Demon King Piccolo by the head and shot out of the ground, punching him in the abdomen. Up! Demon King Piccolo flew backward, and Wukong quickly flew behind him, delivering a spinning kick that sent Demon King Piccolo flying even faster than before. At that moment, Demon King Piccolo was being kicked around by Wukong in the air like a ball. Damn it! Demon King Piccolo struggled to get back up from the ground. "Do you think you've won against me, eh?" At this point, Demon King Piccolo could hardly speak clearly. "No way, buddy, you're in this state, and still talking tough." Honestly, Wukong never expected Demon King Piccolo to still be so defiant. "Keek keek, I have planted bombs throughout the city. As soon as I die, these bombs will explode enough to kill millions. And I've also killed the dragon. You cannot resurrect the dead, nor can you kill me." Demon King Piccolo raised his hand to wipe the green blood from the corner of his mouth. "So this is your bargaining chip for being tough? Unfortunately, I know how to revive the dragon, so you can rest easy and die." Wukong shrugged. His words struck Demon King Piccolo like a thunderbolt. After a brief moment of calm, he burst into laughter. "Ha ha, I never expected the great Demon King Piccolo to be defeated by a little brat. But our demon clan will not be defeated so easily. Ha ha ha, die." With that, Demon King Piccolo spat out an egg, and then he exploded. Instantly, violent explosions erupted all over the earth. The power of Demon King Piccolo's self-detonation did not harm Wukong in the slightest. The egg he spat out flew away swiftly, and Wukong quietly watched, allowing the egg to drift into the distance. Why would Wukong stop it? After all, this was the future caretaker of his home. It's just a pity for those who died in the explosion. They would have to wait a year to be revived. Wukong sighed and flew towards the martial arts tournament. This Demon King Piccolo was far more cautious than in the original story, but unfortunately, he ultimately failed. Bulma. Goku approached Bulma, who had been waiting for him. Goku, where did you go just now?" Bulma had watched him dash off in such haste earlier and hadn't pressed for details. Now that he was back, she intended to get a proper explanation. "Nothing much. I played the hero and saved Earth." Goku spoke with absolute sincerity. Without him, wouldn't the Demon King Piccolo have seized dominion over the planet? Who'd believe that? Just keep it to yourself then. If you don't want to talk, fine by me. But I'm telling the truth. Truly, what on earth was this? He'd spoken plainly, and yet no one believed him. It was an injustice of cosmic proportions. When the aircraft touched down in West City, Bulma recoiled at the devastation before her. Thick plumes of smoke rose from numerous districts. Survivors were being pulled from burning ruins. Without hesitation, Bulma veered toward her home. "I told you. I went to save Earth," Goku said, arms crossed. "Don't worry about these people, though. They can be revived with the Dragon Balls. Only material losses are irreversible." "Then let's gather the Dragon Balls right away." Bulma was fiercely determined to restore the fallen. "It's too soon. We've already summoned Shenron this year. We'll have to wait until after the new year." After countless quests for the Dragon Balls, Goku had noticed an intriguing pattern. Their recharging cycle followed the calendar year. For instance, if a wish were granted in December, another could be made as early as January the following year. Last year's wish had been made in December. He'd originally planned to wait until May, after the World Martial Arts Tournament, to seek them again. Yet fate intervened. Alas, he'd grown careless and failed to dodge. Back home, Goku recounted the full account to Bulma. She fell silent, struck by the chilling realization that mortal lives in the hands of such overwhelming power were astonishingly fragile. In truth, Bulma was far from weak. Years of rigorous training under Goku's guidance had elevated her battle power to 22, a threshold rendering her impervious to ordinary firearms. At this level, conventional firearms posed no threat. For the next half year, Goku lived a life of quiet opulence, feasting on delicacies, driving luxury vehicles, and dwelling in grand mansions. Each day unfolded in serene rhythm, either cultivating his own strength, guiding Bulma's practice, or simply conversing. Sometimes Goku reflected such tranquil days held their own profound beauty, peaceful and profoundly secure. Half a year earlier, Goku had visited the lookout hoping the Guardian would revive Shenron, only to learn the Guardian had restored the dragon instantly upon its slaying. "Bulma, it's nearly time we begin searching for the Dragon Balls." 6 months later, Goku stood at 160 centimeters tall. Bulma gazed at him, nearly her height, now increasingly handsome, and felt her heart flutter. Her old infatuation resurfaced. All those years spent nurturing him hadn't been in vain. Indeed, 4 years ago, Bulma had harbored no innocent intentions. Was this not a case of raising a child husband? Goku sighed inwardly at Bulma's dazed expression, then gently waved his hand before her eyes. "Hey, Bulma, snap out of it. I know I'm handsome." "What? Your handsomeness is none of my concern, you conceited show-off." Bulma flushed crimson at his remark, feigning disdain, while shamelessly accusing him of vanity. "Oh yes, I'm conceited, utterly conceited." "Goku, you really are asking for it." Her fingers already hovered near the soft flesh at his waist, a faint, dangerous smile playing on her lips. "No, Bulma, please let go. Don't pinch." "I'm sorry." Goku instantly raised both hands in surrender. Bulma released him with a sharp, dismissive snort. "All right then, let's go find the Dragon Balls." Soon they gathered all 7 and summoned Shenron. "Appear, Shenron, grant my wish." In an instant, skies darkened and thunder rolled as the eternal dragon descended once more. "Mortal, who has summoned me? Speak your wish." Shenron fixed his gaze upon Goku. "Bring them back to life, the people slain by the demon King Piccolo." The moment Goku uttered "bring them back to life," he nearly slipped into a familiar phrase, "my beloved," and caught himself just in time. "Your wish is granted. Farewell." Shenron dissolved into 7 radiant orbs scattering across the globe. With all victims of the Demon King Piccolo restored, a long-standing burden lifted from both their hearts, clarity at last. In other words, they achieved inner harmony. Across the world, surreal scenes unfolded simultaneously. Countless corpses climbed from graves and knocked upon their own front doors. Families flung them open, only to scream, convinced ghosts had invaded their homes. Yet tender reunions also bloomed. Returning to West City, Goku hesitated, glancing at Bulma uncertainly, unsure how to broach what he needed to say. "Goku, is something troubling you?" Bulma asked, puzzled by his lingering gaze. Bulma, I may need to leave again, for about 6 months." He scratched his head sheepishly. His plan traveled to King Kai's planet to master the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. In the original timeline, Son Goku spent nearly half a year en route, but Goku knew he could cut that journey short. 6 months would suffice. At first, Bulma bristled, but then paused. What good would anger do? Cultivation and growth were Goku's deepest passion. After all these years, hadn't she already learned to accept it? "Fine, go ahead. But only 6 months." Goku had braced himself for scolding, yet Bulma agreed with startling ease. "Wonderful." Seeing Goku's elation, Bulma smiled warmly. Though not lovers, not even officially dating, their exchanges carried the effortless intimacy of a lifelong couple. After bidding Bulma farewell, Goku ascended to the lookout. "Guardian," He found the Guardian immediately upon arrival. Goku, you've come for something important. Guardian, may I ask a favor? Goku had no idea how to reach the other world. Only the Guardian could guide him there. Speak freely, Goku. What is it? Over the past year, Goku had grown close to both the Guardian and Mr. Popo, making the Guardian more than willing to assist. Could you take me to King Yama? Goku's request stunned the Guardian into momentary silence. King Yama, are you certain? Yes. Goku nodded solemnly. Very well, follow me. Shortly thereafter, they stood before the grand hall of King Yama. Guardian of Earth, what business brings you here? King Yama's tone was frosty. The Dragon Balls had significantly increased his workload. Your Majesty, I've brought this young man. Greetings, Your Majesty. I am Son Goku, and I wish to become a disciple of King Kai. King Yama followed the voice, and saw only a youth. You seek King Kai? He rarely accepts disciples. Whether you succeed rests entirely upon your own merit. That path beside you leads to his planet. With that, King Yama pointed toward the Serpent Road. Thank you, Your Majesty. Farewell, Guardian. Goku waved cheerfully before soaring along the Serpent Road toward King Kai's planet. You're still here? King Yama's displeasure toward the Earth Guardian was unmistakable. The Guardian broke into a cold sweat. Yes, Your Majesty. I'll depart at once. Only after flying up the snake path did Wukong understand why it took 4 months in the original work. It was truly an arduous journey akin to an old lady wrapping her feet, both stinky and lengthy. Even with his current battle power of 5.23 million unleashed, it took nearly 10 minutes. Upon reaching the end of the snake path, Wukong looked down and saw a very small planet. Wukong leapt lightly, influenced by gravity, and began to fall toward the planet's surface. He could sense a gravity that felt significantly heavier than elsewhere, but for someone like him, who could withstand hundreds of times the normal gravity, it was a mere trifle. Hello, Lord North Kai, my name is Son Wukong. Upon landing, Wukong spotted North Kai. Hello, what brings you here? North Kai asked, looking at Wukong with a hint of confusion. I have come to seek your mentorship. I heard that you possess 2 exceptionally powerful martial arts, so I wish to learn them from you. Oh, so you are here to seek mentorship. However, there is a condition before I take you as a student. You must make me laugh with a joke. North Kai placed his hands behind his back and slowly walked towards Wukong. Upon hearing North Kai's request, Wukong was at a loss for what kind of cold joke to tell. While he knew North Kai had a low sense of humor, he couldn't think of anything suitable at the moment. The quilt is on my back, Wukong said after pondering for a second or two, delivering what he considered a rather dull joke. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Wukong's cold joke, North Kai couldn't hold back any longer, covering his mouth with his hands as he burst into laughter, though the sound still escaped through his palms. After laughing for about a minute, North Kai stopped and turned to face Wukong. All right, that joke was very funny. I will now begin teaching you the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. Oh, by the way, these are the 2 powerful martial arts I mentioned. Thank you, Lord North Kai. First, you need to catch Babulus, North Kai said, pointing to a gorilla. As soon as North Kai finished speaking, Wukong instantaneously teleported next to Babulus and reached out to grab him. North Kai was taken aback. The energy that Wukong had just unleashed must have exceeded 1/0 battle power. Originally, North Kai intended to use his 2 pets to train Wukong's fundamentals, but he never expected Wukong to be so strong. All right, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Let's start teaching you the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb, he said. After a while, Wukong finished his training and discovered that North Kai had prepared a meal for him. Thank you, Lord North Kai. There's no need to thank me. As your mentor here, I will ensure you are well fed and housed, North Kai said, immediately regretting his words, thinking what a curse this is. Lord North Kai, can I have another bowl? Wukong exclaimed. Goodness, is this a reincarnation of a bottomless pit? Eating so much, North Kai looked at the towering stack of bowls next to Wukong and was instantly petrified. After finishing his meal, Wukong attempted to adjust his gravity bracelet to 10 times, after which a heavy pressure enveloped his entire body. Wukong couldn't help but smile. He hadn't expected it to be multiplicative. The gravity bracelet could go up to 100 times, which meant it could stack to 1,000 times on North Kai's planet. 1,000 times would last him a long time, as surely he could use it for quite some time, even after achieving Super Saiyan, provided he was in his normal state. I'm sorry, Bulma. Wukong thought that if he couldn't create a 1,000 times gravity chamber in the future, he would train here with North Kai. 6 months later, goodbye, Lord North Kai. Wukong waved as he flew along the snake path. North Kai watched Wukong's departing figure and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, finally leaving. Goodbye. Hopefully never to meet again. North Kai was sharp-tongued but kind-hearted. If Wukong needed help, he would still assist him. Of course that was a matter for another time. Flying along the snake path, Wukong was extremely satisfied with the results of his 6 months of training. His normal battle power had increased from over 5 million to nearly 8 million. Now his status panel looked like this. Sun Wukong. Race Saiyan. Battle power 7. 96 million. Dimension mortal. Skills healing technique final Kamehameha. Kamehameha Kaioken up to 20 times spirit bomb. Indeed, in half a year Wukong had learned the Kaioken to 20 times. As for the final Kamehameha, he had improved upon it, making the same amount of energy more destructive. Let me clarify why the protagonist is so much stronger than in the original timeline. This is because he is a fusion of two souls, which led to a peculiar reaction after the fusion, greatly enhancing both his intelligence and physical potential. Think of him as a composite being, although he still looks like Sun Wukong. I had hinted at this difference in the first chapter. Lord King Yama, could you send me back to the mortal realm? Wukong asked, looking at the towering King Yama. King Yama was startled by the sudden voice and looked down to discover it was Sun Wukong. "Oh, it's you, little fellow. You've returned after learning from Lord North Kai." King Yama seemed a bit incredulous that Wukong had completed his training in just 6 months. "Yes, Lord King Yama. All right, you truly have great talent. I will send you back now." "Thank you, Lord King Yama." Upon returning to the mortal realm, Wukong flew straight to Bulma's house. He entered through the balcony of his room, and upon descending the stairs he saw Bulma doing yoga. To be honest, Bulma's figure was quite impressive. Wukong couldn't help but steal a few glances, feeling the stirrings of teenage hormones. Wukong, when did you come back?" Bulma suddenly noticed Wukong and felt a bit shy. She saw Wukong sneaking glances at her, feeling shy, yet also a bit pleased that Wukong was finally awakening to his feelings. Just got back," Wukong said, awkwardly touching his nose after being caught by Bulma. Bulma stood up and walked over to Wukong, circling around him. Looking at Wukong, who was more than half a head taller than her, she felt a rush of infatuation. Wukong had truly become tall and handsome. The years of waiting hadn't been in vain. Half a year passed, and Wukong had grown to 1.8 meters 4 centimeters taller than in the original story. However, this height was likely where he would stabilize. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Wukong felt uncomfortable under her gaze and awkwardly asked. "It's nothing, just looking at you. You seem to have changed a lot in the 6 months since we last met." "Of course. I know I've become more handsome," Wukong said unabashedly. "Look at that smug face of yours, so shameless." Bulma rolled her eyes at Wukong. "Have you had lunch?" Bulma asked Wukong as they walked side by side. "Haha, no," I hurried back. Wukong tried to make Bulma happy, but this tactic didn't fool her. It was a miscalculation. "Oh, when did you ever hurry back?" "If I recall correctly, today marks the 184th day since you left, exceeding 6 months by a day, right?" Bulma looked at Wukong with a mocking smile, and a slender hand reached towards Wukong's waist. Wukong felt flustered under Bulma's gaze and quickly begged for mercy. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Please spare me this time." "Oomph." Bulma snorted, withdrawing her hand from Wukong's waist. She then thought of using this opportunity to ask Wukong for something, and with a sudden smile looked at him. "How about this? You accompany me shopping for half a day this afternoon, and he'll forgive you." "And what?" Before Wukong could agree, Bulma grabbed his hand and dragged him out toward the commercial street. Goku followed Bulma to the shopping district, knowing escape was impossible today. He had accompanied her here once over half a year ago, and that single day had left him more exhausted than an entire day of training. Since then he had steadfastly avoided such outings. Goku rubbed his stomach, reasoning that if flight was futile, he might as well tend to his hunger first. Gently, he took Bulma's hand in his. "Let's eat first. I'll accompany you on your shopping afterward." Bulma had never imagined Goku would reach for her hand unbidden. A dry, warm sensation spread from her palm, her fingertips trembled faintly. In that suspended instant, her heart fluttering, cheeks flushing, she felt like a girl of 17, breathless with shyness. "Yes? Yes, absolutely." Bulma's voice wavered. When Goku attempted to withdraw his hand, she held it fast, clutching him as though he were the very axis of her world. Goku watched Bulma gaze straight ahead, a quiet smile lifting the corners of his lips. His hand, once poised to pull away, relaxed completely. Hand in hand, Goku and Bulma entered a restaurant. A waiter hurried forward, at once guiding them inside. "A private room for 2, Bulma said. The waiter, preparing to seat them at a small table in the main hall, paused in confusion. "You're not more than 2 people. Just the 2 of us. Please lead the way." Goku's appetite demanded a large table. Even that would barely suffice, but it was still preferable to none at all. The waiter instantly understood, a modern youth and their elaborate customs. Bulma, noticing his knowing expression, thought nothing further of it. Inside the private room, after they seated themselves, the waiter presented the menu. Bulma set it aside and declared, "No need to browse. Just bring us 10 servings of every signature dish you have." 10 servings. The waiter blinked, certain he'd misheard. 10. Yes, don't worry. We'll finish them all, Goku added calmly, perhaps even ordering more later. Right? Right away. The waiter departed dazed, realizing belatedly he'd misjudged the situation entirely. In the end, 5 additional servings were added, and only then did Goku, thoroughly sated, rise with Bulma to leave. In the kitchen, the staff collectively exhaled in relief upon hearing no further orders, then erupted inwardly. What kind of corporate team-building event is this? Goku, look at how that waiter's staring at you. I'm embarrassed for you, Bulma remarked, wrinkling her nose. Uft. He simply lacks the capacity to comprehend such consumption. Why should I be the one at fault? Goku muttered, as if the universe itself had erred. Goku, shall I give you a haircut? That style's striking, but rather resembles a crab's shell. No need. Due to my physiology, my hair always returns to this shape, no matter what I do. Saiyan hair remained immutable. Any alteration would gradually revert. I see why it's never changed in all these years. Very well, let's go to a clothing store instead. Bulma sighed softly. A clothing store? To buy clothes? I usually wear martial arts uniforms, but yes, they are rather plain. Shopping sounds good. Let's go. Goku had nearly protested that his uniform suited him perfectly, until Bulma's icy, unblinking stare silenced him mid-thought. This wasn't cowardice, it was wisdom. Bulma's previously frost-cold expression melted like spring snow, softening into radiant satisfaction. Humph. At least you've got sense, she murmured barely above a whisper. Hey, what was that? That evening after dinner in the shopping district, Goku and Bulma returned home, and Goku collapsed onto the sofa the moment they crossed the threshold. Exhausting, he whispered, careful not to speak too loudly. If Bulma heard, he knew full well there'd be consequences. Goku, what are you muttering about? Bulma turned, having just finished putting away their purchases. Nothing. Today was truly wonderful, he replied, brushing it off lightly. Hearing this, Bulma's lips curved into a slow, deliberate smile. Oh, is that so? Then shall we continue shopping tomorrow? Her words hung in the air, laced with playful mockery, as she gazed at him, eyes gleaming with gentle teasing. Huh. Panic flashed across Goku's face, his mind utterly blank. Seeing his flustered expression, Bulma burst into laughter. Haha. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Just having you beside me for half a day made me genuinely happy. For some reason, those words settled heavily in Goku's chest, leaving him speechless, longing to say something, yet unable to find the words. Thus 6 quiet months passed, during which the bond between Goku and Bulma deepened steadily. Yet neither dared utter the words that would bridge the final fragile distance between them, like 2 souls standing on either side of a translucent veil, waiting for someone to reach across. Having completed his daily training, Goku emerged from the gravity chamber. Why? Even with a battle power exceeding 10 million, I still cannot achieve Super Saiyan transformation. His brow furrowed in quiet despair. He knew rage was the catalyst, and he had tried again and again, conjuring images meant to incite fury. Yet nothing stirred within him deeply enough. Fleeting irritations fell far short of the searing, soul-shattering wrath required. Goku, what's wrong? Why that troubled look? Bulma had come to call him for dinner, only to find him lost in somber contemplation, and curiosity flickered in her eyes. Nothing serious. I've already found a solution. Let's eat. Perhaps his life, both past and present, had been too serene. Peace resided firmly in his heart, yet fury had long since faded. It seemed only the Dragon Balls could restore what was missing. Over dinner, Goku suddenly broached the subject. Bulma, shall we search for the Dragon Balls tomorrow? He swallowed the last bite before speaking. Oh, you're going after them again. Sounds perfect. Bulma reasoned idleness was worse than adventure. So, you two are off chasing Dragon Balls again. By the way, when will you finally settle things between you? Mrs. Brief interjected. For years the Briefs couple had quietly fretted, watching 2 hearts hover just shy of union, neither willing to break the silence. Mom, what are you saying? Bulma rolled her eyes. This question had become a familiar refrain over the past 6 months. What am I saying? Don't you both know exactly what I mean? And you, Bulma, why hasn't your bold nature propelled you to speak first? That's unlike you. I'm done eating. With that, Bulma rose abruptly and left the table, leaving Goku behind, awkwardly seated. Why didn't he leave? Because for Goku, nothing, not love, not duty, not even destiny, outranked the sacred imperative of dinner. And you, Goku, I ask you plainly, do you love our daughter? After Bulma departed, Mrs. brief, turned her gentle but firm gaze upon him. Goku fell silent for a long moment, then spoke 3 clear, unwavering words. I do love her. Then do you know she loves you? I do. Goku had known it all along. Ever since their first Dragon Ball quest, when he'd sensed in Bulma's glances, her gestures, her quiet attentiveness, something tender and singular, reserved solely for him. Then why haven't you spoken openly with her? I. Words failed him entirely. I what? Listen to me, dear boy. Don't let this linger. If Bulma won't make the first move, why shouldn't you? Goku pondered her words for several solemn seconds, then nodded, his voice steady and sincere. Yes, Auntie. I understand. That night, Wukong and Bulma both suffered from insomnia. The next morning, due to their strong mental fortitude, they bore no signs of fatigue or dark circles under their eyes. Let's go, Bulma. The conversation between the two seemed to have diminished significantly. On the plane, Wukong gazed at Bulma, who was piloting. Bulma. It's nothing, I just suddenly wanted to call out to you. Wukong ultimately couldn't bring himself to say those words, I like you, as if they were eternally stuck in his throat. All right. Bulma seemed to understand what Wukong was thinking. Just like that, an oddly tense silence fell between them. After collecting the Dragon Balls, Bulma arranged them and looked at Wukong. Wukong, it's your turn. Okay. Wukong stepped forward and summoned the dragon. You who summoned me, state your wish. Wukong glanced at Bulma and then said, please let me be sufficiently angry. Your wish has been granted, so farewell. The dragon transformed into 7 Dragon Balls and flew away. Where is this? Suddenly, Wukong felt as if the scene before him had changed and the surroundings resembled the end of the world. Roar, 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 Mr. Son Wukong, this is my true power, 120 million battle power. Wukong turned to that familiar voice. Indeed, it was the final form of Frieza. Wukong remained unfazed. With his normal power of 10 million combined with a 20 times Kaioken, he had a total of 200 million. But in the next moment, Wukong's expression changed. He could clearly sense that after activating the 20 times Kaioken, he only had 60 million battle power. Mr. Son Wukong, I think this woman must be very important to you, right? No, Bulma. Frieza, let her go. Wukong lost his reason and unleashed all his energy, charging towards Frieza, his right fist aimed fiercely at Frieza's face. However, Frieza kicked Wukong in the stomach, sending him crashing into the ground. Wukong spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling intense pain throughout his body. Oh dear, Mr. Son Wukong, why is your strength so weak? You can't even protect your woman. Didn't Vegeta say you were a Super Saiyan? Is this what a Super Saiyan is? Frieza taunted. Run. Wukong, don't worry about me. Bulma's cries reached Wukong's ears. Please, Wukong, don't worry about me, just run. Bulma's words pierced Wukong's heart like a sharp dagger. Shut up, you woman. Do you think he can escape? He'll kill you first, then him. Frieza gathered energy in his other hand, the red glow growing more intense. No. Wukong struggled and crawled out of the ground, rushing towards Frieza, but it was too late. A red beam of energy streaked across the sky, a splash of red blood blooming in the air. Bulma turned to look at Wukong, the light in her eyes fading. Bulma's lips moved slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but lacked the strength to do so, regretfully closing her eyes as her frail figure slowly fell from the sky. Bulma, With a roar that echoed across the sky, a moment later, golden lightning struck down, a fierce wind swept through, and an astonishing aura erupted from Wukong. Frieza looked at Wukong, realizing that Wukong was enveloped in a golden aura, his hair transforming between gold and black. He recalled the words left by his ancestors, warning to be cautious of the golden aura and golden-haired Saiyan. No way, how can there really be a Super Saiyan? Die. Frieza quickly condensed a red energy ball and hurled it at Wukong. Boom. With a violent explosion, smoke filled half the sky. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Frieza. No, it can't be. With a roar, a golden aura sliced through the smoke, crashing towards Frieza's face under his terrified gaze. However, just as it was about to impact the scene before Wukong shifted back to Earth. On Earth, a figure with golden flames, golden hair, and blue eyes stood in the sky, tears flowing from his eyes, drifting back with the wind. TCH. Damn it. Wukong was extremely displeased. Although it was an illusion, it still left him feeling very uncomfortable. Frieza, just wait, I won't let you off easily. Wukong resolved within his heart. Under the influence of transforming into a Super Saiyan, his personality had become a bit more brutal, and his previously gentle face now bore a hint of sternness and wickedness. Frieza felt utterly speechless. Sitting at home, trouble came from the sky. Family members who understands. Wukong retracted his aura and slowly flew towards Bulma. Wukong, what's going on with you? You suddenly look so much more handsome. Bulma gazed at Wukong as he landed before her, his golden hair, an elegant hairstyle cascading down, with a few stray bangs, golden eyebrows, and green-blue eyes carrying a hint of wickedness that struck Bulma's heart. Wukong did not respond, but took 2 steps forward and tightly embraced Bulma. Wukong you. Bulma froze in place, momentarily at a loss. Wukong buried his head deeply in Bulma's hair, a fragrant scent wafting from her tresses, and his previously agitated heart seemed to gradually calm down. Don't leave me, Bulma. Fool, how could I leave you? Bulma wrapped her arms around Wukong's waist and rested her head on his shoulders, speaking softly. Yes, I won't let you leave me. No one can harm you, no one. Bulma seemed to sense Wukong's emotional agitation and gently patted his back. All right, don't think too much. With you here, how could anyone harm me? Under Bulma's soothing, Wukong's excited emotions gradually settled. Bulma, I like you. Would you be my girlfriend? I want to protect you for a lifetime. Bulma was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then broke into a smile. Sure, but you have to make sure to protect me well. I will. Wukong, please let go of me for now. Bulma gently said, tapping the arms that were tightly wrapped around her. Okay, lower your head. Wukong lowered his head and Bulma wrapped her arms around his neck. A softness brushed against his lips, causing Wukong's eyes to widen and his pupils to contract, as if everything had been paused, his breathing and heartbeat coming to a halt. The sudden kiss caught him off guard like a storm, the sweetness swirling on his tongue. Wukong's mind went blank, and he unconsciously pulled Bulma tightly into his embrace. After about 10 seconds, their lips parted. Bulma, with her hands around Wukong's neck, looked at him with flirtatious eyes, her warm breath brushing against Wukong's face, causing a slight tickle and making him feel a bit flushed. Bulma stared into Wukong's eyes, gradually feeling that his gaze seemed increasingly unusual, and his hands began to wander, so she hurriedly pushed him away. You better not get carried away, we're outside. If there's anything, we'll talk when we get back. Bulma was bold, but not bold enough to that extent. Then let's go home. Interrupted by Bulma, Wukong instantly regained his composure. It was ultimately the annoying turbulence of puberty. Puberty, alright, I get it, it's all my fault, pushing everything onto me, right? Bulma linked her arm with Wukong's, resting her head on his shoulder as they walked towards the nearby plain under the setting sun. The sunlight of the setting sun appeared so gentle, casting a warm glow on the two and elongating their shadows. At Bulma's home in West City, DR, Brief and his wife looked at the newly confirmed couple with mild exasperation, such as the nature of young love, inseparable, clinging to one another at every moment. Unlike themselves, their decades-long marriage long settled into quiet familiarity, its romantic fervor softened by time and deep mutual understanding. Honey, when do you think Bulma will give us a grandchild? Mrs. Brief whispered cautiously, mindful not to be overheard by her daughter. Hard to say, but given Bulma's temperament, I doubt it'll be long, Dr. Brief mused after a thoughtful pause. Indeed, after all these years of affection, now that they've officially declared their bond, I suspect Bulma may well coax Goku into bed. A mischievous smile flickered across Mrs. Brief's lips. Then we'd best begin preparations for their wedding. What about Goku's family? How do they feel? Dr. Brief knew nothing of Goku's family background. No, I asked Bulma before. She told me he's the last of his kin. Mrs. Brief sighed softly, touched with sorrow. Oh dear, that wonderful boy, yet so tragically alone. Oh, then please speak with Bulma and Goku soon. Ask when they plan to wed. Goku, your hands. Though only days into their relationship, Bulma still blushed as Goku's palms rested gently upon the graceful curves of her shaped figure. Ahem, slipped my mind. Goku coughed awkwardly. It wasn't entirely his fault. The atmosphere itself had grown thick with unspoken tension. Goku, would you like to sleep in the same bed tonight? Bulma asked, forcing down her shyness. Huh, sure. Goku was genuinely stunned. Happiness had arrived far more suddenly than expected. Not that he wasn't thrilled. After all, he was in the throes of adolescence. Proof enough. He could still ride the flying Nimbus. Or, wait, had he ridden it recently? No matter. Absence of evidence wasn't evidence of absence. As long as he never tried, he remained perfectly capable of doing so. That night, Goku lay trembling with excitement on Bulma's bed, half buried beneath the quilt, eyes wide and fixed upon the bathroom door. Bulma emerged from the bath wrapped in a silk robe, her fair skin flushed faintly pink, her damp raven hair cascading over her shoulders like liquid shadow. Gulp. Goku swallowed hard. Goku, what on earth is that? One hand cradling her wet tresses, the other dabbing gently at them. Bulma glanced and instantly spotted Goku, eyes peeking out from beneath the covers like a startled fawn. Nothing at all, he stammered, guilt shimmering in his voice. Bulma narrowed her eyes into crescent moons, her smile edged with playful cunning. Daimyo, Goku, you're not thinking those thoughts, are you? Dame. No way, absolutely not. Sleep, let's just sleep. He flopped fully onto his back, feigning slumber with theatrical earnestness. Is that so? Good. No peeking, no touching, no naughty business. After switching off the light, Bulma slid into bed beside him, her lips brushing almost against his ear as she whispered, then blew softly, teasingly, into his ear canal. Goku clenched his fists, breath held tight. His body betrayed him, rigid and undeniable. The next morning dawned bright and sleepless. Why? Because Bulma had spent half the night draped across him like a living blanket. How could anyone possibly rest? And when she awoke, she felt it too, the unmistakable, startling hardness pressed against her thigh. She gasped and recoiled instantly. Goku, you this. Bulma faltered, cheeks burning crimson. Goku sighed, staring blankly at the ceiling. You want to know why this happened? Try sleeping with someone half your size curled atop you all night. Honestly, does it really get that hard? Hey, don't. Goku fled to the living room, heart pounding. Bulma was terrifying. Who knew her boldness ran this deep? At breakfast, she sat flushed and silent, refusing to meet his gaze, yet shot him one fleeting warning glance. That look said it all. If you breathe a word of this to my parents, you're finished. Goku sighed inwardly. What a predicament. A female rogue had ambushed him, and honor forbade him from uttering a syllable of protest. Across the table, Dr. and Mrs. Brief had already sensed the charged undercurrent between the two. So, what's going on with you two? Surely you didn't. Mrs. Brief leaned forward, curious. Mom, what are you saying? Absolutely not. Bulma nearly choked on her toast. Didn't you sleep together last night? So what if we did? Sharing a bed doesn't mean anything happened. Bulma snapped, teeth gritted. All right, we'll drop it. Let's eat. Seeing Bulma's expression verge on volcanic, Mrs. Brief swiftly conceded defeat. A month later, Goku retrieved his spacecraft from Kami and immediately sought out Dr. Brief. Uncle, could you help repair this ship for me? He gestured toward the sleek vessel he'd just extracted from a Capsule Corp capsule. Dr. Brief circled it slowly, fascinated. Where on earth did you get this? He asked. From Kami. Since Goku had previously recounted tales of Kami over dinner, the doctor wasn't surprised. I see. I'll do my best, but no guarantees. Prepare yourself accordingly. Dr. Brief nodded gravely, urging Goku to brace himself. Understood. Goku, knowing full well the ship would be restored, kept that certainty to himself. Oh, and please don't tell Bulma. If she finds out, I'm doomed. Agreed, I'll keep it quiet. Within 2 weeks, the ship gleamed anew, fully repaired. That day, Goku landed once more upon King Kai's planet. Lord King Kai, he called out cheerfully as he touched down. The familiar voice startled King Kai. Kakarot, what brings you here? He demanded, flustered. To train, of course. Goku teased. Huh, train. All right. How long will you be staying this time? King Kai surrendered to the inevitable. Haha, just kidding, Lord King Kai. I'm not here to train. I need a star chart of the cosmos. King Kai snorted, then conjured from thin air a device resembling a compact data drive. You're heading into deep space. Plug this into your ship, and it'll load an interstellar navigation system. Thank you, Lord King Kai. Goku beamed, accepting the device with genuine warmth. It's noon. Care to stay for lunch before you go? The moment the words left his mouth, King Kai regretted them and paid the price. Absolutely, I'd love to. Thank you, Lord King Kai. Goku was genuinely astonished by the invitation. What could King Kai do? Words once spoken cannot be recalled. With resigned dignity, he served Goku a magnificent feast, though perhaps feast undersells it. After all, King Kai was no ordinary deity. His provisions were infused with celestial essence, nourishing both spirit and strength. And Goku, he devoured enough in one sitting to sustain King Kai for weeks. Small wonder the god winced. The night before Wukong was set to depart, Bulma lay beside him in bed, and Wukong noticed that she seemed unusually silent today. Bulma, what's wrong with you today? I feel like you haven't said much at all. Wukong was worried that Bulma was keeping something to herself which might eventually lead to illness. Wukong, are you really going to leave again? Bulma's voice was noticeably tinged with a hint of tears she had known ever since Wukong found her father. Wukong fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Just 2 months had passed since they became a couple, and now he was about to leave for a long time, perhaps even to the universe beyond Earth. After deep contemplation, Wukong finally replied, Can't you come with me? Bulma looked at him with a glimmer of hope. Wukong shook his head. The universe was far too dangerous. He could ensure his own safety, but not Bulma's. Bulma, it's too dangerous. I can't take you with me. Bulma's expression visibly fell. How long will you be gone? She traced circles on Wukong's chest with her finger, which made him feel a bit ticklish and uneasy. About a year. I will definitely return during the 23rd martial arts tournament. And this will be the last time I leave you behind. Next time I will take you with me no matter what. Wukong felt that once he mastered instant transmission, he would be able to ensure Bulma's safety. All right, I will wait for you. After saying this, Bulma rolled over, straddled Wukong, and leaned down to kiss him. Wukong was taken aback by Bulma's sudden kiss. Wukong, don't speak, just kiss me. That night was destined to be sleepless. A couple found love on a night filled with passion under a pear blossom tree. The next morning, even Wukong felt a bit weak. Bulma had been insatiably demanding. After getting up, Wukong glanced at the sleeping Bulma and the hint of red on the sheets before quietly leaving the room. He disliked farewells, even more especially the act of facing each other and speaking of parting. If they had to part, why not do so quietly? Wukong sat in the spaceship, taking one last look at Bulma's room through the glass before starting the ship and flying deep into the cosmos. Wukong. The first thing Bulma did upon waking was call his name, but the response she eagerly awaited never came as Wukong's figure was no longer beside her. Bulma slowly walked to the balcony and looked up at the sky. Wukong was aboard the spaceship, activating his gravity ring to begin his training. Now the gravity ring had been upgraded to 200 times. For his current self, training under 300 times gravity would yield the best efficiency, but it was still better than nothing. The gravity chamber at Bulma's home on Earth had been granted by the dragon, constructed from excellent materials and upgraded to 600 times. Wukong had tried combining the gravity ring with the gravity chamber, but for some reason they could not be stacked. He didn't think much about it since he still had a long way to go before adapting to 600 times gravity. About half a month later, Wukong arrived at Adrat Star following the map given to him by North Kai. The inhabitants of Adrat Star sensed his presence as he entered the atmosphere. At that moment, inside a palace, a tall Adration said, "Butra, go bring that guest over here." "Yes, Elder Pabala," replied a small Adration with a pointed head. Wukong landed in a desolate area and sensed 10 distinct energies outside, amusingly noting that 9 of them were clones. Had he not had a sufficient mastery of energy, he would not have noticed. Wukong opened the hatch and stepped down, where 10 identical Adration figures greeted him. "Hello, esteemed guest. I am Butra. Our elder requests your presence," said the 10 figures in perfect unison while bowing. Butra had already noticed Wukong's tail, feeling quite curious. Wasn't it said that planet Vegeta had been destroyed by Frieza? Had the Saiyan race been extinguished too? Moreover, this Saiyan's energy was not evil at all. "Hello, Butra. I am son Wukong, a Saiyan raised on Earth." Wukong never thought to conceal his identity as a Saiyan. After all, the reputation of the Saiyans couldn't exactly be described as glorious. It was somewhat notorious. Anyone could recognize it. "Butra, the other 9 of you are clones, right?" Upon hearing this, Butra scratched his head in embarrassment, dismissing the clones. "Haha, since we Adration people are few and relatively weak, we tend to create more clones in front of outsiders. You must have a high mastery of energy, right? Otherwise you wouldn't have noticed. I understand, after all, the weak are often invaded. Right? Mr. Wukong, please place your hand on my shoulder, and I will take you to meet the elder." Upon hearing Butra's words, Wukong placed his hand on Butra's shoulder, and with a shift in scenery they arrived in a palace. "Hello, Saiyan who has come from afar. I am the elder Pabala of Adrat Star. How may I assist you?" Pabala could sense that Wukong's energy was benevolent, so he treated him kindly. "Hello, Elder Pabala. I am son Wukong, a Saiyan raised on Earth. I came because I heard that the martial arts of Adrat Star are quite remarkable, and I wish to learn." "You wish to learn martial arts? Adrat Star welcomes you wholeheartedly. However, I see that your mastery of energy is already quite high. Learning our martial arts should not be difficult for you. Elder is energy, the term you use to refer to what we call chi." After speaking, Wukong gathered a ball of energy in his hand before dispersing it. Wukong had read the manga and knew that energy was what the Adration people called chi, but he pretended not to know and asked for clarification. "Oh, so you call it chi there? It's actually the same meaning. I can sense that your energy is very powerful, so you must not lack martial arts related to combat. Let's teach you some practical martial arts instead." Pabala was quite understanding, using chi to make it easier for Wukong to comprehend. "Butra, please take him to the training area." Pabala glanced at Butra beside Wukong. "All right, Elder. Mr. Wukong, please follow me." Butra walked ahead, while Wukong followed behind, and they arrived at a place resembling a martial arts arena. "Mr. Wukong, I believe there are a few martial arts that would suit you well." "Butra, just call me Wukong. It feels a bit awkward when you call me Mr. Wukong." Wukong actually disliked it when others treated him with too much reverence. Equal communication was the best. All right, Wukong. They exchanged smiles. By the way, Butro, what were those martial arts you said were suited for me? Wukong asked with curiosity. Instant transmission separation technique, chi, transformation technique, fusion technique. Wukong was familiar with instant transmission separation technique and fusion technique, but he had never heard of chi transformation technique, which did not appear in the original work. Butro seemed to sense Wukong's confusion and hurriedly began to explain. Instant transmission is a martial art that uses energy to sense energy, enabling instant movement. The separation technique allows one to separate powers that do not belong to oneself. The chi transformation technique is a name invented for your understanding. It can transform your inner energy into all things like this. After saying this, Butro waved his hand, and a white energy staircase shot up into the sky. Wow, coach, I want to learn this. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye a year had gone by. Wukong, are you really leaving? Bartlett said with some reluctance as he walked with Wukong through the palace, knowing that Wukong was set to depart today. Yes, I've troubled you all for a year now, and it's time for me to go. There are people waiting for me back in my hometown, Wukong said, and as he spoke he couldn't help but think of Bulma. After a year apart, his longing for her had only deepened. Is it the one from your family? It seems you two are truly in love. Ooh, I've lost count of how many times you've mentioned her over the year. Bartlett inwardly chastised Wukong, thinking that he deserved to remain single. Well then, let's go see Elder Pibra. His guidance on mastering Chi has been immensely helpful to me this year, and I should bid him farewell and express my gratitude before I leave. Wukong had not forgotten the assistance he received from Pibra. In fact, he mastered the 4 martial arts techniques within just a month, with the remaining 11 months dedicated to honing his control over Chi. Moreover, during this short span of over a year, his base battle power had surged to 32 million, perhaps due to his breakthrough to Super Saiyan. His regular fighting capability had dramatically increased. Had it not been for the year without assistance to boost his battle power, he might have already reached 40 million. Now he had finally made further progress in controlling Chi. Though it seemed like only a small step for someone at his level, each increment required significant time and effort. As the two entered the elder's room, they were greeted by his voice. Wukong, you should be leaving today, right? Yes, I am here specifically to thank you. Thank you for your guidance over the past year. Wukong cheerfully stepped forward and placed a hand on Pibra's shoulder. Over the past year, he had become quite familiar with Pibra and Bartlett, almost like brothers. Oh, don't mention it. It's mainly due to your great talent. I had nothing left to teach you after just 1 year. Your achievements are all thanks to your own efforts. Pibra spoke sincerely, having never met anyone with a talent as extraordinary as Wukong's. Isn't this just a polite exchange? Wukong replied unabashedly. The expressions of the other two darkened momentarily, but they were used to it by now, having become familiar over the past year. By the way, Wukong, before you leave, let me give you one last piece of advice. In the words of your earth, the path of martial arts is endless. You will benefit throughout your life, so please do not cease your exploration of the martial way. Pibra said earnestly to Wukong, hoping this genius wouldn't lose his enthusiasm for the pursuit of martial arts. I will. Wukong replied, placing a finger to his forehead and instantly teleporting away. Pibra looked at Bartlett in shock, and Bartlett suddenly seemed to realize something, quickly turning to Pibra and saying, by the way, Elder, I forgot to mention Wukong has improved instant transmission. As long as he has been to a place, he can teleport there directly without sensing the chi. Pibra was taken aback upon hearing this, then laughed. Haha, he really is like a monster. By the way, Wukong should be passing on the improved instant transmission technique to you, right? Upon hearing Pibra's words, Bartlett scratched his head awkwardly. Wukong had taught him, but he hadn't learned it. Well, Elder Wukong did teach me, but I couldn't grasp it. However, I did take notes, Bartlett said, feeling a bit smug at the end. Pibra was left puzzled, having never seen someone so proud despite failing to learn. Show me the notes you've taken. Hearing Pibra's request, Bartlett quickly handed over a few sheets of paper. Pibra looked over the papers and chuckled awkwardly after a while. Haha, as expected of Wukong. Put these sheets in the collection room. Let's see if anyone can learn from them in the future. We must believe in the wisdom of future generations. Pibra felt he could now afford a 3-bedroom apartment. Bartlett couldn't help but look down on Pibra, internally thinking that he couldn't learn it, and was now elevating Wukong's status, saying things like believing in the wisdom of future generations. After spending so much time with Wukong, they had become rather unsavory characters. Bartlett was self-aware and admitted he wasn't a good person. However, this was mainly due to Wukong's influence. He couldn't blame himself. Wukong, all right. After traveling in space for 5 or 6 days, Wukong arrived at a bustling commercial planet. He intended to buy some gifts for Bulma on this planet. After disembarking from the spaceship, Wukong arrived at the most famous commercial street on the planet. True to its reputation, the street was crowded with people with various types of aliens all around. One person resembled a Namekian, while another with 3 eyes must share the same bloodline as Tianjin Han. Wow, an alien completely covered in golden glitter. Wukong was seeing such a variety of aliens for the first time, and his interest was piqued as he began to observe. "Hey buddy, are you a Saiyan?" An alien who looked somewhat like a human approached Wukong and asked. His name was Yake, and he worked on this commercial street with the job of encouraging customers to spend. The more they spent, the higher his commission. Many people on the street noticed Wukong, but seeing the tale behind him, the notorious reputation of Saiyans in the universe, made them hesitant to approach. Although Saiyans seemed to have gone extinct, it didn't diminish their individual strength, and here was a Saiyan right in front of them. "Yes, I'm here to buy some things," Wukong said, sensing that he was different from others. Was he a salesman? "Oh buddy, you've come to the right place. We are a famous commercial planet, and this street is the most renowned commercial street. What do you want to buy? I can recommend you some things." Yake's eyes sparkled with excitement. Saiyans were usually very powerful, and with their strength, they also had considerable wealth. It seemed he might score a big deal this time. "Women's products," Wukong said, feeling a bit uneasy, but he couldn't sense any malice. Moreover, he felt a strange familiarity to Yake's aura. Even if there was malice, it didn't matter. He was just someone with a battle power in the thousands. He could withstand being attacked by Yake. "Women's products." Wukong couldn't help but sigh. "I've been away for a bit too long. I plan to bring back a gift for that special someone at home. You should understand why I need to bring a gift, right? If I don't, the consequences will be dire." "Oh damn, so you too," Yake began to say, but was cut off by Wukong. "Hey, let's keep this between us, don't say it out loud." Wukong whispered to Yake, who now looked at Wukong with a newfound sympathy, realizing that even a pure-blooded Saiyan was afraid of his wife. Yake decided to take it easy on Wukong's wallet. Not for any other reason, but out of camaraderie. They were in the same boat. However, one still had to earn a living, so he would try to take less money. Yake could also see a slight difference. He was a son-in-law, enduring ridicule from his wife's family, with only his wife showing him kindness, always comforting him. As for his wife's friends and relatives, Yake could only say one thing: they were blind. He was the only one on this planet with a battle power exceeding 100, reaching 5 digits, but he wanted to maintain a low profile and live an ordinary life with his wife. Wukong was completely unaware of Yake's situation. If he knew, he would have exclaimed loudly, "Damn! A Dragon Ball son-in-law. I understand. Yake gave Wukong a reassuring look. "Since you want women's products, let me recommend some beauty and wellness items. I tell you, we have a skincare product here that can slowly enhance hip size and bust size. Take a look." With that, Yake pulled out a transparent electronic glass, showcasing various beauty products. Wukong leaned in to look, instantly amazed by the variety of beauty products, mainly due to the overwhelming number and impressive functions. This one tightens and whitens the skin. This one extends lifespan and youth. Yake introduced the products one by one. Beyond the atmosphere of planet Biota, a colossal disc-shaped starship hung motionless in the void. Lord Gura, this region lies perilously close to Frisia's domain. Raiding this planet seems unwise, Shuiza asked hesitantly. Gura stood before the panoramic viewport, and upon hearing Shuiza's words, he scoffed with disdain. "My younger brother." He dismissed him without a second thought. "Even if he learns of this, he dares not challenge me. Do you know my ultimate form boasts a battle power of 470 million, while his pitiful strength barely reaches 120 million. He is nothing but an untrained weakling. Shuiza, this planet likely holds little strategic value, primarily a renowned commercial world, correct?" Gura murmured, gazing down at Biota through the viewport. "Indeed, Lord Gura." "Then seize every ounce of its wealth, and reduce the planet itself to ash." A cruel smile curled across Gura's lips as he spoke. "Prepare the entire legion. Deploy all troops to the surface." As the vessel pierced the outer atmosphere, Gura commanded, "Commence descent." Instantly, countless black specks erupted from the ship, streaking toward Biota like falling stars. While Yak continued enthusiastically introducing his wares to Goku, a piercing alarm shattered the air. Goku and Yak looked up, only to witness armored extraterrestrial soldiers descending from the sky, unleashing wanton destruction. No! Yak's heart lurched. He lived near the commercial district. His wife was in grave danger. Suddenly, a searing energy blast plummeted toward them. Goku raised his hand, and blue energy coalesced in his palm. then shot forth as a razor-straight key blade intercepting the projectile midair. Boom! The explosion radiated outward in a violent shockwave. Yak watched as Goku's hair billowed wildly in the gust. This Saiyan was no ordinary warrior. That single display rivaled his own strength. Yak hesitated, bound by duty as the planet's strongest native to defend it, yet torn by the peril facing his beloved wife. Damn it! Yak clenched his fists until his knuckles whitened. Go, you handle this. Isn't protecting the one you love the highest duty of all? Goku sensed Yak's inner conflict and disdained invaders on principle. So he stepped in. Huh? Yak faltered uncertain. Huh? As Goku's hair lifted gently, an overwhelming aura surged from him, a palpable storm of raw power. All right, thank you. Yak nodded solemnly. He had felt it. The sheer magnitude of Goku's energy dwarfed his own. Have those items I requested ready. I won't have them vanish after saving your world. I came here to shop, not to fight. Goku smiled warmly at Yak. Absolutely. Without another word, Yak turned and soared into the distance. Once Yak vanished, Goku tilted his gaze upward. Those uniforms stirred a chilling familiarity. In an instant, Frisia's face flashed in his mind, and a cold, merciless smile spread across his lips. In a blink, Goku teleported into the sky, surrounded instantly by Gura's elite legion. Who are you? Startled, the soldiers recoiled en masse, eyeing him warily. Goku turned toward the speaker, cocked his head, and vanished. A split second later, he reappeared beside him, delivering a devastating roundhouse kick that sent the soldier hurtling away. What a... Before they could react, Goku blurred forward, striking with impossible speed. One by one, they flew backward like ragdolls, until only a single figure remained suspended in the air. You're no one. We serve Lord Gura. You're doomed. The last survivor stumbled backward, voice trembling with hollow bravado. Gura, not Frisia. No matter. Either way, it changes nothing. Goku vanished again, reappearing directly before the man. His right palm crackled with a dense sphere of energy pressed against the soldier's skull. Farewell. May hell be your penance for your sins. With those words, the energy sphere detonated, expanding violently, consuming him utterly. When the light faded, not even ash remained. Having eradicated that wave, Goku lifted his eyes skyward. He sensed the strongest presences hovering high above. High above, Gura and his elite special forces had already detected the anomaly below. Whoosh! Goku teleported before them, startling the entire group. Gura glided forward from behind his troops, his gaze locking onto Goku's tail. You're a Saiyan, aren't you? Let me think. Aside from the three under Frisia's command, only one remains. The one I spared long ago. Goku knew well. The cinematic special, The Strongest Versus. The Strongest had revealed how he'd survived to reach Earth because Gura had chosen mercy. Your performance just now was impressive. Your battle power must exceed 100,000. Join me, and I'll grant you clemency once more. What say you? Gura valued talent. Among his forces, only his 3 special forces operatives surpassed 100,000. The rest fell far short. Dream on. Do you truly believe I'd accept? Goku sneered, his eyes narrowing at Gura, whose final form bore an uncanny resemblance to Frisia's. Humph. You spurn life. Then I can do nothing more. Shwiza, you 3 eliminate him. With that, Gura turned, preparing to return to his hover chair. In the next breath, Goku spun, delivering a crushing roundhouse kick straight to Gura's face. Off guard, Gura rocketed backward through the air. And where were Shwiza and the other 2? Gone, vanished without trace. In a flash, Goku unleashed his aura, incinerating the trio to dust. Then, with lethal precision, he launched a thunderous kick toward Gura. Gura stabilized himself midair, fingertips brushing the spot where Goku had struck. Though unharmed, humiliation burned hot within him. Rage flared white-hot and searing. Saiyan monkey, you court death. Though fury raged within, Gura's voice remained ice-cold. At that moment, a transmission crackled in his earpiece. Lord Gura, this Saiyan just registered a battle power of 32 million. Your special forces were annihilated instantly. Gura let out a low, mirthless chuckle, then fixed his gaze upon Goku. Saiyan monkey, I see why you dared defy me. 32 million. But that arrogance is no shield. Do you know my power? Goku casually stretched his limbs, then replied, calm and unwavering, 200 million. I also know you possess a higher form. So go ahead. Transform. Gura was startled. How did this Saiyan know his exact power? And his ultimate form? Yet deeper still was his bewilderment. With only 32 million, why did Goku show no fear? Though I'm surprised you know so much. It shall be your final wish granted. Witness once and for all the chasm between us. A torrent of violet energy erupted around Gura, Huh? With a deafening roar, the light subsided, revealing his ultimate form. Gura hovered motionless, feet together, arms angled downward, palms upturned, gazing down upon Goku with regal contempt. Saiyan, behold, this is the gulf that separates us. I see, Wukong replied coldly. Then your time has come. With that, Frieza transformed into a violet aura and lunged forward with a devastating punch. What? Wukong seized Frieza's incoming fist firmly in his left hand, golden aura blazing fiercely around his body. Have you ever heard the legend of the Super Saiyan? He raised his right fist and struck Frieza squarely across the face. Instantly, golden energy erupted, a blinding surge, and Wukong transformed, golden hair flowing, emerald eyes blazing. The legendary Super Saiyan. Power level 1. 6 billion. Boom. Frieza's body became a violet streak, slamming violently into the heart of a mountain. No, it can't be. The Super Saiyan legend cannot possibly be real. Frieza wrenched his limbs free from the shattered rock, his composure utterly shattered as he roared with feral fury. Wukong's blow had gravely wounded him. After all, facing nearly triple his own power, surviving it all was testament to the Frost Demon race's legendary resilience. There is no impossibility. The Super Saiyan, golden aura, golden hair, stands before you now. Wukong gazed down at Frieza with calm jade green eyes. How dare you? I should have exterminated every last Saiyan monkey long ago. Hovering in midair, Frieza's visage twisted in rage. A violet energy exploded from his body, shrouding half the sky in ominous pulsating light. Frieza hurled another punch. Wukong caught it effortlessly, then drove a crushing knee deep into Frieza's abdomen. Act! Frieza's spine arched violently as bile spilled from his mouth. But Wukong showed no mercy. He held Frieza's fist fast in his right hand and raised his left toward Frieza's face. Didn't your parents teach you never to strike a man in the face? Slap, 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 slap. First a sharp open palm strike, then a whip-fast backhand, each blow landing with eerie rhythmic precision. Across the heavens, only the crisp, stinging echoes of slaps and Frieza's agonized shrieks remained. Wukong fought with fierce satisfaction. Frieza's resemblance to Frieza himself was impossible to ignore. Wukong had not forgotten what came before. Frieza strained with every fiber of his being to break free, but Wukong's grip held like forged iron. For nearly a full minute, the relentless barrage continued, until at last Wukong released him. Frieza staggered back 100 meters, glaring with venomous hatred. Is this truly your power? Was it not you who demanded I witness the gulf between us? Indeed, it is a chasm beyond measure. Wukong's words struck Frieza's pride like a hammer blow. Frieza charged, every punch thrown with absolute force, every kick delivered with lethal intent. Yet Wukong's golden hair streamed freely in the wind as he evaded each blow with effortless grace. Boring. With a casual kick, Wukong sent Frieza flying a kilometer into the distance. Act! As Frieza surged forward once more, he froze midair, gazing down in horror as a golden energy blade pierced cleanly through his abdomen. From dozens of meters away, Wukong flicked his wrist upward. Frieza shot skyward like a comet. Wukong retracted the golden blade, bent slightly at the waist, and drew both hands to his sides. This ends it. Golden and cerulean energy coalesced in his palms. Final Kamehameha. A colossal beam, golden core sheathed in sapphire radiance, blasted heavenward. In that instant, its brilliance eclipsed the sun itself, bleaching the sky of all color. If I perish, then you shall die with me. Knowing Saiyans could not survive unaided in the vacuum of space, Frieza gathered a golden planet buster bomb, and in his final moment before disintegration hurled it toward the planet's surface. Wukong sensed it instantly. In a flash of teleportation, he appeared beneath the bomb, summoned a golden energy blade, and swept it horizontally. The sphere cleaved cleanly in two, detonating midair. Crockum! Just as the explosion faded, Wukong assumed it was over, when suddenly a searing crimson laser lanced down from the heavens. He extended his golden blade just in time, deflecting the beam with a shower of sparks. He extended the blade once more, a towering column of gold piercing the heavens, slicing through the outer atmosphere and cleaving the enemy starship orbiting above. With a flick of his arm, the vessel split cleanly in two, its fragments igniting into a silent, radiant burst of cosmic fireworks. TCH. No wonder the Frost Demons are reviled, filthy to the core. But you miscalculated. Even if this world perished, I would endure, unbound by the void. Wukong then released his Super Saiyan transformation. He now stood in his second stage, still taxing his stamina and energy reserves significantly. Frieza and his elite forces were gone. Only foot soldiers remained, power levels barely reaching several thousand, at most 10,000. Wukong's base power, 32 million, was more than sufficient. 10 minutes later, Wukong's energy blade flashed across the last Frisia soldier. His body bisected, instantly viscous green blood spraying outward. Wukong swiftly erected a key barrier to repel the splatter. At first he had recoiled from such brutality, but with each life extinguished his conscience dulled, hardened by grim necessity. Phew, finally over. A wave of nausea rose in his throat. He knew he'd need deep rest. This slaughter, however justified, weighed heavily on his spirit. Wukong extended his senses, searching for Yak's key. Found him. In an instant he teleported beside Yak, only to arrive upon an iconic scene. Humph. Blind fools. From this day forth, Yak has no ties to you. Wife, we're leaving. Yak spoke coldly to the kneeling figures before him, cradling his wife, when Wukong's sudden appearance startled him completely. Whoa, dude, how'd you just pop up like that? No need for dude. Call me Wukong. Instantaneous teleportation is one of my techniques. Alright, Wukong, let's talk elsewhere. I never want to see them again. Agreed. Wukong placed a hand on Yak's shoulder, and in a flash they reappeared on the bustling commercial street. Thanks to Wukong's presence, the district remained virtually untouched, buildings intact, streets whole. This is truly miraculous. Yak stared around in awe. Oh, Wukong, this is my wife's eyes. Eyes wore long, lustrous black hair, cascading over her shoulders. Her features bore a striking resemblance to Earthlings, though perhaps it was more accurate to say both Earthlings and Odinians shared kinship with her. Greetings, Miss Eyes, Wukong said courteously. Hello, Mr. Wukong, she replied. Yak, what exactly transpired just now? Wukong asked, curiosity piqued. Sai, I've always preferred a quiet life, so I never revealed my strength to my wife's family, or demonstrated it. They dismissed me as weak, unworthy. Yak sighed deeply before continuing. During the invasion, I unleashed my power to protect my wife, and as you saw, they fell to their knees begging forgiveness. What else could they possibly want? I truly never wish to lay eyes on them again. Listening, Wukong felt a jolt of recognition. Wait, Dragon King. A Dragon King story. Are you the Dragon King? Yak blinked, puzzled. The Dragon King. What's that? Ahem, never mind. Say, how's that cosmetics line you promised me coming along? Wukong coughed awkwardly. He hadn't meant to ask, had no idea Yak had even read such novels. Just head to the shop. We own the entire street. Wukong paused, stunned. Well, another soft-earned livelihood. Brother, you're on the soft-earning path too, huh? Wukong clapped Yak's shoulder with a grin. So you are too. So you're a freeloader too. Yak was astonished as he looked at Goku, never expecting they'd be so alike, and that Yak himself carried Saiyan blood within him. What incredible fate brings us together. How about I recognize you as my elder brother? Yak reasoned that Goku, being both immensely powerful and a Saiyan, who had even defeated Frisia, would make an extraordinarily advantageous elder brother to claim. He had sensed those two terrifying auras hovering in the sky moments earlier. Recognize me as your elder brother. Goku blinked, utterly bewildered by Yak's sudden unorthodox train of thought. Exactly. We're so similar, and I carry Saiyan blood too. Hearing this, Goku's eyes widened in surprise, and he instinctively activated his battle interface to scan Yak. Yak. Race hybrid Saiyan bioplanetian. Battle power 10086. Seeing this, Goku finally understood why Yak's ki felt so strangely familiar. It was because Yak was a hybrid Saiyan. But this battle power, do you move around on wheels? You're a hybrid Saiyan. Where's your tail? I severed it myself. My father is a Saiyan, but I've never met him. Yak gritted his teeth, bitterness sharpening his voice. He deeply resented his father. Had the man not abandoned them, his mother would never have. Fine then. I accept you as my second younger brother. Elder brother. Second younger brother. Enough. You two settle down. He sighed, watching them with mounting exasperation. Indeed, sister-in-law speaks wisely, Goku nodded solemnly. Indeed, elder brother speaks wisely, Yak echoed dutifully. Is gazed at them helplessly. These two were beyond redemption. By the way, second younger brother, how old are you? Goku could distinctly sense that Yak was older than himself. 24 this year, elder brother. Age is but a number. Why dwell on it? Yak instantly cut off Goku's next words. Shaking his head with quiet resignation, Goku turned to Yak and asked, very well, so what do you two plan to do now? We'll leave this planet and settle elsewhere. After all, income from this street will automatically deposit into my wife's interstellar bank account. Yak said it casually. He truly never wished to lay eyes on those people again. The Interstellar Bank was a consortium founded jointly by numerous major powers. Even the Frost Demon clan held a stake. its currency accepted universally across the cosmos. Goku watched the couple, musing whether he might persuade them to come to Earth. After all, pure-blooded Saiyans were nearly extinct, and even hybrids were exceedingly rare. After all, once they mastered Super Saiyan transformation, their battle power would surge into the hundreds of millions. Why don't you two accompany me to Earth? It's a breathtakingly beautiful world. I'm certain you'll fall in love with it. Goku proposed. Upon hearing this, Yak and his exchanged a glance, and Yak gave a firm nod. Agreed, elder brother. Then go gather your belongings first. We'll depart together. Half an hour later, having packed, Yak and his approached Goku. Elder brother, you go ahead. We'll follow in our starship. Goku nodded. This arrangement suited him perfectly. Across the boundless void of deep space, two starships glided in quiet formation, one leading, the other trailing closely behind. As Yak and his chatted idly aboard their vessel, Goku suddenly materialized beside Yak in a flash of instantaneous teleportation. Huh, elder brother, what brings you here? Yak regarded him puzzled. Would you like to learn how to control the intensity of your battle power? Goku had come precisely to teach Yak key control, to prevent a shockwave of 10th Sandpoint battle power from overwhelming Earth's inhabitants upon arrival. Whoa, absolutely. Teach me, elder brother, right away. Yak's eyes lit up. He'd long envied this very ability. Though he'd independently discovered a rudimentary technique to conceal part of his strength, it paled in comparison to Goku's mastery. With this skill, he could flawlessly play the humble fool while striking like a storm. Pa, don't call it playing the fool to devour tigers, it's simply choosing a tranquil life. Place your hand on my shoulder. We'll train aboard my ship. This environment isn't suitable for cultivation. Goku glanced around the cramped interior of Yak's vessel before speaking. His own ship, custom modified by Dr. Brief, featured a vast open training deck, whereas Yak's was almost entirely dedicated to living and leisure spaces. Understood. Yak placed his hand on Goku's shoulder, and in an instant both vanished from the bridge. His watched them disappear, uncertain whether Earth would bring fortune or folly, especially since Yak had never shown much interest in cultivation before. As Goku began instructing Yak, he couldn't help but marvel. A hybrid Saiyan truly was a hybrid Saiyan. In less than half a day, Yak perceived ki and grasped its fundamentals, not quite matching Goku's own prodigious early aptitude, yet far surpassing most Earthlings. Within 10 days, Yak achieved effortless control over the battle power he chose to project. Goku also taught him the Kamehameha wave, a technique deceptively simple once one mastered ki flow. Well done, you now wield considerable command over ki. Return to your ship. Your wife awaits you, and I can feel her gaze growing increasingly resentful toward me these past few days. Goku teased lightly. Dare she? Yak straightened up, bolder now that Iz wasn't present. Ha ha, try saying that to Iz's face if you dare. Goku pierced through the bravado without mercy. Ahem, right, elder brother, I'll take my leave. We're nearing Earth. Look ahead, the sapphire blue sphere you see is it. Goku pointed through the viewport. Following his gesture, Yak peered out, and there it hung, a serene, luminous blue world radiant against the velvet black of space. Truly, elder brother hadn't lied. Earth was breathtakingly beautiful. The sky hung low and gray, a fine silent drizzle fell like silver threads spun by celestial silkworms. 10,000 gossamer strands swayed midair, veiling the oil-dark fields beneath a misty, translucent shawl. Bulma stood beneath her umbrella at the exit of the World Martial Arts Tournament registration hall, waiting, her heart fixed on the one person she longed to see. The rain grew heavier, plinking steadily against her umbrella, yet the figure she awaited remained absent. Bulma's eyes reddened faintly, a quiet sorrow settled over her. She had waited over a year. Goku, you promised you'd return. Her whisper was frail as a filament caught in the wind, nearly swept away. Her lips pressed tight, tears held back with fierce resolve, though her flushed eyes betrayed everything. Yes, I did promise I'd return. Bulma lifted her gaze. Rain fell in soft, shimmering sheets. Through the hazy veil of mist she saw him, the familiar silhouette, and in that instant her tears broke free. There, no more crying. I'm home now. Goku stepped forward, drawing Bulma into his arms, and gently wiped her tears away with his thumb. Goku, please, never leave again. I can't bear waiting alone any longer. Her murmured plea brushed against his ear. Goku's embrace tightened instinctively, and lowering his head, he kissed her softly, tenderly. At that moment, an opaque barrier of ki enveloped them, woven seamlessly by Goku. Nearby, Yak and Iz watched, silently lamenting their ill-timed front row seats. Ugh, Goku actually erected a privacy barrier. How infuriating. Krillin's voice cut through the air. Yak turned and saw a short, bald man approaching. You know Goku too? Yak asked, stepping forward. Yes, I'm his junior disciple. We're all his close friends. But who exactly are you? Krillin gestured toward Master Roshi and the others. I'm the second younger brother newly recognized by my elder brother. Yak declared without hesitation, then froze upon spotting Master Roshi. Hey, you lecherous old man. If you keep staring at my wife like that, I'll chop off your eyes. Yak scowled. Master Roshi's lascivious gaze lingering on was simply intolerable for any self-respecting man. Master Roshi recoiled instantly. My deepest apologies. I had no idea she was Goku's sister-in-law. He averted his eyes and bowed contritely. Oomph. Yak grudgingly spared his elder brother's dignity. Hey, what are you all staring at over there? Is it that fascinating? Wukong and Bulma had appeared beside them without warning. Bulma's expression was dark, her tone sharp and unkind. Her gentleness was reserved solely for Wukong. Toward everyone else, she bore little patience. And know nothing at all, they hastily stammered. Sister-in-law, hello. Yak shouted from the side. That single title, sister-in-law, nearly short-circuited Bulma's thoughts as she turned to Wukong in bewilderment. Who on earth is this? Smooth talker, aren't you? Then keep talking. Seeing Bulma's puzzled glance, Wukong quickly stepped forward to introduce them. This is my newly sworn second brother Yak, and the young woman beside him is his wife Ice. Bulma studied the two with newfound warmth. Yak's bold address had already won her favor. Hello Yak and Ice. I'm Bulma. Sister-in-law, hello. Ice chimed in politely. Good. Sister-in-law, welcome. Bulma couldn't help but swell with quiet delight. Wukong cast a helpless look toward Bulma, then gently drew her into his arms and murmured softly, I've brought you many gifts this time, but what they are, I can't reveal just yet. Oh, all right. Wait, why can't you show them now? Bulma stammered, flustered by his sudden embrace. There are simply too many. I'd be awkward unpacking them here. I'll present them properly once we're home. All right. Bulma nodded, cheeks flushed, then turned to the group, only to find them watching her and Wukong with knowing, indulgent smiles. Mortified enough to dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of sheer embarrassment, Bulma pinched the soft flesh at Wukong's waist. Ow. Hey, what was that for? Wukong winced, rubbing his side. What do you mean, what for? Look at how they're looking at us. And you dare ask me? Go introduce yourself, properly. With that, Bulma broke free from his embrace. Hey everyone, it's been ages. Wukong greeted Krillin and the others warmly. He hadn't expected nearly everyone he knew to be present. Even Oolong had come. Wukong, nearly 2 years gone, and you've shot up again. Must be nearing 180 centimeters now. Krillin appraised him, a pang of melancholy rising in his chest. He remained the shortest among them. And how could someone so diminutive ever hope to attract a girlfriend? Indeed, among the 3 disciples, he alone remained unmarried. Yamcha, meanwhile, had long since found a girlfriend, having overcome his lifelong shyness around women 2 years prior. Since then, his romantic life had grown increasingly flamboyant. No one could even count how many girlfriends he'd had. Krillin watched in envy, yet this very disparity had widened the gulf between their martial strengths. Exactly 180, no more no less. By the way, Oolong, what brings you here? Wukong asked, curious. Oolong rolled his eyes. What do you mean, what brings me here? Am I not allowed? You've been away from Earth, so you wouldn't know. The Demon King's heir has declared he'll attend this year's World Martial Arts Tournament. Should no one defeat him, he vows to seize dominion over the world by force. Oolong spoke with palpable irritation. I see. My apologies, Oolong. Wukong hadn't anticipated Piccolo's bold declaration. It deviated sharply from canon. Clearly another ripple of his butterfly effect. Yet it mattered little. No matter how history twisted, Piccolo remained irrevocably the family's caretaker. Wukong sensed that among the assembled group, Tien Shinhan possessed the greatest strength, followed closely by Krillin. Yak, of course, did not count. A glance at his interface revealed Tien's battle power had soared to 602, a figure more than double its canonical value, while Krillin stood at an impressive 532. It was extraordinary progress. Neither had trained in gravity chambers, yet through sheer dedication, they'd surpassed their canonical selves by over 2-fold. Though Wukong's influence had certainly accelerated that growth. Wukong, I hope this time you'll fight at your absolute peak, so I may truly grasp the chasm between us. Tien Shinhan smiled wryly from the crowd, his gaze fixed on Wukong. Only after growing close with Wukong's circle had he fully grasped the staggering depth of Wukong's power. So much so that he couldn't even match the Wukong of 6 years past, let alone the man before him now. Such an abyss was profoundly disheartening, yet Tien refused to yield. His devotion to the martial path wasn't measured against others, but only against himself. Why compare? The true contest was always within. Yes, I promise. Wukong answered solemnly. This time he resolved to grant Tien a swift, honorable end, one decisive strike. To him, that was the purest form of respect. Brother, should I enter the tournament too? Yak asked, stirred by the other's enthusiasm. Of course. Wukong replied indifferently. Though if Yak competed, none present save himself could possibly best him. After all, in this era, 4-digit battle power constituted a dimensional transcendence. 5 digits were unfathomable. Huh, he's entering too. Krillin glanced skeptically at Yak, who had carefully concealed his aura, rendering his true strength utterly imperceptible. Krillin, don't underestimate him. He's second only to me here. Best tread lightly, or he might hold a grudge when you meet on the ring. Wukong flashed Krillin a mischievous grin, then exchanged a subtle, knowing glance with Yak, who instantly understood. What exactly passed between them? You'll have to guess. Hey Wukong, don't drag me into this. Krillin blanched, suddenly wary as he looked nervously toward Yak. In response, Yak offered a faint, unsettling smirk, striking Krillin like lightning. Oh no. Krillin slumped, utterly deflated. The others burst into laughter at his comically crestfallen expression. All right. We're done teasing you, Krillin. Yak isn't nearly that petty. Wukong stepped in, sensing the jest had run its course. Krillin blinked, then realized with dawning dismay he'd been thoroughly duped. Everyone else had seen through it. He alone had remained blissfully, pitifully unaware. Thank you, O most oblivious one. Krillin shot Wukong a wounded, reproachful look. Right. Let's all head off to register together, Yamcha interjected smoothly, easing the tension. At Yamcha's voice, Wukong finally checked his interface for him and recoiled inwardly. Under 300. A chasm yawned between him and Krillin, between him and Tien. Yamcha, you haven't trained seriously these past 2 years, have you? Wukong decided to intervene. Perhaps a gentle nudge might still spark change. Yamcha chuckled, awkwardly scratching his head. The harder I try, the wider the gap grows. Even with effort, I doubt I'll ever catch Krillin or Tien. Maybe I should just accept it. Life's pretty good as it is. Hearing that, Wukong sighed and abandoned further persuasion. Yamcha was beyond saving. Krillin, Tien, and Master Roshi shared the same quiet resignation. None pressed him. After all, Yamcha's heart had never belonged to the martial path. As the group entered the waiting room after registration, Wukong's lips curved into a quiet smile. He had sensed it. Their family's faithful caretaker had arrived. Wukong turned his gaze toward the direction his ki had sensed. There within his field of vision stood a green-skinned figure. Indeed, it was Piccolo. Wukong studied Piccolo with quiet curiosity. How dared he speak so boldly? As the thought crossed his mind, he opened his interface panel and found Piccolo's combat power registered at a mere 1126. His bewilderment deepened. That figure was triple the original canon. But what of his own current power level? In truth, Wukong himself bore some responsibility. During his earlier battle with the Elder Piccolo, he had summoned a vast sea to force the demon to regurgitate the egg, thereby gravely misinforming the Elder about Wukong's true strength, who mistakenly estimated it no higher than 400 or 500. And so upon reaching just over 1,000 in combat power, Piccolo declared himself invincible across the earth. And indeed, until now he had been. Yet Wukong was no earthly adversary. He was a celestial threat. At that very moment, as Wukong laid eyes on Piccolo, Piccolo too locked gazes with him and let out a cold, disdainful snort. Humph. Son Goku, just wait. The words echoed silently within Piccolo's mind. From beginning to end, he remained utterly convinced of his own superiority, certain that no being on earth could rival him. One could hardly blame the Elder Piccolo for raising such a misguided air. After all, Piccolo was still but a 3-year-old child. Yet that fact did nothing to spare him from his destined role as a reluctant caretaker. For Wukong, Piccolo's fate as Earth's eternal babysitter was sealed, forever unchangeable. Noticing Piccolo's stare, Wukong simply turned away and resumed chatting with Krillin and the others. He felt no urgency. In the ring, their confrontation was inevitable. This year's World Martial Arts Tournament progressed far more swiftly than in previous years, largely due to the looming presence of the Demon King Piccolo. Many martial artists, fearing death, chose not to attend. Turnout dwindled to half its usual number. Yet several formidable fighters emerged, ones unseen in the original chronicles. Moments after the draw concluded, Yamcha's anguished cry pierced the air. What? I'm matched against Goku in round 1. Just obliterate me now. Yamcha lamented, tears welling. Among dozens of competitors, fate had cruelly paired him alone with Goku, while everyone else avoided such a mismatch entirely. Of all the contenders, he alone drew the shortest straw, truly a man struck by lightning, utterly, irrevocably doomed. I'll grant you a swift and Yamcha. Wukong approached Yamcha, slowly, gently clapped his shoulder, and nodded solemnly. Son Goku. A woman's voice rang out, clear and poised. All turned toward its source to behold a graceful young woman clad in an elegant qipao. Krillin instantly shot Wukong a sly, knowing glance, nudging him with his elbow while his eyebrows danced with playful suspicion. Goku never took you for that kind of guy. So sophisticated, so elaborate. Wukong felt Bulma's lethal glare burning into his back from the audience stands. Impossible. Am I that kind of person? Are you? Shishi. Having read the original chronicles, Wukong recognized her instantly. Yes, it is I. Shishi nodded. A simple greeting born of minimal prior interaction and no lingering attachment. She had no intention of clinging to him now. Very well. Let's catch up properly after the tournament. Wukong dared not prolong the conversation, not for any other reason than the unblinking, searing gaze fixed upon him from behind. He knew with absolute certainty that one more word might cost him dearly once he returned home. With a quiet nod, Shishi departed. Once Wukong and Yamcha stepped onto the ring, the golden-haired announcer studied Wukong's distinctive crab-like hairstyle, and a flicker of recognition crossed his face. Are you competitor's son, Goku? The announcer asked. Yes, I am, Wukong replied with a warm, easy smile. His answer thrilled the announcer. The reigning champion had returned. The Earth's hope was renewed. He remembered Wukong vividly. The overwhelming dominance of his last tournament, the awe-inspiring aura he'd radiated in the final match, unforgettable even years later. Wonderful. You've come. I can't believe how much you've grown since we last met. Huh. Then may we begin the match? Wukong tilted his head quizzically. Yes, let the match begin. At the official signal, Wukong vanished, reappearing instantly before Yamcha, and lightly patted his shoulder. Step down and concede now. Being knocked off by me would be deeply embarrassing. Yamcha, fully agreeing, promptly descended the ring and formally surrendered. Announcer, I yield. Watching Yamcha surrender so effortlessly, Wukong sighed softly and shook his head. Yamcha truly possessed no deeper aspiration for martial cultivation. If he did, he would never have yielded so readily. Before long, the tournament narrowed to the quarterfinals. Wukong glanced at the draw and saw his opponents Tien Shinhan, Krillin Yajirobe, and Piccolo. Intriguing. Krillin and Yajirobe had indeed drawn each other. Krillin, spotting the pairing, paled slightly and nervously glanced toward Yajirobe. Yajirobe, you won't hold a grudge, will you? Krillin scratched his bald head awkwardly. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. Was Yajirobe truly that petty? Though admittedly wily, he was certainly not the sort to nurse resentment over trivial matters. Hearing this, Krillin exhaled in relief, though he knew his journey would end here in the quarterfinals. Oh well, give it your all. The first quarterfinal pitted Wukong against Tien Shinhan. Goku, show me your true strength. Tien assumed his stance, his expression grave and resolute. He knew full well if Wukong unleashed his full power, not a single strike would land. He'd fall before the first blow. But what of it? Even this fleeting glimpse would reveal the chasm between them. Very well. Wukong met Tien's earnest gaze and nodded seriously. The instant the match began, Wukong blurred forward, materializing beside Tien before he could react, and delivered a precise knife-hand strike to his neck. Tien staggered forward and collapsed unconscious. Wukong lowered his raised hand and turned calmly toward the announcer. Declare the result. Oh yes. Competitor's son, Goku wins. The announcer barely registered the match's conclusion, already marveling inwardly. Truly, only Son Goku could end a bout so swiftly. Spectators watched Tien's clean, decisive defeat, simultaneously awestruck and disbelieving. Piccolo watched Wukong descend from the ring, his expression darkening, his emerald skin seeming to deepen with every passing second. That single strike, so swift even he hadn't tracked it, proved Wukong's power dwarfed his own. While Piccolo remained lost in thought, the second quarterfinal commenced. Krillin gathered his ki, drove his feet into the ground, and launched himself toward Yajirobe with explosive force. Yajirobe evaded the incoming punch with effortless grace and slipped through Krillin's next flurry of rapid strikes like mist parting before wind. Krillin watched Yajirobe's fluid evasion, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The gulf between them was staggering. Enough, Krillin. I'll take my turn now. Yajirobe had promised not to target him unfairly, but that didn't mean he'd remain passive. With blinding speed, Yajirobe delivered a whip-like roundhouse kick to Krillin's side, carefully restraining his power. Had he struck with full force, Krillin would have exploded on impact. The tremendous force sent Krillin hurtling backward like a comet, slamming headlong into the ring's outer wall with a thunderous crash. A plume of dust rose, then settled. Krillin staggered upright, bruised but unbroken. Yajirobe's precision restraint had spared him serious injury. Krillin offered a wry, resigned smile. The gap really is that wide. Competitor Yajirobe wins. Yajirobe leapt down from the ring and walked over to Krillin. Krillin, are you all right? Huh. You held back. You only gave me a light scrape. Krillin chuckled. Piccolo, watching from below, turned yet greener. Even with Yajirobe holding back, he'd seen only a blur. Cursed. Another stronger than I. He recalled his earlier boasts and let out a bitter, hollow laugh. A pathetic joke. Back in the preparation room, Krillin turned to Yajirobe. By the way, just how strong is Goku? The question stirred memories in Yajirobe. The sky over planet Yardrat, filled with golden ki, radiant, divine, overwhelming. Yajirobe shook his head. I don't know precisely, but he exists on a plane far beyond ours. Across the cosmos, power is measured in combat power. Mine exceeds 10,000. On Earth, only that green-skinned fiend surpasses 1,000. Everyone else hovers around a few hundred. As for my elder brother, his figure likely ascends into the hundreds of millions, or higher. As they spoke, Piccolo likewise dispatched his opponent in a single move, drawing their attention once more. So that's the Demon King Piccolo, truly formidable. Krillin murmured, awed. Krillin suspected even he stepping into the ring would fall to one strike. Not so impressive really, just over 1,000 combat power. Yajirobe remarked nonchalantly. Krillin rolled his eyes, speechless, staring blankly at Yajirobe. Hey, you're over 10,000. Of course it seems trivial to you. I'm barely in the hundreds. Krillin felt the exhaustion of low-tier power acutely, constantly overshadowed, perpetually mocked. Though Yajirobe meant no harm, his effortless condescension was profoundly demoralizing. Ultimately, Shishi too fell in the quarterfinals. Soon after, the semifinal bracket was revealed: Wukong versus Yajirobe. On the ring, the two stood facing each other from opposite ends. Elder brother, just how powerful are you? Yajirobe asked, eyes fixed on Wukong. You'll find out soon enough. Come, attack me. Wukong made no defensive posture whatsoever. Very well, I'm coming. Kamehameha now. Wukong expected Yajirobe to close the distance, but instead Yajirobe unleashed a point-blank Kamehameha wave straight at him. Wukong swiftly raised his right hand, catching the blast midair. Hey, Yajirobe, that's not how this works. Who opens with a full-power attack? With a casual flick of his wrist, residual blue energy arced gracefully across the air and dissolved. Huh, elder brother, if I played by the rules, how could I possibly land a hit on you? That single line silenced Wukong instantly. Indeed, he'd intended to dazzle Yajirobe with a show of skill. Fine, no more delays. I'll go easy on you this time. He delivered those words in the calmest, most ordinary tone, yet they carried terrifying weight. During those 14 days aboard the ship, Yajirobe had been battered, bruised, and broken, again and again, by Wukong's fists. Damn it, I'm going all out. Yajirobe lunged forward, only to vanish in a flash, reappearing behind Wukong in the blink of an eye. Yet to Wukong that blinding speed appeared agonizingly slow. Without turning, Wukong seized Yajirobe's skull in his left hand and slammed him headfirst into the ground with brutal, crushing force. Boom! A massive crater erupted on the ring's surface, dust and debris exploding outward. The announcer instinctively covered his mouth and nose, squinting tightly against the choking haze. As the smoke cleared, the announcer peered into the crater and saw Yajirobe lying motionless. Instantly, he declared competitor's son Goku wins. Below, Krillin stared at Yajirobe's battered form and inexplicably felt a surge of schadenfreude. Fortunately, rigorous training had taught him restraint. Laughter would only erupt under dire necessity. Huh. In the end, Krillin couldn't contain himself. You're finished, Krillin. I'll tell Yajirobe. See if this time he remembers. Yamcha chimed in with teasing mischief. Ha. Cough, cough, cough. His sudden interjection nearly choked Krillin mid-laugh. In the following match, Piccolo triumphed with equal ease. Thus, the final match was set: Wukong versus Piccolo. Standing before him in the ring, Piccolo's expression hardened, grave, resolute, and deeply unsettled. Son Goku, I know you are strong, but the debt between us must be repaid. Hearing this, Wukong sighed, a long, weary exhalation. Ow, I sense you differ from the elder Piccolo. Do you even know why I slew him? Piccolo shook his head. Having devoted his entire existence to cultivation, he'd never concerned himself with such history. Because he embodied pure evil, his sole ambition was to enslave Earth. This world is beautiful, its people gentle, kind, radiant with life. But should he have succeeded, every smile, every spark of joy, would vanish from human faces forever. Wukong immediately deployed the ultimate weapon of the righteous hero, the moral monologue. And for the protagonist, such rhetoric always prevailed. Smile. Piccolo's nature was not inherently malevolent. Over these past 3 years he had aided many, though always aloof, distant, and fiercely proud. Perhaps only Prince Vegeta surpassed him in sheer unrelenting pride. Yes, you. Unlike old Piccolo, your nature is kind. Over the past 3 years you must have helped many people, right? Have you ever felt happiness seeing their genuine smiles and gratitude? Wukong countered to Piccolo. Hearing Wukong's words, Piccolo fell into deep thought, recalling those he had helped, particularly a little girl. The little girl took out a lollipop, her face beaming with innocent joy as she said to him, "Uncle, thank you. They'll treat you to candy. Lollipops are so sweet. If I don't need it." After saying this, he quickly flew away. If asked about his feelings back, then he would certainly answer it was joy. Thank you. Countless voices of gratitude echoed in his mind, overlapping in that moment. Alright, that's all he'll say. This is why I wanted to kill old Piccolo. Of course, because I killed him. If you still hate me, then come on. Wukong sighed, looking sentimentally at Piccolo. Piccolo gazed at Wukong, torn. Indeed, he had grown to deeply love this earth and the people living on this planet over the past 3 years. His father, however, wanted to destroy this beautiful world. Perhaps his death was fated to happen. Wukong honestly didn't expect that he could successfully talk his way through this. He felt he was truly filial, exceptionally filial. Snapping back to reality, Piccolo glanced at Wukong and snorted. Let's talk about revenge later. For now, let's finish this match. Okay. Piccolo assumed his stance, only to find Wukong standing still. Why aren't you moving? Piccolo couldn't help but feel puzzled. You go first. I'll let you hit me as an apology for killing your father. Wukong's words left Piccolo speechless, and for a moment he truly felt he deserved to die. To seek revenge against such a kind person. No need. I've already let go of my hatred. Wukong smiled slightly upon hearing Piccolo's words, then assumed a defensive posture. Come on. Seeing Wukong finally take a defensive stance, a smile appeared at the corner of Piccolo's mouth as he threw a punch at Wukong. Ultimately, the match concluded with Wukong's victory, as expected. After slapping Piccolo's Demon King cannon away, Wukong delivered a punch to Piccolo's stomach, embedding him into the wall. After the host announced the victory, Wukong stepped off the stage and pulled Piccolo out from the wall. How about training with me from now on, to better protect this beautiful planet? Hearing this, Piccolo's green face flushed slightly, and he finally replied proudly, no need. Wukong knew Piccolo would respond this way. After all, he was a proud being, second only to Vegeta in Dragon Ball. Then how about I give you something beneficial for your training later? Piccolo snorted coldly and flew away. Wukong watched the black figure gradually disappear into the sky, shaking his head helplessly. This match was broadcast live globally, and when Wukong won with overwhelming power, countless people erupted into cheers. Among them, a small portion smiled contentedly, for they were those whom Piccolo had helped, firmly believing that he was a kind person. After collecting the prize money, Wukong joined the others, even though he no longer cared for such a small amount. As he gathered, he felt a soft hand climb onto the flesh at his waist. Wukong, can you explain to me who that girl in the Chi Pao was? Bulma looked at Wukong with a curious expression. Bulma, do you not remember the Ox King's family? That's Chi-Chi. We just exchanged greetings, Wukong quickly explained. Upon hearing this, Bulma released her grip from his flesh. Oh, so she is Chi-Chi. I always thought she would grow up to be very beautiful. Bulma recalled her clear memories of the first Dragon Ball search. Now that she's so pretty, do you like her? Bulma threw out a loaded question. Wukong smiled at her, embracing Bulma, as his gentle voice resonated in her ear. No, liking you is enough. My heart is small and can only hold you. Bulma's fair skin instantly turned crimson, as she had never heard Wukong say such cheesy words. Oh, don't be like that. Oh, we're still outside. The once open Bulma now became shy. Seeing her like this, Wukong couldn't help but sigh, feeling that the romantic lines he had read in his past life weren't in vain. Wukong. At that moment, Chi-Chi, dressed in a Chi Pao, walked towards them, and Bulma looked at Chi-Chi with a hint of hostility. Chi-Chi naturally noticed Bulma's gaze. Seeing the tall and handsome Wukong, it would be a lie to say she wasn't moved as a girl. But so what if she was moved? Some people are destined to be fated, but never together, just like in the original story with Wukong and Bulma, and now with Wukong and Chi-Chi. She could not bring herself to compete for a man with another. Chi-Chi, Wukong replied, noticing Bulma tightly clinging to his arm, making him somewhat uncomfortable. Chi-Chi, hello, I'm Bulma, Wukong's girlfriend. I actually met you before, Bulma declared, asserting her claim while leaning against Wukong. Wukong showed no displeasure at Bulma's behavior. After all, didn't it prove that Bulma cared about him? Moreover, he could also reap some benefits, couldn't he? Hello, Bulma, I remember you too. Chi-Chi, it seems you have been training hard these past few years, making it into the top 8. Making it to the top 8 in the martial arts tournament indicates at least a power level of 100, which is quite impressive for an ordinary person given that most people never exceed 10 in their lifetime. Yes, I really like martial arts, so I've been committed to training. Chi-Chi, still a girl, maintained her strong interest in martial arts, unlike in the original story, where she became a wife and grew averse to training. It's not that she disliked it, mainly the original Wukong was too neglectful of family responsibilities. She had to support several Saiyans on her own. Didn't she even teach Goten for a while? How about I take you to a place that can greatly enhance your martial arts level? You all can come along. After saying this, Wukong glanced at Krillin and the others as their martial arts levels were far behind his. Sure. Chi-Chi nodded. All right, let's go together. Krillin scratched his head in agreement, while Tien and Yamcha also nodded. Finally, everyone looked at Yamcha. Under their gazes, Yamcha ultimately decided to join them. It wasn't that he was cowardly, it was simply from the heart. You all should join hands and teleport over. Once Krillin and the others formed a circle, Wukong held Bulma in one arm and rested a hand on one of their shoulders. In an instant, everyone arrived at the temple. Wukong, what brings you here? Who are they? The god was puzzled by the sudden appearance of the group, as he couldn't always keep an eye on Wukong and the others. In bringing them here to train, God Bobo, would you be willing to teach them? This would depend on whether God and Bobo agreed, but Wukong felt they were likely to consent as it would contribute to the development of martial arts on Earth. God and Bobo exchanged glances and nodded. Yes, that's fine, but it can only last for 3 years. How much they learn will depend on their talent. 3 years. That's enough. Wukong thought he completed his training in a year. They would surely manage in 3, although he had never considered how high his talent was. Bobo looked at Wukong speechlessly, thinking, does he think everyone has such high talent as he does? 3 years. That's quite a long time. Yamcha said fearfully from the side. 3 years is a long time. By the time 3 years pass, his girlfriend might have had a child with him, though it wouldn't be his. You all should know the instant transmission technique, right? After training each day, just fly back and come back for training the next day. Bobo thought of a solution. Phew, that's a relief. Yamcha breathed a sigh of relief, not fearing that his girlfriend would betray him. All right, everyone, you will train here for 3 years. Bulma and I will head back now. Oh, by the way, Yeikais, and you two come with me. Your residences haven't been arranged yet. After saying this, Wukong teleported away with the 3. End of volume. Summary and power level settings for the next volume. The first volume ends here. It took me over 10 days to finish it, totaling just over 30 chapters, mainly discussing the plot during the Dragon Ball era. I actually wanted to write about the relationship between Wukong and Bulma, but since it's my first time writing, I struggled. After realizing the earlier chapters weren't good, I quickly picked up the pace. To be honest, this is my first time writing a novel, and I felt it wasn't very smooth at first. It wasn't until I wrote more than 20 chapters that I began to feel it flowing. The protagonist of this book is a new soul born from the fusion of a modern person with Wukong's soul, so don't judge based on the original Wukong's character, nor completely based on modern thinking. I initially wanted to write a novel for fun and to poke fun, which is why the protagonist's former name in his past life was Yin and I. If you have played the Dragon Ball Z battle game and have seen a video by a certain uploader named Yin and I on Bilibili, you should understand. As I continued writing since I signed a contract, I began to take it seriously. In any case, please forgive any shortcomings in my first attempt at writing a novel. The following are the power level settings for the characters appearing in the story. Many settings have been modified by me as the power levels have already collapsed, and if I don't modify them, the power levels in my book will collapse too. If you have opinions, you can comment in the text. If I find your points reasonable before the characters appear, I will make changes. This is actually a discussion about the original power levels. This book will still make some changes, mainly discussing important characters who appear as enemies. Characters with fewer appearances will not be discussed. The following are the power levels for characters when they first appeared in this book. Raditz, 1,500. Nappa originally said to be 4,000, but since his performance certainly wasn't 4,000, I set it to 5,000. Vegeta, 18,000. Due to certain reasons in this book, it is 25,000. The reasons will be mentioned later. Frieza, no need to say much. In the original story, his final form is 2 billion. However, in this book, due to the crisis caused by the death of his brother Cooler, he trained for some time, and his final form's power reached 6 billion, with all other forms being 5 times the original power. The following begins with the power levels in the original story, as they are in my book. If there are no enhancements in this book, then this is the power level. But the power levels still have the potential to be enhanced due to the butterfly effect. So just take these data lightly and don't take them too seriously. Android 16 1 billion. It is clearly stated in the manga that Android 16 is as strong as Cell after absorbing tens of thousands of people on his second appearance. Android 17, 800 million. Android 18, 700 million. Android 19, 350 million. Android 20, 350 million. Cell initially appeared after absorbing tens of thousands. He was at 500 million. After absorbing tens of thousands more, he reached 1 billion. After absorbing Android 17, in his second form, he was at 2 billion. His perfect form was 5 billion, and his lightning form was 8 billion. Dabura 8, 5 billion. He can gain the upper hand in a battle against teenage Gohan in Super Saiyan 2. Although grown-up Gohan is not as strong as he was as a child, he shouldn't have declined too much, thus being slightly weaker than teenage Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. Majin Buu, the fat Buu that first appears, is at 60 billion. The normal form of Buu is at 80 billion. Piccolo Buu is at 90 billion. Gotenks Buu is at 150 billion. Gohan Buu is at 160 billion. In my setting, even if Buu absorbs others, his power level will not simply add up. There will always be losses. Original Buu, 50 billion, having no one's power, the most original, most evil, and weakest form. After all, he even split off a weaker fat Buu. By the way, in previous settings, a power level above 300 billion was defined as divine power, but I changed it to 1 trillion as it feels more reasonable. QQ Group 942583176. You can join to discuss together. Returning to Bulma's home in West City, everyone settled on the sofa. Goku glanced at Yake and is then turned to ask, "Where do you plan to stay?" The couple exchanged glances, contemplated for a moment, and decided to stay in the city. After all, the city is far more interesting than the countryside. "Let's stay in West City. We'll buy a house near your place." They brought quite a few valuable items this time, including a good amount of gold. In fact, gold is far less valuable on their planet than on Earth, but under Goku's reminder, they still brought a lot. Near our house. There aren't any particularly large villas near us. This is the very center of West City. Everything else is commercial streets and tall buildings. Hearing what Yake and his wife said, Goku scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Is that so? Yake felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this, but there was nothing to be done. They had to look for another place. "So, big brother, where's the nearest villa to your house?" At that moment, Goku pulled out an electronic screen from somewhere, tapped on it a couple of times, and then handed it to Yake. Yake quickly caught it and looked down at the electronic screen. "How about this one? It's about 6 kilometers from our house, and this villa has a large area. You want to stay close to us because you want to train with me, right? 6 kilometers would take you just a few seconds to cover. It's quite close." Goku had already selected a villa for Yake, believing it was the most suitable option, so he asked, "What do you think about this one?" Yake examined the details of the villa and then passed the electronic screen to Iz. After looking at it for a while, Iz nodded. Both of them thought the villa was quite nice. It was sufficient for the two of them. "Big brother, let's go with this one." Goku nodded upon hearing this. "Then you can go directly to that villa. It's actually an extra villa of mine. You can just move in. In a few days, I'll take care of your identities, and you can come to my house to collect them." Bulma chimed in from the side. A villa was nothing significant for her. Offering it was just a small gift, especially since they had been calling her sister-in-law, which made her quite happy. Moreover, Bulma wanted them to leave quickly to avoid disturbing her and Goku. "All right, big brother, sister-in-law, goodbye. We'll come back in a few days." Yake and his wife clearly understood Bulma's intentions, exchanged their farewells, and then left. After they departed, Bulma looked at Goku, remembering that he mentioned having many gifts for her. "What about the gifts you mentioned?" Bulma glanced at Goku. Goku quickly realized and took out the gifts from the universal capsule, which instantly formed a small mountain on the ground. Bulma stared in astonishment at the mountain of gifts. Clearly, Goku wasn't lying. There were indeed a lot of them. She wondered what the gifts could be. "So many. Goku, what are these? Why are there so many?" Upon hearing Bulma's question, Goku leaned closer to her ear with a mischievous smile and whispered, "Bulma, let me tell you these." Goku introduced the gifts for a long time, not noticing that Bulma's face was growing redder, mainly because some of the gifts were rather inappropriate. "All right, Goku, let's go back to the room." After saying this, Bulma took Goku's arm and walked towards the bedroom. "Hey, where are we going to the bedroom?" Clearly, Goku was puzzled by Bulma's actions. "Don't worry about it," Bulma said, tightening her grip on his arm. "Wait, Bulma, it's still daytime." "So what if it's daytime? Who said it can't be done during the day? Or are you saying you can't?" This statement made Goku quite angry. A man must never admit he can't do it. As they say, absence makes the heart grow fonder, and not to mention they hadn't even married, yet having been separated for more than a year during their romance, it was truly a fire ready to ignite. After a while, Bulma lay on Goku's body, her right cheek blushing as it rested on his left chest, her fingers drawing circles on his chest. This made Goku feel incredibly ticklish. Don't do that, Bulma, it tickles. Hearing Goku say this, Bulma revealed a sly smile, and not only did she not stop, but she intensified her actions. Seeing Bulma like this, Goku simply gave up struggling, letting her do as she pleased. By the way, Bulma, let's get married. Goku had actually been pondering this for a long time, ever since they first got together more than a year ago. Bulma froze at his words, clearly caught off guard by Goku's sudden proposal. When should we hold the wedding? Bulma's hand, which had stopped slowly, began to move again. You decide, that's why I'm asking you. Goku felt a bit uncomfortable due to Bulma's actions. As for the kind of discomfort, those who understand will understand, and those who don't won't. My mom talked to me about this a while ago. Let's go talk to her tomorrow. During the year when Goku was in the universe, Mrs. Brief had indeed discussed their relationship with Bulma, but at that time Bulma didn't pay much attention. Tomorrow? Can't we do it today? Goku asked, somewhat puzzled. Demeo, Goku, now I'm going to reward you. The next day, early in the morning, Goku and Bulma went to find Mrs. Brief. Upon discovering Goku and Bulma, Mrs. Brief looked at them with a strange expression. They hadn't left the room since yesterday afternoon, truly the vigor of youth. Mom, why are you looking at us like that? Bulma said, slightly irritated by her gaze. Mrs. Brief couldn't help but laugh at this. Haha, you should know the reason, right? Hearing Mrs. Brief's teasing, Bulma's face turned slightly red. Mom, Bulma called out in a somewhat spoiled yet stubborn tone. All right, enough joking. What do you two want to discuss with me? Having had her fun with jokes, Mrs. Brief shifted to serious matters. Bulma glanced at Goku, signaling him to speak. Goku felt a bit shy, but still managed to say it. We came to discuss our wedding. Goku said awkwardly while scratching the back of his head, as this matter was somewhat embarrassing for anyone. After saying this, Goku and Bulma waited for Mrs. Brief to respond, who had fallen into deep thought. Yes, indeed. It's high time you two settled things. After all, it's been several years. Mrs. Briefs nodded as she spoke. Mom, Goku and I haven't been together for years. We've only been dating for over a year. Bulma rolled her eyes. Oh really? I already considered Goku my son-in-law the very first time he visited our home. Mrs. Briefs cast a mischievous grin toward Goku and Bulma. What do you mean by that? Your mouth may be the hardest thing about you, but you know full well why you brought Goku home that first time. Goku watched Bulma with mild curiosity, while Bulma, mortified, wished fervently for a hole to swallow her whole. All right, Mom. Can we please drop this topic? Bulma had long since surrendered. Mrs. Briefs blinked in mild surprise. Her daughter hadn't doubled down on denial this time. How rare. So, what are your thoughts? Mrs. Briefs still wanted to hear the young couple's own perspective. After all, it was their wedding. The sooner the better. Goku, ever impatient with delay, saw no sense in dragging things out. If marriage was the path, then let it begin without hesitation. Then how about the 1st of next month? Would you like a grand ceremony? Having set the date, Mrs. Briefs turned to Goku and Bulma. They exchanged a glance and shook their heads in unison. A lavish affair. Far too troublesome. Just invite those we know well. Then we'll hold it here at home. The space is more than sufficient. Don't worry about the details, so I'll handle everything. Truth be told, the Briefs' residence could easily accommodate over 1,000 guests. But since the couple preferred intimacy, a gathering of a few dozen would suit perfectly. And so 1 month later, at the wedding, Goku and Krillin stood chatting. Goku, you're actually married now? Meanwhile, Yamcha has already swapped girlfriends again, and me. Sigh. Let's not dwell on it, Krillin sighed helplessly. Is height and appearance truly that decisive? Goku had found Bulma, a brilliant, beautiful heiress. Yamcha cycled through partners like seasonal fashions, and Krillin remained hapless and perpetually single. Hearing Krillin's lament, Goku clapped him gently on the shoulder. Don't worry, you'll definitely find a lovely wife someday. Goku wasn't lying, but that day lay years ahead, by which time Krillin would be well into his 30s. As the saying goes, 30-year-old women favor 18-year-old youths, while 18-year-old maidens seek 30-year-old men. By then, Krillin would stand at the very peak of his prime. Haha, may your words come true. Krillin chuckled skeptically. Only 9 years later would he finally believe what Goku had said that day. Yamcha, overhearing their conversation, sauntered over and slung an arm around each of them. Krillin, don't take it so hard. Tien's still single too, isn't he? He winked slyly toward Tien, who, having heard every word, chose to remain silent. Don't say that. Tien doesn't have to stay single. Krillin grinned wickedly at Tien. He knew full well the quiet understanding between Tien and Launch. Huh, you mean Launch? Goku caught on instantly. Wait, how did you know? Krillin frowned. He'd learned of their bond only through frequent training under Master Roshi. Yet Goku rarely stayed long, merely dropping by to visit. After the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, perhaps due to some butterfly effect, Tien had trained briefly under Master Roshi. With careful observation, anyone might have noticed the subtle tension between them. Yet Goku himself had never studied them closely. His insight came solely from prior knowledge of their story. Haha, yeah. Goku scratched his head sheepishly. Let this charming misunderstanding linger a while longer. Hey, what exactly are you talking about? What business do Launch and I have? Tien flushed crimson. Ah, right. 3. Meanwhile, Bulma, resplendent in a pure white wedding gown, chatted warmly with blue-haired Launch. Bulma, you and Goku have finally tied the knot. We've all been waiting for this day for years. Bulma raised an eyebrow, Launch daring to tease her now. The balance of power had shifted decisively. Indeed. So, when will you and Tien be walking down the aisle? Bulma fixed Launch with a playful knowing smirk. Launch's cheeks burned scarlet. Had she been blonde, perhaps she'd have held her composure better. As it was, she stammered incoherently, unable to voice even the faintest hint of her secret plans. Bulma, of course, knew precisely why. That was exactly why she chose to tease Launch now while her hair was still blue, and reveled in her flustered silence, repaying every jest Launch had once made about her and Goku. That evening, both Bulma and Goku drank deeply. By nightfall, Goku, fortified by his extraordinary physiology, remained lucid while Bulma lay utterly intoxicated. Goku, do you prefer boys or girls? Her cheeks flushed rose-pink, her eyes pools of liquid mirth, soft, tender, yet laced with coy allure, as she nestled against him, giggling foolishly. Why ask such a thing? Go to sleep, you're drunk. Be good. Goku stroked her sapphire tresses, voice warm and gentle. No, Bulma wants to have babies with you. And the night passed in quiet intimacy. At dawn, the newlyweds shared breakfast, then retrieved the Dragon Radar. Once again, they embarked upon the quest for the Dragon Balls, not with urgency, but as if on a honeymoon, savoring Earth's breathtaking landscapes at every turn. 1 month later, they gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. This time, Goku wished for the divine cultivation method. Long ago, during his training with King Kai, he had first learned of dimensional tiers, and understood both their nature and the profound advantages conferred by ascending them. He had even asked King Kai directly about such methods, but the sovereign declined, insisting Goku must first accept appointment as a candidate Kai. Naturally, Goku refused. Dimensional tier may be understood as a refined form of mental energy, an elevated manifestation of spirit. Divine beings possess immense mental energy, yet even the most formidable mortal remains ultimately mortal. Goku's mental energy was extraordinarily potent, allowing him to ascend rapidly through all tiers up to and including the Grand Kai's domain. 2 factors accounted for this strength: innate talent, and equally vital, King Kai himself. His culinary offerings were nothing short of legendary. What a truly noble soul King Kai was, Goku mused inwardly. In gratitude, he resolved to visit King Kai's planet more often. Super Saiyan God embodied divine aura. If Goku cultivated his being to the divine tier, would his base form then resonate with that same sacred energy? And what then would his Super Saiyan God transformation become? Goku eagerly anticipated the answer. Indeed, only upon attaining the divine tier could one fully transmute one's inner energy into divine aura. Yet before reaching the divine tier, mortals could access fragments of divine aura, though its purity would remain incomplete. Curiously, this limitation appeared to hold little weight for Saiyans. Goku opened his eyes, having fully internalized the divine cultivation method, and returned home with Bulma. His first act upon arriving was to teach Bulma the art, and so half a year passed. At this moment, Wukong was anxiously waiting outside the room as his child was about to be born, marking his first experience as a father. He believed that no one could remain calm at such a moment. The tension was not just about the child, but more so about Bulma's safety. Bulma did not go to the hospital during her pregnancy. Instead, she hired the best medical team to come to their home, as it was only fitting given their family's financial condition. Mr. Son Wukong, you can come in now. It's a boy and both mother and child are safe. We will leave first. You can call us if anything comes up. A group of masked female doctors walked out through the sliding door. After a long wait, Wukong finally heard those words he had been longing to hear. Thank you so much. If anything comes up, I'll reach out to you again. Wukong nodded at the female doctors before stepping into the room. As soon as he entered the room, Wukong walked to Bulma's bedside, looking at her with great concern. Bulma, are you okay? At that moment, Bulma's face was slightly pale, but since she had been training alongside Wukong, her physical condition was much better than that of an average person. I'm fine. You should go see our son. He really looks a lot like you. Bulma smiled with relief. Okay, sure. After seeing that Bulma was not seriously harmed, Wukong turned his gaze toward the small bed where the boy lay. The little boy had a tail growing from his backside, and while his face resembled Wukong's, his hair was somewhat different. Upon closer inspection, his hair had a faint blue tint, but overall it appeared black. It seems my genes are stronger than Vegeta's, Wukong thought shamelessly. He picked up the little boy and brought him to Bulma's bedside. Wukong, what do you want to name our son? Bulma asked, looking at the child in Wukong's arms. Wukong thought for a moment and decided there was no need to change it. He would just use that name. Let's name him Sun Wufan in memory of my grandfather. Actually, Bulma had met Sun Wufan a few times, the first being after the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, when Wukong brought Bulma to see the fortune teller and then met Sun Wufan. Sun Wufan, huh? That's nice. Should we go visit your grandfather and tell him about this? Bulma asked Wukong. Yes, let's wait until you fully recover before we go visit him. Wukong nodded and said. Perhaps it was because he was a half-breed Saiyan, but little Sun Wufan was very lively right after birth, playfully pinching Wukong's face. You little rascal, pinching your father's face at such a young age. What will you do when you grow up? Wukong joked, gently patting little Wufan's bottom. Hee. Bulma quietly laughed at the father-son duo. Little Wufan quieted down, looking at Wukong intently before bursting into loud cries. 2 years later, Wukong awakened from his meditative state, discovering that the divine cultivation method was quite similar to meditation with just a few additional elements. Wukong opened his eyes and glanced at his status panel. Sun Wukong race, Saiyan battle power, 91 million dimension King, Kai transformation, Super Saiyan full power. Indeed, Wukong's base battle power had reached 91 million, even though he had not focused much on increasing his battle power over the past 2 years, instead concentrating on dimensional training. Of course, after training in dimensions, the higher dimensional level had slightly contributed to an increase in battle power. If all goes well, his base battle power would likely exceed 100 million next year. No, it is certain. Daddy. At that moment, little Wufan ran over with his short legs, leaping into Wukong's arms. Wufan, what are you doing here? Where's your mother? Wukong ruffled Wufan's hair. Mommy is busy as she sent me to find you to play. Upon hearing Wufan's words, Wukong remembered that he had asked Bulma a few days ago to make several gravity rings, and indeed Bulma had been quite busy these past few days. These gravity rings were intended for Krillin and the others, so their battle power could increase more rapidly. What do you want to play, Wufan? Wukong decided to spend more time with Wufan these days to relieve Bulma of any worries about him. I want to go to the amusement park. All right, Daddy will take you there. Let's fly there, okay? Okay, Daddy is the best. Little Wufan couldn't contain his joy upon hearing that his father would take him to the amusement park, and he happily kissed Wukong's cheek. Wukong looked at the adorable little Wufan in his arms and smiled sincerely. What a wonderful life this is. In the evening, just as Wukong and little Wufan returned home, they saw Bulma coming out to greet them. Not long ago, she had finally completed all the gravity rings. Wukong, why haven't you maintained that golden-haired state these past few days? Bulma was curious as to why Wukong had returned to his black-haired state, as he had maintained his golden hair throughout the previous year. Bulma liked the golden hair not only because it looked more handsome, but also because it was exceptionally fierce in that regard. Thinking of this, a blush crept onto Bulma's face. Bulma preferred the Super Saiyan form, while Sun Wukong was not too keen on maintaining it all the time. Meditating in the Super Saiyan state was too inefficient, and even at full power his mind could not be as calm as in his normal state. Moreover, during the year of training at full power, the frequency of nighttime activities had noticeably increased compared to before. It wasn't his initiative, but Bulma's, as she would tease him. Cough, cough. Haha, this is one of my forms, and I've completed its training, so there's no need to maintain it. Besides, keeping it up has some adverse effects on me. Wukong was not lying. Maintaining full power continuously did not benefit his meditation. Is that so? That's truly a pity, Bulma said somewhat regretfully. When Bulma said the words, "Is that so?" Wukong's heart skipped a beat, but thankfully the following sentence eased his worries. Bulma stepped forward, squatting down to pick up little Wufan, smiling as she asked him, "Wufan, did you have fun this afternoon?" "Yes, I had fun. It's a pity Mommy didn't come." Little Wufan kept poking with his thumbs, feeling a bit wronged. "All right, next time Daddy and Mommy will go with you." Bulma pinched little Wufan's chubby cheeks. "Really?" Little Wufan's eyes sparkled as if small stars had lit up. "Really? Yay, that's awesome." At that moment, a voice from outside came. "Wukong, we came to see you." Wukong and Bulma walked out the door into the courtyard, where they saw Krillin and a group of 5 people. Uncle Krillin, Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Tien, Shinhan, Uncle Kaiatsu, Uncle Yajirobe. Little Wufan politely greeted each of them. "Hey, little Wufan. It's been a few months since we last saw you. You've grown up, haven't you? Yajirobe greeted from the side. They had all met little Wufan before. After all, they weren't always stuck in the Divine Palace for 3 years. What brought you here? Wukong asked them with a puzzled expression. Didn't our 3-year training at the Divine Palace end? We came to find you together, Yamcha replied. Oh, indeed, when you think about it, it's been 3 years, Wukong nodded. Hey, where's Shishi? Bulma noticed that Shishi had not come along and looked at Krillin with some confusion. Bulma remained quite concerned about Shishi for various reasons, even after marrying Wukong, as one should never overly trust a man's self-control. She stayed back at the Divine Palace. Krillin's words left both Wukong and Bulma dumbfounded. What? She stayed at the Divine Palace. Wukong was somewhat confused. Seeing Wukong and Bulma's bewildered expressions, Krillin spoke seriously. Yes, she has become a candidate, celestial god. Upon hearing this, for some reason, Wukong's anxious heart finally eased. Has she become a candidate, celestial god? That's good. Oh, perhaps this is a good ending for her. Since you all are here, don't rush to leave. How about we have a barbecue party tonight? Wukong suggested as his thoughts returned. Sounds good, everyone agreed without objection. At the party, the briefs did not show up. In their own words, why would we attend a young people's party? At this party, Wukong even invited Piccolo. Although Piccolo said he didn't want to come, he ultimately showed up. If it's all for that thing that can make him stronger. Piccolo thought to himself. It was already late at the party and everyone was nearly full and starting to boast except for Wukong and Yake, who were still devouring the barbecue. Bulma had already taken little Gohan back to rest early. Hey Wukong, I heard that many men have very low family status after getting married. What do you say? Krillin with a slightly drunken grin looked at Wukong. He knew that Wukong definitely spoiled Bulma, so his family status couldn't be very high. Krillin, what kind of expression is that? Do you think my family status is low? Wukong felt insulted and quickly put down the barbecue in his hand. Let me tell you, I'm not boasting. At home I do whatever I want. What have I not done to please Bulma? My family status is the status of a family emperor. Wukong had a sense of unparalleled superiority. Just then the gravity bracelet on his wrist vibrated. Looking down, he saw it was a call from Bulma. Ahem, my wife is calling. He'll step aside to take the call. You all continue chatting. Wukong pretended to cough twice before walking over 10 meters away. He opened the voice call, turned the volume down to the lowest, and cautiously asked, Hello, Bulma, what's up? What's up? What time is it? You're still there drinking and boasting, aren't you coming back soon? Is Gohan still awake? He's been crying for you to put him to sleep. Okay, I'm coming back right now. Wukong hung up the phone, raised his head to glance at Krillin and the others, feeling that they shouldn't have heard him. He then walked back with his chest out and head held high. You all continue chatting. Bulma needs me for something, so I'll head back to the house for a bit. With that, Wukong flew back to his room through the balcony. After Wukong left, the others could no longer hold back. They were all professionally trained. Unless they could not help it, they really couldn't hold it in any longer. What family emperor? Shouldn't it be family subordinate? Wukong had calculated everything, but missed one point. Piccolo's hearing was particularly sharp. A quarter of an hour later, Wukong came out with 6 gravity bracelets. When he arrived at the dining table, he felt everyone looking at him strangely, making him a bit curious. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong? No, nothing's wrong. We just thought of something happy, Krillin replied, suppressing his laughter. This is a gravity bracelet. It greatly benefits the increase of combat power. It has been tested and is effective, capable of withstanding up to 300 times the gravity, but you should ideally start from 10 times and gradually increase. Wukong handed the gravity bracelets to everyone, explaining as they took them. After 3 years of training, even Yamcha was close to a combat power of 1,000, while Krillin and Tianjinhan had already surpassed 1,000 and were nearing 2,000. Not to mention Yake, whose combat power had already reached 5,000. Piccolo had also improved rapidly in these 3 years, his power rising from just above 1,000 to over 3,000. Wukong felt that with the gravity bracelets they could at least increase their combat power by several tens of thousands in the following 2 years. After boasting for more than an hour, the party finally came to an end. By this time the night was deep with the vast starry sky shimmering. Wukong returned to his room and lay on the bed. Bulma had already fallen asleep with Gohan in between them. Not long after, Wukong also fell asleep. 2 years later, a round spaceship like a meteor fell from the sky. Boom! The spaceship landed in a field, kicking up countless dust. At this moment, a farmer noticed it and, out of curiosity, drove his car to the impact site, cautiously approaching with a hunting rifle. Not far away, Piccolo, invited to the party by son Wukong, sensed a strange energy and adjusted his flight direction towards it. Click! With a sound, the hatch opened wide, and a muscular man with long hair walked out, a tail wrapped around his waist. Is this the planet Kakarot sent me to? The environment doesn't seem bad, Raditz said after surveying the surroundings. I wonder if Kakarot has conquered this planet. Just as Raditz was pondering, a voice interrupted him. Who are you? The farmer said, pointing his gun at Raditz, trembling. Raditz looked at the farmer, the reading on the scouter fluctuating before settling at 5. So it's just a weakling with a combat power of 5 daring to point a weapon at me. Raditz spoke with a harsh tone. Bang! The farmer, frightened, accidentally pulled the trigger, and a hot bullet whizzed through the air towards Raditz. Raditz casually caught it, crushed the bullet, and let it drop. Click! The flattened bullet fell to the ground, and Raditz looked at the farmer with disdain. At that moment, the scouter suddenly fluctuated and pointed towards the sky. Raditz looked up and saw a green-skinned fellow hovering in the air, staring at him. The scouter's reading jumped to 500, and seeing this number, Raditz smirked coldly. Haha, a little trash with a combat power of 500 dares to act tough, come down here. With that, he gathered an energy blast in his hand and threw it at Piccolo. Piccolo had noticed the tail behind Raditz and was wondering if this person was related to Wukong when an energy blast came hurtling towards him. Piccolo scoffed, standing still, allowing the energy blast to come. Boom! A cloud of smoke rose. Haha, trash with a combat power of 500, how dare you act so arrogantly in front of my 1500 combat power? You're simply asking for death. Raditz laughed loudly, not caring about the farmer fleeing in the car. Is that so? Who's the little trash is yet to be determined. A voice rang in Raditz's ear. What? Oh. Before Raditz could react, Piccolo punched him in the stomach, his fist sinking deep, and Raditz spat out a mouthful of bile onto the ground. Piccolo didn't care about any connection between him and Wukong. At worst, he would just take it easy. First he subdued him, then he would ask Son Wukong. What? No, it can't be. Your combat power is clearly only 500. Raditz struggled to get up from the ground. Piccolo smiled and said, let me tell you something. According to the combat power you mentioned, mine is 38000. What? No, it's impossible. How could your combat power be so immense? Raditz cried out in pain and disbelief. With that, Piccolo unleashed his full aura. Raditz stood speechless before him, his scouter's display surging violently upward. 5000, N10000, N18000. A plume of white smoke erupted. Piccolo's combat power had shattered the scouter's upper limit, reducing it to rubble in an instant. No, it can't be. This planet is clearly a low-tier world. Why? Then Kakarot. He must be. Raditz realized with chilling dread that he and his brother would soon meet again in the underworld. Kakarot. Who's that? Never mind. I'll bring you to Master Son first. Piccolo extended 4 streams of energy, dislocating Raditz's limbs at the joints. An instant wave of agony forced a cry from Raditz's lips. Cold sweat streamed down his brow. Stop whining. Your limbs are merely dislocated. They'll rejoin with a single adjustment. Don't tell me you can't endure even this much pain, Piccolo remarked coldly, observing Raditz's pitiful grimace. Meanwhile, back in West City, Son Goku had already sensed Piccolo's explosive aura, and another unfamiliar one. If his intuition was correct, his long-lost elder brother Raditz had arrived. Just as Goku prepared to take flight, his gravity belt vibrated. A video call from Piccolo. With a casual swipe, he accepted the call, and Piccolo's emerald face filled the screen. Hey Piccolo, I was just about to look for you. What's up? Goku greeted cheerfully. Nothing urgent. I've already handled it. Take a look at this man. Do you recognize him? He has a tail, just like you. Piccolo pivoted the camera toward Raditz. Following the gaze, Goku saw his estranged elder brother lying broken on the ground, limbs dislocated, utterly defeated. Haha, he's my brother Raditz. And what? Your brother? Piccolo faltered. Had he just beaten Master Son's sibling half to death? Would revenge follow? Don't worry. This brother of mine never did anything decent. Feel free to beat him as you please. Just leave him breathing. We have sins of beans after all. Goku still hoped Raditz would survive, not only because he was family, but because redemption was possible. If Vegeta could be redeemed, why not Raditz? Excellent. With your word, I'm at ease. I'll bring him along now. Piccolo exhaled in quiet relief. At that moment, Raditz, still sprawled on the ground, heard a voice achingly familiar, his father's. Only Kakarot could share that voice. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Raditz strained his neck upward, and there he was. Identical to their father, undoubtedly Kakarot. Kakarot, you're alive. Thank the heavens. Raditz felt salvation within reach. He'd resigned himself to meeting his brother in the underworld. Yet now it seemed his younger brother knew this green-skinned alien. and anyone who commanded such an ally with combat power nearing 3-0 must possess comparable strength. Incredible. That surpassed even Vegeta. In Kakarot, tell this green-faced brute to release me at once. And Goku shook his head in weary resignation at Raditz' utter misreading of the situation. Dear elder brother, perhaps you should first assess your circumstances. I won't intervene. You must answer for your past deeds. Choose your words carefully. You're in his hands. Having addressed Raditz, Goku turned back to Piccolo. Bring him along with you. Piccolo nodded, ended the call, and looked down at Raditz. Raditz had fallen silent, perhaps finally grasping the gravity of his predicament. You're taking me to see Kakarot. A faint smile flickered across Piccolo's face. Yes, if by Kakarot you mean Son Goku. Understood. Raditz knew exactly whom he meant. No further questions were asked. He submitted quietly as Piccolo seized his battle armor and soared toward Goku's home. Far beyond Earth on a distant planet. Vegeta, what do we do now? Nappa asked, watching Vegeta casually bite into a fruit. Vegeta tossed the half-eaten fruit aside and rose from the boulder. What else? We go to Earth? Nappa recoiled in alarm. What? Earth? Didn't you hear the scouter's transmission? That man's combat power reached 38000. That figure came solely from his own claim, and from overloading an outdated scouter. I could do the same. Let's observe first. If his power truly exceeds 38000, we withdraw immediately. Then why risk Earth at all? Raditz may already be dead. Nappa pleaded. This mission reeked of peril, because Raditz is among the last surviving Saiyans. If he lives, we must rescue him. And if Raditz survives, so too might his younger brother Kakarot. For the sake of our race, we cannot abandon them both. I suspect they won't kill Raditz, not when execution would require far less effort. Let's go. Vegeta spoke, without turning, concealing one vital motive from Nappa. Earth was the homeland of her. He longed to see it for himself. Watching Vegeta stride toward the spacecraft, Nappa sighed and followed, wondering why ever since Vegeta vanished for a year over a decade ago his demeanor had shifted so profoundly. Once Vegeta cared nothing for subordinates' lives. Now something warmer, almost human, had entered his bearing. Perhaps that's not so bad, for me at least, Nappa mused silently, gazing at Vegeta's retreating back. Before long, Piccolo arrived at Goku's home, dragging Raditz behind him. After resetting Raditz's limbs, Piccolo released him. Freed Raditz made no attempt to flee. Instead, he turned to Piccolo. Where is Kakarot? His tone had softened considerably. He's nearly here. Piccolo sensed Goku's approaching aura. Seconds later, Goku appeared before them. Hey, glad you made it. Piccolo gave a curt nod, signaling the brothers to speak privately, then turned and walked away to find Krillin. Raditz stared at that unmistakable crab-like hairstyle, and nostalgia washed over him. Perhaps the sole difference between his brother and their father was the absence of a scar across Kakarot's face. Raditz, why did you come to Earth? Though Goku already knew the answer, he asked anyway, out of courtesy. Raditz brightened instantly. Vegeta sent me to find you. He said you're among the last surviving Saiyans. We must unite, strengthen our bonds, and ensure our survival. Goku blinked. Was that what Vegeta had said? Had he read a pirated version of the story? Kakarot, come with me. Vegeta's right. We three are the last Saiyans left. Raditz pressed, appealing to kinship. Goku studied Raditz closely, and sensed that this Raditz differed from the one he remembered. Even Vegeta from Raditz's telling sounded unlike the legend. No, I will not leave. This planet holds too many memories, and too many bonds, for me. Wukong shook his head, declining Raditz's offer. Memories and bonds. What do you mean? Raditz seemed to grasp his meaning. Wukong nodded solemnly. Kakarot, you are a Saiyan. How can emotions entangle you, especially attachments to such a low-tier planet? Raditz stared at Kakarot in astonishment. Most Saiyans held little regard for sentiment or familial ties. His own father had been one of the rare exceptions. Though surprised, he still believed it. Wukong's brow furrowed, his eyes narrowing with a glint of coldness as he fixed Raditz with a sharp gaze, offended by the contempt lacing Raditz's words toward Bulma. I apologize. I should not have spoken ill of your wife, Raditz hastily admitted, sensing the shift in atmosphere. Raditz, I advise you to remain on Earth. There is no need to return, nor to resume slaughtering entire planets. Should you persist, your soul shall surely descend into hell upon death. Out of fraternal concern, Wukong offered the warning sincerely. Raditz recoiled in genuine shock. Kakarot, what do you mean by slaughtering planets? We haven't done that in over a decade. Nowadays, after neutralizing or capturing any resistance from elite warriors, we hand the remainder over to other units of Frisia's army. Raditz considered himself no paragon of virtue, but neither was he as monstrous as Kakarot implied. Could they please stop assigning every atrocity to their trio? What? Wukong blinked. Was his memory faulty? He realized the possibility of his elder brother's redemption had grown significantly, not just Raditz, but Vegeta and Nappa too. Very well. I owe you an apology. I misjudged you. Come join us for the celebration, and stay on Earth. There's no need to return. Wukong, though vastly stronger, did not dismiss Raditz's feelings. He offered his apology with sincerity. But what about Vegeta? They will come. Trust me. Wukong lifted his gaze toward the sky as if seeing their spherical spacecraft streaking across the cosmos. I know you fear Frisia, so let me tell you this: my battle power has already surpassed his. Calmly, Wukong met Raditz's eyes. What a... Surpassed Frisia. Your battle power exceeds 530,000. Raditz gaped in disbelief. Wukong nodded, then shook his head. As Raditz frowned in confusion, he clarified. Yes, I have surpassed Frisia, but his ultimate battle power is 120 million, not 530. His true figure stood at 120 million. Over the past 2 years, Wukong's base battle power had soared to 200 million, surpassing even Frisia's final form. And having already mastered Super Saiyan 2nd grade, his peak power now surged to 20 billion. What a... 120 million. Are you the legendary Super Saiyan? Ah, wonderful. Raditz gazed at Wukong elated. How could Raditz not be elated? Among their trio, he ranked lowest, always assigned the dirtiest, most grueling tasks. Now his younger brother Kakarot had become a Super Saiyan, making him by extension the elder brother of a Super Saiyan. Would Vegeta and Nappa henceforth bow before him in deference? And best of all, he would never again cower before Frisia. Indeed, he could even exact vengeance. The three of them had long debated the true cause behind planet Vegeta's annihilation. Their conclusion was unanimous: Frisia had destroyed it. At last, retribution for their people, for their father, for their mother. Saiyans were not devoid of kinship or feeling. They simply placed little value upon it. In that moment, Raditz resembled Fan Jin, the scholar who lost his wits upon passing the imperial examination. Yes. Wukong smiled warmly at Raditz's exuberance. Enough excitement. Come join the celebration. Let me introduce you to my friends. You'll make Earth your home from now on. He paused briefly, then added, but you must abandon your old habit of resolving everything with brute force. On Earth you will abide by its laws, strictly. Wukong turned to Raditz. Yes, I will change. By the way, dear brother, might you demonstrate the Super Saiyan form for me? Raditz gazed at Wukong with eager anticipation. Wukong chuckled, amused by the sight of a grown man wearing such an unguarded boyish expression, and reluctantly agreed. After the celebration ends. Raditz nodded, though disappointment flickered in his eyes. He longed to witness the Super Saiyan's majesty without delay. By the way, Kakarot, why do they call you Son Wukong? Raditz asked, puzzled. Surely Kakarot hadn't lost his memory. That is my Earth name. If Son Wukong feels unfamiliar, you may call me Kakarot. Either suits me fine. In truth, Wukong preferred Son Wukong. It affirmed his identity as an Earthling living among Earthlings. Yet he bore no aversion to Kakarot, for he was undeniably a Saiyan. Wukong led Raditz to the celebration. Instantly, guests noticed Raditz's long waist-length hair. Wukong, is this your elder brother? Never imagined you were an alien. We'd have had no idea if Bulma hadn't told us. How utterly dull of us. Krillin teased lightly. Haha, you never asked. At that moment, Bulma emerged from the house, cradling young Gohan in her arms, and immediately spotted Raditz walking over with gentle grace. Hello, you must be Wukong's elder brother. I am Bulma, Wukong's wife, she said politely, holding Gohan close. Hello, I am Raditz, he replied carefully, keenly aware that Bulma was Kakarot's most fiercely guarded vulnerability. Haha, you're far too formal. Wukong joked. Raditz shot him a sidelong glance. Formality was non-negotiable. Oh, and brother, this is my son Gohan. He's 4 years old. Gohan, say uncle. Wukong introduced Raditz, then turned to his son. Uncle. Gohan sprang up, launching himself from Bulma's arms straight into Raditz's embrace. Wukong watched quietly, unworried. He trusted Raditz would do no harm. First, he knew Raditz dared not. And second, this Raditz was no longer the man of legend. Good. Raditz opened his arms to catch his nephew, only to be struck by tremendous force against his chest, toppling backward onto the ground with Gohan atop him. Indeed, 4-year-old Gohan's battle power had already reached 30,000 despite Wukong having yet to formally train him. His days consisted solely of play, though Bulma occasionally taught him advanced academics, even covering middle school curricula. Yet for Gohan, inheriting Bulma's intellect made such studies effortless. It wasn't that Wukong refused to teach him. It was that he believed Piccolo remained Gohan's ideal mentor. This occasion offered the perfect opportunity to entrust him to Piccolo's guidance. After all, Piccolo had benefited greatly from Wukong over the years. Surely he would consent. And if not, a few extra sparring sessions would persuade him soon enough. This is the second reason. At this moment, lying on the ground, Raditz felt a slight pain in his chest, and only one thought occupied his mind. For years old, he is actually 4 years old. Gohan, you can't control your power again. It seems you can't play so recklessly in the future. Raditz looked at Gohan with a fierce expression, then stepped forward to pull him up. If it weren't for Bulma's protective aura, the consequences would truly be unimaginable. Dad. Gohan looked utterly dejected. Haha, it's fine, Uncle is okay, let's just forget about Kakarot. Raditz patted Gohan's head, and then spoke to Goku. Brother, let's not get involved in this, I have my own plans. Seeing Goku say this, Raditz helplessly shook his head. By the way, how strong is Gohan now? So much power. Raditz asked Goku while holding Gohan. 30000. Goku's casual words struck Raditz's fragile heart heavily. To have a battle power of 300 at the age of 4, while he nearly 30 only has 1500. He truly feels like he has lived like a dog all his life. Gohan having such a high battle power without training is largely thanks to the fact that he was conceived after Raditz transformed into a Super Saiyan. Thinking of Goten and Trunks, one is 7 and the other is 8, and can already transform, it makes sense. Gohan's speed could even be considered slow. Then he truly is a genius of our Saiyan race, Raditz exclaimed. Vegeta, this so-called genius, is simply a joke in front of 4-year-old son Gohan. Seeing Raditz's somewhat dejected expression, Goku placed an arm around Raditz's neck. Brother, do you want to get stronger? Get stronger quickly. Goku winked at Raditz. Really? Raditz looked at him with excitement upon hearing Goku's words. Of course it's true, here, take this and wear it on your hand. It's called a gravity bracelet, which can adjust your own gravity and is very beneficial for training. Goku took out a gravity bracelet from somewhere and handed it to Raditz. In fact, this is a technique he developed after his dimensional level increased, combined with his mental power and chi for storing items. It's much more convenient than the universal capsule. With just a thought, one can store or retrieve desired items. Raditz eagerly took the gravity bracelet and put it on. Thank you. Raditz sincerely thanked Goku, who had only met him for a short time, yet treated him so well. Could this be what family feels like? After Raditz received the gravity bracelet, Goku opened his panel and scanned around, taking in everyone's battle powers. Yak 653,120. Piccolo 38,123. Tianjin Fan 21,573. Krillin 19,582. Yamcha 9,540. Kaiatsu 9,423. Even Bulma's battle power reached 65, and her dimensional level reached that of a deity. Bulma's mental power is extraordinary, perhaps related to her genius-like intellect, which is also why her dimensional training progresses so quickly. After glancing around, Goku nodded in satisfaction. It's not bad at all. Even Yamcha has nearly 900, approaching 1000. However, the gap between Yak and the others is indeed significant, partly due to his mixed Saiyan heritage. Additionally, it seems that gravity training has a more pronounced effect on Saiyans. His panel looked like this: Son Goku. Race Saiyan. Battle power 200,200. 358,409. Dimensional level Great King. Transformations: Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 2. Skills. He had only recently comprehended Super Saiyan 2 and had never transformed in front of anyone. Bro, you take that seat, eat and drink as you please, don't hold back. Goku pointed to an empty seat and then left. You might ask where he went. Of course, he went to find his lovely wife. Why would he spend time with these older fellows instead of being with his wife? Does he have that leisure? Goku sat down beside Bulma's seat. For some reason, he found Gohan beside him a bit bothersome. Goku patted Gohan's head and spoke gently. Go ahead, go play games. Okay. Watching Gohan leave happily, Goku displayed a satisfied smile. He casually pulled Bulma into his embrace. With a waft of fragrant wind, the tips of Bulma's hair brushed against Goku's nose. Goku took a deep breath. No matter how long it has been, he never tires of it. Feeling Goku's warmth, Bulma's cheeks turned slightly red, her eyes holding a hint of shyness. Usually she wouldn't act this way, but the key is there are so many people around. How dare Goku do this? Goku, let go of me, there are so many people here. Bulma gently patted Goku's arm that wrapped around her waist, twisting her body, signaling him to hurry, and let her go. Goku rested his head on Bulma's shoulder, smelling her unique fragrance. Don't move, you're making it hard for me. At that moment, Bulma seemed to sense something, her whole body instantly stiffening, as if she didn't dare to move anymore. Yet her face seemed to redden a few more shades. Damn affectionate dogs. Krillin gritted his teeth and said, Exactly. Come here, wife, give me a kiss. Mwah. Seeing Yak and his Krillin was furious. Damn it. Oh. Krillin felt like he wanted to die. Fortunately, I have Yamcha and Tianjin Fan to keep me company, Krillin said in a defeated manner. However, upon hearing this, Yamcha immediately retorted, What do you mean by keeping you company? I've experienced too much, and I'm no longer interested. What's there to show off? They're just trivial things. Yamcha looked at Krillin with disdain. Have you experienced that? You haven't, right? That's why you don't understand. Yamcha's words struck Krillin's weak heart like a heavy hammer. Moreover, it seems Tianjin Fan is no longer keeping you company. Look at him and Lan Chi, they seem to be in conversation. Yamcha's words drew everyone's attention to Tianjin Fan and Lan Chi. What are you staring at us for? Blue-haired Lan Chi felt a bit shy. Hey Lan Chi, when did you and Tianjin Fan start? I remember it wasn't the case 6 months ago. Bulma asked Lan Chi curiously. She was quite interested in this scoop. Nothing to say. Lan Chi's face was so red it seemed like it could bleed. In the end, under everyone's persistent questioning, the two finally revealed their information. It turned out they had been together for 2 months. That day, the golden-haired Lan Chi finally came out after staying inside for a long time. On the same day, she took the initiative to approach Tianjin Fan. Originally, there was just a thin membrane separating them from breaking through. Golden-haired Lan Chi's approach directly broke through that thin membrane. The two naturally became a couple and even planned to marry in a few months. They had intended to inform Goku about this, but not so soon. Who knew Yamcha's comment would directly disrupt their plans? Tianjin Fan glared at Yamcha with the intensity of death. Ha 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 ha, I'm sorry, Tianjin Fan. Yamcha awkwardly smiled at Tianjin Fan. He had to apologize. After all, Tianjin Fan was stronger than him. He simply did not want to get beaten up. Oomph. Tianjin Fan snorted coldly and let Yamcha go. Only Tianjin Fan would do this. If it were Krillin or Yak, they would definitely have challenged Yamcha to a spar. To celebrate Tianjin Fan and Lan Chi, let's raise a glass. Bulma said, lifting her glass filled with juice to everyone, as she would not miss any opportunity to tease Lan Chi. Cheers. After a hearty meal and drinks, everyone left one after another, but Goku kept Piccolo and Raditz behind. Goku took the two aside and first asked Raditz, Older brother, do you want to live in the city or the countryside? Raditz pondered for a moment after hearing this, and ultimately decided he preferred the countryside. The countryside, I want to train without being disturbed by others striving to surpass that Ba and Vegeta soon. At the recent party, Raditz learned that they had significantly increased their combat power within just 2 years through the gravity training bracelets. Yak had even grown by over 500, which made Raditz very eager to see how quickly he could become stronger using the gravity training bracelet. Now his motivation to grow stronger was very ample, as there was a method to rapidly increase his power, and it was a 100 guarantee. No one would lack motivation if they didn't believe it. Then older brother, go to Baozi Mountain. There won't be anyone to disturb your training, and there is a ready-made house available because I sent it to your gravity training bracelet. Just fly over following the coordinates on it. The ready-made house on Baozi Mountain was not the one he had lived in with his grandfather, but rather one he had rebuilt later, which was quite functional. Thank you, Kakarot. Raditz did not know what else to say, and could only sincerely express his gratitude before flying towards Baozi Mountain. After Raditz left, Piccolo turned to Goku. Old son, did you leave me behind for a reason? Hearing Piccolo say this, Goku felt a bit embarrassed and expressed his request. Haha, I want your help with something. What do you need help with? Piccolo was quite willing to help Goku, especially now that he was so strong and relied on his assistance. Help me train Gohan for a year. Nah. Piccolo looked at Goku in shock. Why would he let an outsider train his own son instead of doing it himself? In fact, Goku had no problem handing Gohan over to Piccolo, since old Piccolo was inherently malicious but had a high level of skill in using and mastering ki. Piccolo had absorbed all of old Piccolo's knowledge and strength, and his mastery of ki was even higher than that of Krillin and the others who had undergone 3 years of training in the sacred world. Goku nodded calmly. He was not joking. Why? As his father, shouldn't you teach him yourself? Piccolo was quite confused by Goku's decision. There is a reason for that. Trust me, okay? You just train Gohan for a year, and I will come back to continue teaching him later. Piccolo had often been referred to as Gohan's real father. Goku did not believe that given how close Gohan was to him, now Piccolo could take that title away. Did he really spend 4 years with Gohan for nothing? He simply didn't believe that in just 1 year Piccolo's closeness to Gohan could surpass his as the biological father. Piccolo did not want to refuse, so he could only nod in agreement. All right, but I am warning you in advance, if my training is not good, don't blame me. No, I believe in you. Goku looked at Piccolo with an all-knowing gaze, making Piccolo's face turn slightly red. Do you believe in me? Humph. Piccolo still turned his head away, acting proud. All right, come into the house and bring Gohan out. Okay. After Piccolo nodded, Goku led him into the house. Once they entered, they saw Gohan playing a video game. Despite being only 4, he was quite good at it. Gohan, stop playing. Later you're going to follow Uncle Piccolo. Gohan paused his actions and looked at Goku with some confusion. Dad, why am I going with Uncle Piccolo? To train. You're going to train for a year. Didn't you always want me to teach you how to train before? Now you will go train with Uncle Piccolo. Upon hearing Goku's words, Gohan felt both happy and uneasy. He was happy because he could finally train, which he was quite interested in, yet uneasy because it was not his father who would be training him. All right. Gohan felt somewhat unhappy, as if his parents did not want him anymore, and he felt abandoned. Then let's go with Uncle Piccolo now. Goku smiled at Gohan. Huh, Dad, now. Shouldn't I bring some clothes and daily necessities? Gohan's small head was filled with big questions. No need, this is also part of the training, just take him away, Piccolo. Goku looked at Piccolo, who was standing with his arms crossed. By the way, if Gohan turns into a giant ape on the night of the full moon, cut off his tail. If that doesn't work, contact me, Goku said, seriously glancing at Piccolo. In fact, Goku was no longer afraid of transforming into a giant ape, as his dimensional level was high enough for him to maintain control even in that form. But Gohan could not, although he had taught Gohan the training methods, the time was still too short for him to retain his rationality in the giant ape form. Piccolo nodded and walked forward to pick up Gohan. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan, let's go. Okay. Goodbye, Dad. Gohan waved goodbye to Goku. See you. Goku smiled as he watched the two figures disappear into the distance as the sky was gradually darkening. It was not until the two figures were no longer visible that Goku headed towards the bedroom. What parent does not worry about their children leaving? The Goku of the original story did not know, but he certainly would worry. After Goku finished his bath and changed into pajamas, he lay down on the bed. At this moment, Bulma, dressed in pajamas, seemed somewhat downcast, her moist eyes gazing at Goku. Goku, why let Piccolo train Gohan? Goku looked at Bulma, unsure of what to say. Sai, I have my reasons, don't worry, don't you trust me? Goku pulled Bulma into his embrace to comfort her. Indeed, if she did not trust Goku, who else could she trust? Goku's actions must be beneficial to Gohan. With that thought, Bulma's mood seemed to lighten up. After a while, Goku sat on the bed in deep thought, while Bulma was beside him scrolling through her phone. Smartphones appeared in the Dragon Ball Super era of the original story, but years ago Goku had described this device to Bulma. Unexpectedly, in just a month, Bulma had managed to develop it. One could only say as expected of Bulma. Over the years, she had achieved a monopoly on the industrial chain and mobile software. This made their already wealthy family even wealthier. Suddenly, Bulma patted Goku on the shoulder. Goku, quick, look at this news, it's ridiculous. How can there be such a school? Saying this, Bulma handed her phone screen to Goku to see. Goku opened his eyes and looked at the news. He was shocked. What the heck, internship couples? Shock. A certain high school, to address the low marriage and birth rates in society, actually introduced internship couples. A boy and a girl lived together in a suite provided by the school, with their closeness observed through surveillance to determine their grades. Whether they graduate is linked to the performance of the internship couple. What kind of outrageous thing is this? Is this the world of Dragon Ball? Are we sure it's not from some weird anime? Seeing Goku's bewildered expression, Bulma smiled and continued to read on. Hey, the local government actually agreed. Bulma felt that the local government was hopeless, as they actually consented to such a ridiculous operation. At this moment, Goku suddenly remembered that this plot was very similar to an anime he had watched back on Earth. Couples above, lovers below. Alright, I'll visit this high school next time I'm watching that anime back, then gave me a stomach ache. Let's see if there are any familiar faces from my memory. While Goku was lost in thought, he suddenly felt Bulma's two soft legs resting on his lap, so close to that place. Even through her silk pajamas, he could feel the smoothness and softness. Goku turned to look at Bulma, and in that instant he understood. The sky had turned an inky black. Baika soared through the high air, cradling Wu Fan in his arms. Uncle Baika, so late at night. Where are we going? I'm so hungry, can we eat first? Wu Fan squirmed in Baika's embrace and looked up at him with pleading eyes. Baiko lowered his head, seeing the child, so helpless, stirred an unexpected ache in his chest. No, since Lao Sun had entrusted Wu Fan to him, he could not let the boy down. Baiko shook his head, cast aside his softness, and steeled himself. Sorry, Wu Fan. This is the first step of your training. With that, Baiko set Wu Fan down, and they landed in a desolate waste. After placing the boy on the ground, Baiko's face turned stern as he addressed him. Your first lesson begins now. Survive this night on your own. Uncle Baiko. Wu Fan peered into the blackness and felt a rising fear. When he reached out to call for Baiko, the trainer had already vanished. The surrounding darkness seemed like countless ravenous beasts' teeth bared in the night. Suddenly a bird cry pierced the air. Aunt. Father, Mother, I miss you so much. Where are you? Terrified Wu Fan scrambled onto a boulder, curling into himself with his hands over his head. Tears streamed unchecked from the corners of his eyes. Indeed, he now possessed a power level of 30,000, yet he had been sheltered from childhood by Wukong and Burma. For Wu Fan to truly grow, he had to be forced to break his dependence on them. That was why Wukong had entrusted his son to Baiko's tutelage. He feared that Wu Fan might never learn otherwise. So the boy wept, and gradually his cries softened into hiccups and quiet sobs. Hidden in the shadows, Baiko watched with a hint of puzzlement. He suppressed his presence, drifted into the sky, and peered down. That brat actually fell asleep. He felt equal parts amusement and helplessness. He plucked several fruits from a nearby grove and set them beside the sleeping boy. He remembered Wu Fan had said he was hungry. Of course, this would be the last time he would help Wu Fan. After this, he vowed he would never intervene again. At dawn, to the clear trill of birds, Wu Fan slowly awoke from his slumber. Rubbing his sleepy eyes with small hands, he yawned and rose upright. A fierce gnawing in his belly announced itself. Gurgle. I'm so hungry. Wu Fan patted his stomach. Then he noticed the fruits sitting nearby. He wasted no time. One after another, he snatched them up and shoved them into his mouth. The fruits were enormous, almost as big as his head, but even after devouring them, he still felt emptier than before. Wu Fan lifted an arm to wipe his mouth. Those must have been left by Uncle Baiko, he thought. Apart from Baiko, who else would have appeared and placed them here? Thank you, Uncle Baiko. Wu Fan called up at the sky, his voice trembling with gratitude. There was no answer. In a distant forest, a flock of birds were startled and burst into the air. Baiko, concealed among the clouds, had of course heard him. A green face flushed slightly with embarrassment. That brat. Wu Fan waited along while yet heard no reply and felt a twinge of disappointment. What now? I'm still so hungry. Better find something to eat. He patted his belly. He felt as if it might cave in. Without ceremony, he gathered his chi and flew into the sky, searching the surroundings for anything edible. Although Wukong had not taught him advanced chi techniques, he had at least taught him basic skills like flight. If he had not been taught the fundamentals, things could have been far worse. Who knew when the world itself might have been in peril? For a long time, Wu Fan darted about like a headless moth, finding not a scrap to eat. Eventually, he fell back to the ground and lay there motionless. I'm so tired. Why is there nothing to eat? I'm starving. His eyes lost their light as he stared up at the sky. At such a young age, he had already mastered the art of sulking. Baiko, looking up from the clouds, found his mouth twitching in spite of himself. It seemed Wukong had truly taught him very little. He did not even know how to sense energy. Baiko sighed and flew toward a dinosaur, seized it with his chi, and hauled it to a spot not far from Wu Fan. Boom! The massive creature crashed to the earth with a thunderous impact. What's going on? The napping Wu Fan was jolted awake by the roar. He scrambled up in panic and peered toward the source of the sound. In the next heartbeat, he saw a dinosaur. The beast, already enraged from having been snatched and thrown, now laid eyes on the boy and fed on the fury of that insult. The dinosaur lunged with its massive bulk toward Wu Fan. The child froze for a moment, then the creature opened its blood-filled maw and snapped at him. Terrified, Wu Fan squeezed his eyes shut, launched himself at the beast, and blurred into a phantom, colliding with the dinosaur's belly with all his might. The dinosaur experienced another unsolicited flight, but fortune did not favor it this time. It traced a graceful parabola through the air, soared hundreds of meters at its peak, and tumbled 1,000 meters before hitting the ground. It lay there utterly still. Dragon, oh dragon, this time you're really done for. A few seconds later, Wu Fan peered open-eyed and found no sign of the creature before him. It had long since collapsed some distance away and remained motionless, seemingly dead. Wu Fan flew to the carcass and poked it cautiously with a finger. When he felt nothing, a nervous relief washed over him. Sorry, Mr. Dinosaur, I didn't mean to. Little Wu Fan pressed his hands together and bowed politely. His stomach growled once more. He eyed the dead beast and swallowed hard. Huh, Mr. Dinosaur, let's do the right thing and see this through. You startled me. After all, you consider this my apology. Thank you. Half an hour later, the scent of roasted dinosaur meat rose from a great rock. Thus, after several days, the boy grew accustomed to living alone. One day, Baiku, who had been absent for days, reappeared before Wu Fan. Ah, Uncle Baiku. Overjoyed at the sudden appearance, Wu Fan leapt forward. Your first lesson is complete. From now on, you will train with me. I will teach you to wield your chi. Baiku folded his arms and wore a stern expression as he spoke. All right. Wu Fan answered, eagerly nodding hard. He had grown used to those days, but he was done with mere survival. Fly behind me and keep pace. With that, Baiku hovered into the air and sped off. Wu Fan hurried after him. Thank you, Uncle Baiku, Wu Fan murmured from behind. What did you say? Nothing, he stammered. Of course Baiku had heard him. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he feigned sternness and said to Wu Fan, If there's nothing to say, then be quiet. Okay. Sadly for Wu Fan, trailing behind by commit, he could never quite make out the trainer's face. Wukong and Bulma had secretly visited Gohan several times over the past few days. How could any parent not worry about their children? One day, after seeing Piccolo take Gohan away, once more Wukong and Bulma arrived at Baozi Mountain. Landing on the mountain, Wukong set Bulma down. Although they were initially flying together, Bulma eventually ran out of energy, and Wukong picked her up. Holding the soft Bulma, while flying in the sky, her body pressed closely against his. Surprisingly, flying like this in the air was quite nice. Hey brother, come out, I'm here to see you. Wukong shouted to Raditz in the open area outside the house. It wasn't long before Raditz, now dressed in a new outfit, flew out. Brother, I didn't expect you to have a custom outfit made. Wukong said, looking at Raditz's new clothes. Perhaps accustomed to battle attire, Raditz chose not to wear regular clothes, but had the clothing store custom make several outfits similar to battle gear. Yes, because I'm used to battle clothes. By the way, Kakarot, did you come here for something? Raditz nodded, then looked curiously at Wukong and Bulma. Brother, don't you remember? Didn't you want to see the Super Saiyan? Wukong certainly wouldn't admit that he had only just thought of it, and come here if some things are better left unsaid. Hello, I'm fine, and so are you. This is called a white lie. All right. Hurry, Kakarot, let me witness the legendary Super Saiyan of our Saiyan race. Raditz suddenly understood, quickly, excitedly grabbing Wukong's shoulders. Brother, let go of me first, only then can I transform. Seeing Raditz gripping his shoulders excitedly, Wukong felt a bit helpless. All right. Upon hearing this, Raditz immediately released his hands, stepping back a few paces, giving Wukong plenty of space. At this moment, he noticed Bulma was still beside Wukong, looking somewhat puzzled. Wasn't she afraid of being hurt when Kakarot transformed? Aren't you going to stand back? Raditz asked Bulma. No need. Bulma shook her head and smiled. With a sound from his mouth, Wukong slowly closed his eyes and golden energy began to envelop his body, instantly transforming his hair and eyebrows into gold. The golden aura surged around Wukong, and in the next moment it was drawn into his body as he opened his bright green eyes. Huh, is that it? Raditz was dumbfounded. He had thought transforming into a Super Saiyan would be a grand spectacle, at least earth-shattering. But Kakarot simply grunted, and it was over. So fast. Raditz felt like a small wife believing his man could hold out for over half an hour, but it turned out to be just 3 seconds. The feeling of high expectations followed by a huge disappointment was truly terrible. Hey brother, what's with that expression? The reason I say this is because I have a high mastery of the Super Saiyan. Wukong was somewhat speechless, mainly due to Raditz's expression, which compelled him to explain. There's that kind of explanation. Seeing Raditz's clueless look, Wukong simply started to explain. When a Super Saiyan first transforms, due to the sudden surge of battle power, one cannot perfectly control this strength. After some training, one can gain control. However, transforming into a Super Saiyan causes an immense outflow of energy and stamina, consuming them severely, just like this. After saying this, Wukong released the golden aura from within, controlling it to disperse into the air. Such a situation is very disadvantageous for prolonged battles. Therefore, to perfectly utilize every bit of energy and stamina from transforming into a Super Saiyan, this form was developed, which I call Super Saiyan 1 Full Power. Wukong drew back the exposed aura, and in an instant he seemed to calm down considerably. In the state of Super Saiyan 1 Full Power, energy and stamina will not constantly drain away. They will be preserved within the body, while the consumption of energy and stamina is greatly reduced. This is also a prerequisite for transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 2. Wukong's last statement left Raditz bewildered. What on earth was Super Saiyan 2? Bulma, standing nearby, was also puzzled. She had never seen Wukong transform into Super Saiyan 2 nor heard him mention it. Seeing their confused expressions, Wukong began to explain. Super Saiyan 2 is a further transformation based on Super Saiyan 1 full power, making it even more powerful, but the consumption of energy and stamina also increases significantly. Super Saiyan 1 provides a 50 times increase, while Super Saiyan 2 offers a 100 times increase. With that, Wukong flew into the sky, fists clenched at his waist, making a whooshing sound. And now this is Super Saiyan 2. Off. As Wukong shouted, countless golden flames erupted from his body, rising higher and higher into the clouds. Sparks of electricity danced within the golden flames, scattering the clouds in the sky, caused by the waves of energy. Wukong's bang stood upright, leaving only a few small tufts, while his green eyes became even colder, his entire face filled with seriousness and maturity. Bulma looked at Wukong in the sky and couldn't help but be infatuated. He looked so handsome, even more so than in Super Saiyan 1. That serious and mature face struck deeply at her heart. Raditz was so astonished that he could hardly speak, staring blankly at Wukong. Originally, his battle power had surpassed Frieza, and now it was increased by 100 times. What kind of concept was that? Such a powerful being, yet willing to quietly stay on a low-level planet, was truly hard to comprehend. Raditz looked up at Wukong, enveloped in golden flames, feeling envious. Snap! Wukong retracted his aura, returning to his normal state, slowly descending from the sky. He immediately spotted the envious Raditz and walked over to pat his shoulder. Don't be envious. You can also become a Super Saiyan in the future, Wukong said with a tone of certainty, believing that with him around, Raditz wouldn't even reach a battle power of 3 million later on. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Raditz instantly became excited, his eyes filled with eagerness as he looked at Wukong. Kakarot, really? Can I really transform into a Super Saiyan? Seeing Raditz's hopeful expression, Wukong nodded. Yes, you can transform. But first you need to achieve a normal battle power of 3 million. Raditz felt a surge of dopamine rushing through his brain. Great. I'll start training right now. Watching Raditz take off immediately, Bulma looked at Wukong with a somewhat helpless expression. Wukong, you Saiyans really have a strong temperament. What are we going to do now? What can we do? Let's go home. Wukong shrugged helplessly, understanding Raditz, since he was also a Saiyan. A year passed just like that. During this time, Wukong and Bulma often visited Gohan. Watching Gohan grow continuously, the couple felt a sense of satisfaction, affirming that their initial decision was indeed correct. On this day, Wukong found Piccolo and Gohan. Dad. As soon as Wukong landed, Gohan spotted him and excitedly ran over, hugging Wukong's leg. Gohan. Wukong bent down and ruffled Gohan's hair. Then he looked at Piccolo. Piccolo, thank you for training Gohan this past year. I will take him home for lunch now. Hearing Wukong's words, Piccolo's green face flushed slightly, and he snorted coldly, saying, I really don't know how you are a father, just leaving Gohan with me for a whole year. Piccolo looked at Wukong with discontent. Feeling embarrassed, Wukong scratched his head, thinking that he had been concerned often visiting Gohan, hadn't he? Haha, there's nothing I can do. Gohan needs to grow up after all. Alright Gohan, let's go. Thank you, Piccolo. Wukong picked up Gohan, and after seriously thanking Piccolo, flew away into the distance. Watching the figures of Wukong and Gohan disappear, for some reason Piccolo felt a twinge of reluctance and quickly shook his head. Who is he? He is the Demon King Piccolo. How could he have such feelings? By the way, Gohan, your aunt has returned. In midair, Wukong suddenly remembered something and said to Gohan in his arms, Aunt. Gohan looked puzzled. He had never heard of having an aunt before. Seeing the confused look on Gohan's face, Wukong recalled that he and Bulma had never mentioned this aunt to Gohan. Actually, your mother has a sister named Tais who is interested in cosmic adventures and writing novels. She left for adventures in space early on and returned half a year ago. You will see her when we get home. Oh, okay. Gohan nodded. Wukong actually didn't know why Tais had suddenly returned. This was something that hadn't happened in the original story. However, Wukong had already come to terms with it, as the current situation was different from the original story in many ways. Wukong and Bulma had also asked Tais why she had suddenly returned. But she stammered and couldn't explain clearly. Moreover, even when she had returned in the past, she would only stay for a few days before leaving. Recently, she hadn't returned for 5 years, yet this time, she had stayed for almost half a year without any intention of leaving. This even made Bulma wonder if this was still her sister. Was she sure she hadn't had her soul swapped? Wukong had some speculations about why Tais had returned, as he had inadvertently heard her mention the name Vegeta. Why would Tais mention Vegeta? This was worth pondering. Thinking about the changes in Vegeta and his companions while Tais was having adventures in space. Vegeta was about to come to Earth and Ties had returned half a year ago. There was probably only one possibility. There was some unclear relationship between them, and Ties had somehow learned that Vegeta was coming to Earth, so she returned as well. Anyway, Wukong decided to ask when they got home, as the truth was likely to be very close. Upon returning home, Wukong found Bulma and Ties chatting. The sound of Wukong and Gohan's return interrupted their conversation. Ties turned her head and immediately noticed Gohan in Wukong's arms. What a cute little child. Bulma, is this your and Wukong's child, Gohan? So adorable. Ties hurriedly walked over to Wukong's side, unable to resist ruffling Gohan's hair. Aunt, hello. Gohan politely greeted Ties. Hello, Gohan. Ties smiled warmly at Gohan. Ooh, she really liked children, especially cute ones. Wukong set Gohan down, patted his head gently, and said, Gohan, you can go play now. After a year of hard training, it's time to relax. Okay. Gohan was quite happy. After a year of training, he realized that he was merely interested in training, far from truly liking it. If given another chance, he really wouldn't want to endure such training again. After Gohan left, the three of them sat on the sofa, and Wukong looked at Ties with a mischievous smile. Ties, Vegeta should be arriving soon, right? Huh? What? What Vegeta? Ties became very flustered, as she had never mentioned Vegeta in front of Wukong and Bulma. How did Wukong know? Seeing Ties' reaction, Wukong became even more convinced of his speculation. Bulma on the side watched Ties with an expression of curiosity, wondering what secrets her sister was hiding from her and Wukong. Ties, stop pretending you have already guessed it. You must have some relationship with Vegeta, right? Otherwise you wouldn't have returned just when Vegeta was coming to Earth, would you? Wukong directly exposed Ties, stating that continuing to hide was quite pointless. Huh. Yes. Ties finally found no excuses and could only admit it. Wow. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a big scoop. She had heard Wukong mention Vegeta before. Hey sister, how did you meet Vegeta? Tell us about it. Bulma looked at Ties with a mischievous grin. Ties appeared quite shy. Come on sister, tell us. Maybe we can help you strategize. Bulma sat next to Ties, leaning in to whisper in her ear. All right, before I. Ties began to share the story of her encounter with Vegeta, with Wukong, and Bulma. It turned out that due to a war, Ties' spaceship broke down, and she had to land on a planet. Later, she found a severely injured and dying Vegeta, brought him back to treat him, but since neither of them had a spaceship, they had to wait for Ties to repair hers. This repair took a whole year, and as for what happened afterward, everyone understood. Eventually, they parted ways until a year ago. Ties learned that Vegeta was coming to Earth, so she returned on her spaceship. This time, she didn't want to give up her dreams of cosmic adventures and being a cosmic novelist again. After hearing this, Wukong and Bulma exchanged glances. Wukong finally understood why Vegeta and his companions had changed. It was all because Ties had influenced Vegeta. What Bulma hadn't expected was that her sister also had a love-struck side. Just then, Wukong suddenly stood up, his eyes focused as he looked through the glass in a certain direction. They're here. What's here? Two circular spaceships streaked across the sky, the friction igniting the oxygen and creating long tails of flame, transforming into two meteors that fell into a desolate wilderness. Boom. As a cloud of smoke rose, two enormous impact craters appeared on the ground. As the hatch opened, a figure emerged from each spaceship. Is this planet the hometown of that woman? Vegeta pondered as he surveyed the surroundings. Vegeta, we finally arrived. What should we do now? Vegeta and Nappa floated in the air, with Nappa asking Vegeta, let's hide for now and find out if Raditz is still alive on this planet and how strong the strongest fighters are here. Vegeta's plans were destined to fail. They had never learned to harness their chi, and from the moment they arrived on Earth, they had already been sensed. At that moment, the combat power detectors worn by both suddenly began to beep. Not good, Vegeta. A few high-energy beings are moving towards us at high speed. Nappa looked at Vegeta with some panic. Damn it, why were we exposed right from the start? Vegeta questioned, confused. Clearly, the latest combat power detectors they wore had the ability to mask their readings, so why? Why were they still exposed? Nappa, get ready for battle, Vegeta said, sternly looking ahead. In the distance, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Piccolo were gathered together. Yajirobe and Goku had not arrived. Yajirobe found Goku first due to being closer to his home. And Goku, not in a hurry, had taken a year to realize that even Yamcha's combat power was nearing 20,000, and even Piccolo had reached 100,000. Vegeta and Nappa were destined to stir little chaos. Did you feel that too? Piccolo asked the others. Yes. Two unfamiliar energies, and one of them is strong enough to destroy the Earth. Krillin nodded in agreement. Although everyone present could destroy Earth, they wouldn't do so, but that unfamiliar energy was another matter. Goku had never told them about Vegeta, so they were completely unaware of the situation. Let's go take a look together, Tien suggested. Before long, they spotted Vegeta and Nappa. Vegeta, the highest combat power among them, is only 1,000. Nappa looked at Vegeta excitedly. If the highest combat power was only 1,000, then he was even weaker, making him regret being so fearful earlier. Fool, have you forgotten about Raditz? They can hide their combat power. After saying this, Vegeta took off the combat power detector in front of him. He gripped it with one hand and forcefully crushed it. Namekian? Vegeta asked Piccolo, looking somewhat confused. Seeing Vegeta's question, Piccolo nodded. He had learned from Goku that he was a Namekian. Are you a part of Goku's race? Piccolo noticed the tails behind Vegeta and Nappa. These two might be like Raditz from Goku's race. Vegeta and Nappa exchanged puzzled glances. Who? Son Goku. Who is that? Realizing their confusion, Piccolo quickly understood he should refer to him as Kakarot instead. In your terms, Kakarot. Hearing Kakarot, Krillin and the others understood as Raditz had always called Son Goku Kakarot. Upon hearing Piccolo, Vegeta began to suspect. Kakarot and Raditz were not dead. It seemed that Kakarot was still friends with the people in front of him. Then there was no need for them to engage in direct conflict. What? Kakarot and Raditz are not dead? Nappa asked from the side. What? How could Goku be dead? Even if he died, he could use the Dragon Balls to wish for resurrection. Yajirobe chimed in. At that moment, Nappa's combat power detector had not been removed or destroyed, and the Frieza force deep in space had intercepted the information. Dragon. Wish. Resurrection. Namekian. At this moment, Vegeta noticed the detector in front of Nappa beeping. Not good. Nappa quickly destroyed the combat power detector. Vegeta already knew that Frieza had implanted monitoring devices in their detectors. Previously, whenever they discussed Frieza, they would take off their combat power detectors and place them far away. Hearing Vegeta's words, Nappa immediately took down the detector and crushed it. After Nappa destroyed it, Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief, hoping Frieza and the others wouldn't figure out that Namekians could create Dragon Balls. Otherwise, there would be no hope for revenge. What's wrong? Piccolo and the others looked at Vegeta, who was reacting so intensely puzzled. The combat power detector has a listening function. Frieza knows all our previous conversations. The Dragon Balls were made by you, right? Vegeta asked Piccolo almost with certainty. Piccolo nodded. In a sense, yes. That's good. There have always been rumors in the universe that Namekians possess magical abilities, among which are the Dragon Balls that can grant wishes, but no one has ever taken them seriously, nor could anyone verify it. But now. Is Frieza very strong? Krillin asked, puzzled, thinking that he couldn't possibly be stronger than Goku. Very strong, with a battle power of 255 million. It used to be 53000, but for some reason it suddenly increased to 265 million in recent years. A year ago, when Frieza announced his battle power had reached 265 million, Vegeta felt despair. If 530 might still be possible to overcome, then a gap of 265 million was utterly hopeless. It was hard for him to believe he could surpass Frieza and avenge planet Vegeta. Lost in thought, Vegeta did not notice that Krillin and the others were suppressing their laughter while watching him. Hey Vegeta. Nappa nudged Vegeta's arm to remind him. Coming back to his senses, Vegeta looked at Krillin and the others, feeling somewhat annoyed. But he dared not express his anger, as his instinct told him that Krillin and the others were stronger than him. Why are you laughing? Vegeta said through gritted teeth. Haha, it's nothing. If Frieza is only 265 million, then you have nothing to worry about. Goku can handle it perfectly well. While trying to suppress a laugh, Krillin spoke. He had thought Frieza was incredibly strong, but it turned out to be a small fry. Several years ago, Goku could have easily defeated him. What? Goku? You mean Kakarot? How is that possible? He's just a low-class warrior. Vegeta refused to believe it. As the Prince of the Saiyans, his battle power was only 25000. Yet Kakarot, a low-class warrior, had already surpassed Frieza. Believe it or not, what I say is the truth, Krillin shrugged helplessly. Just as he mentioned, Chow arrived. Wukong appeared beside everyone with a teleport, bringing Yak and Raditz along. Raditz? Kakarot. Vegeta recognized Bardock, as he was one of the few warriors on planet Vegeta who surpassed 10,000. Wukong's unique crab-like hairstyle instantly made Vegeta recognize him. Vegeta, that's Bardock. Wukong nodded. Kakarot, has your power truly surpassed Frieza over 265 million? Vegeta asked Wukong eagerly. Vegeta wanted to know the answer. He wished it were true, yet hoped it were false. If it were true, what would that make him? The Saiyan prince, hailed as the greatest genius. But if it were false, revenge against Frieza would be a distant dream. 65 million. Wukong was somewhat puzzled. Wasn't it 5300? How did it become 2? 65 million. A year ago Frieza said it himself. A few years ago, it was only 53000. Hearing Vegeta say that Wukong understood, it seemed that the incident with Gula had stimulated Frieza, prompting him to train for a while. If that's the case, Frieza's final combat power should have reached 600 million. A 600 million combat power is impressive, knowing that his own normal combat power is only 300 million. I'm really scared. Wukong calmly looked at Vegeta and nodded. Yes, my power has indeed surpassed Frieza. Upon hearing Kakarot's affirmation, a lightning bolt seemed to flash through Vegeta's mind, causing his whole body to tremble slightly. His fists clenched tightly, and his expression turned somewhat grim, as if making a significant decision. Kakarot, I ask you to avenge the Saiyans. Avenge planet Vegeta. And also avenge your father. After saying this, Vegeta seemed to lose all his strength, gasping for breath as he stepped back 2 paces. Wukong looked at Vegeta in surprise. He never expected Vegeta would ask him for help, putting aside his pride as a Saiyan prince. Why not take revenge yourself? I believe if given enough time you could also have the ability to do so. Wukong smiled calmly, looking at Vegeta. Vegeta was willing to set aside his pride, but Wukong respected Vegeta's pride. Without pride, would Vegeta still be the Saiyan prince? Upon hearing Wukong's words, Vegeta smiled helplessly. It was too late. Everything was too late. And even if he had time, he might not be able to do it. It's useless. Frieza already knows about the Dragon Balls. Whether he comes to Earth or goes to Namek, we should eliminate him before he makes a wish. Hearing Vegeta's words, Wukong was stunned. No, how did Frieza know about the Dragon Balls now? Well, let's consider it a convergence of the timelines. However, I think Frieza will most likely go to Namek since it is closer to him, Vegeta reminded from the side. Alright, you all go to Namek together, Wukong said to everyone. The group was taken aback. Why did they have to go together? They looked at Wukong with puzzled expressions. Because there are things there that can enhance your power. And once you arrive, if Frieza comes to Namek, I can teleport directly there. If I stay on Earth, what if Frieza comes to Earth? Wukong smiled at everyone. Alright, Kakarot. As soon as Vegeta heard about power enhancement, he immediately agreed. At this moment, what he lacked most was power. Wukong, but how can so many of us go together? Krillin glanced around at nearly 10 people. I didn't say you all had to go together. A few of you will do, and I can teleport the others over later. Teleportation, is that the one where you suddenly appear and disappear? Can you bring people with you? Wukong had never shown his ability to carry others during teleportation in front of Krillin, so Krillin was very surprised. Right, does anyone want to go to Namek first? Wukong nodded, looking at everyone. I'll go, Kakarot. Vegeta was the first to agree. I'll go too. Vegeta looked at Piccolo, confirming with a glance. They were similar types. That should be enough. Wukong thought 2 people would suffice. Alright, just Vegeta and Piccolo then, Wukong nodded. Oh, this is a gravity bracelet of Vegeta. You and Nappa should wear it. It will greatly benefit your power growth. Wukong took out 2 gravity bracelets from his storage space and handed them to Vegeta and Nappa. These gravity bracelets were made by Bulma before, as she made more than a dozen at once, and he still had nearly 10 in his storage space. In Bulma's words, who knows if she will make more in the future. It's better to make more at once so that he can take them directly later without wasting time making them again. After putting on the gravity bracelet, Vegeta was somewhat doubtful. Can this really help me grow stronger? Wukong naturally saw Vegeta's skeptical expression and hurriedly smiled. Don't underestimate this. Raditz used it for just a year, and his power reached 300. What, that useless Raditz is already at 3000? Nappa looked incredulous. Hey Nappa, who knows who's the useless one now? Can I tolerate this? In such a situation, one must strike hard, and that means literally striking hard. Hearing Nappa call him useless, Raditz shook his fist and said to Nappa. In an instant, Nappa flinched. Haha, and the useless one and the useless one. As the saying goes, a gentleman should not seek revenge after 10 years. He will take revenge when his power surpasses Raditz's. Alright, Vegeta, Piccolo, will you each take 1 spaceship? Wukong said, trying to mediate while looking at Vegeta and Piccolo. The 2 nodded in agreement. Perfect, I have a spaceship. Yak has one too. You 2 can take these 2 ships there. Suddenly Wukong thought of something and hurriedly said to Vegeta, Vegeta, come, let's go back to my place. Put your hand on my shoulder, it'll take you to where someone wants to see you. Wukong had a mischievous expression. Hearing Wukong's words, Vegeta looked puzzled. Someone wants to see me. Could it be? Hey, wait for me, Kakarot. Vegeta quickly placed his hand on Wukong's shoulder, and with a whoosh, Wukong and Vegeta disappeared from everyone's sight. Wukong did not teleport directly in front of Bulma and Tais, but instead arrived at the front door of his home. Kakarot, the person who wants to see me, is it? Yes. Before Vegeta could finish his question, Wukong had already answered him. It makes sense to part from her. Who else on Earth would want to see him? Wukong brought Vegeta home, where he saw Bulma and Tai Si. Vegeta. Tai Si immediately spotted Vegeta and rushed forward to hug him tightly. Tai Si. Our proud Prince Vegeta felt a bit shy, a blush creeping onto his face, his hands awkwardly at his sides, unsure of what to do. Let's go give them some space, Wukong said as he approached Bulma. Sure, Bulma replied with a cheerful smile. She thought it would be best to give the two of them some space as it concerned her sister's lifelong affair. Bulma wrapped her arms around Wukong's arm and led him to their bedroom. Wukong, do you know about that Vegeta? What kind of person is he? I wanted to ask my sister before, but she was unwilling to tell me. Bulma looked at Wukong earnestly. This was about her sister's lifelong affair, and she was quite concerned. Wukong pondered Bulma's question for a moment. Vegeta is the prince of our Saiyan race. Bulma was taken aback. A prince. Yes, but now there are only a few of us left in the Saiyan race, so the title of prince is practically meaningless. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Bulma couldn't help but imagine a romantic story in her mind. A tale of a fallen prince and a beautiful adventurer. How romantic. She really wanted to understand more about her sister and Vegeta's relationship, but unfortunately Tai Si was only willing to give a brief description. So what is he like? Bulma's question left Wukong at a loss for words. After all, Vegeta was not the same now. If we were to talk about the Vegeta from the original story during this period, Wukong could definitively say he was evil. But he's quite proud, but he can also be a caring person towards his wife and family. Wukong could only describe him based on the later version of Vegeta. What do you think of him? Wukong countered. I think he always has a cold, displeased expression and is quite short. Bulma found Vegeta's constant cold demeanor really annoying. Moreover, he is not tall. With his spiky hair, he is about the same height as her, nearly a head shorter than Wukong. Haha, that's just who he is, but he is actually quite nice. At that moment, millions of light years away from Earth, a round, flat, giant spaceship hovered in space. A red-skinned alien quickly approached Frieza. Lord Frieza, we just intercepted a conversation from Vegeta's team and learned that the Dragon Balls really exist. Originally facing away from Dodoria, Frieza slowly turned his baby carriage around, looking at the starry cosmos through the transparent glass. Oh, the Dragon Balls. The ones said to grant any wish on Namek. Frieza instantly became interested. Yes, Lord Frieza. How do you know? Frieza couldn't help but feel curious. The Dragon Balls had never been confirmed by anyone. Vegeta's team is currently on a low-level planet called Earth, and there is a Namekian on that planet who has created the Dragon Balls that can grant wishes. Frieza's interest grew. Going to Earth seemed too far, so he decided to head directly to Namek, where there were many Namekians, and the wishes would surely be better. Let's go head to Namek. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Dodoria, for bringing me such good news. Frieza was quite polite to his subordinates, otherwise many wouldn't be willing to serve him. His gaze then shifted toward Earth. Vegeta and Piccolo had already boarded the spaceship, preparing to head to Namek. Goodbye, Vegeta, Piccolo. Wukong waved to the two, bidding farewell. Oomph. Vegeta and Piccolo exchanged a knowing cold grunt and closed the hatch. The spaceship then transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky. Those two are really something. Such typical tsundere types. Wukong couldn't help but mutter to himself. Sister, don't worry, everything will be fine with Wukong around. Tai Si looked at Vegeta's departure with some unease, and Bulma comforted her beside her. In Bulma's heart, Wukong was always the most reliable person. As long as Wukong was there, then no problem was too big. At that moment, Wukong's stomach let out a growl of hunger, and Bulma turned to look at him and jokingly scolded. You glutton, it's only been 2 hours since lunch. How can you be hungry again? Wukong felt a bit embarrassed by her words, awkwardly scratching his crab-like head. He couldn't help it. Haha, it's not my fault. We had an extra Vegeta at lunch today, right? The portion was about the same as before, so I wasn't full. I don't care, you're just a glutton. Okay, I'm a glutton. Can you help prepare some food for me? Wukong looked at Bulma with a pitiful expression. Really, just follow me. Bulma huffed with a hint of pride, and then led Wukong into the house. Half a month later, Wukong teleported to North Kai's planet. At that moment, North Kai was sitting in his small car, circling around the small North Kai god, enjoying the breeze and humming a tune, feeling quite pleased. Suddenly seeing Wukong appear ahead, North Kai quickly slammed on the brakes, and the car stopped just a few centimeters away. North Kai let out a sigh of relief and looked at Wukong with a helpless expression. Wukong, can you not appear so suddenly next time? It's really frightening. Hee, I'm sorry, Lord North Kai, I promise to be more careful next time. Wukong squinted his eyes into a shape, smiling as he spoke. Sai, I've told you not to call me Lord anymore. Your dimension has already reached that of a great Kai, and calling me Lord really makes me feel ashamed. North Kai truly envied Wukong's talent. After only a few years of training, his dimension had reached that of a great Kai. Unlike himself, who had trained for countless years and was still only a Kai, it felt like living a dog's life. Not everyone could improve as quickly as Wukong. Some people might never reach the dimension of a celestial god in their entire lives. Haha, I'm used to it. Besides, I wouldn't be where I am today without Lord North Kai. Wukong wasn't lying. The reason he had such a high dimension was that he had consumed quite a bit of divine food from North Kai. Alright, as you wish. Are you here again to mooch a meal? After so many years, Wukong had come to mooch a meal almost every month, and North Kai had long since accepted it. After all, those resources were just sitting there, and it was almost impossible for him to break through to Great Kai in this lifetime, so it was better to let Wukong use them. Not exactly, but I did want to ask if Lord North Kai had any spirit tree fruits left. Wukong was also quite direct. Spirit tree fruits. I have quite a few left. How many do you need? Spirit tree fruits are still rather plentiful for those at the level of a Kai. A few dozen should be enough. What do you mean a few dozen is enough? I only have a few hundred in stock. Take them. North Kai waved his hand, and dozens of spirit tree fruits appeared on the ground. Wukong quickly stored them in his storage space. Thank you, Lord North Kai. Sighed. In the end, Wukong still stayed for a meal before leaving North Kai's planet. I do not plan to include Dales in this book. He is too similar to Wukong, and there is already Goten, so if he is included it would be a hassle. Surely someone would say, why kill him when there are so few Saiyans left? If I don't kill him, he looks too much like Wukong, and it feels awkward, so I simply won't include him. Returning home, Wukong took out 10 spirit tree fruits and gave 2 to each member of the household. Wukong himself did not need to eat, as he had already consumed a great deal of divine food and had also eaten spirit tree fruits before. These fruits had almost no effect on him anymore. After you eat this fruit, start meditating directly, Wukong said to everyone. He had taught them the method of divine cultivation long ago, but apart from Bulma, the others had not made much progress. Gohan was likely one of the faster ones among the group, but he still had not broken through to become a celestial. If paired with the divine cultivation method, the spirit tree fruit would greatly aid in dimensional growth and longevity. For Bulma and the others, there was no need for them to fight, so the combat power increase brought by the spirit tree fruit was unnecessary. Enhancing lifespan and dimensions was the main goal. As for Gohan, he had even less need for that increase in combat power. The spirit tree fruit had limits on its enhancements to dimensions, lifespan, and combat power. The dimension could at most elevate a mortal to a celestial, extend lifespan by up to 100 years, and increase combat power by over 2 million. Of course, if one reached the celestial tier, taking the fruit again would still be effective. This refers to someone whose dimension had never been cultivated, relying solely on the spirit tree fruit for enhancement. This was what Wukong heard from the North Kai. Thus, Gohan really did not need that level of combat power. He would soon be able to cultivate to achieve over 2 million combat power. During that year, Gohan had not used gravity training, and most of his energy was devoted to cultivating his ki. Even under such conditions, his combat power had already risen to 2,000. After consuming 2 spirit tree fruits, everyone's combat power still increased a bit. Bulma went from a few dozen to 10,000 ties, went from a few points to 6,000. The brief couple reached 5,000, while Gohan surged to 3,500 in one go. Of course, the biggest gain was still Gohan, whose dimension had directly broken through to the celestial tier. Ties and the brief couple were also not too far from becoming celestial. After delivering to his family, Wukong also sent 2 to each of his acquaintances. He even teleported 2 to Vegeta and Piccolo, who were on their spaceship. Naturally, he had also taught Vegeta and Nappa the method of divine cultivation, and he had previously taught Raditz. Wukong did not harbor any selfish motives towards them. Anyway, such things were not particularly precious. If they became truly strong, wouldn't that lighten his own burden? Wukong believed they would ultimately redeem themselves, especially since they were not inherently evil. However, no one else had broken through to the celestial tier like Gohan. After everyone consumed 2 spirit tree fruits, although primarily used to enhance dimensions and lifespan, their combat power also increased. Specifically, Vegeta 1600 achieved 300 through half a month of gravity training. Yajirobe 0 originally 8700, Piccolo 0, Raditz 1400, Tenshinhan 0 originally 600, Krillin 1500 originally 5000, Nappa 11000, Yamchu 11000. I won't list those who do not fight. After this round, 6 spirit tree fruits remained. Then he gave one to each of the 5 people at home, keeping one for himself. After consuming another spirit tree fruit, the remaining 3 did not have anyone break through to the celestial tier, while Gohan's combat power soared to 4,000. After eating 3 spirit tree fruits, everyone felt revitalized, as if they possessed inexhaustible strength. At this moment, Wukong sensed Bulma's gaze upon him. Oh no, tonight I'm going to be in for it. Oh, what am I talking about? Wukong was completely oblivious to the troubles of the hungry. At this time, Bulma glanced at the darkening sky outside and suggested, "Shall we go have dinner?" "I already ate at North Kaisim, not that hungry." Wukong displayed a bit of what one could call nonsense literature, immediately earning an eye roll from Bulma. "Wukong, you really didn't have to say that," Bulma said with a smile that was not quite a smile as she looked at Wukong. "Aren't you afraid there will be too much food left over?" I think with you around it's impossible to have leftovers." Ha 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 ha. That night, Wukong truly experienced the power of the spirit tree fruits. Half a month later, Wukong gathered everyone together, and based on the timeline of the original story, Vegeta and Piccolo had already arrived on planet Namek. If they didn't go soon, they might have to collect their corpses. Wukong had Vegeta and Piccolo arrived on planet Namek. Krillin asked Wukong, who was becoming somewhat impatient after all it could boost his own power. "Yeah, they should have been there for a while now. If we don't go, we might have to collect their corpses," Wukong said with some seriousness. "You all put your shoulders together, I'll use instant transmission to take you there." Saying this, Wukong brought his fingers together and placed them on his forehead. 3 powerful energies. The strongest one exceeded 5 million, and there were 2 in battle, one about 5 million, and the other a bit over 2 million. At this moment on planet Namek. Roar. "Vegeta, I didn't expect your combat power to reach 2 million. Oh, it really surprises me. Could you be the legendary Saiyan? But wait, you don't look like one," Frieza said casually after knocking Vegeta away with a punch. Vegeta steadied himself in midair, looking gravely at Frieza. He had increased his combat power to 2 million through potential development and recovering from severe injuries, but he was still somewhat behind Frieza, who had 265 million. "Damn it, now I can only rely on that green-faced guy. When will Kakarot arrive?" Vegeta thought to himself, placing his hands on his waist. A tremendous energy gathered in Vegeta's hands. "Die, Frieza, Gallic Gun." A rough purple energy wave streaked across the sky towards Frieza. "Oomph." With Frieza's sneer, his figure was shrouded in smoke. "Ha ha ha, Frieza. You're nothing but..." "What? Oh." The suddenly enlarged Frieza appeared before Vegeta and delivered a fierce punch to his abdomen. Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood, turning into an afterimage as he crashed into a mountain. At this moment, Wukong had teleported everyone to Piccolo's side, who was now exuding a terrifying aura. "Piccolo, what's going on with you?" Krillin looked at Piccolo in shock. Clearly a month ago their power difference had not been so great. What on earth had happened? Through Piccolo's brief explanation, everyone finally understood what the two of them had gone through. It was like the Ginyu Force had been eliminated and now Frieza was almost alone. Piccolo first underwent potential development and then assimilated with a Namekian named Nail to achieve his current strength. Now his power level was an astounding 12 million, as stated by Goku. Krillin couldn't help but look at Piccolo with envy. He was only at 100,000, while Piccolo, who had just been at 200,000, had closed the gap in just a month. "Sigh. Piccolo, the Grand Elder of Namek, should be nearby, right? Please take us to see him. I can solve his problems." Goku had already sensed the Grand Elder's aura, but suddenly teleporting right in front of him seemed a bit impolite. He thought to let Piccolo lead them over as he had a spiritual tree fruit specifically reserved for the Grand Elder. Solve his problems. "Are you referring to that kind of fruit? How did you know?" Piccolo had eaten the spiritual tree fruit before, so he knew its effects, but he was curious how Goku knew about the Grand Elder's situation. As for how I know, you certainly wouldn't understand." Hearing one person's words was like listening to a whole lecture, and everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes. Follow me." Before long, they arrived at the Grand Elder's residence. At that moment, a Namekian child named Dind was accompanying the Grand Elder. "You've finally arrived." The Grand Elder's voice was frail and aged. According to prophecy, this man was the one who would save Namek. The Grand Elder had his eyes closed, but Goku could sense he was watching him. "Hello, Grand Elder. I am Son Wukong, a Saiyan from Earth. Please eat this fruit. It will benefit your current condition." Goku took out the spiritual tree fruit and handed it to the Grand Elder. "Thank you." After receiving it, the Grand Elder ate the spiritual tree fruit, believing that Goku would not harm him, as Goku was the savior foretold in his prophecy. In an instant, the Grand Elder seemed to regain much of his youth with his spirit and vitality restored. Everyone felt this was quite miraculous. They recognized this was the fruit Goku had given him and couldn't help but express their gratitude. After calming his emotions for a moment, the Grand Elder looked at Goku again. Thank you, I feel like I can live a few more years now. Haha, Goku, do you have any requests? Feel free to ask, after all you are a benefactor of Namek. The Grand Elder believed that given the rarity of the spiritual tree fruit, Goku wouldn't give it to him without a reason. Hearing the Grand Elder say this, Goku revealed a smile. It is well known that with great power comes great responsibility, but who said that with greater ability there must be greater responsibility? He was not the Sun Wukong from the original work. He could not help others without reason. Everything in the world has its price, doesn't it? Thank you, Grand Elder. Could you help us all unlock our potential? And let us use a Dragon Ball once. Goku believed the Grand Elder would not refuse. Sure, you can come one by one. I asked for the Dragon Balls. Let Den take you to them later. Soon everyone had unlocked their potential, leaving only Goku. The combat power of the others had greatly increased, and Goku looked at each of them. Yajirobe 1. 8 million. Gohan 1. 2 million. Raditz 5,000,000. Nappa 4,800,000. Tenshinhan 4,000,000. Krillin 3,800,000. Yamcha 2,500,000. Goku, it's your turn now, come on. The Grand Elder's kind voice came through. Upon hearing this, Goku smiled. It was finally his turn, though he wondered how much his combat power could increase. Goku slowly walked in front of the Grand Elder, who covered Goku's head with his enormous hand. In an instant, Goku felt an overwhelming surge of new energy within him, quickly controlling it to prevent it from flowing out. This energy was far too powerful for the others. Goku ultimately could not fully contain it, and a trace of energy leaked out, causing everyone to change their expressions upon sensing it. It was overwhelmingly powerful enough to render others defenseless. Thankfully, Goku was their friend. It provided a great sense of security. Ultimately, Goku's surging combat power settled at 500 million. At this point, the Grand Elder was sweating profusely and weakly spoke to Goku. Your strength and potential are too formidable. I can only guide you up to this point. I apologize. Seeing the Grand Elder's somewhat apologetic expression, Goku shook his head. He was already content with 500 million. I am very satisfied. Thank you, Grand Elder. He'll take care of the rest. After saying this, Goku teleported everyone back to Earth. After sending everyone back to Earth, Goku teleported to the place where Vegeta was fighting Frieza. Vegeta? Goku could no longer bear to see Vegeta's dire condition, regretting not coming sooner. What a sin. At that moment, Vegeta was lying on the ground, kicking his legs in defeat. Just as Frieza was about to finish off Vegeta with a punch, Goku teleported and caught Frieza's fist. Who are you? Frieza struggled to pull back his fist, but found it firmly grasped. At that moment, Goku flicked his hand and threw Frieza away. After feeding Vegeta a Senzu bean, the once dazed Vegeta finally woke up, and all his injuries had healed. Kakarot. As soon as Vegeta opened his eyes, Goku's face came into view, causing him to hurriedly crawl back. Haha, you've worked hard, Vegeta. I'm late, so leave the rest to me. Goku turned to look at Frieza in the sky, speaking while turning his back to Vegeta. You bastard. Vegeta clenched his fists, feeling somewhat reluctant, but what could he do? After recovering from his serious injuries, he was only around 2.5 million far from being Frieza's opponent. Ultimately, he felt he was too weak. Vegeta gradually loosened his clenched fists and gazed at Kakarot's back. I leave everything to you, Kakarot. Vegeta silently murmured in his heart. At this moment, Frieza had stabilized himself in midair, looking at Goku with a sense of familiarity. It seemed that this face had appeared when he destroyed planet Vegeta. You are a Saiyan, right? I've seen your face when I destroyed planet Vegeta. It seems you are the son of that person. Yes, I am Sun Wukong, a Saiyan raised on Earth. Now it is time for us to settle our scores. Goku said coldly, looking at Frieza in the sky. Oh, settle scores. Are you referring to killing your father and destroying planet Vegeta? Huh. Do you know how much my combat power is, Mr. Sun Wukong? Yes and no. Transform into your final form, Frieza. I know you are like your brother. Goku said, remembering the grievances between him and Frieza from years ago, looking at Frieza with a hint of ruthlessness. My brother. So it was you who killed Frieza. Looks like you'll witness my final form. Frieza, unaware that Frieza possessed a fifth transformation, assumed Son Goku, who had slain Frieza, possessed a battle power exceeding only 200 million. With a furious roar, Frieza's towering frame was enveloped in a swirling vortex of violet energy. An overwhelming aura radiated outward from his being. Wow, what? How could Frieza possibly be this strong? Vegeta stared upward at Frieza, hovering midair, cold sweat streaming down his brow. Having secretly mastered rudimentary techniques of ki manipulation, Vegeta could naturally sense the staggering intensity of Frisia's aura. As the violet energy dissipated, Frisia revealed a markedly shorter, more compact physique. Mr. Son Goku, my battle power now stands at 600 million. Do you truly believe you still hold any chance of victory? Frisia declared with supreme confidence. Oh really? You seem rather short now. Has concentration become your essence? Goku delighted in provoking Frisia. Veins bulged across Frisia's forehead as fury surged uncontrollably within him. Violet energy erupted violently from his body. Nothing incensed him more than being mocked for his height. Wretched monkey, die. Frisia lunged forward with a devastating punch. Goku deflected it with his elbow, expertly redirecting the force before pivoting and driving a sharp elbow into Frisia's abdomen. Act! Frisia spat out bitter while barely registering Goku's next move, a brutal roundhouse kick that slammed squarely into his face. In an instant, Frisia became a streaking blur, shooting across the sky before crashing headlong into a mountain range. Boom! Before the dust settled, Goku placed both hands at his waist, palms glowing with an intensifying sapphire light. Kamehameha, now. A colossal pillar of azure light pierced the heavens and struck the mountainside, blotting out sun and sky alike, unleashing a titanic mushroom cloud. Boom! The cataclysmic shockwave blasted outward in all directions, hurling boulders like shrapnel. Vegeta was forced to retreat over a kilometer away. Kakarot, has he grown so powerful? Could he truly be the legendary Super Saiyan? From a kilometer away, Vegeta gazed bitterly at Kakarot, wishing with aching envy that he too were the fabled Super Saiyan. Unacceptable. Frisia unleashed his full ki, pulverizing surrounding debris into dust. Violet energy stained half the sky. By now his body bore visible wounds. Goku observed Frisia and realized he could defeat him even in his base form. What did it matter if Frisia's battle power exceeded his by 100 million? The chasm between their martial mastery more than compensated. They clashed with blinding speed, skyward thunderclaps echoing with each impact. Mountains crumbled, the earth cratered repeatedly beneath their ferocious exchanges. The entire planet Namek trembled as though on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, a jagged rift tore open across the heavens. This space-time continuum feels unusual. Fascinating. A tall, elegant woman with snow-white hair and pale cerulean skin watched Goku and Frisia's battle with quiet astonishment. She seemed to sense something, then scoffed. TCH, damn time patrol. Let me leave you a parting gift then. With that, she hurled a sphere of abyssal energy toward Frisia and vanished instantly. The rift in the sky sealed itself seamlessly. What a... Mid-combat, Goku swiftly evaded, then stared intently at Frisia, now swathed in writhing darkness, sensing its immense alien ki. Goku immediately activated his interface. Frisia amplified by abyssal energy. Battle power 6001500. Goku frowned deeply. What on earth had just occurred? Where had this sudden surge of darkness originated? Hey Kakarot, what's happening? Why has Frisia's ki spiked again? Vegeta flew over and demanded answers. I don't know, but I do know his battle power has exploded to 15 billion. Goku regarded Frisia with grim resolve. He wasn't afraid of Frisia now, but dreaded another wave of darkness descending to empower him yet again. So what do we do now? Your strength. Vegeta hadn't finished before Goku cut him off, eyes gleaming with quiet amusement. Vegeta, don't worry. Have you ever heard of the Super Saiyan? Wow, what? Huh. In a flash, Goku transformed, golden hair blazing, emerald eyes blazing, into the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta stared utterly vacanted. He fell silent, lost in revelation. So that was it. Kakarot was the legendary Super Saiyan. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. A wry, resigned smile flickered across Vegeta's lips. Meanwhile, Goku gathered a swirling orb of golden sapphire energy in his palms. A terrifying aura of annihilation coalesced in his grasp. Ultimate. Kamehameha. The sheer oppressive force compelled Vegeta to flee farther into the distance. Ha ha ha, Mr. Son Goku. With this newfound power, the darkness receded, revealing Frisia's body wreathed in ominous black-violet flames. Time to end this, once and for all. Haa. Goku vanished, reappearing instantly before Frisia, and released the fully charged ultimate Kamehameha. Instantly, Frisia was engulfed. The golden blue beam carved across land, sea, and sky, before erupting beyond the planet's atmosphere. Unacceptable. Frisia disintegrated into ash amid his own shrieks, the radiant energy fading into the void. Phew, finally done. Relief washed over Goku as Frieza ceased to exist. He dared not grow complacent, not after such a volatile chain of events. Returning to base form, Goku sought out Vegeta and immediately recognized the dazed, hollow expression on his face. It was predictable. The Prince of the Saiyans, humbled by the revelation that Kakarot not he embodied the mythic Super Saiyan. Goku approached, placed a reassuring hand on Vegeta's shoulder. Do you think the Super Saiyan is a title held by only one person? Goku asked, smiling. Huh, isn't it? Goku chuckled softly. After all, by the Buu saga, Super Saiyans were already commonplace. Haha, no. Any Saiyan possesses the potential to ascend to Super Saiyan. Vegeta's gaze locked onto Goku, unblinking. What? Kakarot, you mean I could transform into a Super Saiyan too? His voice trembled with raw excitement, an entirely natural reaction for any Saiyan who'd just learned such truth. Yes. Goku nodded firmly, then continued. 2 conditions are required. First, a base battle power of 3 million. Second, overwhelming righteous fury. Goku suspected these criteria applied strictly to pure-blooded Saiyans. For hybrids, especially those born to parents who had already achieved Super Saiyan transformation, such thresholds were likely little more than suggestions. Vegeta struggled to maintain a calm demeanor, but his trembling body betrayed him. How could he not be excited? This is the Super Saiyan, a legend among their race. He never expected to have the chance to transform into a Super Saiyan himself. In any case, he had already decided that once he returned, he would push himself to the limit. He must transform into a Super Saiyan. Of course, this was only his first step. His ultimate goal was to surpass Kakarot. If Kakarot, a low-class warrior, could be so strong, why couldn't he, the Prince of the Saiyans? Goku had long seen through Vegeta's inner thoughts, but he did not expose him. The possibility of surpassing himself might remain forever unfulfilled. Come on, it'll take you back to Earth. Someone's worried about you. Goku joked. The proud Prince Vegeta couldn't help but blush upon hearing this. Who would worry about me? Boring. Ha! Goku ignored the still proud Vegeta, placed his hand on his shoulder, and with a swift motion of his fingers on his forehead, they returned to Earth. Everyone was still together waiting for Goku to return. Old son, how did it go? As soon as Goku and Vegeta arrived, Piccolo immediately asked. After all, Namek was also considered his home planet, so he was quite concerned. Haha, Piccolo, you don't have to worry anymore, it's all been resolved. Goku said with a smile. He had not told everyone about the sudden surge of dark energy. A single burst of energy could enhance Frieza to 15 billion. How powerful would its master be? Perhaps even stronger than himself. But for some reason this master had not shown up, which could be seen as fortunate. This was the first time in his life he felt a sense of crisis. Everything that had happened before was within his control, yet this time it slipped away. It seemed he had to complete that transformation imbued with divine essence quickly. In fact, he had already made preliminary explorations into this transformation. At least now his dimension had reached the Great King level. Perhaps completing this transformation would also aid him in breaking through to the divine dimension. After everyone dispersed, Goku returned to Namek, where Dandy helped him gather all the Dragon Balls. As Dandy spoke a phrase in Namekian, suddenly the sky darkened over Namek, and a dragon far less handsome than the Earth's Shenron, but much grander, appeared. Mr. Goku, please tell me your wish, and I will convey it for you. Goku thought for a moment and stated his wish. Let me have unlimited stamina. With the local translation, Porunga fell silent, and after a long while he finally spoke. I'm sorry, my lord, your power and dimension are too great. I cannot grant you unlimited stamina, but I can greatly enhance your stamina limit and recovery speed. After Dandy's translation, Goku was not disappointed because he had tried the Earth's Shenron before, and the response was even less impressive than Porunga's. Alright, let's go with that. Goku nodded. Very well, my lord, your wish has been granted. Perhaps because Goku was feeling good, he did not sense anything unusual. After thinking for a long time, Goku voiced his second wish. Please let me learn the language of the gods. That's easy. My lord, your wish has been granted. In an instant, Goku felt a profound language added to his mind. If I use the dragon too often, will something bad really happen? Goku asked the question that was on his mind. He hadn't used the Earth's Shenron for several years because he always had a premonition that if he continued to use it recklessly, something bad would happen. Even the North Kai had warned him, stating that in ancient legends the dragon represented both miracles and destruction. Now it was just right to obtain this answer through Namek's dragon. Porunga fell silent, and after a long while slowly spoke. I'm sorry, my lord, I cannot answer that question. Porunga's response surprised Goku. A question that even the dragon could not answer was intriguing. Goku pondered and asked Porunga why. I'm sorry, this concerns the source of our power, and I cannot disclose it. All I can say is this, my lord, please remember miracles have both positive and negative aspects. After saying this, Purunga transformed back into the Dragon Balls and flew away. Goku looked at all this in disbelief, his mouth twitching. Ooh, was this considered his third wish? Alright. Is that how we're playing it? Even Dandy felt embarrassed. He hadn't expected the dragon to act this way, almost as if it wanted to escape. Mr. Goku, I'm sorry, I also don't know what's going on. Dandy said somewhat apologetically. It's fine, them content. Thank you all. If there's trouble in the future, please find me. I'm leaving now. Oh, please send my regards to the elder. After saying that, Goku instantaneously moved away from Namek. Goodbye, Mr. Goku. Dandy's youthful voice echoed across the wilderness. Back home, Goku greeted Bulma, and then immediately dove into the gravity chamber, leaving Bulma, who was left in a daze. Huh? Bulma, didn't you bet with me that Goku wouldn't behave like Vegeta? Taisi laughed freely beside her. Previously, after Vegeta greeted her, he went off to train, and Bulma had laughed at her for that. Not wanting to lose, Bulma placed a bet claiming that Goku wouldn't act this way upon his return. In fact, it wasn't Goku's fault. After all, he felt a sense of crisis, and to protect his family, all he could do was grow stronger. Son, Goku, you idiot. Bulma was going crazy. Clearly, Goku had not been like this before, and she confidently placed a bet, but ended up making such a big fool of herself. After venting her grievances, Bulma gasped for breath, slowly calming down. Indeed, aren't the Saiyans just like this? In the first few years that she knew Goku, wasn't he just like Vegeta? Perhaps Goku had changed over the years, leading her to feel a bit unaccustomed. Bulma did not oppose Goku training because she knew he did this to better protect her, and Goku often took time to accompany her. I didn't lose. Goku usually wouldn't act like this, but it's just that today is a bit special. For more than half of this past 6 months, Goku has been with me. Don't you know that? I see you have the toughest mouth. Taisi rolled her eyes. In fact, both of them understood what Goku and Vegeta were like. At most, Goku was slightly better, but not by much. It didn't matter, they had both gotten used to it. Wukong cultivates to protect me because he knows that if he can't protect me, no one else can. And what about Vegeta? Bulma casually remarked, and surprisingly, she hit the nail on the head. Taisi fell silent at Bulma's words, yet Bulma did not relent in her assault. If Vegeta can't protect you, Wukong can. After all, you're my sister. To put it bluntly, he just wants to surpass Wukong. As Bulma spoke, a proud smile spread across her face, arguing with herself, how dare she? It's simply like using a straw in a latrine, sucking up waste. Taisi was left speechless. Yes, Vegeta aimed to surpass Sun Wukong, but how could she claim he wouldn't protect her? Yet Taisi didn't know how to counter Bulma's argument, and her anger began to rise. Both hands began to tickle Bulma. Haha, Taisi, let go. If you don't, I'll be rude, haha. Not letting go means not letting go. Taisi shouted defiantly. Sometimes one shouldn't be too arrogant. Arrogance brings no good fortune. And so Taisi paid the price for her hubris. The end result was Taisi's miserable defeat, laughing so hard she lost consciousness, lying on the sofa convulsing. How could Taisi with a power level in the thousands resist Bulma, who had over 10,000? Bulma proudly stood up from the sofa. Easy peasy, how dare she challenge Bulma? At this moment, inside a new gravity chamber. This gravity chamber was constructed using materials brought by Yake, and the materials used were even better than those conjured by the dragon. Thus, with the aid of Bulma and her father, they created this gravity chamber, which could reach up to 1,000 times normal gravity. And this isn't even the limit of the materials used. The original gravity chamber given by the dragon was upgraded to 700 times, but could not be improved further as the materials were limited. Even someone as clever as Bulma couldn't change that. Wukong did not activate the gravity. Instead, he sat cross-legged and began meditating. He was fully immersed in feeling that ethereal aura. Now his dimension had reached that of the Great King, just a step away from the divine dimension, yet that step was fraught with difficulties. However, if he only needed to grasp a hint of divine aura, the difficulty wasn't too high. If he had a teacher like Whis, this difficulty would diminish significantly. Now he simply wanted to comprehend a trace of divine aura as a foundation to transform into a Super Saiyan God. At that time, in this form, all his energy would transform into divine aura, allowing him to accelerate his progress towards the divine dimension. Half a day later. It seems that comprehending divine aura will still take some time. This is the drawback of not having a master. Wukong awakened from his meditation, slowly stood up, and sighed. Compared to himself, the Wukong and Vegeta in the original story were much luckier. In the original story, without mentioning Wukong, he obtained divine aura through a ritual, and even Vegeta had someone like Whis and Angelic being guiding him. And what about him? He could only struggle to comprehend it himself, and to truly understand it might take a year or two. Slowly he would grasp the divine aura while fully developing the Super Saiyan form. After all, the Super Saiyan form only reached 2, it felt somewhat regretful. After washing up in the gravity chamber, Wukong headed to the dining room. It was already dark, and dinner time had arrived. Wukong arrived at the enormous dining table looking at the abundant food piled high, and naturally sat down. At that moment he noticed Tai Si was missing, so he asked Bulma. "Bulma, where's Tai Si? Isn't she having dinner?" Hearing Wukong's question, Bulma put down her chopsticks and looked at him with a seemingly fake smile. "Why do you need to know so much? Just eat your food. She want to call Vegeta." "Oh, all right." Wukong obediently lowered his head and began to devour the food in front of him. He didn't know why, but Bulma's tone today seemed particularly sharp. Kakarot. Wukong heard someone call him Kakarot, looked up, and without thinking he knew it was Vegeta. "Yo Vegeta, you made it. Hurry up and eat," Wukong said while stuffing food into his mouth. The gazes of the two clashed in the air like two bolts of lightning colliding. Vegeta nodded in response, immediately sat down, and began to devour food feverishly. Their hands seemed to become mere shadows, and the food on the table visibly diminished. Everyone watched Wukong and Vegeta and didn't know what to say. Do they even have to compete while eating? Saiyans are truly a strange race. Half an hour later, everyone was already full. Even Gohan had eaten his fill, leaving only Vegeta and son Wukong still eating furiously. Indeed, hybrid Saiyans cannot compete with purebloods when it comes to appetite. At this time, both their eyes were fixed on the last chicken leg. "Hey Vegeta, let me tell you the secret to transforming into a Super Saiyan." What secret? Vegeta immediately turned his gaze to Wukong upon hearing this. But at that moment, Wukong swiftly snatched the chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth. "Haha, that's just to eat more." After swallowing the chicken, Wukong smiled at Vegeta. "Damn it, Kakarot. You're playing dirty." Vegeta was furious. He felt like he was about to transform into a Super Saiyan, but alas, his base combat power wasn't enough. He seemed even more furious. "Oh. Alright, don't be angry, Vegeta. Once your base combat power is sufficient, I have a way to help you directly transform into a Super Saiyan." Vegeta was stunned upon hearing this, his previously piqued anger instantly subsiding. "What? You have a way?" Wukong seriously nodded. He wasn't joking this time. "Yes, I do consider it a reward for eating your food." Wukong smiled at Vegeta. He only mentioned a reward for eating food, but didn't specify how much he would eat or for how long. Hee. Vegeta arrogantly turned his head and snorted, then began eating again. This time he'll let Kakarot off the hook. Wukong chuckled and lowered his head to eat again. In the end, under their onslaught, all the plates were empty and both of them were just full. After finishing, Vegeta left first, and Wukong approached Bulma and said, "Bulma, I'm going to train to see you tonight." Then Wukong walked out of the dining room towards the gravity chamber. "Bulma, I think we might need to expand the kitchen a bit more in the future. 2 big eaters and 1 little big eater. If we don't expand the kitchen, we'll be overwhelmed." Mrs. Brief stared blankly at the mountain of dishes piled on the table. "I want to ask, can you accept the concept of laws? For example, the law of destruction, the law of time. If you can accept, I'll add it. Personally, I hope you can accept it will help me develop the plot later, like going to other timelines, etc." That night, under Bulma's seduction, Goku experienced the joy of increased stamina. He thought, how could there be no changes at all? The next morning, after a fierce breakfast battle, Goku found Gohan. "Gohan, do you want to train with Dad from now on?" Goku patted Gohan's head and asked. If Gohan was willing to train, Goku would be very pleased, as Gohan's talent in the original story was already terrifying, not to mention now. It would also serve as a way to find a rival for himself. He didn't expect Gohan to catch up to him, but he would be satisfied with Gohan transforming into a Super Saiyan and sparring with him. After all the blood of the Saiyans flowed through Goku's veins, how could he not yearn for a rival? Hearing this, Gohan was taken aback and began to think carefully. After a year of training, Gohan understood very clearly that he did not truly enjoy cultivation. He might just have a bit of interest. Moreover, he could never really like the intensity of his father's training. Perhaps he was more interested in science. Inheriting Bulma's excellent genes, Gohan had been exceptionally bright since childhood and was very interested in science, even enjoying inventing small gadgets. Gohan remained silent for a long time, and Goku could see that even if he wasn't the same Gohan from the original story, he still lacked interest in training. Perhaps this is the difference between half-blood Saiyans and pure-blood Saiyans. Without pressure, he preferred to live a normal life, like an ordinary Earthling. In the original story, among all the half-blood Saiyans, only future Trunks trained hard. Because the entire world relied solely on him, he bore the responsibility of protecting the Earth. He could not take a step back, for behind him were countless lives. If you don't like training, then go do what you enjoy. Goku did not want to force Gohan into something he did not like. With him around, he could protect Gohan safely for a lifetime, and Gohan could pursue what he loved. Well, that I can't say I dislike training, but it's just not like you, Gohan shyly admitted. Seeing Gohan, Goku instantly understood. To put it simply, Gohan just didn't want to train all the time. He could occasionally train and was interested in it, but he could never practice every day like Goku. This is fine, and at least he wouldn't become a complete slacker. How about this? From now on, you can train with Dad on the weekends, and during the week, just do a little training to maintain your level. Okay, thank you, Dad. It must be said that having an understanding and respectful father is truly wonderful. And just like that, 6 months passed. Nappa and Raditz had already found a new home. During those 6 months, Goku either trained or spent time with Bulma, with regular combat reaching a staggering 700 million. One day, Vegeta came to find Goku. Over the past 6 months, Goku and Vegeta had become somewhat familiar, as even if Bulma's house was large, they would often see each other during meals. At the dining table, they had already become rivals who respected each other. However, the proud Vegeta still remained arrogant. Kakarot, my battle power should have reached 3 million by now, right? Vegeta leaned against a wall, calmly speaking with his head lowered. What a show-off. Goku looked down on this. He was never one to show off unless it was fed to him. After all, if it was fed to him, not showing off would be impolite, right? Can't waste someone else's kindness. It's already 25 million, which meets the minimum requirement to transform into a Super Saiyan. Goku nodded. Since that's the case, let me tell you how Vegeta. Goku knew that with Vegeta's pride, he wouldn't speak up, so he took the initiative. Vegeta said nothing more and just nodded arrogantly. Seeing Vegeta like this, Goku smiled helplessly. Oh, it's been half a year, I've gotten used to it. Vegeta, clear your mind. Make sure you don't resist when the time comes, Goku reminded Vegeta. Now his dimension had reached that of the Great King, naturally granting him some special abilities, one of which was that storage space. What he needed to use now was to create an illusion, but this function was somewhat useless. It required the other party not to resist. In battle, it was of no use at all. Who doesn't resist during a fight? However, this function was great for helping Vegeta and the others transform into Super Saiyans, guiding their subconscious to enter the illusion that angered them the most. This would accumulate enough anger to transform into Super Saiyan. Goku guided Vegeta into the illusion. Looking at Vegeta with his eyes closed, Goku did not know how long it would take. He had heard from Bulma that it usually took just a few minutes. He just didn't know how long it would take Vegeta now. Gradually, 10 minutes passed. Vegeta's energy began to surge violently, so powerful that even Krillin and the others could feel it. At this moment, Goku's gravity wristband went crazy with notifications. He knew this was Krillin and the others asking what was happening with Vegeta. However, Goku ignored it. With so many people, how could he respond? He turned his gaze back to Vegeta, who was now enveloped in a golden aura. His hair was alternating between black and gold, just a step away from transforming into a Super Saiyan. With Vegeta's furious roar, he finally transformed into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan. In an instant, Vegeta awoke from the illusion, panting, looking as if his anger had not yet subsided. Damn it! Goku saw this expression on Vegeta's face, knowing it was the same as his own situation back then. He had reached a stop in his challenge. Goku looked at Vegeta with a somewhat mischievous expression. Hey Vegeta, you look pretty angry. Can you tell me what your illusion was about? Upon hearing Goku's words, Vegeta snapped back to reality. His anger subsided a bit, and he crossed his arms without answering Goku. Could he even speak about his illusion? If he did, would he still have the dignity of a Saiyan prince? Oh, come on, don't be stingy, Vegeta. No way. Kakarot, let's fight. Let me understand the gap between us. Goku wanted to say something more, but Vegeta directly threw a punch. Boom. Goku hurriedly caught it with his hand. The massive energy wave blew apart the greenery behind them. Hey Vegeta, if we're going to fight, let's do it in the sky. Don't rush. Bulma will kill me this time. Goku felt like crying. Oh, what a situation this was. Sigh. Forget it, since I can't escape, I might as well take it out on Vegeta. Goku led Vegeta up to the sky, grinning mischievously at him. Sorry Vegeta, but who told you to put me in this situation? I can't be the only one to suffer, right? Boom, boom, boom. The sound of collisions echoed continuously in the sky. After yet another clash, Vegeta quickly retreated, a grimace crossing his face as he fixed his gaze on Goku. He could sense that Kakarot seemed to be toying with him. He wasn't even using his full strength. Indeed, as he suspected, Goku's normal combat power had reached 700 million, while even after transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta only managed to achieve 1.6 billion. With a nearly five-fold gap, Goku only needed to make a slight move to ascertain Vegeta's limits. Kakarot, I don't need your pity. Show your true power. Your actions only make me feel like you are mocking me. Vegeta clenched his fists, shouting in anger. In midair, Goku's body froze for a moment before breaking into a smile. Of course, as the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta could never accept this fate. Be careful, Vegeta. Goku charged towards Vegeta, landing a punch to his abdomen before he could even react. In an instant, the intense pain rendered Vegeta unable to resist, causing him to revert from his Super Saiyan transformation. If Vegeta had mastered the Super Saiyan form well enough, he wouldn't have been forced out of the transformation by Goku's punch. After reverting to his normal state, Vegeta slowly fell from the sky, kneeling on the ground with his hands clutching his abdomen, taking several minutes to recover. Thanks, Kakarot. After uttering this, Vegeta left with an air of pride, flying towards the gravity chamber created by Shenron. Indeed, Goku had already given that gravity chamber to Vegeta. After all, it was just sitting there, wasn't it? It might as well be put to use by Vegeta. Goku watched Vegeta's departing figure and shook his head helplessly. Half a year had passed, and Vegeta remained as proud as ever. Just as Goku was about to return home, a familiar voice called out, "Big brother." Yak fell from the sky, followed closely by Piccolo and Krillin. Why are all of you here? Goku looked at Piccolo and the others with some exasperation. Was it really necessary just because Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan? Why had no one shown up when he transformed into Super Saiyan 2 before? Alright, it was a case of double standards, wasn't it? Ha, big brother, we just wanted to see why Vegeta suddenly became so much stronger. Could it be that he has already mastered the Super Saiyan transformation? Yak said with a smile. He was somewhat unwilling, perhaps, because as a half Saiyan his drive to cultivate and compete wasn't as intense as that of a pure-blooded Saiyan. However, his combat power had originally been many times higher than Vegeta's, and now he had been surpassed, which made him feel somewhat unwilling to accept. Yeah, by the way, Yak, if Vegeta can transform, how long will it take for you? Goku began to chide Yak. Originally, Yak's combat power was even higher than Vegeta's, but now he had been overtaken. It was no wonder, as this guy usually trained sporadically. Half a year had passed, and his combat power had only increased by 200,000, which was simply unacceptable. Vegeta had gained 700,000, and even Gohan, who only trained on weekends, had increased by 500,000, reaching 1,700,000. And he was still a half Saiyan. Haha, this will definitely happen soon. Yak said somewhat awkwardly, clearly not expecting Goku to point it out directly. He had already decided that upon returning, he would train like crazy, not stopping until he reached 3 million. No, not just 3 million, but surpassing Vegeta. As for surpassing Big Brother, he had already given up on that, but surpassing Vegeta was still possible. All of this was silently observed by Raditz, who had only increased by 300,000 and dared not speak. If Raditz didn't dare to speak, then neither would Nappa, who was only acquaintances with Kakarot and considered an ordinary friend. On the contrary, perhaps because they weren't close enough, he found it easier to speak up. Eventually, everyone gathered to have a meal together, as it had been a while since they had last met. During the meal, Goku still invited Vegeta, but as expected, Vegeta declined. What could he do? He could only comply with the prince's wishes. Thus, a year and a half later. On this day, Goku sat cross-legged in the gravity chamber meditating. Suddenly, a divine aura emanated from Goku with a fiery red flame-like energy slowly appearing, turning his hair completely red, making him seem ethereal. At this moment, Goku's aura seemed to vanish from the world. No one could sense it anymore. To an observer, Goku appeared to have slimmed down significantly. Goku slowly opened his crimson eyes, looking down at his own body. The divine aura floated around him, and within the fiery red flames there appeared to be scattered stars. One had to admit this aura was quite beautiful. I finally succeeded. Super Saiyan God. At this moment, Goku, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan God, felt a stir of excitement within his previously calm heart. He had never felt such a wonderful sensation before. It felt as if he did not belong to this world, transcending it, as if his soul and body had undergone a sublime metamorphosis. In the moment he transformed into a Super Saiyan God, the sense of crisis from 2 years ago seemed to dissipate. Now his normal combat power had reached 2 billion, and as a Super Saiyan God it soared to 80 trillion. According to the classification of divine power, it would be divine power 8,400. Each rank of divine power is a quarter of the initial doubling difference. Here we go again. Goku casually unleashed his energy, crushing all the tiny robots that had just appeared in his home. In fact, these robots had appeared several years ago, but each time they showed up, they were destroyed by him. He hadn't expected them to persist until now. Goku knew these were sent by Dr. Gero to collect his genes, but he didn't bother with them, only destroying the robots that came too close to his home. After all, they couldn't collect his or his family's genes anymore. As for others, he couldn't do much. He could only remind them to be cautious, but ultimately they weren't him, and their genes would inevitably be collected. Wasn't it all for his brother Krillin? Was it easy for him? Krillin, you must remember my kindness. Goku exited the Super Saiyan God transformation, feeling a premonition that after comprehending this transformation, he should be able to reach the divine dimension in a few years. What remained for him to do was to comprehend the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, merging Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4 together. The perfect evolution of his bloodline combined with the evolution of his realm was exhilarating to think about. He wondered how many times his battle power would increase. As Goku stepped out of the gravity chamber, he suddenly felt two familiar auras approaching his home. If nothing unexpected happened, it was Raditz and Nappa. Why are they both coming together? Could it be about the Super Saiyan transformation? Goku thought, a mix of confusion and certainty. Kakarot. After Raditz landed, he greeted Goku, and Nappa nodded beside him. Brother, you came this time because you can transform into Super Saiyan, right? Goku was certain, as he had already seen their battle power, which was almost exactly 3 million. Haha, that's right. Raditz felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he was once again asking for Kakarot's help. He felt somewhat awkward constantly relying on Kakarot while being unable to assist him. Finally, you guys can transform. I've been waiting for you for so long. Goku joked. A year and a half had passed, and Gohan and Yake could now transform into Super Saiyans. During this year and a half, Yake sadly realized that he couldn't keep up. Vegeta, the king of transformation, was too terrifying. Thanks to the bi-weekly rest system, Vegeta's normal battle power had reached 12 million, while Yake was only at 10 million like Gohan. Now all he could ensure was that he wouldn't be surpassed by Gohan. It wasn't Vegeta's fault for pushing so hard, considering the gap between him and Goku plus Yake and Gohan catching up behind them. Especially Gohan, this extraordinarily talented child who trained only 2 days a week and was nearly catching up to him. He wished he could spend every day in the gravity room. Raditz and Nappa did not respond, as they were also too embarrassed to answer. What could they do? Just keep pushing, as long as they didn't come in last. The two exchanged glances, flames burning in their eyes. All right, clear your minds, I will guide you into the illusion. Goku looked at the two somewhat amused. Well, it's not like they were fighting for last place. After Raditz and Nappa responded, they closed their eyes and let go of their thoughts. Minutes later, both successfully transformed into golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyans. Raditz could no longer contain his joy. He had never dared to imagine that he could transform into a Super Saiyan one day, all thanks to Kakarot. There's an old saying on Earth that an elder brother is like a father, but for him, it was the opposite, which left Raditz feeling quite helpless. While Raditz and Nappa were still celebrating, Goku was observing the two. Their strength was similar, or perhaps they could use that method. No doubt it was the fusion technique. Previously on planet Ardrak, Goku had wondered why they would also have the fusion technique. Later he learned from Batla that it came from their exchanges with planet Metamor. After all, two planets famous for their remarkable skills would inevitably have some exchanges fostering progress. This fusion technique had also been modified on planet Ardrat. If the fusion failed, they wouldn't transform into fat or thin versions, it would just fail, and they could start over immediately. For this, Goku felt it was very nice. Brother Nappa, how about I teach you a quick way to increase your power? Goku tempted them from the side. There was no other way, he was eager to find a rival. Now he had reached a normal state of 2 billion, and even the strongest Vegeta only had 600 million after transforming into Super Saiyan. This made him feel very bored. After all, he was a pure-blooded Saiyan who craved battle. He wanted to fight without any reservations wholeheartedly. In fact, he had also asked Vegeta and Yake. Yake didn't mind, but Vegeta absolutely refused. Now he was asking Raditz and Nappa, what if it succeeded? What? A quick way to enhance power. Raditz was obviously a bit tempted. Yes. It can allow you to surpass Vegeta, quickly even surpass me. Goku wasn't lying. After merging their normal battle power, might indeed surpass him. But of course he had mastered Super Saiyan God. Unless the two of them could transform into Super Saiyan 4 after merging, they still wouldn't be his match. Really? Yep. Just learn a dance with me to fuse. Then under Goku's persuasion, Raditz and Nappa began to learn the embarrassing dance. Can this be called persuasion? Goku was the first to disagree. This was for their own good. But after finishing, Raditz and Nappa discovered that they actually needed to fuse together. They shook their heads in unison. Laughing to death, who would want to fuse with that waste? Two finally under Goku's tempting words, don't you want to defeat me? They started the fusion. Saiyan. Huh. The red and blue rays of light spiraled and intertwined, gradually merging into a yellow glow. The light enveloped the two, spinning continuously, suddenly bursting forth the dazzling light, causing Goku to shield his eyes with his hand. As the light gradually faded, Goku moved his hand away, revealing a brand new figure before him. Haha, Lord Nats has arrived. Kakarot, you are no longer my opponent. Goku looked at Nats, whose hair had returned to normal, feeling somewhat speechless. Did this mean that the personality of the original Raditz had doubled? Indeed, now Nat's normal battle power had reached 3 billion, surpassing him by 0.5 times. But he could only transform into Super Saiyan 3 at most, right? How could he dare? Actually, Goku was also curious about how Raditz would perform if he transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Unfortunately, after the fusion, the hair had averaged out. Sigh. What a pity. Nats, come on. Goku took Nats to a deserted area and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Nats looked at Goku before him with disdain, gathering the energy within. Let me show you. This is Super Nats. In an instant, Nats' energy surged, explosively transforming into a Super Saiyan, and the golden aura soared into the sky, sending a powerful aura throughout the galaxy. What? Is that Raditz's energy? No, wait, it also resembles Naba's energy. Could it be the fusion technique? Vegeta paused his training in the gravity room as he sensed this overwhelming energy. Is fusion really this powerful? Goku looked at Nats with excitement, feeling his blood boiling. Haha, finally, there was someone who could ignite his desire to battle, even if it was through fusion. Goku threw a punch at Nats, who casually blocked Goku's fierce punch with one hand. He gathered energy in the other hand and shot it at Goku. Goku had no time to dodge and quickly crossed his hands to block. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of an explosion, smoke rose up and a figure flew backward through the smoke. Goku hurriedly tried to stabilize his body in midair. Crash! Goku's left hand dug into the mountainside, sliding for several dozen meters before he managed to regain his balance. Huff! Goku felt the waves of pain from his arm, exhaling as he looked at Nats. Truly, as a fusion being, he was indeed strong. Goku felt increasingly excited. The Saiyan blood that had been silent within him for so long began to boil. In this book, the fusion multiplier differs for different people. Raditz and Naba have a multiplier of 1000, while the fusion of Goku and Vegeta can reach an enhancement of Ultra Blue. Looking at Wukong hanging on the mountainside, Nats casually threw out several energy blasts. The golden energy soared towards Wukong like a swimming dragon. Wukong's golden hair swayed as he dodged a few attacks. However, at that moment, a massive energy ball rushed towards him, and Wukong caught it with both hands, enveloping it in his own chi. He then forcefully swung it towards Nats. Boom! Nats detonated the energy ball with another blast, releasing countless energy spheres and initiating the prince's combat style. Wukong quickly unleashed the chi he had absorbed, accelerating his speed and dodging continuously. No, it had to be close combat. In ranged fights, his chi was no match for Nats. Only through superior techniques in close combat could he hope to win. He didn't want to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Nats had only just mastered Super Saiyan and couldn't fully unleash its power. With his exceptional martial arts skills, he could definitely win. Wukong seized the opportunity and teleported beside Nats, delivering a swift kick to his waist. Instantly, Nats was kicked away, crashing into a mountainside, and Wukong quickly followed up with a burst of energy. He aimed a punch at Nats' face, but it was caught. Little did Nats know it was just a feint. Wukong's other hand gathered energy and exploded against Nats' abdomen. Boom! With the sound of the explosion, Nats was sent flying again. Just as Wukong was about to pursue, Nats unleashed a supercharged energy wave, disregarding his stamina and chi. Wukong quickly dodged, giving Nats a brief moment to catch his breath. The two quickly became entangled in aerial combat, moving from the sky to the ground, and then to the ocean, creating numerous afterimages as if several of them were fighting simultaneously. Nats threw a punch at Wukong, which Wukong elegantly dodged, then kicked Nats on the chin. Nats was sent flying several meters before stabilizing himself. He felt extremely frustrated. Despite his greater combat power, he was being overpowered in close combat against Kakarot. It seemed every time he attacked, Kakarot anticipated and dodged, even countering effortlessly. His effective attacks against Kakarot were few, while he was already covered in wounds. Wukong, however, was very satisfied with this battle. This was the gap in martial arts skills. As long as he wasn't more than half as strong as himself, he could handle Nats' techniques. Nats could no longer hold back. With another roar, his aura surged rapidly, lightning crackling around him and his hair stood even more upright. Haha Kakarot, this is Super Nats too. After saying this, Nats exploded with energy and charged at Wukong. Kamehameha. Wukong quickly unleashed a Kamehameha to block Nats' attack, then retreated. At this point, the gap in their combat powers could no longer be bridged by martial arts skills. After blocking the Kamehameha, Nats sneered at Wukong's retreating figure. After flying several kilometers away, Wukong retracted his aura, stopping in place and watching Nats approach. He had already known that Nats had mastered Super Saiyan 2, so he had been on guard. Haha Kakarot, don't run. Nats caught up and started taunting. Wukong looked at Nats' smug face. Did he really forget that he could also transform into Super Saiyan 2? Hey Nats, did you really forget that I can transform into Super Saiyan 2 after merging? Huh. As Wukong shouted, his aura doubled, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Come on. A new battle begins. Wukong smiled at Nats. The two quickly engaged in combat again, with Nats trying to create distance, but Wukong would not let him escape. After dodging Nats' punch, Wukong supported himself with one hand and executed a sweeping kick, landing it squarely on Nats' face. Nats transformed into an afterimage, flying backward. After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Nats' chances of winning were even lower. He hadn't even fully mastered Super Saiyan 1. Now Super Saiyan 2 consumed even more chi and stamina, and he could only utilize about 70 or even 60 of his internal strength. As expected in the battle of Super Saiyan 2 forms, Nats was suffering greatly. He was literally being dismantled by Wukong's blows. Although Wukong's damage was minimal, too much of it could still lead to significant harm. After reverting from his transformation, Wukong kicked the ground, and the two peaceful beings fed each other a senzu bean. After consuming the senzu beans, both were instantly revitalized. The boost in combat power post-recovery was nearly negligible. After transforming into Super Saiyan, the Saiyan race's innate talent seemed to have diminished significantly. Raditz and Nappa exchanged awkward glances at Wukong. Of course, they remembered what they had said during their fusion. It hadn't felt awkward while fused, but now that they were separated, the awkwardness was palpable. However, they truly realized Kakarot's strength. After their fusion, they were still no match for him in the same form. Kakarot, you must not have used your full power, right? Raditz inquired. His intuition told him so. He might doubt others, but he believed in Kakarot. Wukong was surprised that Raditz understood him so well and nodded with a smile. Indeed, Raditz silently acknowledged after seeing Wukong's nod. 3 years ago, Kakarot was already able to transform into Super Saiyan 2. 3 years later, who knows if Super Saiyan 3 or even Super Saiyan 4 could appear. It seemed there really was a possibility. The gap is too vast. It's truly despairing, but still better than this guy beside me. At least Kakarot is still my brother. Nappa certainly noticed Raditz's expression. Their strengths had always been quite close, and they had always looked down on each other, with Raditz mocking him using Kakarot. But he felt helpless. The reality was what it was. What could he do? Damn, it's all because he doesn't have a good brother. Wukong watched from the side. He had long been aware of the issues between Raditz and Nappa, but had chosen to ignore them. Such competition was also beneficial for their strength growth. Alright, are you two staying for a meal later? Wukong asked them. He was in a good mood today. He finally had a good fight, even feeling a sense of pressure in the same form. After over 20 years of being invincible, it truly felt dull. Being invincible is also a kind of loneliness. Does a voice he had already decided to use the excuse of training Raditz and Nappa to make them fuse. He figured they would agree, right? This was a good thing, satisfying himself while allowing Raditz and Nappa to grow stronger. It was a win-win situation. Hearing Goku's question, Raditz and Nappa exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Forget it, Kakarot. I won't trouble you any further. I need to go back and cultivate. As Raditz spoke, Nappa beside him nodded. All right then, goodbye. I'm off to have my meal first. Goku shrugged, helplessly floated into the air, waved goodbye to the two, and flew towards West City. After a fierce battle, Goku was truly hungry. Although he had energy, hunger was genuinely uncomfortable. One must not shortchange oneself. Enjoyment is what life is all about. For Goku, indulging in delicious food until he was full was the greatest pleasure. What's wrong with that? After working hard for over 20 years, isn't it time to enjoy life? Who would oppose a big mouthful of food? Upon returning home, Goku encountered Bulma, who was getting ready to have dinner. Goku, what happened earlier? Bulma had also sensed the previous battle, as she had learned to utilize energy from Goku. Most importantly, Goku's tattered clothing was hard to ignore. To put it simply, Raditz and Nappa fused, and I fought against the fused form of the two of them. The series of events was too lengthy, and Goku was too hungry to elaborate, so he summarized briefly. Bulma was quite astonished to hear this. It was incredible that Goku could end up in such a battle. Was the fused being that strong? Bulma, let's eat first. I'm really hungry. Let's chat while we eat. Goku felt like he could die from hunger, not in the physical sense, but psychologically. All right then. Bulma nodded in agreement, as she wasn't originally interested in this topic. Arriving at the dining table, Goku saw Vegeta already starting his meal. Vegeta, sensing Goku's presence, looked up and asked, "Was that energy from the fusion of Raditz and Nappa?" "Yes, they have a new name after the fusion nets." Goku knew Vegeta would ask, and nodded in affirmation. "So what do you think? The fusion technique is powerful, right? Why not try fusing with Yajirobe? You two could really defeat me." Goku didn't want to miss any opportunity to tempt Vegeta. Vegeta's forehead twitched with anger. He would never fuse with anyone, not in this lifetime. "No way, Kakarot. Kakarot, just give up on that idea. I will never fuse with anyone in my life." Vegeta angrily shoved a large piece of beef into his mouth and began chewing vigorously. Goku looked at Vegeta with a helpless expression. "Sai, it's really difficult to trick Vegeta." The others watched Goku and Vegeta with smiles. These two truly were comedic rivals. After finishing their meal, Goku and Vegeta went off to train. Bulma leaned closer to Tai's ear and asked mischievously, "Sister, when are you and Vegeta going to confirm your relationship?" Bulma's question left Tai speechless. She didn't blush, as she had grown accustomed to it over the past 2 years. I don't know either." Upon hearing Tai's response, Bulma immediately became animated and spoke with the tone of an experienced person. "Oh sister, you should take the initiative. Goku and I were like you two before. One of you has to be proactive. In my view, Vegeta doesn't seem like the proactive type, so this matter falls on you." "Got it." Listening to Bulma, Tai fell into deep thought. Sometimes Bulma was indeed unreliable, but what she said made sense. Perhaps she should take the initiative. A few days later, Goku was training in the gravity chamber, as usual. Suddenly, he stopped his movements and looked in a certain direction, sensing an unfamiliar energy that seemed to have appeared suddenly. Calculating the time, it should be future Trunks, but he wondered which timeline it was from. If it was from his own timeline, that would be unlikely. Now his dimensional level had reached that of a Grand Kai. No illness could afflict him. Could it be from the timeline in the original story? At that moment, Goku sensed the energy and instantly teleported next to future Trunks. The next second, he was stunned. Trunks with golden hair. This was normal. He was not a Super Saiyan. Which timeline was this from? No golden hair. Could it be that he was Vegeta and Tai's child? But how could his future self die? Heart disease. Impossible. Goku was certain he could not be afflicted by heart disease. What could the reason be? Goku frowned, his expression not looking good. "Hey, Uncle Goku, how come you are back on Earth already?" Trunks had just exited the time machine and immediately spotted Goku. He was very confused. Didn't Aunt Bulma say that Uncle Goku had not yet returned to Earth? Was he still on his way back to Earth? "Who are you?" Goku asked, noticing Trunks' dazed expression, and took the initiative to speak. "Uncle Goku, my name is Trunks, and I come from 20 years in the future. My father is Vegeta, and my mother is Tai's." Goku had indeed guessed correctly. This Trunks was truly the child of Vegeta and Tai's. Speaking of which, how did his future self die? It shouldn't be possible. At this moment, numerous energies were sensed in the sky, and Goku knew it was Vegeta and the others arriving. Vegeta and Piccolo descended first, followed by Bulma and Tai's. Trunks naturally sensed them and looked at Bulma and Tai's in shock. Is it my imagination? Mom and Aunt Bulma can actually perform flight techniques. Goku silently observed Trunks' expression. It seemed this was another parallel timeline, not the future of his own world. "Goku, who is this young man?" Bulma descended from the sky, looking curiously at Trunks. "Oh, he is the child of Vegeta and Tai's." Goku casually replied. What? Bulma's eyes widened in shock. Vegeta and her sister's child, and he's already this big. How come she had never heard of this? "Hey, Kakarot, what nonsense are you talking? How could I possibly have such a big child?" Vegeta quickly retorted with a reddened face. "Yes, Dad, I came from 20 years in the future." Trunks nodded beside him. Trunks didn't think there was anything wrong with saying this. He had heard his mother mention that by this time she and his father were already together. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Vegeta and Tai's with mischievous smiles. Vegeta and Tai's were speechless. They had just confirmed their relationship a day or two ago, and now someone was claiming to be their child. Moreover, it sounded like it was true. Indeed, just 2 days ago, Tai's had taken the initiative. There was only a thin line between them, and Tai's initiative had naturally brought them together. "Oomph." Vegeta huffed shyly, turning his head away. What could he do? If this was truly his child, could he deny it? "Child, why have you come to this timeline?" Tai's asked, although somewhat shyly. "I came to deliver medicine to Uncle Goku." "What?" Everyone looked at Trunks in shock, then glanced at Goku. In my future, Uncle Goku dies of viral heart disease 3 years from now. Hearing Trunks say this, Goku was certain that this must be a different timeline. The current version of himself could not possibly contract heart disease anymore. Goku. Bulma tightly grasped Goku's arm, and when Goku looked at her, he saw worry filling her eyes, prompting him to comfort her. Don't worry, I won't get heart disease. That's another version of me from a parallel timeline, Goku said, ruffling Bulma's blue hair. Bulma was momentarily confused. What did he mean by another version of me? Currently, your dimension should have reached that of a god, right? You should be clear that I won't get sick again, especially since my dimension has reached that of a great king. With Goku's reminder, Bulma finally understood and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, her Goku was fine. However, just in case, she thought she should give Goku a full checkup when they returned. Trunks, listening from the side, felt as if his CPU was about to overheat. Uncle Goku, what does another parallel timeline mean? Trunks quickly asked. Simply put, the moment you traveled here, you didn't go back to the past. Instead, you entered a parallel timeline, and any changes made here won't affect your timeline. Goku's words struck Trunks' mind like a thunderclap. How could this be possible? Aunt Bulma and Gohan were waiting for good news from him, for Uncle Goku to be revived. For that, Aunt Bulma had tirelessly worked for over 10 years, only to end up with nothing. Goku looked at Trunks, who appeared lost and shaken, and shook his head helplessly. Trunks, something must have gone horribly wrong in your future, right? Goku's words instantly shattered Trunks' spirit, and his eyes turned red. Yes. Yes, everyone is dead. Only Gohan and Aunt Bulma are left. Trunks gritted his teeth, all because of those 2 androids. What? We're all dead? How could this happen? Yajirobe, standing nearby, looked puzzled. Trunks raised his head, looked at Yajirobe with his slightly reddened eyes, and realized he did not recognize him. I don't know you. You aren't in my future. I'm sorry. Trunks' response was surprising. He was apologizing to someone still alive. Goku smiled at Yajirobe, realizing that in Trunks' future timeline, Yajirobe might have died long ago, perhaps during the invasion by Cooler a few years back. Now he had some speculations about Trunks' timeline. Simply put, it was a timeline where he married Bulma, Vegeta married Bulma and Raditz, and Nappa also survived. In that timeline, Goku would be the original Goku, perhaps stronger due to more training and better conditions, significantly surpassing his original self. Yet it would not change the fact that he eventually died from heart disease. Trunks, what was the reason behind it? Vegeta said, somewhat displeased. After all, no one knows they will die and remains in good spirits. Hearing his father's question, Trunks quickly began to explain. 2 androids will appear 3 years from now. They were created by Dr. Gero, who was eliminated by Uncle Goku in the Red Ribbon Army. They are extremely powerful. Even you, father, are not their match. Everyone was killed by them, and now only Gohan and I barely resist in the future. I came back this time to save Uncle Goku because Aunt Bulma and Gohan believe that as long as Uncle Goku is alive, the future won't turn out like this. Vegeta listened with great displeasure, but it was a fact that Kakarot was indeed stronger than himself. Goku, listening to Trunks' introduction, suddenly froze. Wasn't Gohan supposed to be dead in the future? Goku quickly asked Trunks. Trunks, are you saying that only you and Gohan are resisting? Yes, Uncle Goku, but Gohan lost an arm. Trunks nodded after hearing this. Goku fell silent after hearing this. He lost an arm. At least he was still alive. Trunks, are you ready to head back after delivering the medicine? Goku asked Trunks. Yes. Gohan and Aunt Bulma are still waiting for my message. Although it's bad news, it's still better than nothing. It seems I've made you come here for nothing. This version of me won't get heart disease. Goku looked at Trunks, whose expression grew increasingly despondent, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. However, please allow me to accompany you to the future. What? Trunks exclaimed in shock, looking at Goku. Goku responded with a smile and a nod. Wait a moment, let me say goodbye. Goku turned to Bulma beside him. Bulma, I want to take a trip to the future. They'll be back soon. Bulma smiled, reaching out to tidy up Goku's slightly messy collar. Okay, be careful, and please say hello to my future self for me. Bulma said she wasn't worried, but that was a lie. How could she not be concerned about Goku? Perhaps Goku's strength was enough to solve future problems, but accidents can always happen. What she feared was an accident, though she didn't want to show it, not wanting to worry Goku. Who was she? She was Bulma. Was she the kind of woman who was timid and delicate? Uncle Goku, your strength. Trunks began, but Goku interrupted him. Are you worried that I won't be able to defeat the androids? Goku's expression couldn't help but show amusement, as others seemed to want to laugh as well, who would still worry about Goku's strength. This was almost like asking someone in the midst of a bowel movement, you're here to go to the bathroom, right? Trunks felt somewhat embarrassed, but nodded after scratching his head. Just to be safe. Alright then, what about now? Do you think I can still not defeat the androids? This is still just my normal power. Goku revealed his aura, controlling the pressure to push towards Trunks. Wow, so strong. His normal state is already stronger than the androids. Trunks broke into a cold sweat, yet his heart was filled with immense joy. Great. Gohan and Aunt Bulma were indeed right. The future had hope. After retracting his aura, Goku bid farewell to the others and looked at Trunks again. Let's go, Trunks. Oh, okay. Trunks, who had been in a daze, snapped back to reality and quickly opened the cover of the time machine. How magical! Uncle Goku hadn't revived, but he brought back another version of Uncle Goku. Both flew into the time machine as the cover slowly closed and Trunks, in a daze, activated the time machine. Now that we have Uncle Goku, the androids are finished. Sitting in the time machine, Trunks tightly clenched his hands. Dad, Mom, your vengeance can finally be avenged. Here I want to ask for your opinions, who I saw many who opposed giving Android 18 to Krillin earlier. My biggest regret in writing this book is that Goku and Bulma didn't end up together, so I want to remedy this regret. A lifetime of companionship, half drunk and half awake, half floating through life. Isn't that good? Why can't Goku and Bulma love each other and stay together for a lifetime? Why insert another person into the mix? I can't give the protagonist to anyone else. The main character only loves Bulma. After all, Dragon Ball has too many female leads. I want to attempt writing a single female lead. If I finish this, I will write a new book. If it's still Dragon Ball, it might have multiple leads. If there are multiple female leads, I will certainly include Android 18, but not in this one. At most, I can only replace her with Nappa or Raditz, or even stay single the entire time. It depends on what you choose. Actually, I personally lean towards giving Android 18 to Krillin. After all, that was originally the case. The main character won't take her. It would be better to just give her to Krillin, who has never done anything wrong to Android 18. At most, he just named his daughter after his ex-girlfriend, and even that name seems to have been translated. Oh, originally, there was a distinction in Japanese. This time, Wukong traveled to the future not only to save it, but mainly to meet two people. One is Gohan, and the other is future Bulma. Future Bulma is the strongest, greatest, and smartest woman in Dragon Ball, without exception. She may not possess the ability to traverse the universe and shatter stars, but she is the key to saving the future world, a heroic woman. With a touch less innocence and romance, and a bit more maturity and steadiness. If Bulma in his timeline is fortunate having someone to protect and accompany her, she does not experience despair or loneliness. In contrast, future Bulma is unfortunate. Her husband died of a heart disease 17 years ago, and the androids emerged. As time passed, looking back, the androids wreaked havoc, and she found that only Gohan and her sister's son remained. To save the hopeless future, she had no choice but to toil day and night, neglecting sleep and food to develop a time machine. In her heart, she always held on to a belief if Wukong was present, everything would be resolved. Thinking of this, Wukong couldn't help but clench his fists. Regardless of the present, referring to the original work, what Wukong could not accept the most was that in the Zamasu arc, Bulma died at the hands of the face he was most familiar with. In the future world, Bulma's familiarity with Vegeta was nowhere near the level of her acquaintance with Wukong over the years. Dying at the hands of someone she knew so well, one can only imagine how despairing that was. Wukong swore he would not allow this timeline's Bulma to experience that once again. Absolutely not. With a flicker of the time machine, in the blink of an eye, Wukong and the other person appeared in a desolate underground room. Wukong leaped out of the time machine and surveyed the surroundings. It was indeed quite shabby, with many cracks on the walls. Uncle Wukong, please follow me. Aunt Bulma and Brother Gohan are in a nearby underground room. With Wukong's mastery over Chi, he had already sensed Bulma and Gohan's locations, but he let Trunks lead him there anyway. After all, it was his goodwill. Along the way, rubble was everywhere, and there was even a hint of decay in the air. Wukong looked at the dilapidated environment around him and could not help but admire future Bulma even more. To have researched diligently for over a decade under such conditions and even developed a time machine was remarkable. Perhaps it was her mortal body standing shoulder to shoulder with the divine. After about a minute of walking, the scenery before him suddenly opened up. A man with light blue hair stood under the light, dressed in an orange martial arts uniform with one sleeve empty. Gohan! Gohan! Trunks shouted Gohan's name from afar. Hearing Trunks call him, Gohan turned his head with a hint of helplessness. How many times has Trunks told me not to be so melodramatic? Dad, father. Gohan, who had initially worn a joking expression, froze the moment he looked at Trunks. That familiar figure in the orange martial arts uniform. No doubt it must be his father. Gohan, who had not shed tears for what felt like ages, could no longer control his tears. How many years has it been? He had almost forgotten the sight of his father, only vaguely recalling that majestic figure standing before him. Ever since his father fell ill with heart disease, he had taken on heavy responsibilities at the age of 10, watching familiar faces pass away, and the burden on him grew heavier. For over a decade, he felt he was on the verge of collapse, not wanting to share his grievances with anyone, especially his mother Bulma. He did not want her to worry. Gohan could no longer hold back, striving to keep his eyes open, but tears streamed down uncontrollably, and his feet slowly moved towards Wukong. "Gohan, you've worked hard." Wukong stepped forward and embraced Gohan. He understood what it felt like to bear the weight of an entire world. "Father, father." Gohan tightly hugged Wukong, having not felt such a warm embrace in over a decade. Gohan's tears soaked Wukong's clothes, and Wukong did not let go but held him tighter. He knew that Gohan needed his father's embrace at this moment. Trunks quietly watched from the side, feeling a hint of envy towards Gohan. When he was small, even before he had memories his parents had already left him, he has yet to experience the embrace of a father. Gohan confided in Wukong about everything he had endured over the years, the grievances and pains he had suffered. To the outside world, he always portrayed an indomitable and resilient spirit. Only his father could evoke such a vulnerable side of him. Wukong gazed at Gohan's empty sleeve, a surge of unnamed fury igniting within him. He desperately wished to personally eliminate androids 17 and 18. But he had come prepared, intending to let Gohan and Trunks train in the time chamber for a year, allowing them to defeat androids 17 and 18 themselves. Gohan, naturally sensing Wukong's gaze, smiled without a care. "Haha, Dad, it's just an arm. Scars are a man's medals. This arm of mine is a badge of honor." Wukong casually nodded, already contemplating a way to restore Gohan's arm. They chatted for quite a while, a full 10 minutes. "Dad, you should go in and check on Mom. She's inside working on research." Gohan pointed to the room behind him. Wukong looked in the direction Gohan pointed. It was one of the few relatively intact rooms that appeared high-tech. "You two wait here, and I'll take you to a place later." Wukong nodded, walked to the door, opened it, and stepped inside. Upon entering the room, Wukong saw various bottles, jars, and instruments. It was still far behind Bulma's laboratory from his timeline. However, it was understandable. After all, this was the apocalypse, and having such a laboratory was already impressive. Wukong looked at the petite figure with blue hair busy at the experimental table and noticed that she seemed much thinner compared to his memory of Bulma. "No, if it's done this way, the energy required for the time machine will be significantly reduced. I can try it then," Bulma muttered to herself while recording data. This was when her peripheral vision caught sight of an orange figure, initially thinking it was Gohan, but Wukong. Bulma turned her head to look at the familiar figure, momentarily frozen. "Wukong. It's really Wukong. Could it be that Trunks has succeeded?" Hearing Bulma softly calling his name, Wukong smiled faintly. Bulma. What? That is the father from another timeline. Father hasn't come back to life." Gohan looked at Trunks with a shocked expression. He had always thought it was his father from this timeline who had revived. Trunks nodded seriously. It was something he would have to know sooner or later, so it was better to say it himself. "I didn't go back to the past, I went to another timeline. Uncle Goku said that at the moment I traveled, I did not go to the past, but to another timeline. Later, Uncle Goku followed me back to the present." Gohan felt slightly disappointed, but to say he wasn't disappointed would be a lie. After all, this father was not his father from this timeline, and would eventually leave. However, being able to meet his father again and feel the embrace he hadn't felt in over 10 years, Gohan was already very content. But what about Mom? Gohan could let it go, but he wasn't sure if his mom could. He looked with some concern towards the room where Goku had entered. "Goku." Bulma tightly hugged Goku, burying her head in his chest as tears flowed uncontrollably. For many years, the heavy burden on her might have crushed an ordinary woman long ago. No one knew how heavy her pressure was, but she had held on until Goku's appearance. In an instant, the tense nerves seemed to relax. Hadn't she worked hard for over a decade for this day? Goku was revived and the world was saved. Goku looked at Bulma in front of him. At this moment, Bulma had long hair secured with a hair tie at the back, and her skin appeared pale from lack of sun exposure. Her eyes and facial expression revealed the hardships and fatigue of over a decade. Time may not have left visible marks, but the toil had. Goku originally held his hands in the air, unsure of what to do. After all, this was Bulma from another timeline. But as he looked at Bulma, tears glistening on her long eyelashes, she appeared as beautiful as a water lily. Those tears seemed to linger on her fair skin, unwilling to fall, and his heart gradually softened. He embraced Bulma, feeling her slightly trembling body. He knew that Bulma needed someone to confide in, so let him be that person. Bulma, I'm here. Goku, am so tired, so very tired. The two talked for a long time and Bulma actually noticed a slight difference in Goku. Even though they had been apart for over a decade, Bulma had deeply ingrained Goku's personality and speaking habits in her mind. The Goku before her seemed very similar, but still had a slight difference which she keenly sensed. Goku, you aren't from my timeline, but from another one, right? Bulma asked with a forced smile as she looked at Goku. She wished Goku's answer would be no, but deep down she already knew the answer. Hearing Bulma's words, Goku was silent for a few seconds then nodded. As expected with Bulma's intelligence, she would be able to figure it out. Can you tell me what differences there are between your timeline and mine? Bulma was still very eager to hear about Goku's timeline as she believed that the version of herself there would be very happy. Differences? Actually, there are many, such as I am far stronger than I was in this timeline at that time in my dimensions. Bulma was intrigued hearing so many things she had never heard of, like dimensions, Super Saiyan 2, and Super Saiyan God. To have such a strong Goku in that timeline was wonderful, she truly envied that version of herself. Bulma's eyes inevitably dimmed a bit. Goku, did you come to the future to eliminate the androids? Upon hearing this, Goku nodded and then shook his head. Yes and no, eliminating the androids is just part of the reason. I also wanted to see the future you and Gohan. Hearing Goku say this, Bulma couldn't help but feel a bit happy, but the excitement settled down within seconds. What good is happiness? Goku would ultimately return to that timeline. I plan to take Gohan and Trunks to the time chamber in the temple to train for a year, allowing them to deal with the androids themselves. The temple. It's been so long since I've heard that name. The temple has been destroyed. Goku, you probably can't go back to the temple. It was destroyed by the androids. Goku certainly knew that with Earth in this state, how could the temple still be intact? I know the temple has been destroyed, but the time chamber is still there. I have a way to enter and exit. As long as I find the location of the time chamber, I can shatter the space with my powerful energy. In the original story, Bu and Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks were able to break through. Now with my highest combat power reaching 80 trillion, I don't believe I can't break through. Alright, you go ahead and take them. Upon hearing Bulma say this, Goku looked a bit surprised, gazing at her with a puzzled expression. Seeing Goku's expression, Bulma chuckled. You do your thing, I still have to continue making the energy for the time machine. Don't you want to return to your timeline? In truth, Bulma also hoped Goku would stay in her timeline. But this Goku was not her Goku, he belonged to another timeline. Alright. After a moment of silence, Goku nodded and vanished with a teleportation in front of Bulma. Outside the room, Gohan and Trunks were chatting when Goku suddenly appeared before them. Hey Dad, why did you come out so suddenly? Gohan asked with some confusion, thinking they would be talking for a long time. Your mother still needs to prepare the energy for the time machine, and I also need to take you both for special training. Special training? Gohan and Trunks looked puzzled. Yes, I want you to deal with the androids yourselves. Goku was preparing to take them to the time chamber to train for a year. He believed that with himself a year would be enough for them to master full power Super Saiyan. Really? Gohan and Trunks were excited. If they could deal with the androids themselves, they would be more than willing. Gohan, your strength should be about the same as those two androids, right? Goku looked at Gohan, who could reach 800 million combat power after transforming into a Super Saiyan. Gohan nodded. He was not much weaker than Android 17, slightly stronger than Android 18. But because Trunks was too weak, he often had to fight 2 against 1, which is why he had been losing, even losing his arm. Then that's easy. After my special training, even Trunks will be able to easily defeat those two. Goku smiled as he looked at them. Really? Uncle Goku. Trunks had long blamed himself for holding Gohan back. If it weren't for Gohan saving him last time, he wouldn't have lost his arm. This self-blame had never been expressed because he didn't want to worry Gohan anymore. But before that I need to do one thing. Something to help Gohan's arm recover. Goku and the others looked at Goku in astonishment. However, at that moment, Goku placed his hands on his forehead and vanished in an instant. On North Kai's planet, the future Goku, who had been dead for over a decade, was training with a halo above his head. At that moment, he sensed a sudden surge of energy appearing on North Kai's planet. What surprised him the most was that this energy was exactly like his own. Naturally, Goku also saw the future Goku and felt very displeased with his future self. Clearly, he could retain his physical form after death and even occasionally return to the living world for a short time, yet he had never gone back to see Bulma, leaving her alone and suffering for over a decade. As for why the future Goku did not eliminate the androids, Goku understood that the dead could not interfere with the living world. That was the rule. But why could he do so during the Bu saga? The Kaioshin was about to die. Who would care about the rules then? Now the android crisis was merely on Earth. Why was there such a vast difference when they were essentially the same person? Yes, Goku had always believed that the future Goku was indeed him. Their two souls had merged long ago, and they were indistinguishable. He was Goku. He was Kakarot. Who are you? The future Goku asked, looking at Goku with a puzzled expression. How could there be someone who looked exactly like him with an energy that was almost identical? That was impossible. Oh, everyone's energy was unique. Another version of you from a different timeline, to put it in perspective, you from 20 years ago, Goku replied expressionlessly. The future Goku was taken aback. 20 years ago, me. Wasn't that before he had died? At that moment, North Kai also noticed Goku, and the next second cold sweat broke out on his forehead. How come there's another Goku? And why does this Goku have such a high dimensional level? He's reached the level of a great Kai. North Kai was filled with confusion. Clearly the Goku who had always stayed here was just a mortal. Hey North Kai. Goku greeted North Kai with a big smile upon seeing him. Yes, North Kai replied somewhat flustered. The future Goku could clearly sense the difference in Goku's attitude towards the two of them. It seemed he hadn't done anything wrong, so why did his past self seem to harbor such animosity toward him? So another Goku, what are you here for? North Kai asked Goku. Upon hearing this, Goku smiled at North Kai. North Kai, we can discuss this later. For now, could you let me have a fight with the other me? Goku noticed that his future self's normal state was only 10 billion and couldn't help but feel a desire to teach him a lesson. Although he didn't know why, according to the normal timeline, they were nearing the timeline of superheroes, and at this moment, Goku's normal combat power should be at least at the level of Super Saiyan 3 from the Buu saga, right? Even if he didn't have that, he should still be over a trillion. But that was fine, it would allow him to vent his frustrations. At this moment, the future Goku could at most master the Super Saiyan 3 form, and possessing the power of Super Saiyan God was enough to defeat him. The future Goku's eyes lit up as his instincts told him that the past self before him was not weak. Although he couldn't understand why his self from 20 years ago was so strong, he didn't want to dwell on it. Come on. A sacred aura erupted from Goku's body, and in an instant red flames surrounded him, dyeing his hair, pupils, and eyebrows red. North Kai was so scared that he couldn't speak. If he wasn't mistaken, this was the divine aura that could only be attained at the level of a god. Haha, although I don't know why I can't sense your energy, I can feel you are incredibly powerful. I must unleash all my strength too. In an instant, the future Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3, and the powerful energy made the entire North Kai's planet seem to tremble. This is Super Saiyan 3. The future Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3, looked extremely fierce, and cast a smug glance at Goku. Now he couldn't gauge Goku's strength through energy, believing he was definitely not a match for his own Super Saiyan 3. A gust of energy erupted behind the future Goku, dust flying everywhere. The future Goku charged at Goku, carving a long mark on the ground as he tightened his fist, concentrating his strength. Dragon Fist unleashed. Who else but me? Roar. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, a golden divine dragon appeared, wrapping around Goku and continuously spinning and constricting him. Bang! The future Goku's fist struck Goku's face hard. He was surprised that his past self didn't dodge at all. Then a more astonishing thing happened. Goku's face merely tilted slightly, and there was not a single bruise on him. The future Goku felt an overwhelming power coming from his fist. Goku slowly turned his head back, looking coldly at the future Goku, his fist clenched as he struck at his abdomen. The future Goku was sent flying instantly. Goku leaned slightly forward, suddenly appearing behind the future Goku, turning around to kick him again in the back. Goku followed in a burst of energy, and the two became shadows in the air, constantly colliding, but this was a one-sided thrashing. In an instant, the sky echoed with the future Goku's cries of agony as Goku landed punch after punch, gradually calming the rage within him. Goku halted his movements. At this moment, the future Goku seized the opportunity to stay suspended in the air and catch his breath, kicking toward Goku's right cheek. Goku blocked with his arm and grabbed the future Goku's ankle with his other hand, the red aura beginning to spread towards the future Goku. The red flames coiled around the future Goku like thorns, wrapping around him in an instant. And no, the future Goku struggled desperately, but found he could not break free from this aura's control. I ask you, why haven't you visited the living world in all these years? Do you know how tormented Bulma has been in these years? Even just a visit. Goku became more agitated as he spoke, the red flames around him starting to surge erratically. I know you can return to the living world for a short time. This won't change anything in the living world. Goku grabbed the future Goku's sleeve and slammed him down towards the ground. Boom. In the sky above, the future Goku transformed into a shadow and crashed into North Kai's planet, a cloud of smoke rising. As the smoke dispersed, the future Goku had returned to his normal state. The future Goku slowly stood up from the pit. He couldn't say he was unscathed, at least he was bruised and battered. He seemed to want to say something, but couldn't. The future Goku felt like a symbol of misfortune. He had once been cursed by someone, and the curse had indeed come to pass. It was because he had brought Frieza and his father, and because of the appearance of the androids. Perhaps if he hadn't appeared in the living world, things would have been much better. This was something he wouldn't change. I don't know what the original work was thinking. He could have easily returned to the living world for a day and guided Gohan and Trunks, or even communicated through North Kai to teach, treating it as a way to highlight the tragic bugs of the future world. I can only explain it this way, treating it as if the future timeline has some different plots. I will not return to the living world. The future Goku looked up at the sky, his eyes firmly fixed on Goku. You should know that Bulma has always been missing you. Goku felt that saying more was futile. He believed that his future self was truly hopeless. Goku deactivated his transformation and flew in front of North Kai, no longer caring about his future self. At this moment, North Kai felt a bit sorry for his planet. It was already small due to the god of destruction, and now it felt like it was shrinking even more. Fortunately, this shrinking could be repaired on its own, unlike being destroyed by the god of destruction and unable to be fixed. It's exhausting. Lord North Kai, do you know the location of the new Namek? Goku's voice broke through North Kai's sorrowful reverie, prompting him to swiftly regain his composure and nod. Yes, they'll transmit the coordinates directly into your mind. Such a task was trivial for North Kai. As soon as he spoke, the precise location of the new Namek materialized vividly within Goku's consciousness. Goku instantly sensed the life energy, ki, of the Namekians radiating from the planet. A faint knowing smile flickered across his lips, and he immediately expressed his gratitude to North Kai. Thank you, Lord North Kai. Sorry to disturb you, I'm off. Goku pressed his palms to his temples and vanished in a flash of instantaneous teleportation, leaving North Kai's planet in an instant. Watching Goku depart, North Kai sighed inwardly. This Goku truly was different. He turned his gaze toward future Goku, who was approaching him calmly. Goku, why didn't you tell your past self the truth? Upon hearing the question, Goku scratched his spiky hair with a sheepish grin, his slightly swollen face glowing with innocent sincerity. Haha, I can sense he bears no curse. Perhaps that past diverges from mine entirely. If so, there's no need to burden myself with it. Goku, doesn't getting beaten hurt? North Kai shook his head, exasperated. It does, but fighting my past self. Every bruise is worth it. It had been ages since Goku had faced an opponent capable of striking him down like this, and his past self appeared to wield a new transformation. North Kai could scarcely fathom Goku's battle-fueled madness. Ha ha. At that very moment, Goku materialized upon the new Namek. The new Namek's environment far surpassed its predecessor. Lush greenery flourished everywhere, skies stretched pure and sapphire, and lakes gleamed crystal clear beneath the sun. Perhaps retiring here wouldn't be such a bad idea, Goku mused aloud, gazing around in quiet awe. The planet's beauty already eclipsed most places on Earth. You are Master Son Goku, aren't you? An elderly Namekian approached, voice trembling with reverence. Goku turned, his eyes settling upon the aged Namekian. If memory served, this was Merle, the newly ascended elder. His luck-held true teleportation had landed him right beside the elder himself. And indeed, the elder recognized him, having inherited the former elder's extraordinary abilities. Yes, I am. Goku nodded. Master Son Goku, what brings you to Namek? We Namekians will spare no effort to assist you. The elder spoke with heartfelt sincerity. After all, they had yet to truly repay Goku. This was their long-awaited chance. Goku hadn't expected such warmth, and wasted no time stating his purpose. I've come to borrow the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls? No problem. Din will accompany you. At the elder's words, a young Namekian stepped forward from the crowd behind him. Din bowed politely. Master Son Goku, greetings, and how fares Gohan? Though years had passed, Din still remembered Gohan fondly. They'd been childhood friends. Goku shook his head gravely. Not well. That's precisely why I've come, to use the Dragon Balls for him. Din recoiled in alarm, urgency flashing across his face. What happened to Gohan? He lost an arm, and only Shenron can restore it. But Earth has its own Dragon Balls, doesn't it? Your memory is correct, but the Guardian died, and thus Shenron vanished. A soft sigh rippled among the Namekians nearby, grief for one of their own. My deepest apologies, Master Goku. I'll take you to retrieve them at once. Please follow me. With that, Din lifted gently into the sky, hovering midair in patient anticipation. Right. Goku nodded and soared upward. Twin bursts of white aura ignited as they raced toward the scattered Namekian villages, swiftly gathering all 7 Dragon Balls. Din placed the 7 orbs upon a wide, verdant clearing. Uttering the sacred incantation, lightning split the heavens, and the colossal Purunga descended once more. Purunga's gaze fell upon Goku the moment he appeared, and he immediately lowered his massive form in deference. Great One, what is your wish? Purunga spoke in the divine tongue, leaving Din utterly bewildered. This isn't Namekian. Din stared astonished, never imagining Purunga would speak thus. Goku's brow lifted. In his original timeline, Purunga had never used the divine tongue. Yet ever since Goku himself mastered it, Purunga had begun speaking it too. Fascinating, a mystery worth unraveling. Shenron, do you know of my timeline? Purunga, pinned beneath Goku's unwavering stare, broke into a cold sweat. Disaster. I've let something slip. Goku held his gaze unrelentingly, until overwhelmed Purunga finally relented. Yes, the Purunga of every timeline is one and the same. Goku reeled inwardly. So the dragon god truly transcends time. The Earth's Shenron hadn't perished. It simply ceased manifesting in his world. How immense is the dragon god Salama? His power flows into Shenron. Even Shenron breaks temporal bounds. Yet even the Omni King remains bound by time itself. Great One, what is your wish? If none, I shall now depart. Purunga, observing Goku's deep contemplation, asked awkwardly. Every meeting ends in trouble. I just want to leave. Can't fight. Then I'll flee. Don't rush off. Why fear me so? Goku genuinely hadn't expected Shenron to tremble before him. Last time was the same. He'd meant no harm. As if he were some villain. Haha. So Great One, what is your wish? Purunga produced a handkerchief from nowhere and dabbed his brow. Restore my son Gohan's arm. As commanded, Great One, your wish is granted. Is there another? A crimson flash glinted in Purunga's eyes. At that very instant, Gohan, mid-conversation with Trunks on Earth, felt his arm surge back into being. Brother Gohan, look. Your arm is whole again. Trunks stared astounded. The miracle defied all reason. It must be father. Gohan flexed his fingers, lifted his arm, and studied it intently before nodding. Outwardly calm, he burned with quiet elation. Who would wish to live forever one-armed? He'd long abandoned hope, yet his father had arrived and undone it all. Brother Gohan, you and Aunt Bulma were right with Uncle Goku. Everything turns right. Yes. Gohan smiled warmly at Trunks, and this time his joy spilled over, unrestrained and radiant. Upon hearing Purunga's question, Wukong fell into deep thought. Nowadays, whether on Earth or planet Namek, the limitations of the dragon are too great. Please enhance my healing ability further. Wukong thought for a while. This should be achievable, as the dragon on planet Namek is slightly more powerful than the one on Earth. His healing ability was granted by the Earth Dragon, so Purunga should be able to enhance it a bit. A red light flashed in Purunga's eyes once again. Master, your wish has been granted. Wukong felt a warm sensation in his body, but after that he felt nothing. He was eager to know what level his self-healing ability had reached now. Forget it, there's no rush, he could test it after returning. The most crucial thing now is what to wish for as his final request. Wukong pondered for a long time, suddenly thinking of something, and quickly asked the dragon, can you grant me the ability to traverse time and space? Purunga was stunned. And what kind of wish is this? The ability to traverse time and space. That's not allowed. Only those from the time realm can permit such a thing. Perhaps the dragon god could, but he is just an ordinary dragon. It's not about whether he has the ability, but whether it is permitted. I'm sorry, master, but I cannot grant that wish. This time it was Wukong who was left speechless. Why does it feel like no wish can be fulfilled? Purunga naturally noticed Wukong's expression. Can he be blamed for this? It's just that Wukong's wishes are too absurd. Then can you grant me the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan? Wukong was indeed quite envious. After all, the new Broly could overpower Super Saiyan Blue just by relying on his Super Saiyan form. With his current dimension reaching that of the Great Kai, his mental strength is so powerful that he should be able to control his rationality. Master, are you sure? I can grant this wish, but it won't be complete. Moreover, if you transform into the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan, you will no longer be able to break into the divine dimension. That bloodline conflicts with the divine dimension and divine aura. Wukong was hearing about this situation for the first time. To give up the divine dimension and divine aura. Better not, and this bloodline is the youth version, which makes it even less necessary. Forget it, just unlock my potential. Wukong wasn't sure what to wish for, so he decided to unlock his potential and increase his strength. Alright, master, your wish has been granted, and I am gone. A surge of new energy appeared within Wukong. While he was still contemplating, Purunga turned and left without looking back. Wait, what did the last part say? After mastering the new energy, Wukong opened his eyes and realized that his combat power had reached 3 billion. Then goodbye, Dandy. Wukong placed his hand on his forehead and said farewell to Dandy. Goodbye, mister. Wukong, please send my regards to Gohan. I will. After saying this, Wukong's figure vanished from Dandy's sight. Wukong teleported to Earth, and instead of looking for Gohan and Trunks first, he headed to the ruins of the temple. He decided to first find the location of the hyperbolic time chamber. Upon arriving at the temple ruins, he saw broken walls everywhere, and even the entire temple had split in half, floating in the air. Walking slowly on the white tiles, Wukong felt quite unhappy. After all, he had spent a year in the temple. Now seeing the familiar place turned into this was disheartening. Sigh, how things have changed. Wukong soon arrived at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. Sure enough, the entrance had disappeared, and now he could only force it open. With his hair standing on end and golden flames erupting from his body, he transformed into a Super Saiyan 2 in an instant. Wukong controlled his energy and blasted it towards the entrance. Boom! In an instant, a hole large enough for someone to pass through appeared at the entrance. Wukong controlled his power while just opening the entrance without damaging anything else. Although the exterior of the temple looked dilapidated, the interior of the hyperbolic time chamber remained intact. Indeed, this space had been preserved all along. After walking in, Wukong looked around. It felt quite uncomfortable inside. It was stifling. Moreover, everything was a blinding white. Staying here alone would truly drive one insane. No wonder in the original story he could only endure for 3 months. Son Wukong. At this moment, a female voice reached Wukong's ears. He quickly turned to the direction of the sound, frowning tightly. He couldn't feel the aura of the voice's owner at all. Huh, what is this? A little girl. Isn't she the Supreme Kai of Time? Why is she here? Wukong was bewildered. The Supreme Kai of Time had never appeared in the original history, and he wasn't even sure if this person really existed. However, he could now confirm why he hadn't sensed her aura earlier. The divine aura cannot be perceived by mortals. If he transformed into Super Saiyan God, perhaps he would be able to sense it. Who are you? Wukong pretended not to recognize the Supreme Kai of Time and asked. Wukong, hello, I am the Supreme Kai of Time, Kuranoya. I am here to find you. Find me. Wukong was puzzled as to why the Supreme Kai of Time would specifically come to look for him. Yes, ever since the last time Toa appeared in your time, I have been keeping an eye on you. This statement from the Supreme Kai of Time jolted Wukong. Could it be that the previous anomaly with Frieza was caused by Toa? Indeed, the energy coming from him resembled that of a character from a game. It must have been her doing. Are you referring to Frieza's anomaly? Kuranoya nodded gracefully upon hearing this. Yes, precisely because of her I noticed you. You are unlike any other son Wukong from different timelines, yet you are the same person, which makes me quite curious. I would like to invite you to join the Time Patrol. Kuranoya's proclamation was astonishing. Wukong never expected the Supreme Kai of Time would invite him to join the Time Patrol. However, Wukong shook his head and declined. He should consider who he would be up against. Could a novice who just grasped Super Saiyan God handle such opponents? As long as he protects his own timeline and those related to him, that is enough. Hey, don't rush to refuse. Here, take this piece of origin energy, don't resist. As Kuranoya spoke, a ball of energy appeared in her hand, floating towards Wukong. The energy reached him in an instant, and to be safe, Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan God to keep the energy at bay. What is this? Wukong's expression turned somewhat unfriendly. Anyone would feel uneasy. After all, a piece of unknown energy trying to enter his body would make anyone unhappy. Don't worry, this is the origin of time and space, and it will grant you the ability to traverse time and space. How about it? This gift is quite good, right? Don't refuse hastily, just consider it a favor owed to me. How about that? Just come help me when I have something I can't handle. Kuranoya smiled at Wukong. She also felt a bit pained. This thing was quite precious. However, being able to recruit such a unique son Wukong, she felt it was worth it. Origin of time and space. You mean I can traverse time and space now? Yes, and no, it still depends on your comprehension. This is merely the origin guiding you to the threshold, while also accelerating your understanding. Upon hearing Wukong's question, Kuranoya began to explain. Not everyone can comprehend the power of time. Even with the assistance of the origin of time and space, it merely increases the chance significantly. However, she believed that this son Wukong would certainly succeed. Well then, thank you, Lord God of Time. Wukong thought possessing the power of time was indeed formidable. Just look at Hit's time skip technique. It's a preliminary manifestation of the power of time essential for surpassing one's limits. It's just a favor owed to one person, and it's certainly worthwhile. Wukong stored the time and space energy in his storage space. Although the Lord of Time wasn't deceiving him, it was still wise to be cautious with external energies. It's not too late to absorb it once it is fully confirmed to be safe. Hearing Wukong's words, Kuranoya's face brightened. Having already owed a favor, how far could the ride be? Such things should be approached step by step without rushing. By the way, do you remember the mention of Tawa earlier? Kuranoya decided to divulge a piece of information to Wukong. Of course I remember, what's up. Wukong stroked his chin, looking at Kuranoya with some confusion, hoping Tawa wouldn't come to cause trouble in his timeline. Then he would have a headache. Coming and going without a trace, and liking to secretly cause mischief behind his back, he despised such people, especially since he had no means to deal with them. He could only obediently wait for her to stir up trouble. Although the previous attempt to capture her failed, it is certain that she has her sights set on your timeline. I'll look at my own bad luck, I really called it. Wukong was speechless, wishing he could slap himself for thinking too much. He guessed correctly. How strong is Tawa? Wukong was somewhat concerned about this. If she wasn't stronger than him, that would be fine, even if she were stronger. In her normal form, she's a bit weaker than you, but she has a demon god form, which I'm not too clear about. Kuranoya pondered as she assessed Wukong. After all, this is not the official canon, it's from a game and promotional anime. For the sake of making my novel more coherent, I will make changes, as it's a fan work. Upon hearing this, Wukong couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. The normal form was only slightly weaker than him, and there was also a demon god form. But he was also puzzled about how Kuranoya knew about his strength. Don't worry, she won't make a direct move. After all, we are here, and as long as she officially appears in your timeline, you can seek the god of destruction from your timeline to intervene. No matter how strong she is, she cannot surpass the god of destruction. Kuranoya appeared quite relaxed. However, Wukong's mouth twitched. Their timeline's god of destruction. He's been sleeping all the time. Strong as he may be, he doesn't take care of matters. If he did, could their universe still be ranked second to last? How do you know my strength? Wukong didn't ponder about Beerus anymore. Instead, he asked the question in his heart. Upon hearing Wukong's question, Kuranoya couldn't help but feel a bit proud, her tone lifting a couple of notches. Of course, it's when you fought against your counterpart in this timeline. Your red-haired form has already reached the first level of god power and emits a divine aura. If I hadn't helped you shield it, do you think the angels from this timeline would have noticed? Would they find out that you are not from this timeline? You must know that casually traversing timelines is a serious crime, even crossing from the past to the future. It seems I've owed another favor, but I've also received a useful piece of information letting me know that Whis might sense my presence. Wukong had already devised a plan to return to his own timeline. Wasn't he just lamenting the lack of a teacher? Now he had one. Thank you, Lord God of Time. I owe you another favor. Hearing Wukong say this, Kuranoya's pride nearly soared to the heavens. Haha, no need to be polite. Oh well then, thank you, Lord God of Time. Cough, cough, cough. Kuranoya almost choked, feeling wrong to the point of tears as she regretted saying it that way. Damn, who would have thought he would take it seriously? Hey, that was just a polite remark. Oh, by the way, here, take this. Kuranoya tossed Wukong a button-like object. Wukong hurriedly took it and examined it for a while, but couldn't discern what it was. What is this? Wukong looked at Kuranoya with some confusion. It resembled a button. Don't tell me it's to summon her, just like in the original work, where they summon the whole egg. That's a tool to access the time realm. Just press this button, and a door leading to the time realm will appear in front of you. You must come and visit often. Our time realm is quite interesting. You'll even have the opportunity to challenge powerful beings from various timelines. As she spoke, Kuranoya couldn't help but entice Wukong, who she knew that for someone like him, powerful opponents were a great temptation. Indeed, upon hearing this, Wukong's eyes lit up. Powerful beings from various timelines were truly enticing. But he couldn't shake off the feeling that the Lord of Time was harboring ulterior motives, as if she was enticing him. Forget it, it's best not to go to the time realm. Oh, what a pity. Thank you, Lord God of Time. I will definitely come if I have the chance. Wukong was thinking one thing in his heart, while saying another. Sure, you must come, you said it yourself. Kuranoya couldn't guess what Wukong was thinking. The two of them had their own motives. I will definitely come next time. The two of them exchanged pleasantries for a while before Kuranoya bid farewell to Wukong. Wukong, that's it for now. Oh, I must leave. Goodbye. As Kuranoya spoke, a portal of light appeared behind her, and her body began to float towards it. Goodbye, Lord God of Time. Wukong watched Kuranoya slowly float into the portal, also bidding her farewell. After Kuranoya left, Wukong exited the hyperbolic time chamber and arrived at the dilapidated temple. After such a long time, he had been using his chi to maintain the entrance and exit. It was time to find Gohan and Trunks. He needed to finish their training soon, so he could trust this timeline to them. Wukong placed 2 fingers on his forehead searching for Gohan and Trunks' energy and instantly teleported away from the temple. The temple still looked dilapidated as ever, the beauty of the past was long gone, and everything seemed unchanged except for the addition of an entrance connecting to the hyperbolic time chamber, which emitted a faint glow. Dad. Gohan looked at the suddenly appearing Goku with excitement. How are you adapting now? Goku instantly teleported and focused his attention on Gohan's arm. He could naturally sense the joy Gohan felt from the recovery of his arm. Haha, I'm still getting used to it. After all, it has been a while with just one arm, so it's a bit challenging to adapt. Gohan noticed Goku's gaze moved his new arm and smiled as he spoke. As long as you're okay, I'm going to meet Dandy. Dandy? Is he the Dandy from Namek? How is he doing now? Hearing this, Gohan felt a surge of excitement. He had a deep bond with Dandy, but he hadn't seen him in many years. While he should be quite high in status among his fellow Namekians now. No need to worry, he asked me to send his regards. Thank you, Dad. Gohan nodded, feeling happy for Dandy. Alright, you two come with me. With that, Goku teleported them to the dilapidated temple. Trunks was also visiting the temple for the first time. Looking at the ruined surroundings, he turned to Goku with a puzzled expression. Uncle Goku, where is this? Hearing Trunks' words, Goku looked at Gohan with confusion. The implication was, you haven't brought Trunks here before. Gohan understood Goku's gaze. He had been here before, but he hadn't brought Trunks, so he quickly responded. No, I haven't brought him here. I came alone before and saw the ruined temple. I only mentioned it to him at that time. He couldn't even transform into a Super Saiyan. It would have been too dangerous to bring him along. Yeah, not being able to transform into a Super Saiyan is indeed a bit dangerous. Now, even if I'm here, it's still somewhat risky. Goku glanced at Trunks, whose combat power was only 6 million, agreeing with Gohan's words. Trunks lowered his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his golden hair. Compared to Gohan and Uncle Goku, he was still too weak. Alright, stop looking down. Let's go. I'll take you to the hyperbolic time chamber, where one day outside equals a year inside. That will be our training ground. Goku floated into the air and slowly flew towards the hyperbolic time chamber, with Gohan and Trunks following behind. The three arrived at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. The entrance had not yet disappeared, maintained by the energy Goku had left behind. Dad, is this your energy? Gohan looked at the energy at the entrance with surprise, feeling that just the residual energy made him unable to entertain thoughts of resistance. How powerful has Dad become? Yes, surprised, right? To express it in terms of combat power that you've heard before, my normal combat power reaches 3 billion. Goku smiled at Gohan, enjoying the opportunity to show off a little in front of his son. 3 billion. Do we reach 3 billion after transforming into Super Saiyans? Gohan remembered Trunks saying that his dad's normal power was already stronger than his own after transforming. No, yours is 800 million and Trunks is only 300 million. Goku felt that their combat powers were indeed too low, but it was also due to their lack of serious training in the future. In the future, Gohan had only undergone a year of serious training followed by daily battles against androids. As for Trunks, with a half-hearted Gohan teaching him how strong could he really get. In the original story, he trained with Vegeta in the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 years, and his Super Saiyan combat power was at least 2 to 3 billion. Simply put, they hadn't undergone serious training, which left them clueless about how to train. But now that I'm here, all of that will change. Huh, so low. Trunks couldn't help but feel a bit dejected upon hearing this. Haha, don't worry. After a year of training here, I guarantee that your combat power will exceed 2 billion once you transform into Super Saiyans. Now let's go inside. After comforting them, Goku entered the hyperbolic time chamber first. Dad, wait for us. Gohan quickly pulled the still somewhat dejected Trunks into the hyperbolic time chamber. As soon as they entered the hyperbolic time chamber, Gohan and Trunks felt a wave of discomfort. The temperature around them felt extremely hot, and breathing became quite difficult. Goku immediately noticed their reaction and explained with a smile. Does it feel uncomfortable? Difficult to breathe? Do you feel a pressure on your body? The air here is only 14 of what's outside, and the gravity is 10 times that of the outside. Gohan and Trunks both nodded in unison, feeling that staying here was truly unbearable, but this environment seemed perfect for intense training. Goku took a few steps forward, facing them. You two have a very low mastery of the Super Saiyan form now, especially you, Gohan. Me? Gohan looked puzzled. Yes, right now you can only be considered a Super Saiyan at the 2nd stage, and you? Goku looked at Trunks, who was also surprised by Goku's gaze. Why is it me again? You are at the 1st stage of Super Saiyan. At this point, Goku began to be a bit cryptic. Do you know where the ultimate goal of a Super Saiyan lies? Goku looked at Gohan and Trunks, both of whom shook their heads in confusion. How would they know the ultimate goal of a Super Saiyan? Isn't the ultimate goal just to be a Super Saiyan? Being a Super Saiyan is just the beginning. Above that, there are Super Saiyans that surpass Super Saiyans. I call this Super Saiyan 2, and above Super Saiyan 2 is Super Saiyan 3. After that, there's even 4 and even Super Saiyan God. Goku didn't mention Super Saiyan Blue or some expanded forms as they were too far away from them, and even he had yet to comprehend them. Gohan and Trunks looked bewildered, utterly shocked, and speechless. This was the first time they had heard of such things. There is also a form within Super Saiyan I, which is Super Saiyan Full Power. This form can greatly reduce the consumption of energy and stamina, and even temporarily increase strength by increasing energy and stamina consumption. After saying this, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan I Full Power, and to Gohan and Trunks' astonishment, not a single trace of golden aura erupted from him. And this is Super Saiyan 2. Oh! With a light shout from Goku, his golden hair became even more erect with only 3 strands left in front of his forehead. Even after transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Goku still did not emit a trace of aura. Now he had completely mastered Super Saiyan 2, which was somewhat similar to Super Saiyan I Full Power, but the consumption was still slightly greater than Super Saiyan I Full Power. Seeing Gohan's admiring gaze, Goku felt very proud inside. If it were someone else, he wouldn't necessarily feel this proud. Which father wouldn't feel proud if their son admired them so? After that, Goku did not transform into Super Saiyan 3 or Super Saiyan God, as those were too far for them. He believed in taking steady steps one at a time. In this year, I will make you master Super Saiyan Full Power. Goku felt that mastering Super Saiyan Full Power in a year wouldn't be difficult for them, since they were half Saiyans with exceptional talent. Especially Gohan, or perhaps this Gohan's talent isn't as high as the one from his timeline, but he is definitely the highest in this timeline. Over the years, they had accumulated a great deal of potential within them, and this year, he planned to unleash all that accumulated potential. A year. Can we do it? Gohan and Trunks exchanged glances before choosing to trust Goku. Goku exuded a powerful confidence, a person worthy of their trust and reliance. Now that Goku believes in them, they must put forth double the effort and not let him down. The two nodded at each other, understanding the meaning in one another's eyes. Firstly, the first step is to improve your basic combat power. Without sufficient basic combat power, you cannot master the full power of Super Saiyan. In fact, improving foundational abilities can be quite rapid nowadays. After all, even adapting to 10 times gravity makes training under such conditions faster than training under normal gravity. Moreover, the fastest way for Saiyans to increase their strength is through battle. Having Goku always fighting alongside them, their strength improved rapidly. And so a year passed in the time chamber, while only a day went by outside. During that year, Gohan and Trunks endured a grueling routine, practicing with Goku every day. But one must understand that Goku's normal state is in the billions, and the result of their practice was being beaten to a pulp every day, even when they teamed up. However, it wasn't a problem. Goku had an abundance of Senzu beans. Whenever they were hungry, they ate Senzu beans, and whenever they were injured, they ate Senzu beans. Even after consuming thousands, he had only used a few hundred over the year. The main issue was that he found the Senzu beans were becoming less effective for him. With his self-healing ability and high stamina, he hardly needed Senzu beans. He had given away quite a few Senzu beans to others before, but that was merely a drop in the bucket compared to the total. Indeed, at his current level, he had mastered a form of healing ability, consuming his own stamina and chi to restore others. Under Goku's attentive and meticulous training, both of them saw their combat power soar dramatically over the year. Gohan's basic combat power had reached 200 million, having fully mastered the full power of Super Saiyan, and he was not far from achieving Super Saiyan 2. Perhaps he only needed to die once. Commonly referred to as killing one's father. No, if he died, would he directly transform into a beast form? Cough cough, I digress, back to the main topic. As for Trunks, he had also mastered full power, but his basic combat power was only 100 million, which was still quite impressive. For the current androids, the two of them were practically a dimensional suppression, easily able to deal with the complete form of Cell. Trunks might still be a bit outmatched, but Gohan could easily handle him. Of course, he had also made significant gains. Firstly, his normal combat power had reached 6 billion, and secondly, he had mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Indeed, during this year, he went out once as the day outside coincided with a full moon. The moon in this timeline had been destroyed before, but had been restored by the dragon. Of course, that was over a decade ago. Transforming into Super Saiyan 4, everything proceeded smoothly. Now, with his sufficiently high dimensional level after transforming into a golden Oozuru, he maintained his sanity and easily transformed into Super Saiyan 4. This time conversion in the time chamber was 6 months ago, and for the remaining half-year, he continually tried to combine Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4. Unfortunately, he had not succeeded, but he wasn't anxious. There was still plenty of time ahead. On this day, 3 golden-haired individuals were engaged in combat in the time chamber. After a moment of separation, Goku stood in place, while Gohan and Trunks surrounded him from both sides. The two exchanged nods before bending down, gathering blue energy in their hands. Kamehameha, here it comes. Boom. 2 thick beams of blue energy surged towards Goku, and a cloud of smoke rose from the midair. Indeed, in this timeline, Trunks had learned not Vegeta's final flash or Gallic gun, but rather the Kamehameha due to Goku and Gohan's influence. Isn't this a form of NTR? When the smoke cleared, Goku was no longer in sight, and the two had already prepared their defenses. Goku dodged their simultaneous attack, and then 2 consecutive knife hand strikes fell behind Gohan and Trunks' necks, causing them to collapse to the ground in their normal state. It wasn't that he wanted to transform into Super Saiyan, but rather that he had to. After Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan, his power exceeded Goku's normal state by 5 times. Plus there was Trunks. After a year of intense training, their martial arts skills and mastery of Chi were quite impressive, at least much stronger than the previous Natais. If he didn't transform into Super Saiyan, he wouldn't be training them. It would be military training for himself. Goku felt no dissatisfaction with this. Instead, he was quite pleased as he could now entrust this timeline to them. In fact, Goku had asked if they would be willing to come to his timeline, but they refused, believing that since they were themselves in this timeline, they should protect it. Goku asked them because of a certain disaster that would occur years later involving someone with the surname Ja. After the two fell to the ground, they turned over and sat up. Goku looked at them, also transforming back and landing on the ground, then walked towards Gohan and Trunks. Alright, your current strength is enough to eliminate the androids. Oh, we should head out now. After helping Gohan and Trunks to their feet, Goku patted their backs. Upon hearing this, both Gohan and Trunks solemnly nodded. It's time for those 2 androids to pay the price. Their gazes gradually became resolute. The 3 exited the time chamber. Throughout the year, Goku had maintained the energy necessary to keep the entrance stable, and the consumption of energy was trivial for his current power. Not to mention, his energy recovery ability was far beyond that of normal individuals. After the 3 emerged, Goku withdrew the energy, maintaining the entrance back into his body. However, he definitely transformed into Super Saiyan to do so, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to recover such a large amount of energy all at once. As the 3 appeared in the shrine, they seemed to sense something. Goodness, is there really someone who enjoys delivering themselves so readily? Quick, very quick, a direct slide tackle. Gohan and Trunks immediately sensed the presence of the androids. Just as they were contemplating how to find the androids, they appeared. Gohan and Trunks turned their heads, exchanging a glance before looking towards Goku together. Gohan, what's there to ask me about this? Goku replied with a hint of speechlessness, as within just a year the two had completely relied on him, seeking his opinion for everything. Sigh, this won't do. Alright, Dad, Uncle Goku were off. After exchanging greetings, the two floated into the air, unleashing their energy as they raced towards the source of the energy they had just felt. They could no longer wait. They were out for revenge for the innocent lives lost at the hands of the androids. Of course, there was also Vegeta, Tais, and everyone else. Goku stood atop the temple, observing the figures of the two as they departed, stroking his chin in contemplation, thinking he needed to come up with a way to make them less dependent on him. Android 18, who had just destroyed a survivor base, lifted her head and gazed at the distant sky. Number 17, they're coming again. After eliminating a hiding civilian with a blast of energy, Number 17 slowly turned to look at Android 18. Oh, is that so? I really don't understand them. They nearly die every time, yet they come back. Should we eliminate them completely this time? Number 17 asked Android 18 with a tone of certainty. Of course. After all these years, we've grown tired of them. Their strengths seem to be growing, so we should eliminate them to avoid any mishaps later on. Android 18 looked at her manicure as she spoke. This manicure was done by a survivor she had encountered before, and as for payment, well, she had eliminated him. Goku had arrived nearby long ago, but remained hidden unnoticed by the two. He shook his head helplessly as he watched the boy in the black shirt and the girl in the vest. If the number 17 and 18 from his timeline were not considered evil and could still be saved, then those from this timeline were beyond redemption. After years of slaughter, they had become exceedingly evil. Perhaps there was an intrinsic difference in their personalities across timelines. They're here. Goku looked at the two figures descending from the sky. He had arrived before Gohan and Trunks. However, he did not let Gohan and Trunks notice him, He wanted to see how this would ultimately unfold. You're back again. This time we don't plan to play anymore. Are you ready for death? Number 17 said with a wicked smile, glancing at Android 18, who also joined in with a light laugh. Gohan looked at the two of them, his anger steadily rising. These androids had killed countless people over the years. Now the survivors on Earth were nearly extinct, and who was responsible? It was undoubtedly these two androids. Of course, we came just as you said. Today is the day to settle this, but it is you who will die. You will pay for the lives you've taken. Gohan's emotions surged uncontrollably as he spoke, having witnessed too many tragedies over the years. These two androids were like demons slaughtering as if it were a game. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Android 18 raised an eyebrow, looking at the two with confusion. Number 17 seemed to find it hilarious. Who gave you the courage to say it is us who will die, eh? Do you not understand that it was us who played with your lives until now, eh? Android 18's tone grew increasingly unkind. Gohan ignored number 17 and 18 and addressed Trunks beside him. Trunks, I'll handle number 17, you take care of number 18. You should know your parents were killed by her. Trunks clenched his fists, fixing his gaze on Android 18, unable to contain his rage any longer as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Seeing this, Gohan also immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan. Ignoring us. What? Number 17, who had initially looked somewhat gloomy, suddenly sensed the powerful energy erupting from them. Not good. Number 17, run. Android 18 exclaimed, not thinking twice, urging number 17 before quickly flying away. Don't think you can escape. Trunks instantly appeared before Android 18, unleashing a powerful kick that struck her beautiful face. Off. Android 18 turned into an afterimage and plummeted to the ground, kicking up a cloud of debris. Die? Kamehameha, here it comes. A blue energy wave descended from the sky, coloring the entire area in blue. Off. The blue energy formed a half circle that enveloped Android 18, and with the energy expanding, pain screams emanated from within. When the energy dissipated, a massive pit steaming with heat appeared on the ground, and Android 18's figure was nowhere to be found, having already turned to ashes and vanished from this world. Android 18. Number 17 cried out in sorrow, but was met with a heavy punch to his abdomen. Gohan concentrated all his power into a single point, unleashing a punch that struck number 17's abdomen, sending him flying into the sky. Pain. In midair, Gohan positioned his hands at his waist, gathering energy, matching the speed of number 17's flight. The blue light in Gohan's hands grew larger in number 17's eyes, illuminating both of them. Here it comes. A blue energy blast with a long tail streaked across the sky. The immense recoil even pushed Gohan back a few meters. As time passed, Gohan retracted the energy in his hands, exhaling as he watched number 17 vanish from his sight. It's over, finally over. All the evil has finally disappeared. Gohan reverted from his Super Saiyan form and gently landed on the ground. At this moment, Trunks also flew over. Gohan, let's go find Uncle Goku and tell him the good news. Trunks was clearly the most unable to contain his excitement. He had finally avenged his parents. Let's go. Gohan nodded in agreement, clearly in favor of Trunks' words. Just then Goku's voice reached their ears. No, I saw everything that just happened. You both did very well. Goku suddenly appeared before them, startling both of them. He was quite pleased, believing that such villains must be eradicated completely without leaving a trace. Dad, when did you arrive? You scared us. Gohan felt that his father's instant transmission was too frightening. Who knew when he'd suddenly appear? King Kai from the north gave you a thumbs up, indicating that you were right. Trunks nodded enthusiastically beside him, like a chick pecking at rice. I arrived earlier than you. Speaking of which, I should be leaving soon. Now that you've dealt with the androids, the future of this timeline is up to you. Let's go first to find Bulma. Goku placed his hands on their shoulders and vanished in an instant. Nowadays, with his improved instant transmission, he no longer needed to place his hands on his forehead. But then again, there's something called sentimentality. At this moment, Bulma in the laboratory had completed all the preparations. She took off her slightly worn white shirt and leaned wearily against the sofa. It's finally done. The energy now is enough for a round trip, and Goku can return to his time now. Bulma pressed her hands against her temples, her eyes closed, and spoke wearily. She really wanted to accompany Goku to his time. She wanted to see her other self in that timeline. She envied that version of herself, yet that very envy held her back from going. As the saying goes, only oneself truly understands oneself. She knew very well that if she followed Goku back to that timeline, what would her other self think? She was not afraid of any other girl, but she feared herself. It was likely that her other self felt the same way. Lost in thought, Bulma inadvertently fell asleep due to fatigue. After Bulma fell asleep, the three of them teleported nearby. Should be quiet. Let's go outside and talk. Bulma is too tired and needs to rest well. With that, Goku gently picked up Bulma, walked slowly to the nearby bed, and laid her down softly, covering her with a blanket. Sleep well, Bulma. You are too tired. Goku and Gohan stepped out of the room and into the spacious hall. Dad, are you really leaving? Gohan looked at Goku with reluctance. He didn't know when he would see him again after this goodbye. Yes, Uncle Goku, can't you stay a few more days? Trunks hurriedly nodded in agreement with Gohan. He also didn't want Uncle Goku to leave. Having Uncle Goku around gave them a sense of security, as if they didn't have to worry about anything. Goku turned to look at the two of them, a gentle smile appearing on his face. There is no feast that does not disperse. After all, I am not from this timeline, and your mother in that timeline is still waiting for me. And you too, Trunks. I still need to go back and witness your birth. Goku directed his gaze towards Trunks, who shyly lowered his head under Goku's stare. Indeed, it seemed that Uncle Goku's other self had not been born yet. So, Dad, when do you plan to leave? Mom seems to have already filled the time machine's energy. Though Gohan felt a bit regretful, he also moved on as Goku had said. There's no rush, let's wait until your mother wakes up to say goodbye. I am not like some people. That's right, he was talking about his other self in this timeline, and he had no good feelings towards that version of himself. It was also strange that this timeline's Goku hadn't mentioned the reason to Goku. After all, he hadn't gone through that curse right. This led to Goku having no good feelings toward this timeline's self. But Gohan and Trunks did not know who that person was, so they looked at Goku with confusion. Dad, who is that person? Hearing Gohan's question, Goku couldn't help but twitch his mouth. After all, it was his future self. He could scold him, but didn't want his son to know. What if Gohan found out? Wouldn't that mean Gohan was scolding himself? Ahem, this is something you don't need to know. You don't know this person. Goku quickly changed the subject. First, let's talk about what you two plan to do after I leave. Gohan and Trunks exchanged glances upon hearing Goku's question. To be honest, they were a bit unsure. After a year of relying on Goku, they were suddenly at a loss when it came to making decisions. Seeing their reaction, Goku smiled helplessly. After I leave this world, we'll have to rely on you too. You mustn't overly depend on me. Goku's words made Gohan and Trunks feel a bit ashamed. After I leave, you two should continue your own training. There will be greater challenges in your timeline, and everything will depend on you. The greater challenges Goku referred to were, of course, Majin Buu and Zamasu, who appeared after defeating Majin Buu. Of course, Goku wouldn't ignore Zamasu. He would make Zamasu truly feel what it means to have the power of a mortal. However, by then he wondered if his dimension would be able to reach the divine dimension. After all, he couldn't be called a mortal anymore, having reached the level of the Great King. Yes, we will definitely train hard to reach the Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3 you mentioned, or even the Super Saiyan God. Gohan and Trunks nodded in unison. Having experienced the androids, they knew just how important strength was. Goku also mentioned that there would be greater challenges ahead. They believed his words, so they would continue to train to protect this timeline. To have the strength to safeguard this timeline. Half a day passed. Gohan and Trunks, using their rapid flying abilities, informed the various survivor bases of the good news about the androids' defeat. After enduring the ravages of the androids, the humans who had almost been wiped out finally began to rebuild their homes. Naturally, Goku accompanied them, and he didn't waste any time there as he saw Xiao Wu. Inside a survivor base, Goku and Gohan looked at Xiao Wu and Trunks standing together smiling. It seemed that in this timeline, Xiao Wu had also become smaller due to the dragon's wish, and fate had led them to meet. Uncle Goku, Gohan, why are you looking at me like that? Trunks was too embarrassed to look up at them, and Xiao Wu felt the same. Trunks, how do you know her? Gohan asked curiously, having never heard Trunks mention it before. It seemed Trunks had quite a few secrets. I was missing for a few days, right? I was chased by the androids, and she saved me. Her name is Xiao Wu, Trunks awkwardly explained. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu couldn't bear to look at Goku, because she knew he recognized her, and she hadn't confided her age to Trunks, yet fearing Goku would reveal it. If it came out, she wouldn't know how to face Trunks, like an old cow eating young grass. Goku was grinning beside her, knowing exactly why Xiao Wu couldn't look at him, so he wouldn't say anything. After all, a woman 3 years older can still be a treasure. Now Bulma was 3 years older than him, which was quite nice, if you count the years spent in the time chamber. Xiao Wu was over 30 years older than Trunks. Oh, wasn't that even better? Haha, I didn't expect little Trunks to have grown up. Gohan teased from the side. At that moment, a female voice came from a distance. Son Gohan, didn't you say you would teach me to fly? A girl with twin ponytails walked over and tugged at Gohan's sleeve. Goku looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but smile with paternal pride. Previously, many people commented in the comments section asking why certain individuals weren't resurrected. Let me clarify, in my books, setting a person who has died for over a year regardless of whether they have done many bad or good deeds or due to special reasons will be reincarnated. When the crowd returned to the laboratory base, Bulma had already awakened. She looked at the three figures that appeared, especially the one in the middle. She knew it was time to say goodbye, although she felt somewhat reluctant. Goku, you should be leaving now, right? Bulma gazed at Goku with her light blue eyes filled with deep reluctance. Goku nodded. He could naturally sense Bulma's emotions, but he was ultimately not the Goku of this timeline. The key was that this timeline's Goku did not wish to return. He wondered what had gone wrong. It's time. All right, follow me. The energy for the time machine has been fully charged. Bulma led Goku away without looking back, and Gohan and Trunks wisely did not follow. The two of them passed through the shattered corridor and arrived at the place where Trunks had previously parked the time machine. Looking at the tall time machine before them, the two fell silent. Goku, before you leave, I have something for you. Bulma took out a universal capsule and handed it to Goku. Goku accepted it, holding it in his palm and glancing at it with some confusion. Before he could ask, Bulma began to explain. This is a gift for my past self. You must deliver it to her. I believe she will surely like it. Bulma crossed her hands behind her back, leaning slightly as she spoke to Goku. Upon seeing her like this, Goku couldn't help but gently shake his head. Despite being 50 years old, she moved with the vitality of a young girl, completely shedding the fatigue from a few days ago. Goku couldn't help but recall the time he first met Bulma in his youth. She was just as she is now. Perhaps Bulma's personality had never changed, as she had just suppressed it before. After all, the Bulma from his timeline was almost the same as the one he knew. Okay. Goku stored the universal capsule in his storage space and nodded earnestly. All right, let's go. My past self is waiting for you to return. Bulma exhaled deeply, her pupils widening as she gazed at the time machine, slowly uttering a phrase. Goku silently watched Bulma's profile. Perhaps he should teach them that thing. Bulma, I'll call Gohan and the others over. Before we leave, I want to give you a gift, a farewell gift. Hearing Goku's words, Bulma slowly turned her head, looking at Goku with a somewhat dazed expression. She could hardly imagine what gift Goku could give them. Okay, Trunks, what are you and she preparing? Gohan glanced at Trunks with a knowing look, causing Trunks to blush and hurriedly retort. He certainly knew what Gohan was referring to, wasn't it him and my? Gohan, you shouldn't talk. I also know about you and Sister Biddy. Just as Gohan was about to retort, immediately, he heard his father's voice in his mind. Gohan, Trunks, come over here for a moment. Gohan looked at Trunks in surprise, wondering if he was hallucinating. Trunks, did you hear it too? Trunks nodded in response to Gohan's gaze, confirming that he had heard the voice as well. Yes, Uncle Goku is calling us to go over there. With Trunks' confirmation, Gohan was certain that he was not imagining things. Gohan couldn't help but marvel at his father's incredible abilities. All right, let's go. Initially, Gohan and Trunks did not intend to disturb Goku and Bulma, wanting to let them say their goodbyes. However, since Goku had called them, there must have been something important, so they decided to go. Goku and Bulma did not wait long before Gohan and Trunks arrived. Dad, Mom, did you call us for something? Gohan greeted first, and then looked at Goku with a puzzled expression. He originally wanted to give them some space, but in the end he realized he was being overly sentimental. Sai, before we go, I have a gift for you. Gift? Looking at Gohan and Trunks' surprised expressions, Goku smiled gently and nodded. What is this? Suddenly, Gohan felt a new training method appearing in his mind. He looked at Bulma and Trunks, finding them equally astonished. Then the three of them turned to Goku at the same time. Goku naturally noticed the puzzled expressions on their faces. What he had given was a valuable thing, the method of divine cultivation. Indeed, Goku had shared the method of divine cultivation with them. No matter how you looked at it, a higher dimension level was beneficial. Therefore, Goku believed this was the best gift for them. This is a great thing. It can enhance your dimensional level. Besides Bulma, who had heard Goku mention dimensional levels before, Gohan and Trunks looked puzzled upon hearing this new term. What is that? What is a dimensional level? Seeing their puzzled expressions and knowing he hadn't explained the benefits of a higher dimensional level to Bulma, Goku decided to talk to them about the advantages of having a high dimensional level. Dimensional levels are divided into mortals, heavenly gods, kings of hell, kings of worlds, great kings of worlds, and the highest level of divine dimension. A higher dimensional level greatly benefits strength growth, grants unique abilities, and significantly increases lifespan, which also helps in maintaining youth. Goku spoke each word clearly, noticing the light in their eyes growing brighter. Especially Bulma. When Goku mentioned maintaining youth, her eyes sparkled like pure gold. After all, she is a woman. What woman doesn't care about her appearance? Moreover, she was now 50 years old. Perhaps her genes made her look like she was in her 30s, but she was actually not young anymore. Some fine wrinkles had already appeared on her face. Thank you, Goku, Bulma said involuntarily. Hey, what are you thanking me for? Goku waved his hand. You must practice diligently. Reaching the heavenly god level should not be a problem. By the way, if you encounter someone who looks exactly like me with an evil aura and wearing black clothes, come to find me immediately with the time machine. Did you hear that? Goku spoke seriously, addressing Gohan and Trunks. He did not want this timeline's Bulma to encounter that event. It would be even more despairing for her. Yes, Dad, we understand. Although Gohan didn't know why, he nodded seriously in response to Goku's solemn expression. Upon hearing this, Goku couldn't help but show a relieved smile. By the way, I will transmit the coordinates of the new Namek to your minds. If you encounter any troubles and need to make a wish, you can go to New Namek. They should not refuse. With Goku's words, the coordinates of New Namek appeared in Gohan and Trunks' minds. The two nodded in unison. So this time we really say goodbye. Trunks, come with me for a moment. You'll need to assist with the time machine when we return. All right, Uncle Goku. Trunks, hearing Goku call him, quickly snapped back to reality and followed Goku into the time machine. Goodbye, Goku. Goodbye, Dad. Goku waved his hand reluctantly at the two outside through the glass cover, silently wishing them well. Take care. Then the time machine flickered and disappeared from this timeline. Wukong and Trunks returned once more to the place they had left behind. Trunks, aren't you getting off? Don't you want to see your father and mother again? Listening to Wukong's words, Trunks inside the time machine shook his head, knowing that if he met them, he would undoubtedly feel reluctant. It would be better not to see them now and just go back. Although he had this thought in his heart, he managed to extinguish it in time. No, Uncle Wukong, Gohan and Aunt Bulma are still waiting for me in that timeline, and I really hate crying. Goodbye, Uncle Wukong. You and Gohan can also teach the gods' cultivation methods to Biddy Li and Xiao Wu. After all, we are family. Trunks shyly waved his hand and quickly activated the time machine, which vanished with a flash. Wukong looked at the departing Trunks and shook his head helplessly, relying on the two of them for the future ahead. He hoped they could stay true to their original intentions and forge ahead. Wukong stopped thinking further and erupted with a white aura flying towards West City at great speed. He had no intention of hiding the news of his return, as there was nothing to conceal. Mainly because of Bulma's personality, if he suddenly appeared and startled her, he might face her wrath. He could almost imagine Bulma's expression, a smile that seemed pleasant but was filled with malice. Wukong landed at the entrance of his home and slowly walked inside. Bulma's house was still quite large. To get from the door to the house, one had to walk along a long path flanked by vast greenery. But Wukong could still sense that Bulma was waiting for him in front of the house. As he got closer, he immediately spotted her. At that moment, Bulma was wearing a white shirt and blue jeans, which highlighted her figure perfectly. What surprised Wukong the most was that Bulma had cut her hair short. At first glance, she exuded a mature charm. Like this, to be honest, I think this hairstyle of Bulma looks quite good, at least better than her previous styles. Hey, Bulma, why did you cut your hair short? Wukong scratched his head, looking at Bulma with some confusion. Upon hearing this, Bulma rolled her eyes at Wukong, thinking it was because of him that she had cut her hair. Disliking her previous hairstyle, she felt that cutting it short looked better. To be honest, after cutting it, it really did look good. Wasn't it you who said so? Don't tell me you forgot. Prompted by Bulma's reminder, Wukong instantly remembered that he had suggested the hairstyle based on his memory. He didn't expect Bulma to actually take his words to heart and cut her hair short. Anyway, he really liked this look on Bulma. Haha, how could I forget? Of course I remember. I didn't expect that you actually cut it after I casually mentioned it. As he spoke, Wukong walked forward and hugged Bulma. Since you suggested it, I certainly had to fulfill it. Before this, Bulma had never heard Wukong mention anything about her appearance. After he mentioned it, that one time, Bulma was quite excited. But she was also somewhat worried if Wukong would think it looked good. However, after Wukong left for those 2 days, she resolved to cut it, and unexpectedly the result turned out well. It seemed she had underestimated Wukong's taste. All right, let's go inside the house. After stepping out of Wukong's embrace, Bulma said, and Wukong nodded, following her into the house. Upon entering the living room, Wukong immediately spotted Gohan, who was playing a video game, and his brows furrowed slightly. After experiencing the future timeline and seeing the future son Gohan, he felt that he was increasingly dissatisfied with this timeline's Gohan. No, he couldn't let him relax any longer. He needed to train him more in the future. At that moment, Gohan was happily playing, completely unaware that Wukong was plotting his future. His days ahead would not be so easy. Wukong Gohan is now of school age. Does he still need to go to elementary school? Bulma noticed that Wukong was looking at Gohan and brought up the topic regarding Gohan. She felt that Gohan had already learned all the content from university and didn't really need to go to school. Wukong looked at Gohan falling into thought. He believed that it was good for Gohan to attend school and meet more peers and friends. Isn't giving him a complete childhood experience a good thing? Well, to be honest, it's also because of his future wife. He thought Biddy Lee was quite suitable for Gohan. He was just afraid that if Gohan didn't go to school, he wouldn't meet Biddy Lee. Moreover, this wouldn't interfere with his training for Gohan. School during the day, cultivation at night. Look, doesn't that make him a master of time management? Let him go. Meeting friends of the same age is good. A childhood without friends is too monotonous. Listening to Wukong's reasoning, Bulma nodded as she quite agreed with this idea. Indeed, meeting more friends is quite nice. Looking at Gohan, who was still playing the game, Wukong couldn't help but ponder. Speaking of which, what kind of script would Gohan have entering school with his current status? The daily life of a rich man's son at school. A Super Saiyan in school. A strong and wealthy person playing the fool in school. The school beauty falling for me. To be honest, anything is possible as Gohan is now both rich and strong as well as handsome. Isn't this the perfect template for a protagonist in those invincible or rich school-themed stories? Money. The family is wealthy. Strength. Enough to become a Super Saiyan, right? Handsome. Isn't Gohan handsome? After all, he inherited his genes. Ahem, maybe a bit narcissistic. Whatever, let Gohan have some experiences. Every generation has its own blessings. Consider it a reward for training him. He believed Gohan would definitely agree, and if he didn't agree at that time, he would have to agree anyway. Who made him his father? Everything is for his own good. With a smile on his face, Wukong looked at Gohan. Gohan. At that moment, Gohan was so engrossed in his game that he didn't even notice Wukong had returned until he turned his head to look at Wukong. That was it. He was even more determined now. In a few days, school will start. How about we discuss sending you to West City Elementary School? Wukong said, trying to suppress his laughter. Upon hearing this, Gohan couldn't help but feel surprised. He had long wanted to go to school. Once he attended school, he would be able to play better with his friends. Sure, Dad. Wukong looked at Gohan's delighted expression and couldn't help but smile wickedly. All right. Now the happier you are, the more painful it will be later. I will train you seriously, son. The next day, Bulma directly called the mayor of West City, casually mentioned it, and the mayor immediately contacted the head of the Education Bureau. Subsequently, the head of the Education Bureau called the principal of West City Elementary School. The entire process took only a few minutes and Gohan's student registration was completed. To be honest, sometimes having money and power is really useful. A few days later, Gohan, dressed in his school uniform, stood at the front door of his home. Bulma and Goku were bidding him farewell. Normally, for a child's first day of elementary school, parents would accompany them. But you have to consider that this is Gohan. He is far more mature than children of his age, so Goku and Bulma planned to let him go by himself. As for worries, that's a joke. Someone with a battle power in the millions isn't afraid of danger, right? Gohan, once you arrive at school, don't show off your abilities too much or you'll attract a lot of trouble. Just act like a normal person. Goku patted Gohan's head while giving him this advice. Over the years, due to some of his guidance, people on Earth have come to know about the existence of powerful martial artists, but they rarely appear in public. If Gohan displays his extraordinary strength, trouble will surely find him. Just like him, Gohan is someone who dislikes complications. I understand, Dad. Gohan nodded obediently. He is not the type to seek the spotlight, and he knows his father's advice is for his own good. Currently, little Gohan is unaware of the challenges he will face every day after school. However, Bulma has known for a long time, with only Gohan left in the dark. She doesn't oppose Goku training Gohan, but over the past few days her gaze towards him has been filled with a sense of pity. All right, let's go. Gohan, I sent the school's location to the gravity bracelet in your hand. Fly to an empty spot near the school and walk into the classroom for enrollment. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. Hearing this, Gohan nodded, soared into the air, and with a burst of white energy he flew towards the school. Upon arriving at school, Gohan landed in a secluded area. After glancing around and ensuring no one was watching, he began to walk toward the teaching building. Just as he was about to head to the classroom, a voice called out to him. Hey, little friend, are you lost? Where are your parents? A female teacher on duty spotted Gohan, noticing he was alone without an adult. Worried that Gohan might be separated from his family, she approached him, as such situations aren't unheard of each year. Gohan looked at the teacher's attire and instantly understood her role, so he began to explain half-truthfully. No, teacher, I came in by myself. My parents dropped me off at the school gate and then left. Hearing this, the teacher frowned slightly, wondering why there are always such parents each year, believing their child is far superior to their peers. Shidu Elementary is the most prestigious school in Shidu and its vicinity. Those who attend are either wealthy or powerful, so such parents do exist. Sigh. Truly misguided parents. However, the teacher also noticed that the little boy in front of her seemed much more mature than his peers. What's your name, little friend? What class are you in? Let me take you there. My name is Son Gohan, and I'm in class 1A. No need to trouble yourself, teacher. I can find it myself. How can that be? You're still so young, and with so many people around at the start of school. Ultimately, the teacher decided to accompany Gohan to his class, as she couldn't bear to leave such a small child alone. At that moment, a father and daughter approached the school gate. The little girl had her arms crossed, seemingly upset with her father. Biddy, don't be angry. You're only 7. Of course Daddy has to accompany you to school. What if someone tries to take you away? Satan hurriedly explained, trying to appease his daughter. His daughter has been independent since childhood, and this was her first time at elementary school. Could he really allow her to come alone? As a result, his daughter was upset with him. Nowadays, Satan isn't as wealthy or powerful as in the original story, but his strength far surpasses that of an average person, so he isn't lacking in money or influence. Indeed, he had sent his daughter to the most prestigious yet hardest to enter elementary school in Shidu Elementary, and she was even in Class A. With her twin ponytails, Biddy pouted and turned her head, letting out a cold snort, appearing quite adorable. Throughout the journey, Satan was doing his best to please her. Finally, he managed to appease Biddy before they reached the classroom, and Satan let out a sigh of relief. At the classroom door, the seating arrangements were posted for each student, and Satan guided Biddy to her seat. Each seat had 2 stools, one for the student and the other for the parent. By this time, all the students in the class had gathered, and the teacher was discussing some important matters, including those meant for the parents. Biddy glanced at the nearby seats. Almost all students had their parents accompanying them. Even she was no exception, yet next to her sat a boy without a parent. This sparked her curiosity. Was his parent in the restroom, or did he come alone? While Satan was listening to the teacher, Biddy reached out her delicate little hand and poked the boy beside her. Gohan, who was attentively listening to the teacher, suddenly felt someone poke him and turned his head to see who it was. He found it was a little girl, and he was puzzled as to why she was calling him. Seeing Gohan turn around, Biddy suddenly felt a bit shy. After all, they didn't know each other, and she had initiated the contact. Hi, I'm Biddy. What's your name? After stuttering for a while, Biddy finally managed to say this. Seeing Biddy like this, Gohan responded warmly, I'm Son Gohan. Nice to meet you, Biddy. The two began to chat back and forth, and Gohan's ease helped alleviate Biddy's awkwardness. Biddy grew bolder due to this, and asked the question she had been pondering. Did you come here alone? Hearing Biddy's gentle voice, Gohan was taken aback for a moment before nodding in response. Yes. My parents dropped me off at the school gate and then left. Gohan used the same explanation he had given the teacher, as it was fine to enter the school alone, but coming from home to school alone would be a bit too far-fetched. He and Biddy had just met, and their relationship wasn't yet close enough for complete honesty. What? Your parents really let you enter the school by yourself? Biddy was both envious and impressed. After all, she was just a 7-year-old child, being sent alone to a strange place was still a bit scary for her. This is why Satan understood her well and insisted on accompanying Biddy to school. Their discussion naturally caught Satan's attention, and he turned his gaze toward the little boy beside his daughter. He was taken aback, realizing that the little boy's parents really hadn't come along. He felt somewhat sympathetic toward Gohan, but for some reason, he always found this boy a bit displeasing. It was an indescribable discomfort, but he didn't stop his daughter from talking to him. In the afternoon after school, Wu Fan greeted by Dilly and then slipped away to a quiet spot where no one would notice. Throughout the day, he had come to feel that he and Bai Dilly shared many common interests. The young girl possessed a naturally rebellious streak. She spoke with the air of a little adult, carrying an unmistakable aura of independence. His own independence was different, forged by circumstance and pressure, whereas Bai Dilly's was an innate inclination, a temperament from birth. While Wu Fan was still thinking of Bai Dilly, she watched his retreating figure with puzzlement. School had ended, why hadn't he gone toward the school gate? With that unanswered question, Bai Dilly went to the school gate and then followed Sa Dan home. High above, as Wu Fan neared his own house, he sensed his father waiting at the front door. He altered his descent so he would land just ahead of Wukong. With a soft click on the ground, Wu Fan straightened and looked toward his father. Dad, is there something you wanted at the gate? Wu Fan asked, a knot of unease tightening in his chest. His father rarely sought him out of the blue. More often than not, those summons were to haul him off to train. But today wasn't Monday, was it? He had only just come home from school. Wukong read the expression on his son's face and decided not to bother with pretense. Yes, I'm taking you to train. Huh? Wu Fan was startled. His father seldom imposed training upon him so bluntly. What had changed since that trip to the future timeline? He did not hate training, only that he could not cultivate with the single-minded ease of his father or Uncle Vegeta. I'll only take you for an hour or two at most, Monday through Friday. The rest of the time you can manage yourself. At those words, Wu Kong's tone deepened, taking on a gravity that made Wu Fan lean closer. Wu Fan, you must understand. I cannot be on Earth every moment. Think of the time I went to the future. If a powerful enemy were to come and you could not resist them, what would happen? Everyone would die, just like in that future. Wu Kong fixed Wu Fan with a stern gaze. There was an element of intimidation in his voice, but the warning was not without foundation. He had learned that Tawa had set her sights on this timeline. If he were delayed and enemies appeared whom Wu Fan and the others could not oppose, the outcome could be catastrophic. That sense of impending peril compelled Wu Kong to accelerate his son's training. At 7 years old, Wu Fan was hardly equipped to resist such fearsome reasoning. He nodded earnestly and steeled himself. He would train. He must train to protect his mother and everyone he cared for. Wu Kong's stern warning proved effective. 2 hours later, though the formal session ended, Wu Fan asked of his own accord to continue training. He even proposed earnestly to stop attending school in order to train more. Wu Kong merely smiled and ruffled his hair. He reassured him not to worry, the safety of Earth would be his to guard. Train seriously, he said. He did not ask him to be the leading fighter, merely that he stand up when Wu Kong was absent. In that way, Wu Fan understood his father's intimidation for what it was. Regardless, his attitude toward training grew markedly more earnest. Wu Kong gazed at his son with a smile tugging at his lips. Bei Lao Air, are you ready? No, soon you'll be Bei Lao San. At dinner, Vegeta watched Wu Fan closely. He had felt the boy's efforts during training. That prodigious child of Luote seemed finally to be taking training seriously. Not that Wu Fan had never trained before, only that he had been lax. Vegeta admired that the youngster had begun to apply himself, a talent not squandered. As for being surpassed by him, though a sting of unwillingness remained, this was his junior after all, and more than anything, Vegeta felt a quiet pride. Were it Goku in his place, Vegeta would be the first to refuse to accept it. Even toward the present Luote, Vegeta nursed a stubborn reluctance to catch up with Luote and even surpass him. The pride of the Saiyan prince would not let him fall behind his peers. Wu Kong noticed Vegeta's unusual demeanor and sidled up, draping a hand over his shoulder. Hehe, Vegeta, you'd better train harder. Don't let Wu Fan overtake you. He said it with a flourish, aiming to prod Vegeta into greater exertion. It was intended as a benevolent prod. Vegeta bashed bristled. His brow twitched and a vein throbbed on his forehead as he swatted away the hand on his shoulder. No way. Luote, are you even eating? If you're not, I'll eat it all. He snapped, then bent his head and devoured his meal with ferocious appetite. He did not hold a grudge. He understood it was Luote's way of goading him. Over the years, though Vegeta would never admit it aloud, he had accepted Luote in his heart. To him, Luote was both teacher and comrade. Still, he was angry, but what could he do? He could not beat him. So he imagined the food before him as Luote and ate. Zinniich. With that shouted rebuke, Wu Kong sheepishly sat and began his own meal. After dinner, Wu Kong and Bu Erma questioned Wu Fan about his day at school. As parents, they wanted to know how his first day had gone. Wu Fan, how was school today? Bu Erma asked. She had always found school tedious. She felt she already knew everything taught there. Classes had often been so dull, she could barely bear them, and back then smartphones did not exist. She left school after high school and never bothered with university. She had learned what she needed, and her family did not require a diploma. Why go to university to suffer to be a student in misery? It was pretty good, Wu Fan replied. Indeed, elementary school held a simple joy, innocence, and a cluster of friends to play with. Bu Erma reflected on his answer. Wu Fan, did you make any friends on your first day? Wu Kong hoped his son would form playmates and savor his childhood. Of course, by Dilly. Wu Fan almost blurted it out. Wu Kong's eyes widened in surprise. By Dilly. He asked instinctively. By Dilly. Yes, a classmate of mine, Dad. What's wrong? Wu Fan asked, puzzled by his father's reaction. Haha, nothing. You should play with her more. Wu Kong offered a casual reply, though in his mind, he entertained a quiet thought. Even amid great upheaval, nothing had altered the fact that these two would meet. Perhaps they were fated for each other. That was fine by him. He had once mused over how Wu Fan and Bai Dilly might cross paths, and now he need not worry. Childhood sweethearts. No contrived sky-dropping drama. Oh, wouldn't that be perfect? As Goku spoke, Bulma stared at him with an odd expression. Chi-Chi clearly sounded like a girl's name. Though she wouldn't interfere with her son's romantic life, he was only 7 years old. Wasn't this far too early? Was he truly that precocious? If Goku had known Bulma's thoughts, he would have nodded earnestly and replied yes. In his memory elementary school, students were indeed remarkably mature. Though puzzled, Bulma withheld her questions in front of Gohan. Not until nightfall, when she and Goku lay side by side in bed, did she finally voice her curiosity. Bulma had long since arranged for Gohan to sleep separately. Surely she wouldn't let him intrude upon their private moments. Goku, she began, what did you mean when you earlier urged Gohan to spend more time with that girl named Chi-Chi? Goku looked momentarily surprised. What could he possibly mean? As a father, wasn't it only natural to consider his son's future? Chi-Chi was simply wonderful. In his eyes, she was the perfect match for Gohan, and he had already firmly rooted for this pairing. What else could it mean? He replied, I'm just helping them grow closer. Bulma nearly choked on the words. Could Goku really be orchestrating such things? And Gohan was only 7. Was he already matchmaking? Bulma narrowed her eyes at Goku, sensing he was concealing something from her. Hey Goku, do you remember why I reacted so strongly the first time I heard Chi-Chi's name? Meeting her steady gaze, Goku opted for a half-truth. Bulma tilted her head, her sapphire eyes widening in innocent bewilderment. In the future, I visited Gohan and Chi-Chi were together, and she is truly a remarkable young woman. That was all he dared say. Revealing his merged memories would have been far too complicated. The fusion remained his deepest secret, best kept entirely to himself, lest it stir unnecessary complications. Hearing this, Bulma finally understood. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Chi-Chi would one day become her daughter-in-law. She decided she might pay the girl a visit soon, to meet her properly. Oh, I just remembered. The future me asked me to deliver you a gift. It was then Goku recalled the Capsule Corporation capsule entrusted to him by future Bulma. He retrieved it from his storage space and handed it to her. A gift from my future self. Bulma accepted the capsule, studying it with quiet curiosity, her impatience urging her to open it immediately. Glancing sideways at Goku, watching her, a mischievous smile flickered across her lips. Hey Goku, let's go somewhere more open. She rose and tugged Goku off the bed. He offered no resistance, merely asking, what is it, Bulma? Why drag me out into the open? They were still clad in pajamas. Well, what if the gift from my future self turns out enormous? Better safe than sorry. As she explained, they reached the spacious hallway. Bulma tossed the capsule onto the floor. Pop. And a book materialized on the ground. A book. Puzzled, Bulma stepped forward, picked up the thick, weathered volume, and flipped open its cover to begin reading. Goku waited patiently. Minutes passed, yet Bulma remained utterly absorbed, her gaze lost in the pages. Unable to wait any longer, Goku gently tapped her shoulder. Goku, don't disturb me. I need to focus. Clearly, future Bulma had gifted her something technological, and Bulma was now completely entranced. If Goku guessed correctly, it was likely the notebook detailing the theory behind time travel. Yet his touch reminded Bulma that they still stood in the hallway dressed only in sleepwear, so she briefly closed the notebook. Let's go back, Goku. Without waiting for his reply, Bulma strode straight back into the bedroom. When Goku followed, he found her already changing clothes. She wore only a thin nightgown, so Goku saw everything. But to Bulma, it meant nothing. After all, they were long married. Bulma, it's late. Isn't this the lab you're heading to? Goku asked, noting her slipping into a crisp white lab coat. She answered curtly, brushing past him and vanishing down the hall, leaving Goku momentarily stunned. Before he could even blink, she doubled back. Leaning against the doorframe, she tilted her torso forward with a playful grin. Sleep well, Goku. Don't worry about me. Goodbye. This time she didn't look back. Goku returned to bed, bemused yet fond. A decade and more hadn't changed Bulma's whimsical spirit one bit. After all, wasn't it precisely her irrepressible charm that he adored? Indeed, Bulma was right. He needn't fret. Her current dimensional tier had long surpassed mortal limits. Missing a night's rest, or even several, posed no difficulty. She remained as vibrant and lucid as ever. Still, Goku suspected her brilliance meant he'd awaken to a delightful surprise. So he chose not to sleep. Meditation had long replaced slumber for him. At dawn, he arrived early at Bulma's laboratory. Stepping inside, Goku immediately spotted Bulma, gazing intently through a large glass window. Beyond it lay a vast chamber where robotic arms assembled an intricate device humming with futuristic elegance. Goku rarely visited Bulma's lab, but each time left him awestruck. After all, which man could resist such intoxicating sci-fi grandeur? Bulma, shoo! Goku barely uttered her name before she turned, pressing a finger to her lips in gentle silence. He fell quiet, instantly stepping beside her to watch the robotic arms at work. After roughly 10 seconds, the arms ceased movement. The glass partition between the rooms slowly ascended, and a single arm extended forward, holding out an object strikingly similar to a gravity band. Bulma took it from the arm, which then retracted into its chamber as the glass partition descended once more. What is this, Bulma? It looks exactly like a gravity band. Goku's curiosity had been thoroughly piqued, especially after Bulma's earlier air of mystery. While calling it a gravity band isn't inaccurate, Bulma paused, then beamed at him, eyes alight with quiet triumph. It's the upgraded model, maximum gravity enhanced to 450 times Earth's, and fully capable of cross-temporal communication. What a cross-temporal communication! Wukong stared at Bulma, who stood beaming with pride, utterly stunned. How could anything possibly bridge temporal dimensions? Truly, only Bulma could accomplish such a miracle in a single night, deciphering notes and engineering a device of staggering sophistication. Yes, but it's not operational yet. We still need specially manufactured energy. The machine that produces it may take a few more days to complete. Once ready, even if you depart this timeline again, we'll remain connected. Bulma smiled warmly at Wukong, thoroughly pleased by his wide-eyed astonishment. She handed him a newly crafted gravity armband. He slipped it onto his wrist and removed the old one. Bulma, what shall we do with the old gravity armband? Wukong asked, holding it up. What else? Discard it. Indeed, only Bulma would so casually dispose of cutting-edge technology. And yet she possessed the means to do so without hesitation. What choice did Wukong have? He obeyed and tossed it aside. Nearly everyone close to him now wore one, even Son Gohan and Trunks from the future timeline had received theirs. He distributed them during that year of training inside the hyperbolic time chamber. Now nearly 10 remained stored within his spatial repository. They were inexhaustible, truly utterly inexhaustible. Let's go. I'll just freshen up, then we'll have breakfast together, Bulma said, gently nudging Wukong's back as she stepped lightly toward the lab's exit. With the gravity armbands secured, lingering in the laboratory served no further purpose. At the dining table, Wukong's appetite surged at the sight of a whole roasted lamb. He seized a leg and devoured it in eager bites. Indeed, a Saiyan's breakfast was refreshingly uncomplicated meat and plenty of it. Just as Wukong sank his teeth into his second roasted leg, Vegeta and the others finally entered the dining room. Oh, Vegeta, you've arrived at last. Wukong grinned, mouth full, before offering a cheerful greeting. Hey, Kakarot, you've already eaten both legs. Vegeta glared at the lamb, now missing 2 limbs, irritation flaring in his voice. Never underestimate a Saiyan's devotion to food. Haha, Vegeta, next time. I promise, next time. Oomph. With a sharp snort, Vegeta swiftly took his seat and began eating. If he delayed any longer, Kakarot would devour every last morsel. Though he might lag behind Kakarot in raw power, Vegeta refused to yield, even an inch, in matters of the feast. Joyful, carefree moments always slipped away too quickly, especially now with Vegeta around. Wukong found his everyday life brimming with newfound delight. In the blink of an eye, a full year had passed. The temporal origin he'd obtained a year prior. He'd spent that time meditating upon it, gradually unraveling fragments of its essence. Yet its practical utility remained exceedingly limited. It permitted only minute acceleration or deceleration of time, within narrow scope and at tremendous cost. Even against weaker opponents, its effect was negligible. Given Wukong's current mastery over temporal force, it proved all but useless in combat, little more than ornamental. Wukong concluded that rapid advancement in temporal force mastery would only come through formal tutelage under Whis. After all, Whis possessed the ability to reverse time itself, a feat demanding profound, unparalleled command over temporal energies. Over this past year, Wukong had meticulously prepared himself for that apprenticeship. And what above all captivated Whis? Unquestionably, culinary excellence. Earth lacked for nothing in gastronomy. Only Wukong's strength needed to catch Whis' attention. But what precisely gave him confidence that he could? The answer lay in the transformation he'd mastered half a year ago, Super Saiyan Blue, the zenith beyond Super Saiyan God. Not merely ordinary blue, but full power blue. It was complete blue, every fiber of his being blazing with divine and Saiyan power fused into perfect synergy. From blue he'd drawn profound insight. If blue represented the union of Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan, then what if Super Saiyan God fused with Super Saiyan 4? He felt certain success was imminent, for he had already pushed Super Saiyan 4 to its absolute peak. Yet full power SSJ4 yielded only a 1000-fold power surge, half that of full power Blue's 2000-fold amplification. Thus, against true adversaries, he would still rely on full power Blue as his ultimate form. After all, his dimensional tier had ascended to great Kai level. meaning full power blue imposed far less strain upon his body than it once had in canon. In this continuity, Super Saiyan 4 embodies the primal might of the Great Saiyaman, its full power state representing the absolute culmination of that bestial energy. Full power SSJ4, in turn, serves as a rudimentary breakthrough, a threshold-crossing variant drawing upon the collective Saiyan aura. Technically, Wukong could have attempted to attract Whis' notice a year ago, after all the time King had spoken of it, but prudence dictated he elevate his strength further first. His base battle power now stood at 10 billion, a figure achieved despite dedicating his primary focus to dimensional cultivation, temporal force comprehension, and new transformation refinement. This was his current profile son Wukong. Race Saiyan. Base battle power 1000. Supreme divine power rank tier 2, 5400. Dimensional tier Great Kai. Transformations Super Saiyan 1 2 3 4, Super Saiyan God, Full Power Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan Blue. Techniques Temporal Acceleration, Temporal Delay, Ultimate Kamehameha, Dragon Fist, Burst, Big Bang Attack, Stellar Explosion. Gazing upon his own profile, Wukong smiled, quietly satisfied. The time had come. It was time to draw Whis' gaze. But first, preparations were essential. Wukong sought out Bulma. Bulma, please ask the kitchen to prepare a banquet. Modest in quantity, but rich in variety. Bulma blinked, puzzled. A banquet? So early in the afternoon. Dinner hour hadn't yet arrived. Was Wukong simply famished? Yet that seemed unlikely. When Wukong spoke of food, he meant abundance. A banquet? Surely not for your own consumption. No, this is for someone else. Or rather, for an angel. An angel? Bulma's expression shifted from confusion to awe. Angels, legendary beings of myth, were real. Seeing her reaction, Wukong realized she'd imagined winged celestial beings. Bulma, it's not that kind of angel. Still, his status is exalted and his power immeasurable. Wukong told no falsehoods. In canon, Whis had never revealed his true capabilities. Though Wukong had attained full power blue, his base power likely still fell short of canon Wukong's post-blue baseline. Immeasurably powerful. Even you can't surpass him. No. Bulma recoiled, stunned. Someone stronger than Wukong truly existed. For years, Wukong had embodied invincibility, unassailable strength. Yet here was a being whom Wukong himself acknowledged as superior. I'm preparing this feast for him. His greatest passion is cuisine. I intend to become his disciple. Understood. I'll arrange it immediately. Bulma nodded and strode toward the kitchen. She had always supported Wukong's aspirations, and now she held no fear of prolonged separation. She knew his instant transmission technique well. Apprenticeship didn't demand round-the-clock training. He could train by day and return each evening in a flash of light. A vast courtyard was adorned with a table full of delicious dishes, their enticing aroma making one salivate uncontrollably. There were many varieties of food, but each portion was not particularly large as it was prepared for Whis. Once everything was ready, Wukong nodded to Bulma. He was prepared to begin. In an instant, Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan God with red flames swirling around him, exuding a sacred aura. The divine aura spread from Earth into the depths of the universe. Unlike before, he did not suppress the dissemination of this divine energy. During his transformation, he unleashed his full power. The crimson flames on his body continued to expand, enveloping the entire sky above his home like a curtain that blocked out the sun. At this moment, his combat power had reached the first level of divine strength, 40,400. Mata, and Super Saiyan Blue. In an instant, the red divine flames transformed into blue, wrapping Wukong entirely in a brilliant azure hue, obscuring him from view. Wukong was enveloped in blue light. From the outside, one could only make out his rough silhouette. The blue radiance disintegrated into fragments, dissipating within the flames. Wukong's entire figure gradually became visible, his pupils and eyebrows turning a striking blue, while his blue hair flickered in the air. He absorbed all the exposed blue divine flames back into his body, and in the next moment, the blue divine flames erupted forth like a volcano. This was the special state of full power super blue, disregarding the consumption of energy and stamina, unleashing an even greater strength. His instantaneous combat power now surpassed the second level of divine strength, 5,400. Far away on King Kai's planet East Kai, sensed this terrifying divine aura, his complexion instantly paling. Why was there such a powerful divine energy? Compared to this, what was Majin Buu? Perhaps the universe was about to be saved. However, East Kai also had some concerns, contemplating whether he should go to the source of this divine energy. At this moment, Weiss on Destroyer God Planet looked up towards a certain direction in the vast cosmos. He sensed a powerful divine aura which logically should not be possible in their universe. How could there be such a powerful divine aura? It should be noted that even the King Kai from long ago did not reach the first level of divine strength. As for the current King Kai, it was better not to mention. Weiss glanced at his staff, and through it he saw Wukong in the super blue form. Oh ho ho, is this a Saiyan? It has been quite a while since a Saiyan manifested divine energy, hasn't it? Weiss looked at Wukong with great interest. Many years ago, a Super Saiyan had erupted with divine energy in an instant after death. However, it was merely a fleeting moment before it vanished, yet Weiss had still captured it. At that time, Lord Beerus was sleeping, and he wouldn't have mentioned it if he hadn't asked. I wonder if this little fellow wants to become a candidate for the Destroyer God. If he does, he could meet him. Lord Beerus is truly too lazy. However, what Wukong said next surprised Weiss. Mr. Weiss, my name is Sun Wukong, a Saiyan. I know you are watching me. May I have the honor of meeting you? I have many delicious dishes here that I believe you will enjoy. Wukong pointed to the table of food beside him. Weiss turned the camera, immediately spotting the dishes on the table, his eyes sparkling with excitement. These foods looked incredibly delicious. What an interesting little fellow. I shall go meet you. Weiss retracted his staff and transformed into a beam of rainbow light flying towards Earth. Wukong, does this really work? Bulma asked Wukong from the side. Wukong shook his head upon hearing this. He wasn't sure either. If Weiss noticed, the result should be known in about 10 minutes. I'm not sure we should know in about 10 minutes. All right. Bulma nodded somewhat helplessly. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a beam of rainbow light cascaded down from the sky. Wukong immediately perked up at the sight, knowing that Weiss had arrived. Oh ho ho, Mr. Sun Wukong, hello, I am Weiss. How did you know about me? Weiss couldn't help but be curious. The current King Kai knew nothing. Perhaps some ancient Kai knew a bit about the Destroyer God. After all, Lord Beerus had destroyed a King Kai's planet in the past. But those Kai probably only knew about the Destroyer God. They knew very little about himself, let alone his name. So he was very curious about how Wukong knew his name. Hello, Mr. Weiss, I learned your name from the time Kai Lord Cronoa. Wukong replied politely, slightly embellishing the truth. O time Kai Lord Cronoa. Weiss was surprised that this Saiyan named Sun Wukong had actually had contact with the Time Kai. Truly remarkable. Yes, the Time Kai invited me to join the Time Patrol, but I declined. I also learned some secrets about our universe from her, like your name, Mr. Weiss. Ho ho, Mr. Sun Wukong, you don't need to use sir. When speaking with me, normal conversation is fine. Thank you for clearing up my confusion. Weiss had a very good initial impression of Wukong, and it was truly rare and special that he could refuse the Time Kai's invitation. Mr. Weiss, please try some of our Earth's delicacies. Ooh, I believe you will enjoy them. Wukong's words struck a chord with Weiss. He had long since caught the enticing aroma wafting from the dishes on the dining table. He had been eager to taste the flavors of these dishes. Ho ho, thank you, Mr. Wukong. Weiss approached the dining table, picked up a dessert, and took a spoonful, savoring it. So delicious. This one is delicious too. Weiss transformed into an afterimage, continuously tasting the delicious food on the table, creating a symphony of satisfaction. Wukong and Bulma patiently waited for Weiss to enjoy the food. After several minutes, Weiss finally returned to his senses from the overwhelming sensations of flavor, looking apologetically at Wukong and Bulma. I apologize, Mr. Wukong, for making you wait so long. You must have something you want to discuss with me, right? As the saying goes, a short mouth is a shorthand. Weiss was well aware that Wukong likely had a request. He had a very good impression of Wukong and was willing to listen to his request, which is why he tasted the food so eagerly. Wukong felt a bit awkward. When it came time to express his request, he found himself somewhat embarrassed. Yes, Mr. Weiss, I would like to be your disciple. Weiss looked at Wukong with some surprise. He hadn't expected Wukong to ask for this. This matter was both easy and difficult. Mr. Wukong, you should know that I am the teacher of the Destroyer God. If you wish to be my disciple, are you willing to become a candidate for the Destroyer God? Weiss' words made Wukong ponder. Was it good to become a candidate for the Destroyer God? After pondering for a long time, Wukong finally shook his head. No thank you, Mr. Weiss. He disliked the feeling of being constrained, realizing that his plan had failed. That's not right. In the original story, Wukong and Vegeta didn't seem to become candidate destroyers, did they? Just as Wukong was deep in thought, Weiss' words reached his ears. Since you are unwilling to become a candidate destroyer, then I cannot teach you. However, since I have consumed your food, I must give you something in return, and that would be to teach you. Weiss smiled at Wukong, and the joy on Wukong's face was unmistakable. All his preparations had not been in vain, though he had successfully persuaded Weiss to teach him. Thank you, Mr. Whis. Haha, Wukong, just call me Whis from now on. There's no need for the Mr. Between us. Whis said with a laugh, covering his mouth with his hand. All right, Whis. How could Wukong not be happy? In the original story, the power exhibited by Whis could be described as omnipotent, able to reverse time, traverse dimensions, create everything, and resurrect the dead. No one has ever truly forced Whis to unleash his full strength, which speaks volumes about how powerful he is. In the entire King of All universe, there are probably only a handful of beings stronger than Whis, and the strength of each angel across the 12 universes is likely quite similar. Even if there are differences, they shouldn't be too significant. Whis has never acknowledged that any angel from other universes is stronger than him. He has only claimed that his father is stronger. Whis is not only powerful, but also highly skilled in teaching others. Not to mention Beerus is a product of his guidance. Just considering how quickly Wukong and Vegeta's strengths increased under Whis' instruction in the original story is telling. Now following Whis for training Wukong's strength would likely experience explosive growth. So Wukong, are you going to train with me on Destroyer Planet now, or later? Whis glanced at Bulma beside Wukong. He thought that if they went to Destroyer Planet, Wukong might not be able to return to Earth for a while. Hearing Whis' words, Wukong realized he didn't know about his instant transmission ability and quickly explained with a smile. Haha, Whis, no need, let's just go. I have a skill called instant transmission. It's very convenient for traveling back and forth. Oh, I see. Is it from Planet Yardrat? Whis nodded and asked. In his memory, apart from the instant transmission from Planet Yardrat, there were only the Kais methods left. Yes. Whis, can I train during the day and return to Earth at night? I can bring you lots of delicious food during the day. Wukong couldn't help but tempt Whis. Although he knew Whis would definitely agree, bringing food was just a small effort on his part. Surely he couldn't expect Whis to keep teaching him just for a meal, right? Upon hearing Wukong's words, Whis' eyes clearly lit up. Really? Thank you so much, Wukong. Please place your hand on my shoulder, and let's go. Wukong walked behind Whis and placed his hand on Whis' shoulder, then turned to look at Bulma. Bulma, see you tonight. Bulma smiled and nodded at the two, twisting her hair behind her ear as Wukong and Whis transformed into colorful light and disappeared into the sky. Whis, just how strong are you? On the way to Destroyer Planet, Wukong couldn't help but ask curiously. He had tried using a panel before, but the result was several question marks. Whis ahead was taken aback by Wukong's question. He hadn't expected Wukong to ask about his strength. Wukong, do you know about the classification of divine power? Whis was still willing to explain it to Wukong. Of course I know. It is divided into 5 realms with a 400-fold difference between the first and second realms and a 1,000-fold difference between the third and fifth realms. Wukong nodded, but his intuition told him that Whis' strength had likely surpassed the 5th realm of divine power. Haha, actually divine power goes far beyond the 5th realm. For instance, I as a member of the angel race have even the weakest among us exceeding the 5th realm of divine power, which is actually the 6th realm of divine power. The reason everyone says divine power only has 5 realms is that very few can reach beyond the 5th realm. Even the destroyers are the same. Wukong listened carefully to Whis' words. If that's the case, Whis' strength must surely exceed the 5th realm of divine power. The 6th realm of divine power and above reaches another level. In the 12 universes, only my father, the Grand Minister, and Lord Zeno have attained this level. Whis had more to say about the realm beyond the 6th realm of divine power because it was too far removed for Wukong. In fact, there are others beyond the 6th realm, not just the Grand Minister and Zeno, such as the Dragon God Salam. However, Whis was referring to those within the 12 universes. He did not misspeak, as Dragon God Salam does not belong to the 12 universes. One's strength cannot be entirely judged by divine power, but also by mastery over special powers like time power and miracle power. If I'm not mistaken, you should have a preliminary grasp of time power, right? Whis could sense the time power within Wukong as he also possessed it, and at a much higher level than Wukong. Yes. Wukong nodded. After hearing Wukong's answer, Whis continued, of course, if the gap in strength reaches a certain level, these special powers become useless. Whis stopped there, feeling he had said enough for Wukong to digest for a while. Minutes later, the two arrived at Destroyer Planet. Rather than calling it a planet, it is more like a large inverted triangular continent with a giant tree that blocks out the sky. Wukong was somewhat shocked as he gazed at the towering tree that seemed to reach the heavens. Indeed, this is Destroyer Planet. The tree is magnificent. While admiring the towering tree, Wukong was called back to reality by Whis. Wukong, let's begin today's training now. I'm okay, Master Whis. At first, Wukong didn't quite respond. Wasn't the original story supposed to have him and Vegeta do chores first? Whis didn't say much upon hearing Wukong call him master, seemingly accepting it. Wukong, your dimension has reached the Great Kai level, right? And you've also traveled quite a long way within this Great Kai dimension. Whis accurately revealed Wukong's current dimensional level. Yes. Wukong nodded, even though he had comprehended the Super Saiyan God form breaking through to the divine dimension might still take him about 10 more years. Your talent is truly remarkable. You're not even 30 yet, and have already reached the Great Kai dimension, far surpassing Lord Beerus. Whis unabashedly mocked Beerus, knowing that Lord Beerus wouldn't hear it anyway. He certainly didn't use himself as an example since he was born into the divine dimension. Huh. Wukong scratched the back of his crab-like head. Come at me first, let me see your current combat skills. Whis brought his fingers together, one hand upright in front while the other was placed horizontally behind, striking a stance. All right. Wukong nodded and unleashed his full aura with a white flame erupting toward the sky, roaring towards Whis. The two engaged in a fierce battle with every punch and kick from Wukong, creating gusts of wind that rustled the surrounding trees, yet Whis effortlessly evaded each one. After several exchanges, Whis looked at Wukong with some surprise, astonished by Wukong's combat style. He was certain that Wukong had grasped the preliminary conditions for mastering the ultimate freedom technique. Stop! Suddenly, Whis raised a hand in front of Wukong, halting his movements in the battle. What's wrong, Whis? Wukong, having stopped, looked at Whis with some confusion as he was thoroughly enjoying the fight. It had been a long time since anyone had challenged him like this. That feeling of being completely seen through. It seemed the last time he felt this way was during his training at the temple with Bobo. I already know the level of your combat skills, which is quite good. Who did you learn your combat techniques from? Whis was curious about why Wukong's combat skills were so high. Even Lord Beerus' combat skills in his eyes could only be considered decent. It was evident how high Wukong's combat skills were now. Wukong was taken aback by Whis' words, not expecting that his martial arts skills would only be deemed decent in Whis' eyes. Oh, no wonder he is an angel. You mean martial arts skills, right? Who did you learn from? Master Roshi and Bobo. Wukong answered honestly, having guessed why Whis asked him. Martial arts skills. The martial arts on your Earth are truly unique. Wukong, you are very fortunate. Whis was astonished by the prosperity of Earth's martial arts, realizing that Wukong had touched upon the threshold of understanding the divine techniques. Fortunate. Yes, because you can comprehend the divine techniques of our angelic race. Divine techniques. Indeed, the ultimate freedom technique, a technique that utilizes all the potential and power within the body, allowing the physical body and soul to separate, enabling evasion, defense, or attack, without the need for thought, letting the body act on its own. As Whis finished speaking, he noticed the gleam in Wukong's eyes. Could it be true? Coach, I want to learn this. Haha, Wukong, there's no need to rush. Let's talk about it after you reach the divine dimension. Once you attain the divine dimension, it will be much easier to comprehend with your prior foundation. Whis was not deceiving Wukong. Practicing the ultimate freedom technique without reaching the divine dimension would be extremely painful. The pressure on the body would be immense, and overcoming the divine technique's physical demands would not be easy. But once reaching the divine dimension, everything would become manageable. All right. Wukong clearly showed some lack of enthusiasm. He was truly envious of the ultimate freedom technique. Haha, Wukong, with me around, you will definitely break through to the divine dimension within 5 years, so there's no need to rush, Whis said with a smile, looking at Wukong's expression. 5 years is still a long time, and perhaps even less than 5 years. From now on, let's focus your daily training on comprehending the power of time and dimensions, while the honing of combat skills can wait until after you break through to the divine dimension. Whis' words set Wukong's training plan for the next 2 years. Oh yes. Wukong felt invigorated all over. Time flew by, and the seasons changed on Earth, with trees shedding their leaves and regrowing them twice. On the destroyer planet, Wukong was lifting a heavy object, straining as he walked forward. This object was transformed by Whis. Regardless of his changing strength, the oppressive feeling it brought remained unchanged. Over the past 2 years, he had made significant gains. To speak of his normal combat power, he had reached 60 billion primarily because he had focused on other areas. He successfully combined Super Saiyan 4 with Super Saiyan God a year ago. He referred to the transformed red-haired state as Super Saiyan 4 Limit Break. Cool, right? This form is essentially based on Super Saiyan 4, but with the aura of Super Saiyan God. Or rather, transforming into Super Saiyan 4 while in the form of Super Saiyan God. His hair is red and his aura is also the red divine aura, but it seems to carry a hint of aggression. The amplification multiplier of the Super Saiyan 4 limit break is terrifying, even 3 times that of full-power Super Saiyan Blue. When he transformed, Whis was truly amazed, saying that the Saiyan race is indeed special, clearly possessing immense power within, yet unable to unleash it, relying on forms to guide it out. However, this also has its advantages. Relying on his normal state allows him to rapidly become stronger. Just think about it, a slight increase in combat power would double to reach 6-0 in the Super Saiyan 4 limit break form. Isn't that quite insane? 2 years have passed, and Wukong's mastery of time power has greatly improved, with higher acceleration and deceleration rates and decreased consumption, even allowing him to momentarily pause time. As for consumption, that is indeed terrifying, but luckily his physical limit is high and recovers quickly, allowing for extended use. A normal person might collapse after pausing for just a second or two. Youth is great, he can just fall asleep. However, it seems he still has some distance to travel to reverse time and traverse dimensions. But it won't be long. Now he was just a step away from the divine dimension, seemingly getting closer to learning the ultimate freedom technique. This time shouldn't exceed a year. This was Whis' conclusion, as it was based on Wukong's training speed. Phew, finally done. Wukong set down the heavy object and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Whis also walked over. Wukong, today's training is over. You can return to Earth now. When you come back tomorrow, bring some instant noodles, or we're running out here. Ever since Whis had tasted something called instant noodles a year ago, he had become enamored with this food, needing to eat a whole tub every day. Wukong couldn't understand how he could eat so much without getting tired of it. But the key was that Whis truly never got tired of it. Haha, Whis will bring some instant noodles tomorrow, but I might not be able to train. Wukong scratched his head and smiled. Hearing this, Whis looked at Wukong with some surprise. Wukong was actually going to take a break for a day. This was indeed rare. Ha, I didn't expect you, Wukong, to take a day off, Whis said, covering his mouth and chuckling. It's not a break, it's because I have something to do on Earth tomorrow, Wukong hastily retorted. Rest? Impossible. Was he that kind of person? Mainly because the day after tomorrow was the day the androids would appear, and he had to return to prevent any butterfly effects. That's right, I'm talking about you, Tawa. All right, but don't forget to bring me instant noodles. Whis nodded nonchalantly, though he still wanted the noodles. I won't forget, so goodbye, Whis. Wukong brought his fingers together at his forehead and vanished from the destroyer planet in a flash. When Sun Wukong returned to Earth, night had already fallen. He walked slowly toward the room adjacent to their bedroom. Shoo! Bulma had just settled Goten and brought asleep. Seeing Sun Wukong enter, she immediately raised a finger to her lips in quiet warning. Over the past 2 years, Bulma had conceived twins, a boy and a girl, who had recently been born. In honor of the occasion, Sun Wukong had paused his cultivation for several days to remain by her side during her final weeks. The boy bore a striking resemblance to Sun Wukong. Same spiky crab-like hair, jet black, without even a trace of blue. Sun Wukong named him Sun Goten. For reasons unknown, their family seemed bound by an uncanny pattern. The second son always mirrored his father's appearance. First Sun Wukong himself, then his own son. The girl resembled Bulma closely, pale blue eyes, and a full head of vivid sapphire hair exuding irresistible charm. Sun Wukong named her Sunbra. Let's step outside, we shouldn't disturb their sleep. After glancing tenderly at the 2 peacefully slumbering children, Bulma turned to Sun Wukong and spoke softly. Agreed. They slipped out of the room and gently closed the door behind them. Sun Wukong, tomorrow is the day you said the androids would appear, isn't it? As they strolled back toward their bedroom, Bulma asked. Yes, I'll suspend my training tomorrow just in case something unexpected arises. Have you informed Yajirobe and the others? I'm afraid they might forget. Of course I have. In fact, they may not even need my intervention. Their conversation carried them all the way to the bedroom. Sun Wukong's prediction had proven true. 2 years later, Gohan's base battle power had soared to 300 million, and he had mastered Super Saiyan 2nd grade. Vegeta, seeing him daily, knew his base power had reached 200 million, but appeared still unmastered in Super Saiyan 2nd grade. As for the others, Sun Wukong had met them once before. Yajirobe stood at 160 million, Raditz and Nappa each at 50 million. Even Piccolo had ascended to 500 million, while Krillin and Tien Shinhan had both reached 40 million. Yamcha, however, was best left unmentioned, barely surpassing 1 million. Sun Wukong truly felt helpless about him. He'd hoped his presence might steer Yamcha away from his canonical fate. Yet in the end, his calculation had failed. Yamcha remained unchanged, just as in the original timeline. Setting aside the rest, even Gohan, Vegeta, and Yajirobe alone would have been nigh invincible during the android saga of the original chronology. Still, only Gohan and Vegeta could contend with Lightning Cell, The 8 billion power Yajirobe might well fall short against him. Soon they lay down together in bed. For them, sleep was indistinguishable from deep meditation. Though Bulma's temperament held no natural affinity for cultivation, she endured it, drawn by the profound benefits of ascending dimensional tiers. Moreover, deep meditation felt nearly identical to sleep, utterly imperceptible to the practitioner, so hours passed like moments. Thus Bulma confined her practice to evenings. Asking her to train by day would have been unbearable. The next day, near noon, Sun Wukong and Bulma brought Gohan to the prearranged location. Goten and Bra naturally remained at home. They arrived on a secluded island, the very place Trunks had foretold the androids would emerge. This was their designated meeting ground. Guided by memory, Sun Wukong had chosen a small town on the island as their rendezvous point. Upon arrival, they discovered they were the first to arrive. No one else had yet appeared. Yet within minutes, others began arriving in succession. Unsurprisingly, Vegeta and his group came earliest. They lived nearby, and Vegeta had sensed Sun Wukong's approach the moment he landed. "Oh, Tights, why did you bring little Trunks along?" Bulma asked, surprised to see Trunks nestled in Tights' arms. In this timeline, Trunks and Son Goten were nearly the same age, Trunks barely a month older. "It's fine, he's just here to play. Besides, your son Wukong is here, isn't he?" Tights replied with nonchalant ease. Bulma nodded. Indeed, with Sun Wukong present, there was little cause for concern. "Yajirobe, did Eyes accompany you?" Sun Wukong asked, approaching Yajirobe, who had flown in alone. In past gatherings, the two had always arrived together. At Sun Wukong's question, Yajirobe could no longer suppress his grin. "Huh, Brother Eyes is pregnant. She found out just 2 days ago, so I kept her home." Already over 30, he and Eyes had long yearned for a child. Now at last their wish had come true. "What? Eyes is pregnant?" It seems everyone's timing converged within these 2 years. Sun Wukong mused aloud. First Trunks, then Goten, and Bra, now Yajirobe's child. One moment no births, then suddenly a cascade. What if Raditz and Nappa arrived next, announcing they'd found wives, and that those wives were also expecting? Haha. The group caught his meaning and burst into laughter. "Oh, and Yajirobe, what name have you chosen for your child?" Bulma asked from the side. "Already decided. Boy will be named Ku-e, girl Ku-e." Yajirobe declared proudly, utterly confident in his naming prowess. Though to others the choice seemed rather unremarkable. Sun Wukong glanced at Yajirobe, puzzled. Something about the name struck him as oddly dissonant. "Kakarot." Raditz's voice cut through the air above. Sun Wukong looked up to see Raditz and Nappa descending together. "Brother, Nappa." After landing, Sun Wukong acknowledged them, then scanned the surroundings, realizing Yamcha was still absent. Just as Sun Wukong pondered whether to wait further, the tea god finally arrived. "Hey Sun Wukong, everyone. You're all here already." Yamcha flew in from afar, realizing he was the last to arrive, and added sheepishly, "Sorry, I'm late." "No worries. Let's split up now and search for the impending androids. Tight, stay close behind Vegeta. Bulma, remain with me. Don't wander off. Neither of you are suited for combat. If you spot them, unleash your aura. I'll locate you instantly." Sun Wukong's expression grew grave. Not out of fear for Gohan, Vegeta, or Yajirobe, but for others. He worried most about Tien Shinhan and Krillin, whose 40 million battle power likely fell short against the androids. And Yamcha, mere 1 million, stood no chance at all. Should any of them encounter the androids, danger loomed. Thus immediate aura emission was vital, so he could instantaneously teleport to their aid. With nods of understanding, the group dispersed in all directions. "Let's go to Bulma and take a stroll in the town to see if we can encounter any androids," Goku said to Bulma beside him. Goku had let Gohan search alone. Now Gohan's maximum combat power could reach 30 billion, and no matter how strong the butterfly effect was, it shouldn't push the androids beyond 30 billion, right? "All right." Bulma obediently nodded. She was very compliant with Goku regarding such matters. After the two arrived in the town, they walked on the sidewalk instead of flying in the air, as it would be too conspicuous. However, Goku was continuously sensing with his chi. Currently, his dimension was very close to the divine dimension, and an instinctual feeling told him that the androids were nearby. Before long, Goku sensed the overwhelming aura of Yamcha. It seemed that Yamcha had not escaped the fate of being drained of energy as depicted in the original story. While Goku mused, he instantly teleported beside Yamcha. At that moment, Yamcha was unleashing all his aura, his eyes fixed tightly on the figures of a stout and a thin person ahead. Goku had previously described to them all that 2 androids, 1 stout and 1 thin, would appear, and these 2 completely matched Goku's description. Although he couldn't sense their auras for some reason, his intuition told him that these two individuals were incredibly powerful and they could only wait for Goku and the others. Yamcha, I'm here. Are you alright? Originally, Yamcha was focusing his mental energy on androids No. 19 and No. 20A, but Goku's sudden appearance startled him, making him tremble. Phew, it's you, Goku. Those two look just like the ones you described. They must be them, right? Yamcha said, relieved to see Goku. After all, in his heart, there was nothing that Goku couldn't resolve. Goku looked in the direction Yamcha pointed, and at the end of his line of sight were the two figures, one stout and one thin. Indeed, those two were androids No. 19 and No. 20. A smile appeared on Goku's face. At that moment, everyone had almost flown over since this town wasn't large, and it was easy to sense the energy and fly over. Hey, everyone is here. Goku smiled as he looked at Vegeta and the others flying over. Kakarot, are they the androids you mentioned? They don't look like much. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully at androids No. 19 and No. 20. Although he couldn't sense their auras from their facial expressions, Vegeta could already tell that they were not strong. At this moment, androids No. 19 and No. 20 looked at them with some fear. When Goku teleported over, he unleashed some aura, which was naturally detected by androids No. 19 and No. 20. In their detection, Goku's power was double theirs, and only those three guys in the base could defeat him. Of course, android No. 20 immediately recognized Goku as the one who had destroyed the Red Ribbon Army. Due to previously being unable to monitor Goku with the micro-robots, he never knew Goku's strength, but now he was aware. Their strength far surpassed that of the two androids, and they were already considering escaping. Goku looked at androids No. 19 and No. 20 with a smile, revealing part of his aura, which was around 700 million. His goal was to make android No. 20 or Dr. Gero escape. He wanted to release androids No. 16 and No. 17 and No. 18 from the base. But having one android No. 20 escape would be enough, the other could stay. Originally smiling and chatting with everyone, Goku suddenly appeared in front of No. 19. What? Android No. 19 watched as a white energy blade pierced through his body, while Goku's face still bore a hint of a smile. Goku waved his arm, and the sharp energy sword sliced through No. 19's body. In an instant, android No. 19 was split into two halves with countless mechanical parts falling from within. No. 19. Dr. Gero didn't shout due to No. 19's death, but rather out of astonishment at Goku's might. Android No. 20, or should I call you Dr. Gero, I let you escape back when I wiped out the Red Ribbon Army, but this time I won't let you off. Goku turned his head to look at Dr. Gero beside him, threatening with a smile. Dr. Gero stumbled back a few steps, his whole body trembling slightly, his expression fluctuating as he contemplated how to escape. Dr. Gero gathered a ball of energy in his hand and hurled it at Goku, then quickly got up and tried to flee into the sky. Goku casually waved his hand, deflecting the yellow energy blast and silently watching Dr. Gero's fleeing figure. Don't even think about running. Gohan, seeing this, immediately wanted to rush forward, but Goku teleported in front of him and blocked him with one hand. Dad. Gohan looked at Goku with some confusion, not understanding why his father wanted to let the androids escape. Don't worry, Gohan, this is called fishing with a long line to catch a big fish. Goku smiled at Gohan. His words were directed not only at Gohan, but also at everyone. At this moment, in some unknown timeline in a special space, not governed by the Omni King, Tawa was watching a cocoon-shaped cell before her. This was something she had captured from a certain timeline, and after her cultivation, it was much stronger than a normal cell. She planned to send this cell to the timeline she had passed 5 years ago. That timeline was very special, and if it truly had a significant effect, it should speed up the unsealing of Lord Demigra. This cell did not need to absorb No. 17 and No. 18. It could evolve to its perfect form simply with the passage of time, boasting a combat power of 25 billion. However, since he could previously defeat Frieza, who had a power level of 15 billion, the Goku from that timeline should now be stronger than 25 billion. For safety, she had left a powerful dark energy within this cell, enough to allow it to activate a low-spec demon form after its first death. Though the low-spec version may not reach the 8,000 times of her power, it still amounted to 100 times, and after transformation its strength would reach the first stage of divine power too, 5,400. Rather than saying the demon form is a transformation, it is more accurate to say it is inherently her power. After self-sealing, her strength reached the current state of divine power, 6,400. But Cell's low-spec version is not like that. It resembles an external force forcibly enhancing his strength to this level. But that was sufficient. One must know under normal timelines it would only be after 7 years that that fused warrior would reach the divine realm. And during this time, no one should have learned the fusion technique or obtained the Patera earrings. Tawa was extremely confident in this plan, as she could already envision the moment when Lord Demigra praised her. Unfortunately, she did not know how powerful Goku had become now, nor what he had experienced. For so many years, she had been pursued by the Time Patrol. Every day was spent either on the run or on the way to escape, making it impossible for her to return to that timeline to learn about Goku's power. Now she was like an old general on stage, surrounded by flags. Of course, she was still being hunted, and her plan was to pass through that timeline and quickly deploy Cell there. Then she would flee from the pursuit of the Time Patrol once again. Tawa quickly arrived at the timeline where Goku was located, tore open a rift, and sent Cell through. Afterwards, she ran away without looking back. There was no choice. Who was pursuing her after all? Let's wait here for a few minutes. Yukong glanced at the others. No one noticed that he had placed a thread of chi on Dr. Gero, not even Dr. Gero himself. Now all that was left to do was to wait for Dr. Gero to release the androids, then teleport over. He could sense that thread of chi still moving. Kakarot, what kind of big fish are you trying to catch? Aren't the 2 androids that Future Trunks mentioned the same as them? Raditz asked, somewhat puzzled. Yes, that's right. The androids that Future Trunks spoke of are not them, our timeline, and theirs are ultimately different. Wukong nodded and continued to speak. Even the personalities of the androids in the 2 timelines are different. Different personalities for androids. The others looked confused. Is there really a difference in personalities among androids? The androids from the future timeline have already been released at this time, while the ones from our timeline are still held captive by Dr. Gero. The biggest reason is that they haven't been completely modified. The 2 androids even retain aspects of their previous human personalities. What? Human personalities? Of course, among the remaining 3 androids, 2 still maintain human bodies, unlike the previous one, which was entirely mechanical. Those 2 androids were also forcibly taken for modification, Wukong added. Dr. Gero is truly despicable for using living beings for modifications. As a scientist, Bulma despised such behavior the most. If it were voluntary, it would be understandable. After all, science requires some individuals willing to dedicate themselves, but coercion is utterly unethical. It stopped. While chatting, Wukong suddenly felt that the thread of chi had halted within a mountain. What? The others were caught off guard by Wukong's sudden reaction. What had happened? Haha, it's nothing. I left a thread of chi on that android, and now it has stopped in one place. Wukong said with a smile. You all wait here, I'll be right back. Wukong placed his 2 fingers together on his forehead and vanished from their sight with a teleport. How Wukong is still like this? At that moment inside Dr. Gero's base, a man and a woman were standing in front of Dr. Gero. The girl was holding something resembling a controller. Old man, now that the controller is in our hands, what can you do to command us? Android 18 smiled at Drive. Gero, you despicable. Give it back quickly. Aren't you strong because of me? Dr. Gero's face darkened. He had been careless and let the controller be snatched by Android 18. How do you think we voluntarily accepted your modifications? Android 17 glared at Drive. Gero with a dangerous look. Dr. Gero felt a sharp prickling sensation looking at 17 and 18. He knew his situation was quite dire. At that moment, he felt his gaze suddenly shift upward. Facing androids 17 and 18, he was filled with dread as a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Thank you for the guidance, Dr. Gero. Wukong held Dr. Gero's head in one hand, while retracting the chi sword with the other. He never showed mercy to villains. A single strike to end them was the greatest mercy he could offer. What? Dr. Gero watched helplessly as his body slowly collapsed to the ground. The neck of his mechanical body continued to spark and flicker. Goodbye, Dr. Gero. In Dr. Gero's peripheral vision, the light in Wukong's other hand grew brighter and drew closer. No, please don't. The pleading Dr. Gero, along with what he considered his only true head, vanished from this world. After eliminating Dr. Gero, Wukong looked at androids 17 and 18 with a friendly smile. You are Son Goku. Android 18 looked at Wukong with some fear. The memories implanted in their minds naturally included Son Goku's appearance. Wukong's displayed power was overwhelming. The chi that he had just revealed had already surpassed 1 billion in combat power. Yes, I am Son Goku. Wukong generously acknowledged it. Moreover, I know that Dr. Gero created you to kill me. Then why do you still appear before us? Android 17 warily watched Wukong. Hearing this, Wukong smiled nonchalantly. What's wrong with that? You want to kill me, but do you have the strength? Besides, Dr. Gero's orders, I have no enmity with you, right? Now that Dr. Gero is dead, do you still need to listen to him? I also know there's a bomb inside you. My wife is a genius scientist. I can have her help you disarm it, so you won't have any future worries. Upon hearing Wukong's words, androids 17 and 18 exchanged glances. Indeed, Dr. Gero was now dead, and killing Son Goku was merely a line from Dr. Gero in their memories. They were not robots and did not need to act on that statement. After removing the bomb, wouldn't it be nice to live the life you desire, to be a normal person? Forget the unpleasant memories of being androids. I don't want to harm you because you are also victims. Seeing that androids 17 and 18 were somewhat swayed, Wukong seized the opportunity to speak. After Wukong finished speaking, androids 17 and 18 made their decision to become normal people and live the lives they wished for. All right. Androids 17 and 18 nodded at Wukong, dropping their defensive stances. Wukong felt gratified watching androids 17 and 18 how another problem was resolved just by using his words. This is the burden of being the protagonist, isn't it? Come with me. Wait, besides the two of us, there is actually another android in this space, but that android is purely mechanical. Should we release it? Android 17 spoke up to remind Wukong, who was about to leave. Wukong turned his head, waiting for android 17 to mention it. Let's release it. After receiving Wukong's confirmation, android 17 walked over to the nearby sleeping pod and opened the hatch. As the hatch opened, a tall green figure stood up from the sleeping pod. Son Goku. With a startled shout, the green figure turned into a blur and charged at Son Goku. Boom. The massive sound of their physical clash echoed within the base. Wukong blocked the attack, pulling back and grabbing android 16's arm, hoisting him onto his back and slamming him down onto the ground. In an instant, countless cracks appeared on the incredibly hard ground. Hey, calm down. I know that killing me isn't your mandatory command. Wukong stepped on android 16's back, grasping both of 16's arms and pulling back. With a strength that could topple mountains, he rendered him completely immobile. Upon hearing Wukong's words, number 16 calmed down. Given the unfavorable situation he faced, he simply gave up, struggling. Dr. Gero is already dead. There is no longer any need for you to sacrifice yourself for his orders. Isn't it better to live a normal life? With that, Wukong struck number 16 on the back of his head with a knife hand strike. He intended to take number 16 back and have Bulma modify him to erase the kill order from his mind. Though number 16 is a pure mechanical being, Wukong's knife hand strike caused him to short-circuit and he naturally fainted. Seeing this scene, number 17 and number 18 were relieved. They chose not to continue opposing Wukong. They had no need to confront someone they could not defeat. After placing number 16 into storage, Wukong turned to number 17 and number 18. Currently, number 16 was like a lifeless object, thus he could be stored away. His storage space might not hold living beings, but it could certainly contain a dead one. Come with me, it'll take you to meet my wife. Just put your hands on my shoulders. Wukong sensed a strange aura and hurried to leave to avoid any surprises. Number 17 and number 18 watched as number 16 disappeared into a colorful vortex, looking at Wukong with some astonishment. What happened to number 16? Number 18 looked at Wukong with some fear. After all, seeing such a large object suddenly vanish before their eyes was frightening. Hearing number 18's question, Wukong realized they were scared and quickly smiled as he explained. Haha, he entered a special space. Don't worry, I can only store lifeless objects, and that colorful vortex is easy to escape from. He was not lying. The colorful vortex truly had no allure, and one could escape with just a few steps. Moreover, living beings could not enter his storage space. Upon hearing Wukong's explanation, the two trembled as they placed their hands on his shoulders. Amidst a flash, the three of them disappeared from the base. At that moment, on the desolate area of the island, Vegeta and the others were seriously watching the sudden appearance of a green monster before them. They had already let Bulma and the others leave, and even Yamcha was allowed to go, as staying here was a burden. The green monster before them had power far beyond what they were accustomed to. If Wukong were here, he would recognize this as Cell's third stage. Cell in his third stage looked disdainfully at the group. He no longer needed numbers 17 and 18. Thanks to his mother, he would naturally evolve into his perfect form as time passed. He had now reached the third stage with a power level of 8 billion. His perfect form could achieve a staggering 25 billion. Indeed, Tawa had not informed him about his lower-tier Majin form. He believed that his perfect form was the extent of his power. His current task was to kill the Wukong of this timeline. Once accomplished, his mother would bring him back. Hey, green monster, what's your name? Vegeta asked with a smile, looking at Cell. Cell, gazing at Vegeta, felt an inexplicable urge to beat this person before him. Hee Cell. Vegeta sensed the disdainful tone and gaze from Cell toward him, causing his anger to rise. He took a few steps forward, extending his left hand to shield the others behind him. You all stay back, I will make this monster pay for underestimating me. Huh. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan, a cold smile gracing his lips. Golden energy swirled around him before being drawn back into his body. A loud explosion echoed as dust was kicked up and Vegeta's figure bent low, appearing before Cell, with a fist deeply embedded in Cell's abdomen. Off, accompanied by saliva, Cell's body bent as he plummeted into the mountain. Boom. The mountain exploded, scattering countless fragments, and a cloud of dust rose. As the dust settled, Cell crawled out from within the mountain, his expression grave as he looked at Vegeta. With his current third stage, he seemed not to be a match for Vegeta. He decided to stall for time, as he was not far from evolving into his perfect form. Who are you and how are you so strong? To buy time, Cell even began to compliment Vegeta's strength. Of course, such strength was inconsequential before his perfect form, but it clearly served the purpose of stalling. Vegeta retracted the energy blast he had been gathering, a smirk appearing on his face, exuding an air of arrogance. He clenched his right fist, pointing his thumb at himself, and slowly spoke. Look, I am Vegeta. Remember, the one who will destroy you is me. At that moment, Wukong just happened to arrive and witnessed this iconic scene. Wow, what an iconic scene. Vegeta. It seems he arrived just in time. Wait, is that green figure in front of Vegeta Cell? Or is it Cell in his third form? What's going on? Wasn't number 17 still by his side? Wukong looked at number 17 beside him, falling into silence. Big brother, you're here. Yardrat was the first to notice Wukong and hurriedly greeted him. Yeah, just watch, Vegeta. Wukong nodded, silencing the others with a single comment, watching the two figures ahead with a mischievous smile. Is that so? Vegeta. Cell feigned a contemplative expression. At this point, Vegeta also sensed something was off. The green monster called Cell seemed to be stalling for time. You're stalling for time, aren't you? Go die. Big bang. Vegeta extended both hands forward, powerful energy coalescing before him, the blue energy sphere growing larger, radiating light that bathed Vegeta in blue. Attack. Go die. The blue energy sphere continued to swell in the air, hurtling towards Cell at an astonishing speed. As the blue energy sphere approached, Cell was illuminated blue. Yet at that moment, Cell began to laugh eerily. Boom. A massive mushroom cloud soared into the sky, accompanied by the sound of an explosion, a magnetic laughter reaching everyone's ears. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Vegeta, for giving me time. To repay you, I will send you to die. As the smoke cleared, the perfect form of Cell appeared before them. Cell transformed into an afterimage, vanishing from his spot, reappearing in front of Vegeta. Gathering a ball of yellow energy in his hand, he pressed it against Vegeta's abdomen. What? Boom. A cloud of dust rose as Vegeta was instantly sent flying, tracing a beautiful parabolic arc through the air. Wukong flew into the air to catch Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta had reverted from his transformation, falling unconscious in his normal state. Wukong placed Vegeta on the ground, looking at the unconscious Vegeta and shaking his head. What kind of strength is that? Daring to use the gesture of being knocked down. Even I wouldn't dare to do that now. Serves you right. Gohan, it's your turn. Goku turned his attention away from Vegeta and looked at Gohan. He saw on the panel that Cell's current strength was something Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 could handle. As for why, I said now just watch. Cell. Race bioengineered human fusion of various cells, Earthling Saiyan Frost Demon. Base combat power 25 billion, ultimate power god form level 1-2. 5400 unlocked after the first death. Transformation Lodier demon god form unlocked after one death. Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 strength reached 30 billion, just enough to deal with Cell's current power of 25 billion. Gohan had never truly fought in his life, always practicing against himself. This was the perfect opportunity. Okay, Dad. Hearing Goku call him, Gohan quickly stepped out from the crowd. After knocking Vegeta unconscious, Cell stood with his arms crossed, seemingly waiting for them to send someone to fight him. I have to say, Cell successfully inherited the Saiyan genes. Looking at Gohan as he walked out slowly, he felt a mix of confusion and amusement. He laughed mercilessly. Haha, is there no one else? You send a little kid to battle. Has he even grown all his hair? Ignoring Cell's taunts, Gohan continued to step forward, walking towards Cell one step at a time. With each step, golden energy began to manifest around him. As his foot finally landed, his appearance transformed to that of golden-haired and blue-eyed. Not bad. Much stronger than that guy named Vegeta. Cell was clearly surprised by Gohan's strength. At such a young age, he was already half stronger than the previous man. Hey kid, what's your name? Son Gohan. Son Goku's son. In the next moment, Gohan's hair stood even more upright and golden energy began to crackle with lightning around him. Boom. Gohan's body moved like lightning, leaving a cloud of dust as he vanished from his position. Nanny. In Cell's eyes, Gohan suddenly appeared before him, sweeping a powerful kick toward his head with tremendous force. Bang. Cell felt a massive force strike his head, his legs sinking deep into the ground. Dust and rubble rose continuously. Cell's feet dug into the ground, carving a path over 100 meters before coming to a stop. No, this is impossible. How can he be so strong? Feeling the waves of pain on his face, Cell looked at Gohan in surprise. Gohan's strength clearly exceeded his own. If Gohan was that strong as his son, how strong was Goku? With that thought, Cell's expression darkened. However, he never considered fleeing. His first mother had told him that she would intervene if he was in danger. He thought that no matter how strong Goku was, he should not surpass his mother. Secondly, the Saiyan genes within him were at play, and his pride would not allow him to run away. With Cell's furious roar, his energy surged as he charged at Gohan. The two quickly collided, fists and feet meeting. From the sky to the ground, the sounds of their fierce battle echoed continuously. Mountains crumbled under the shockwaves of their fight. However, it was obvious that Cell was at a severe disadvantage. Gohan had almost no injuries while Cell was in a dire state. If not for the healing abilities granted by his Namekian gene, Cell would have been defeated long ago. Cell was once again punched in the face by Gohan, sending him crashing to the ground like a meteor. Boom. The impact generated a storm of wind and dust spreading outwards. Goku quickly raised an energy barrier to shield the others from the storm. Cell struggled to stand, wiping the blood from his mouth. The pain on his face continuously stimulated his nerves. Even with Namekian genes, his recovery speed could not keep up with the rate of his injuries. Damn it, didn't my mother say she would intervene? Why haven't I seen her yet? Yes, Tawa did say she would intervene. But what came forth was the dark energy hidden within him. Once Cell died, it would surely make an appearance. As Gohan watched Cell stand up, he burst forth in a rage, appearing behind Cell with a sonic boom. Gohan tilted his body, bracing one hand on the ground, then kicked out with a rotational kick aimed at Cell. What? Cell did not have time to dodge and quickly crossed his arms to block in front of him. Even though he managed to defend in time, the tremendous force still sent him flying into the sky. The green figure soared with a golden aura shooting up from the ground. Soon the green figure leveled off. In midair, every punch and kick Gohan threw landed heavily on Cell. After each blow, Gohan quickly followed up. Cell could barely react and could only passively endure the beating. Gohan positioned himself above Cell, channeling all his strength into an elbow strike that crashed into Cell's abdomen with immense force. A painful scream shot into the sky, echoing across the entire horizon. As he cried out, Cell's body bent and fell toward the ground. But Gohan was faster, landing on the ground first. He slid across the terrain, his eyes shimmering with golden light, appearing right where Cell was about to land. Meh. Gohan placed his hands on his hips, blue energy gathering in his palms. The massive energy created a magnetic field, causing the winds around him to grow stronger, sending countless grains of sand and debris flying away. Meh. As time passed, the blue light grew brighter and brighter, and for a moment the entire world seemed to be tinted in a light blue hue. Here it comes. A blue Kamehameha surged from the ground, racing toward the sky. The thick Kamehameha enveloped Cell's falling body. How dare you! Accompanied by Cell's screams, the Kamehameha did not stop there. Instead, it soared through the sky, piercing through the atmosphere and flying into the depths of space. The blue light continued to shine, and after several seconds, Gohan released the energy he was expelling. With a flick of his hand, the Kamehameha, trailing a long tail of flames, dissipated into the sky. At that moment, there was no trace of Cell in the sky. Except for Goku, everyone believed that Cell had turned to dust, disappearing from this world. However, was that truly the case? Dark energy suddenly filled the entire sky. A terrifying aura seemed to suffocate everyone. Is this the power my mother bestowed upon me? It's truly magnificent. Magnificent enough to be mesmerizing. Revived Sheru floated in midair, arms wide open and eyes tightly shut, as if savoring this overwhelming power. He paid no mind to the crowd below. They were not worth his attention, nor did he need their acknowledgement. With this power, he had become invincible. Behold your king. Dark energy surged uncontrollably from Sheru's body, pressing down upon the crowd below with an overwhelming force. The winds around grew stronger, and bolts of lightning descended from the clouds. Goku's hair was whipped by the wind as he looked up at Sharu hovering above. At that moment, Sharu seemed to have darkened considerably due to the dark energy. Seeing Sharu laughing wildly in the air, Goku smiled. Finally, he had an enemy who sparked his interest. Goku closed his eyes, warmed up, and upon reopening them his round eyes had transformed into square ones. In an instant, Goku's figure vanished from his original position. There's a flaw. Sharu, still immersed in this powerful energy, was completely unprepared. With a punch imbued with the force of thunder, Goku struck Sharu's face, sending the overconfident Sharu crashing back to the ground. Boom! Goku looked up, fists clenched at his sides, watching the clouds of dust kicked up from the ground. At this moment his body was enveloped in a golden glow, his hair standing on end, astonishing energy emanating from within. The golden light illuminated the entire sky, a burst of golden flames tearing through the clouds, rending apart the dark sky to reveal a patch of blue. Then the golden flames gradually diminished until they were drawn back into Goku's body. Super Saiyan full power engaged. Die! The dark energy broke through the ground, carrying countless fragments as it surged towards the golden figure in the sky. Bang! Goku firmly blocked Sharu's incoming punch, the force traveling through his palm, creating a shockwave that exploded behind him. The sound of the blast rang out behind him, dispersing a large cloud of mist. What? Sharu hastily retreated, glancing ahead with a hint of fear at the golden figure. He hadn't expected Sun Wukong's power to be so formidable. Now he was in his demon god form. You are Sun Wukong, right? Sharu eyed Wukong warily. Yes, indeed. Goku nodded with a smile. He wasn't foolish like Vegeta, who liked to make exaggerated gestures. Although he couldn't possibly be defeated now, one must still believe in the mysterious. Having a sense of reverence was always good. Sharu looked at Sun Wukong ahead, his expression slightly somber. The good news was that his target had appeared. The bad news was that he was stronger, and it could very well be himself who perished. Moreover, the boy named Son Gohan had displayed an even stronger form that Wukong hadn't yet revealed. He could not believe that Sun Wukong as a father did not possess this form. Come on, you can't escape, you should have guessed by now. Goku smiled at Sharu, who was deep in thought ahead. He knew that Sharu had surely guessed that he had a more powerful transformation. But the fact that he had only transformed into a Super Saiyan 1 already conveyed his attitude. Tatakai. TCH. Sharu clicked his tongue, then decided not to think anymore, adopting a defensive stance, gazing at Wukong. Oh, not going on the offensive. Goku vanished with a sudden instant transmission. What? Sharu was clearly startled as he saw Wukong suddenly appearing beside him. Before Sharu could brace himself, a punch landed squarely on his face. Accompanied by waves of energy, Sharu was sent flying backward, tumbling through the air for several seconds before finally stabilizing. Sharu touched his injured face, feeling the intense pain as his anger swelled within him. Kamehameha. Sharu placed his hands at his waist, instantly unleashing a blue energy blast. The blue energy trailed a flame as it hurtled towards Goku. Goku quickly powered up and dodged to the side, flying towards Sharu alongside the energy beam. In an instant, Goku reached Sharu, landing a deep punch into his abdomen. Then Goku swiftly moved behind Sharu, delivering a side kick. In midair, Sharu was like a punching bag. With uppercuts, left hooks, and downward strikes, every move Goku executed appeared simple, yet profound. He had long since integrated everything into his physical form. Goku descended from the sky with a knee strike, driving Sharu into the ground. Watching Sharu plummet rapidly, Goku raised his hands above his head, gathering energy. The blue energy divided in his hands into countless streams, cascading down from the sky, like a magnificent curtain of light, enveloping a vast expanse of the sky. The entire sky seemed to be engulfed in blue light, these beams falling like shooting stars. Not could everyone retreat. They were too close to the battlefield. Such a wide-range attack could easily harm them. With his father's current strength, even a slight brush could mean death. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly flew back. They felt the urgency that if they didn't get further away, it would be too dangerous. Meanwhile, Gohan carried the unconscious Vegeta on his back as he flew away. Of course, all their efforts were unnecessary. Goku had calculated the distance long ago, knowing he would not harm them. At most, some shockwaves and debris flew toward them. Accompanied by the continuous sound of explosions, the ground shattered instantly. Even the explosion sounds could not drown out Sharu's agonizing cries. Moments later, Goku ceased his energy attack, and as the smoke cleared, Sharu's figure was revealed. At this point, Sharu was indeed in a pitiful state. Both of his sharp horns had been severed, one arm was broken, and the two wing-like appendages on his back had long since turned to ash. At this moment, Sheriff's eyes were fixed firmly on Sun Wukong. Every part of his body was in excruciating pain. He gritted his teeth, struggling to suppress his cries. He knew his mission had failed, and he could no longer return to his mother. So, countless dark energies gathered within Sheriff's body, seemingly healing his original injuries. Take my next move, Sun Wukong. Sheru feigned a posture with his hands at his waist, gathering energy in his palms. It seemed he wanted to unleash the Kamehameha wave, but his body was swelling uncontrollably. Goku looked at Sheriff's performance with disdain. Do you think I don't know you plan to self-destruct? With your swelling body and uncontrollable energy, how could it not be obvious that you intend to blow yourself up? For the safety of the earth, please die, Sheru. In an instant, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan god, the red divine aura enveloping the entire sky. He approached Sheru, who was now unable to move due to the self-destruction. Goku's hand covered Sheru's body. You think I can't see that you want to self-destruct? Goku said gently to Sheru as the divine aura began to spread towards Sheru's body. What is this? Cell stared in panic at the crimson aura, which began spreading across his entire body. The scarlet aura seared him. Pain so excruciating it felt as though his very soul were being consumed. He struggled, yet remained utterly paralyzed. Haha, I've enveloped you entirely in my aura. Should you detonate, the blast will be fully contained within it. By now the crimson aura had completely enshrouded Cell. Despair flooded Cell's gaze as he glared at Goku with seething hatred. Why? He could no longer halt his self-destruction. Boom! The explosion thundered, but produced not a single ripple beyond the confines of Goku's aura. While perhaps not entirely without effect within that crimson sphere, chaos reigned supreme. What a grim fate, to be undone by one's own hand. Alas, such a pity. Goku dispersed the lingering scarlet aura into nothingness, returning to his natural state. Sensing Gohan's and the others' ki, Goku placed 2 fingers to his brow and vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, the ravaged terrain, shattered by their battle, began slowly healing itself. This regenerative ability had been granted decades earlier when Goku made his final wish upon Earth's Dragon Balls. That Earth itself would possess the power to autonomously restore itself after violent destruction. Though the process was gradual, requiring nearly a full day for complete recovery, it was infinitely preferable to no restoration at all. Dad, did you defeat Cell? Gohan rushed forward upon seeing Goku's sudden appearance and immediately asked. Of course, when your father steps in, victory is inevitable. Goku struck a playful, boastful pose before his son, a habit he reserved exclusively for Gohan and Bulma. He never postured like this before others. Perhaps it was simply the quiet pride of a father and a husband. That's amazing. A childlike, radiant smile bloomed across Gohan's face. He was, after all, only 9. His heart swelled with admiration for his father's strength. Dad, do you plan to bring these 2 home to Mom? He pointed toward androids 17 and 18. At his question, everyone turned expectantly toward Goku. Earlier they had learned the androids' origins. Hearing of 17 and 18's tragic past stirred deep sympathy, especially knowing bombs still lay dormant within their bodies. Yet their greater emotion was fury toward Dr. Gero. Yes, exactly. To give them a chance at a normal life, Goku said, gently ruffling Gohan's hair. Why not join me back at my place? Let's celebrate Cell's defeat together. Goku invited the group. They hadn't gathered properly in quite some time, mainly because Goku had spent the past 2 years training under Whis. Otherwise, they'd have met at least once a year, perhaps even 5 or 6 times. What could be better than sharing delicious food, warm conversation, and lighthearted banter? Absolutely, big brother. It's been almost 2 years since our last proper reunion, thanks to your training. Yajirobe eagerly accepted first among them. He adored such gatherings, where the women chatted freely among themselves and the men exchanged stories only men truly understood. Haha. Soon the others agreed too, until suddenly Goku remembered something. Oh no, I forgot to destroy that laboratory. The embryonic form of Cell might still lie buried beneath it. No time to waste. He had to obliterate it immediately lest unforeseen calamity arise. Sorry everyone, I need to handle something quickly. Just a few seconds. Without delay, Goku announced his brief departure and vanished. In an instant, he materialized above Dr. Gero's laboratory. Raising his left hand, he gathered immense energy within his palm. With his right hand, he pressed 2 fingers to his brow. Farewell, Cell of this timeline. You'll never be exploited by Tower again. As the energy sphere plummeted, the lab was instantly consumed. Sand and stone spiraled violently inward, then dissolved into oblivion. The cell of this timeline was eradicated before birth, still an embryo. The mountain concealing the facility collapsed into flat, barren earth. Having completed his task, Goku vanished once more. He had long suspected the prior cell was Tao's creation. The dark energy signature bore an unmistakable resemblance to Frisia's from years ago. Only a fool would fail to recognize it. Tao had grown insufferable, buzzing incessantly around his thoughts like a relentless fly. Worse still, she remained maddeningly elusive. If only he could lay hands on her, she'd learn firsthand the meaning of true cruelty. Now, however, he no longer feared her. His base power stood at 60 billion. At his peak, Super Saiyan 4 transcending all limits. His strength surged into the divine power, second realm, 96,400. He doubted Tao possessed such might. She certainly hadn't reached the third realm, the destroyer realm, confirmed by the Time King Kai himself, who stated she couldn't stand against a destroyer. The third realm is known as the destroyer realm precisely because even the weakest destroyer operates at that level of divine power. This refers strictly to innate strength, excluding divine arts. Returning to the group, Goku greeted them with a warm, easy smile. Haha, I'm back. Let's go. Placing 2 fingers to his brow, he teleported the entire group to his home. He had refined instant transmission further now. He needed only to extend his ki to envelop others' bodies. No physical contact required. It was far more convenient than before. Upon arrival, they found several large tables already set up in the courtyard. Each groaned under a lavish spread. Exquisite dishes, fine wines, fresh juices, and chilled beverages. Every delicacy imaginable. Skyfaring, land-dwelling, sea-swimming. Truly befitting the household of Earth's wealthiest family. There approaching them stood Bulma and the others. Hey Bulma, how did you prepare everything in advance? Goku hadn't informed her, yet she'd anticipated the gathering perfectly. Hearing his question, Bulma rolled her eyes with affectionate exasperation. Do you really think I don't know you? Of course there'd be a feast. Every time something like this happens, we always gather. Ha ha ha. My Bulma, always reading me like an open book. Goku scratched his spiky hair and laughed. Ugh, so embarrassing. Ha 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 ha. The whole group burst into laughter. Even Gohan joined in. Goku tossed Gohan a chestnut straight to the head. Who do you think you are? And who am I? You, still just a brat. What do you possibly understand? Ow. Gohan clutched his head, tears welling, though perhaps a little too readily. Goku glanced once, then looked away, fully aware of the act. He hadn't exerted the slightest force, just enough for a fleeting sting. No way it hurt that much. Keep pretending. I'll watch you pretend. Bulma looked at Gohan with a cold expression. Gohan felt a bit awkward seeing that his father and mother seemed uninterested in him. Gohan seemed to find an excuse to escape from everyone, and the smile on his face could no longer be concealed. It was Sunday, and he had made plans to hang out with Videl, which he initially hesitated to agree to due to the androids. However, it was almost time for their meeting, and he needed to hurry otherwise. At that moment, Gohan felt pleased that he had tricked Goku and Bulma. But he was completely unaware of his unusual behavior, which had already been noticed by Goku and Bulma. Goku observed Gohan, leaving with an abnormal expression, as Gohan's earlier demeanor was not like his usual self. Seeing Gohan wanting to leave like that, it seemed he was hiding something from them. However, Goku did not think much of it, as it was Gohan's personal matter. He thought it was important to give him some personal space. Goku thought so, and even Bulma shared the same sentiment. However, her curiosity made her eager to know what Gohan was hiding from them. All right, Bulma, let's not pry into Gohan's little secret. We should give him some space. Upon hearing Goku's words, Bulma nodded, acknowledging the reasonableness of it. One shouldn't push too hard. Gohan needed a little space and secrets of his own. She did not want Gohan to be as rebellious as she once was. To educate Gohan, Bulma once bought a book titled 100 Ways to Raise a Good Child. The book clearly mentioned the importance of leaving children some space and secrets, otherwise it would only intensify their rebellion. Her parents never gave her space or secrets, leading to her rebellious phase in her teenage years. Goku, you are right. At that moment, aside from Goku, no one noticed the vanished Vegeta nearby. Goku smiled faintly, knowing that Vegeta would likely not attend this gathering, even with plenty of delicacies. After all, his pride prevented him from facing everyone again. Imagine he had just put on a show only to be slapped in the face and sent flying. This was also why Goku treated Vegeta's injuries, but did not wake him. He was simply too ashamed. It wasn't until the gathering started that everyone noticed Vegeta was missing. Hey, where's Vegeta? Raditz asked as he looked around. Upon hearing Raditz, everyone finally realized. Indeed, where was Vegeta? They hadn't heard a peep from him or seen him at all. Gradually, everyone understood, recalling the earlier scene. Perhaps he couldn't accept it himself. At that moment, within the gravity chamber, Vegeta was training under hundreds of times the normal pressure. Damn it, my strength is still too weak. How could I have been surpassed by Kakaroto's child? Vegeta gritted his teeth as he sweated profusely. He never expected this day would come so soon, or being surpassed by a junior was both gratifying and bitter. After a while, Vegeta paused his training to rest and suddenly thought of something. "Tch Kakaroto, thank you." Vegeta uttered those words in a voice barely audible, which Goku would find hard to believe. Since waking up, he noticed there were no wounds or pain, realizing Kakaroto must have helped him heal. After treating his injuries, Kakaroto didn't wake him, but waited for him to regain consciousness, naturally knowing Vegeta wouldn't want to face everyone. In fact, that was truly the case, thus he was grateful to Kakaroto. Of course, he would never express his thanks in front of Kakaroto. Happy times are always fleeting. Amidst laughter, the sun gradually set, and everyone slowly returned home. Goku and Bulma arrived on the balcony. The two leaned on the railing, gazing at the sunset in the distance, which was red with a hint of orange. The crimson light seemed to dye the surrounding clouds in its colors. Sunlight bathed the two, cloaking them in a thin layer of red. Bulma watched as the sun slowly descended, seeming to symbolize parting. A gentle breeze blew, brushing against her cheek as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and turned to Goku. "Goku, this scene feels so familiar." Goku gazed at the sun setting, his eyes growing softer. Indeed, it felt so familiar. They had been like this many years ago. Back then it was a farewell. Goku turned to Bulma, who at that moment resembled her vibrant self from over a decade ago, with her blue hair in a ponytail. Thanks to the enhancement from the dimension, Bulma, in her 30s, looked just like a teenage girl. That was many years ago. Perhaps it was because I was going to the temple. Goku's words triggered a memory in Bulma. Over a decade ago, they two had been leaning on the balcony, watching the beautiful twilight as they bid farewell. Yes, I can't believe how fast time flies. 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Bulma couldn't help but lean her head against Goku's chest, feeling his strong embrace and breathing in his essence. Having Goku was truly wonderful. Time really flies. Goku hoped this peaceful life could last forever with tranquil days. But he knew this was ultimately a fantasy. For no other reason, this was the Dragon Ball world. Life was destined not to remain peaceful, and all he could do was try to protect this calm existence. The two embraced on the balcony, quietly watching the sun gradually set. As the last glimmer of sunlight disappeared, they left the balcony. Before leaving, they both saw Gohan sneaking in cautiously through the back door. They exchanged glances and smiled in unison. Gohan even suppressed his energy to the lowest level, but none of it escaped Goku's perception as their balcony faced the back door. With Goku's reminder, Bulma naturally noticed as well. Gohan did this to avoid being seen by his parents. Would he really tell his parents that he was out with Fidel? Dad might not mind, but Mom would definitely tease him about it. He wasn't joking, that's just how his mother was. Just like his grandmother. But what good would this do? Bulma might not guess, but Goku could figure it out. He often kept tabs on Gohan's school life. Aside from Videl, he hardly had any other friends he played with. Since it was the weekend, Gohan definitely wouldn't be going out alone. He must be out with Videl. However, Goku didn't point it out. After returning from the balcony to their room, Goku suddenly paused, recalling something he had forgotten. "Oh no, I forgot to send instant noodles to Whis." Bulma, am off to deliver instant noodles to Whis. Goku thought little of it and quickly teleported away from Earth. He had already placed the instant noodles in his storage space, only to forget about them. Bulma stared in shock at Goku, who had suddenly vanished before her eyes, then shook her head helplessly. Goku is still the same as always. Yo was sorry for being late. Goku teleported to the God of Destruction's planet and found Whis nearby, feeling a bit embarrassed as he spoke. There was no choice. He had promised Whis to bring instant noodles today, and he had delivered them, albeit very late. Goku quickly took out the instant noodles and placed them in front of Whis. After receiving the instant noodles, Whis looked at Goku with a helpless expression and asked in a resigned tone, "Goku, to be honest, did you forget to bring the instant noodles earlier? Did you just remember?" Goku's eyebrows twitched upon hearing this. Could he admit to such a thing? He certainly denied it vehemently. No, how could I forget? It's just that I was busy with something else before." Goku shook his head vigorously as if it were a rattle drum. He would never admit to it. As long as he didn't admit it, it was as if it had never happened. Sigh. Whis shook his head. He had used his staff to observe Goku's actions in the meantime. Can you guess what he saw? Two love-struck dogs. He didn't have a habit of prying into others' privacy, but he couldn't help but watch as the instant noodles were delayed. If Whis hadn't glanced at Goku, Goku might have genuinely forgotten. The only reason he remembered was that he felt a sense of being watched. Seeing Goku's expression of adamant denial, Whis chose not to say much. After all the instant noodles had been delivered, after 2 years he knew what kind of person Goku was. Normal. However, the training regimen might need to be increased a bit. Whis nodded with a smile while looking at Goku. Haha, Whis, I'll be off now, it's getting late. Goku felt a bit awkward, mainly because he was embarrassed to face Whis and wanted to find an excuse to leave. Whis obviously noticed Goku's embarrassment and nodded. Alright, see you later, Goku, be sure to come for training tomorrow, okay? Goku frowned, looking at Whis' smiling face with confusion. If he remembered correctly, Whis had never said that in the past 2 years, had he? What was going on today? Why did he suddenly say that? Why did Goku feel an ominous premonition? After a shiver, he teleported away from the God of Destruction's planet. When Goku returned, Bulma was just getting ready to take a shower, and she hadn't even taken a minute. Seeing Goku suddenly appear, Bulma was a bit surprised. Goku, you're back so soon. What kind of question is that? It was just to deliver instant noodles and maybe chat a little. How long could that take? It was just to deliver instant noodles, it didn't take long. Oh, let's go, we can shower together. Bulma pulled Goku towards the bathroom. Hey, I didn't grab my clothes. Goku didn't resist, but reminded her he hadn't even taken his clothes. Was he supposed to wear dirty clothes after the shower? I already got them for you, do you think I would forget? Bulma let go of Goku's hand, allowing him to walk on his own, placing her hands on her hips as she retorted. Haha, let's go shower. This time it was Goku who pulled Bulma along. The next morning at breakfast, androids 17 and 18 joined Bulma and the others for breakfast. At the dining table, Goku felt that Vegeta was looking at him with a strange gaze. Was there a hint of gratitude? Goku didn't think much of it and finished breakfast before following Bulma to the lab. Today he needed to remove the bombs inside androids 17 and 18A and also modify the commands in 16's mind. After all, that command was to kill him. His heart wasn't that big. After lying down on the operating table, androids 17 and 18 felt a bit nervous and scared. The similar scene in front of them brought back some bad memories. Bulma obviously noticed their panicked expressions and quickly reassured them. It's okay, don't be afraid. Oh, I'm not like Dr. Gero. Removing your bombs will be quick. According to the analysis report, the bombs inside you shouldn't be called bombs. More accurately, they resemble a device. Bulma glanced at the thermal imaging and analysis report on the screen. This device disrupts your internal energy, causing it to collide with each other, a device that could detonate all your internal energy. This device is very small, with an area of less than 1 square centimeter, located near your heart. Bulma swiped a few times on the screen, and in an instant a huge light panel appeared before androids 17 and 18. The glowing screen displayed their X-ray scan images with the relevant parts highlighted for better visibility. The two stared at the image, lost in thought. Are you ready? Bulma's clear and melodious voice pulled them back from their contemplation. Yes, thank you, Miss Bulma and Mr. Son Goku. The siblings exchanged glances and nodded, sincerely expressing their gratitude. For them, Goku and Bulma were their saviors. They owed a huge debt of gratitude. Hearing their affirmation, Goku and Bulma exchanged glances. Seeing Goku nod, Bulma pressed the confirm button on the screen. Through the glass window, the mechanical arms in the room began to move in a sci-fi manner. After rotating and moving, the laser cutters on the 2 mechanical arms were aimed at the siblings. This surgery was very simple. Bulma didn't set the laser cutter to maximum power. Her intention was to let the high temperature pass through the flesh and directly destroy the device inside. This way it would be quick and the pain would dissipate very quickly. Sure enough, as soon as the laser cutter illuminated, it instantly extinguished. The siblings' clothes had a tiny hole formed from the high temperature. Alright, the operation was a perfect success. You can get up now. Bulma clapped her hands and spoke to the two through the glass window. Androids 17 and 18 looked at each other in confusion, blinking. Small eyes filled with big questions. Is that it? Was it that quick? They thought the process would be long and painful. They only felt a brief, slightly stimulating pain like a needle prick, and then it was over. It was over. The two dazedly got up from the operating table and walked out of the lab. Meanwhile, Goku and Bulma were already waiting outside. So how do you feel now? Bulma asked with a smile. The siblings nodded, feeling significantly better. They didn't know if the device originally had any effects on them, or if it was just psychological. You two wait a moment, 16 should be coming out soon. 16? That guy in the green clothes. Goku's words made androids 17 and 18 recall 16, whom they hadn't seen since yesterday. I wonder how he is doing now. Mr. Wukong, how is number 16 doing now? Number 17 asked from the side. Haha, like you all, he has an explosive device inside him, But there is an order in his mind to kill me, so I need to erase that command from his mind. Therefore, it will take a bit longer than you might expect. You should understand why I have to do this right." After Wukong finished speaking, he looked at the siblings. The siblings nodded upon hearing this. They understood Wukong's reasons. To spare number 16's life was already Wukong's greatest mercy. If it were them, if someone wanted to kill them, they probably couldn't do what Mr. Wukong was doing. "Do you have any plans for the future?" Wukong asked the siblings. "Plans?" Hearing Wukong's question, the siblings pondered for a moment and finally gave their answer. "I don't know, I'm not sure. Let's take it one step at a time. Let's live like normal people. Maybe we'll become animal protectors." Number 17 spoke up. After speaking, he glanced at his sister, uncertain if she would be willing to do what he wanted. Number 18 naturally noticed number 17's gaze towards her. She brushed her golden long hair and smiled, nodding her head. Wukong understood upon seeing this. It seemed that Krillin had no chance anymore, or rather it could be said that the chances were slim. In the original story, it was because the explosive devices of numbers 17 and 18 were removed that he gained number 18's favor. But now, alas, it's up to fate. Whether or not there is a connection can only depend on Krillin himself. After a few minutes, number 16 emerged from the laboratory, thanked Wukong and Bulma, and then left with numbers 17 and 18. Wukong silently watched the three figures disappear from sight, turned his head, and bid farewell to Bulma. "Bulma, I'm leaving now. See you in the evening." With that, he teleported away from Earth, heading towards the God of Destruction's planet. Time to begin today's training. "Weiss, I'm here." At this moment, Weiss was standing calmly by the lake, eyes closed, seemingly waiting for Wukong. Upon hearing Wukong's voice, Weiss slowly opened his eyes and looked at Wukong. "Oh, Wukong, you're here. Let's start today's training." "All right." Wukong followed Weiss to training, somewhat confused. When did Weiss become so proactive? Why is he so eager to have me train? I have a strange, ominous feeling. Initially, Wukong thought it was just a misconception, but after finishing a day of training, he realized it was no illusion. Indeed, even with his current recovery speed, he almost couldn't keep up with today's training. Today is really exhausting. After completing a day of training, Wukong collapsed onto the green grass, gazing up at the sky. Weiss stood beside him, smiling as he watched Wukong. "Weiss, why has the training volume increased so much today?" Wukong complained a bit. Although the training volume had always been slightly more than the previous day, it was reasonable enough that he didn't feel overwhelmed. But this time was different. After training, it felt like he was on the brink of exhaustion. Upon hearing this, Weiss showed a mischievous smile. "Hey Wukong, don't you want to get stronger faster? With this training, you should be able to reach the God dimension in just over a year." Wukong was taken aback. "What? How does the elevation of dimensional levels relate to training? Why wasn't he aware of this? Can you not treat me like a fool?" Wukong looked at Weiss in disbelief. "No, Wukong, I'm not lying to you. The training of the body and chi does have a certain effect on the elevation of dimensional levels." Weiss still maintained that smile. What he said was the truth. It really does have an effect, but the effect is minimal. Based on Wukong's current training speed, he should be able to break through to the God dimension in just a little over 2 years. Strengthening the intensity of training would shorten it by at most 4 to 5 months. This speed could be considered negligible. Usually Weiss wouldn't allow Wukong to choose this, but Wukong sat up, looking at Weiss with some skepticism. "It doesn't sound like he's trying to deceive me, right? Forget it. A bit of hardship will pass for the sake of a brighter future." "What's a little hardship?" In the days that followed, Wukong found that this indeed had some effect on his training for the God dimension, but the effect was really not significant. However, as long as there was an effect, the hard work was not in vain. And so a year passed in a blend of pain and joy. On this day, Wukong sat cross-legged on the God of Destruction's planet. Weiss looked at Wukong's heartfelt joy. At least he could consider him a disciple. In just a few short years, he had taught another disciple who reached the God dimension, gaining the strength of divine power. At least his ability to teach disciples was much stronger than that of his siblings, right? Not to mention Wukong. Even Beerus was stronger than the other gods of destruction from different universes. Wukong sat calmly in place, as if in a state of serene tranquility. At this moment, there was clearly no wind on the God of Destruction's planet, yet his hair floated and swayed as if moved by an unseen force. White flames began to appear beside him, but surprisingly the flames were no longer in their original form. The white flames sparkled with starlight, giving off a divine feeling. Wukong's appearance seemed to have become much younger, though he was already quite young. This wasn't an intuitive feeling, but rather a perception felt by outsiders. The sky was filled with colorful clouds which formed a vortex enveloping Wukong. It seemed to celebrate the birth of a being from the God dimension in this universe. The white flames suddenly expanded, and the colorful clouds in the sky began to slowly disperse. The sky gradually revealed Wukong's figure. Is this the God dimension? It feels so good. Wukong closed his eyes, savoring the abilities brought by the God dimension. First, his normal battle power increased from 150 billion to 300 billion, and he even felt that his mastery over the power of time and destruction had improved a bit. Indeed, during these years Wukong had long been pestering Whis to teach him the power of destruction. Don't underestimate this. For his former self it might have taken 2 years or even longer to train. Now he seemed to have discovered something interesting, combining the power of time and the power of destruction. In an instant Wukong's hair and flames turned red. Indeed, he had transformed into a Super Saiyan God. Now he finally understood that the divine aura of the Super Saiyan God was different from his current normal divine aura. Perhaps his normal state should be called Saiyan God. Once reaching the God dimension, he could clearly feel that hidden immense power within him. And after transforming into a Super Saiyan God, a portion of that power was released, but this was merely a small fraction of it. To continue releasing it, he might need a key, the key being his stronger forms. Oh ho ho. Goku, I assumed that upon ascending to the divine dimension, a substantial portion of the latent power within you would be unleashed. Whis remarked astonished. The Saiyan race is truly extraordinary. Ordinarily, when one ascends from a mortal dimension to the divine dimension, a vast reservoir of dormant power is liberated. Yet Goku remained an exception, though this very restraint conferred a distinct advantage: accelerated cultivation. Take Goku for instance. In his base form, his combat prowess reaches the first tier of divine power. Upon transformation, he attains the second tier, and breaking through to that tier requires 10 years. But once transcended, his transformed state surges to the third tier of divine power, where his latent power fully unlocked prematurely. Reaching the second tier without transformation, the path to the third tier might demand a century. This precisely is why Whis deems the Saiyan race miraculous. Rapid ascension is astonishingly effortless. Still, it is advantageous. You advance with remarkable ease. High above, Goku listened to Whis's words while gazing down at him, and could scarcely contain himself. His surging strength ignited an urgent visceral yearning for battle, and Whis stood before him as the perfect adversary. In an instant, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 4 Limit Breaker. A torrent of crimson aura engulfed the entire destroyer planet. Below, Whis looked up in genuine surprise. Goku's power had now soared to the third tier of divine power. Whis, let's fight. Huh. Whis blinked, momentarily unprepared for such suddenness. Yet it was quintessentially Goku. All right then. With a resigned shake of his head, Whis nodded in agreement. Huh. Floating midair, Goku's arms trembled faintly. He channeled every ounce of strength into his left arm, focusing it to a razor's edge. Peak mastery achieved. The dragon fist erupted forth, unmatched and unrivaled. As Goku hurled his fist toward Whis, a golden celestial dragon coiled around his arm. Roar. Accompanied by a thunderous draconic roar, the golden dragon surged forward with overwhelming, irresistible momentum. The golden dragon enfolded Whis, twisting violently, as if attempting to crush him, while the indestructible ground beneath fractured and crumbled incessantly. Yet Goku knew it was futile. Mata. Ultimate. Goku spread his palms wide, bringing them together before his waist in a delicate bud-like formation. Golden light flared as energy coalesced between them, then shifted downward to his hips. Azure brilliance erupted, dyeing the heavens a serene cerulean. Kamehameha, here it comes. A vortex of gold and sapphire energy radiating apocalyptic devastation hurtled toward the smoke cloud left by the dragon fist. Yet the ultimate Kamehameha, tearing through the void, was halted mid-flight. A small luminous yellow sphere pressed against its front, steadily forcing it backward. Hiya! Roaring, Goku's forearms bulged with engorged veins as torrents of ki surged from his core into his hands. Simultaneously, his time force and destruction force converged, flooding the ultimate Kamehameha with unprecedented potency, causing the beam to swell dramatically in size and intensity. All in vain. Its retreat slowed only momentarily. Like an elephant confronting an ant, the colossal beam dwarfed the tiny sphere. Yet paradoxically, that minuscule sphere relentlessly drove the ultimate Kamehameha backward, drawing ever closer to Goku with each passing second. Goku instantly severed his energy output, twisting aside at the last breath, barely evading the sphere. He could feel the immense, searing energy grazing past his body. Phew! After the narrow escape, Goku exhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling. Sustaining such extreme output for minutes would have shattered any ordinary being. Fortunately for him, mere heartbeats sufficed to recover. In a flash, he teleported beside Whis, his arm-taut muscles sculpted and powerfully defined. A sonic crack split the air as Goku drove his arm straight toward Whis, only for Whis to step back lightly, tilting his body just enough to evade. The concussive force of Goku's blow skimmed Whis's frame, then detonated. Boom. A semicircular crater erupted from the ground, sending plumes of dust spiraling high into the sky. Goku launched a barrage of punches, each effortlessly parried by Whis. When Goku's full-body strike met Whis's open palm, the latter redirected the force, sending Goku soaring backward into the air. Stellar burst. Countless azure streaks rained from the heavens. Whis tilted his head upward, gazing at the sky bathed in ethereal blue light. Hey, Goku. If this hits the surface, I'll have to repair it myself. With a wry sigh, Whis raised a shimmering barrier. Boom, boom, boom. Meteors struck the dome, blossoming into dazzling fireworks, deafening explosions echoing across the destroyer planet. Nearby, the oracle fish clutched its ears tightly. Sigh, here we go again. It's grown quite accustomed to this. Fortunately, Lord Beerus sleeps so deeply that even such thunderous clamor fails to stir him. When the smoke cleared, the barrier remained flawless. Whis lowered it slowly. He judged the sparring session complete. Enough, Goku. Let's conclude today's training. In a blink, Whis appeared behind Goku, who had no time to react, before delivering a precise, tranquil hand strike to the nape of his neck. Instantly, Goku reverted to his base form and sank gently to the ground, wincing slightly, but recovered swiftly. Whis, the gap between us remains enormous. Goku chuckled, scratching his head. Fighting Whis evoked utter helplessness, as though they existed on entirely separate planes of existence. Goku, don't think like that. You've grown vastly stronger than before. Consider instead, isn't the distance between us narrowing? Whis gazed at Goku with quiet admiration. At barely 30, Goku had already attained the third tier of divine power, the realm revered as the destroyer domain. How would the destroyers themselves react? Others require millions, even hundreds of millions, of years to reach such heights, yet Goku achieved it before his 30th year. It was almost absurd, like having lived a lifetime in vain. Perhaps Lord Beerus upon waking would feel galvanized, motivated to shed his habitual indolence. Indeed, Whis could no longer fathom Goku's limits. Perhaps one day he might even surpass him. And should that day arrive, Whis would finally have something worthy to boast about among his siblings, especially before his elder sister Vados. Whis, you're absolutely right, Goku mused aloud. 6 years remain before Bu emerges, and already I've reached the third tier of divine power. If my perception serves me correctly, Goku, your ultimate Kamehameha incorporates both time force and destruction force, does it not? Whis asked, intrigued, once again astounded by Goku's unparalleled aptitude. Yes, I only grasped it recently and decided to give it a try. Wukong wore a faintly smug expression. Even he hadn't expected his very first attempt to succeed. Moreover, he could distinctly feel that the ultimate Kamehameha's destructive power had surged dramatically compared to before. Wukong, your talent is so extraordinary, it even stirs envy within me. You must understand, besides our angelic race, few beings in existence can truly comprehend and fuse two distinct forms of energy. Even I in my prime required far more time to reach your current level. Whis sighed softly, his tone edged with a subtle, wistful acidity. Wukong gazed at Whis in genuine astonishment. He'd never seen Whis wear such an expression before. Then, without hesitation, he leaned fully into his own audacity. I know I'm gifted. Whis, remember, talent alone isn't everything. Hard work is what truly matters. Having long grown comfortable with Whis, Wukong now teased him outright. Yet one thought remained unspoken. If effort alone were enough, why would geniuses exist? He wasn't reckless enough to voice that just yet. Whis froze momentarily upon hearing Wukong's words, then forced a strained, polite smile across his face. Is that so? You're absolutely right, Wukong. Whis replied with a laugh, though inwardly he was already calculating precisely how much to intensify tomorrow's training regimen. Wukong, time's nearly up. You should be heading back soon. Isn't it nearly evening on Earth? Has so much time really passed? Whis added playfully, Bulma's waiting for you. Wukong was stunned. He hadn't realized his ascension into the divine realm had taken so long. He remembered clearly it had been midday when he began. Half a day had slipped by unnoticed, feeling instead like mere minutes. Yes, indeed, Whis nodded. Farewell, Whis. See you tomorrow. With 2 fingers pressed lightly to his brow and a warm smile on his face, Wukong vanished instantly from the destroyer planet. Farewell. Whis murmured, already deep in contemplation. How much more exactly should he add to tomorrow's training load? A weary sigh escaped him as he surveyed the planet before him, scarred and shattered as though ravaged by apocalypse. Perhaps he'd decide on the training increase later. First, he needed to restore the destroyer planet. With 2 crisp taps of his staff against the ground, Whis enveloped the entire planet in a shimmering emerald energy dome. Restore. At Whis's command, time itself seemed to reverse. The planet healed seamlessly, reverting flawlessly to its pristine, untouched state. Wukong reappeared instantly at home. Before he'd even drawn a breath, a small figure launched itself toward him. Papa! Bra soared straight into his arms, and Wukong caught her, gently cradling her with instinctive care. Bra, be careful. You might bruise yourself. He rubbed her cheek affectionately with his spiky hair as she squealed with ticklish delight and pushed his head away with tiny hands. I know Papa will catch me. Haha, Papa, it tickles. Haha. So our little Bra is ticklish after all. Hearing her words, Wukong stopped nuzzling her and lifted her high, then settled her comfortably atop his shoulders. Honestly, Bra, you're always like this. Don't you know your father's hopelessly clumsy? Bulma strode over, utterly unsparing in her teasing. Haha, Bulma. At least let me preserve some dignity in front of Bra. Wukong scratched his unruly hair sheepishly. For some reason, Bulma never held back her barbs when Bra was near. Just then, a tiny crab-like tuft of hair peeked out from behind her. Goten timidly emerged from Bulma's shadow, gazing longingly at Bra, perched triumphantly atop Wukong's head. He yearned to ride there too, but since Bra had claimed the spot, he dared not speak up. Though Bra was his younger sister, Goten was often bossed around by her, partly due to his gentle nature, and partly because their father unmistakably doted on Bra. Whoa, Goten, you're here too. Climb up. Noticing Goten, and sensing his quiet longing, Wukong smiled warmly. He carefully shifted Bra onto his right shoulder, then scooped Goten up with his left hand and seated him on his left. Tilting his head left, then right, he sent both children into helpless giggling fits. Haha, Papa. Bulma burst into laughter beside them. All right, Wukong, put them down now. Enough teasing. Dinner's ready. At the dinner table, Bra and Goten didn't sit beside Wukong and Bulma. Instead, Gohan joined them, while the 3 youngest sat together elsewhere. Why? Well, naturally, they were off playing together. Coincidentally, none of the 3 bore the Saiyan tail. Wukong had once asked Bulma about this. Her explanation was precise. The Saiyan tail gene, when crossed with human DNA, manifests as recessive. Typically, first-generation hybrids lack tails entirely, yet Saiyan genetics are inherently aggressive and highly mutable. That's why Gohan and Trunks retained theirs, while the 3 youngest did not. After dinner, they all trooped together to the family's private beach. They began building sandcastles, a feat remarkable for children barely over 1 year old. Their precocity far surpassed that of ordinary Earth infants. Just as they finished constructing one castle together, Bra suddenly looked up, her eyes lighting with curiosity as she turned to Trunks. Trunks, does your papa's hair turn red? She asked, genuinely intrigued. Her brother Gohan had often told her bedtime tales about their father, especially the legend of Wukong's crimson-haired transformation, unstoppable, divine, triumphant. Bra never tired of hearing it, and had even asked Gohan whether he could achieve that form. His answer disappointed her. He could not. Just now it struck her. Trunks' father belonged to the same generation as hers. Might he too wield that blazing red power? So with tentative hope, she posed the question. Goten, equally captivated, listened intently. He'd heard those same stories at bedtime. Thighs, thighs. Trunks faltered under their expectant gazes. He'd never witnessed his father transform with red hair, only golden. Trunks, does your papa not turn red? Looks like your papa isn't as strong as mine. Remarkable, such cunning so young. Thighs, I'll go ask him myself. Trunks bolted off, determined to seek the truth directly from his father. Vegeta finished a day's training, took a shower, and changed into a fresh set of clothes. At that moment, he spotted Trunks running towards him. Dad, I have something to ask you. Hearing Trunks' voice from a distance, Vegeta stopped and waited for him. As Trunks reached his side, Vegeta asked impatiently, Trunks, what question do you have for me? Just ask quickly. Trunks, clearly startled by Vegeta's tone, had always seen him as a stern father. After all, Vegeta had always maintained a serious demeanor. Dad, it's like this. I was chatting with Bra and Goten earlier, and they mentioned that Uncle Goku can transform into a red-haired form. They asked if you could do that, and I didn't know how to respond. Trunks failed to notice Vegeta's expression darkening. Dad, can you transform? Is it true that you are not as strong as Uncle Goku? As Trunks' last words escaped his lips, Vegeta's hands clenched tightly. This ungrateful child. Is he deliberately poking at my weaknesses? Shouldn't children generally think their father is the strongest? Yet here he is believing that someone else's dad is stronger. The key issue is that Kakarot guy. No way. Vegeta snorted coldly and walked away without looking back. He had to be realistic. He may not be as strong as Kakarot, but one day he would surpass him. As for how to deal with Trunks, this ungrateful child, what can he do? After all, he is his own son. Should he lose his temper over this? No, he couldn't do that. It would only serve as motivation for his efforts. The next day, Goku arrived at the God of Destruction's planet as usual, and halfway through his training a portal appeared before him. Whis noticed the appearing portal and swiftly moved to Goku's side. Looking at the portal, he sensed a familiar power emanating from it. If he remembered correctly, this should be the aura of Lord Kranoa, the Kai of Time. Thinking of this, Whis glanced at Goku as he recalled Goku's connection with the Kai of Time. A petite figure slowly emerged from the portal, accompanied by a voice familiar to Goku. Goku, I urgently need to find you. Kranoa, who had just stepped through the portal, spoke with a hint of urgency. She truly did not want to rush into using this favor, but they were short-handed at the moment. The Dark Demon Realm was wreaking havoc to revive Demigra, and the Dark King, and nearly all Time Patrol personnel were deployed. Even she was overwhelmed. Recently, a character called Black Goku had suddenly appeared, traversing various timelines to challenge Goku from each respective timeline. Previously, a Time Patroller close to the second realm of divine power had chased after this Black Goku, and if she hadn't intervened to force him back, the Time Patroller might have perished at Black Goku's hands. She was certain that this Black Goku must possess power reaching the second realm of divine energy, and had contingencies left for him by the Dark Demon Realm. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape from her grasp. Currently, there were no other individuals in the Time Realm with the strength to confront him. Across various timelines, members of the Dark Demon Realm were causing chaos, which was why she had even separated Goku and Vegeta from the Time Patrol. It's important to note that if the two of them acted together, the fused warrior they would create could reach the highest strength of the fourth realm of divine power, not considered weak even among those in that realm. They would be significantly stronger than her after unleashing their powers, making them the strongest force in the Time Realm. Back when she sealed Demigra and the Dark King, she infused her time power into Vegeta, who then released it to seal the two. While she could achieve the third realm of divine power after releasing her strength through time power, she also had to guard against Toei and Mira, making it impossible for her to confront Black Goku directly. Thus now she could only rely on Goku, whom she had the most faith in, as she knew that Goku's strength had reached the third realm of divine power. Generally speaking, the realm of time corresponds to a specific time period within each parallel universe, which can be accessed freely. If one wished to travel to the past or future of that time period, a considerable understanding of time power was necessary. However, it was particularly peculiar that in this Goku's parallel universe, there was only this one time period. Even with her grasp of time power, she could not reach the past or future. Hey, Lord Kai of Time, what's going on? Goku asked with some confusion as he looked at Kranoa. He truly had no idea what was happening. He could only guess it might be related to the Dark Demon Realm. Hello, Lord Kranoa. Whis greeted Kranoa from the side. Wait, since when did you become his disciple? Kranoa, noticing Whis, hurriedly asked Goku. Previously, she had been so anxious that all she could see was Goku, but now she couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. With Goku becoming a disciple of an angel, it seemed nearly impossible to bring him to the realm of time. After all, only candidates for the God of Destruction could become disciples of angels, and it was certain that candidates wouldn't be able to join the realm of time. Haha, Lord Kranoa, I'm just guiding Goku. I can't really be considered his master. Whis, seeing Kranoa's intentions, felt that joining the realm of time would greatly aid Goku in mastering the time power. So he offered a reminder to Kranoa. Upon hearing Whis' words, Kranoa finally smiled. It had been a long time since she had shown a smile. If this was perhaps the only good news she had in a while. Goku, recently, there has been someone named Black Goku challenging Goku from various timelines. The personnel in the realm of time are somewhat short-handed, so we might need your help. Kranoa looked at Goku with a serious expression. Black Goku? Goku asked with a smile. Of course he knew about Black Goku. Peach Goku. He has that form too, which he comprehended about a year ago. However, it was too lackluster. Its energy consumption was similar to Super Blue's, but the enhancement was not as high, only reaching 500 times. If it weren't for his obsession with collecting forms, he wouldn't have comprehended that form. Yes, he possesses power at the second realm of divine energy, looks very much like you, and wears all black, while calling himself Black Goku. But I can assure you that he is not you. His aura, personality, and speaking manner are completely different. Alright, I'll go. Goku interjected. Your strength has now reached the third realm of divine energy, far surpassing him. Wait, what? You already agreed to go. Krinoa did not expect Goku to agree so readily. She hadn't even finished speaking. Yeah, what else would I do? Goku shrugged, helplessly wondering if he had agreed too quickly. That's great, let's hurry and go. That Black Goku has reached a new timeline, and time is of the essence. Krinoa couldn't wait and directly moved to Goku's side, pulling him towards the portal. Hey, are we in such a hurry? Whisk goodbye. I'll end my training here for today. Goku said quickly as he was dragged along the ground, bidding farewell to Whisk before being pulled into the portal by Krinoa. At this moment in a normal timeline, Wukong gazed at the completely vanished Majin Buu. Everything has come to an end. Just then the sky of the King Kai's planet split open with a rift. In the next second, an energy blast flew out from the rift, heading straight for Wukong. What? Wukong quickly transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and dodged the energy blast, narrowly missing him and crashing behind him with a deafening explosion. Glancing at the explosion behind him, Wukong turned his head, his expression grave as he looked at the rift in the sky. Oh, a Super Saiyan hop. A man dressed in black, wearing a mask, slowly stepped out of the rift. Wukong stared blankly at the man in black, his face too familiar for it was his own. What? Kakarot. How is this possible? Vegeta furrowed his brow in confusion. He could sense that this figure in black had an energy different from Kakarot's. Black Wukong hovered in the air, looking down at Wukong and Vegeta with a hint of disdain and contempt. Mere mortals cannot recognize the form of a god. I shall grant you death. In an instant, Black Wukong's aura surged, and the energy in his hand transformed into an energy sword which he raised as he dove toward Wukong. Wukong instantaneously teleported beside Vegeta, barely avoiding Black Wukong's strike. Boom! Black Wukong slashed upward with the energy sword embedded in the ground, leaving a fissure on King Kai's planet. Wukong's expression was serious. He could sense that this man who looked so much like him possessed an energy even stronger than his own as Super Saiyan 3. Instant transmission, truly your signature skill, son Wukong. Black Wukong slowly straightened his bent posture, covering his face with his left hand as he began to laugh maniacally. Ha 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 ha. In the next moment, the fingers covering Black Wukong's face parted, revealing his pair of sinister eyes. I won't play with you foolish mortals any longer. Killing you will make my power even greater. This form, as you would call it, should be referred to as Super Saiyan, right? Black Wukong slowly moved his left hand away from his face, and the energy sword in his right hand dissipated. Raising his right hand slowly, his fingers naturally pointed down at himself, his entire being radiating a golden glow, his golden hair and blue eyes exuding a sinister aura. A terrifying aura reverberated throughout the universe. He was not afraid of being discovered by angels or destroyers, for he had already stealthily killed the King Kai before. Sadly, these ignorant mortals had failed to notice. Truly, they are a group of foolish and weak beings. Such beings do not deserve to exist in this world. Black Wukong raised his right hand high, gathering a black energy blast in his palm. Oh really? A voice entered Black Wukong's ear. What if mortals are considered foolish? What do you think you are? Who? Black Wukong quickly dispersed the energy blast, warily scanning his surroundings. I am the owner of this body, son Wukong. Wukong's figure materialized in the sky, looking down at Black Wukong. Time rewound half a minute. Wukong and Kuranoya arrived in the time realm through a portal. Wukong curiously observed his surroundings. It was his first time in the time realm. At this moment, countless time patrollers buzzed through the air, their powers ranging from 4 digits to billions. It seemed that divine power was still scarce in the time realm, at least in terms of high-end strength. No wonder the King Kai of time was so eager for himself. Alright Wukong, time is of the essence. Let's head directly to that timeline to prevent Black Wukong from making any changes. I want to accompany you. I have to stay in the time realm to guard against Tawa and the others. Just go through this portal and good luck. I believe you can do it. Kuranoya gave a thumbs up and conjured a portal in front of Wukong. Thanks for the encouragement. Sighing, Wukong shook his head helplessly and stepped into the portal. Time returned to the present. At this moment, Wukong's eyes were filled with disdain and disgust. He looked down on Black Wukong, who despised humans yet seized a human body through wishes. The most crucial point was still his own body. It was so repulsive. Just the thought that the soul was Zamasu, that bald-headed guy, made him even more nauseous. However, he hadn't anticipated that Black Wukong's base combat power could match his own. Up to 300 billion, it shouldn't be that strong in the original work, right? In the anime, the base form of Black Wukong fighting Super Saiyan 3 Wukong was depicted that way. In the manga, Black Wukong's base strength should not differ much from Wukong's. Initially, Black Wukong's Super Saiyan form was nearly indistinguishable from Vegeta's. As for why Trunks in Super Saiyan 2 could match Wukong in Super Saiyan 2 but couldn't compete with base Black Wukong, I think there are several reasons. First, it was evident that Trunks was injured at that time with his energy and stamina severely depleted, and he had just revived by further draining his energy and stamina. He had previously been defeated by Black Wukong in Super Saiyan form. Second, Wukong was holding back for this was part of his character to help others regain their confidence. If there are still issues, consider it part of the setting in my novel, as the original battle power had already collapsed. What? Black Wukong's body visibly staggered. He hadn't expected such a sudden turn of events. The Sun Wukong before him was clearly a person from the Time Realm. The Dark Magical Realm had stated that there was no one stronger than him who could stop him. Moreover, he could always sense a dimensional suppression from this Sun Wukong. How could this be? His dimension was that of the great King Kai. How could a mere mortal like Sun Wukong surpass him, achieving the divine dimension? So how about you, Zamasu? I am the mortal you speak of, but my dimension has now reached the divine dimension, a realm you have yet to attain. If I am foolish, then what are you? Wukong reiterated once again how he never hesitated to express disdain for Zamasu, this divine scum. After speaking, Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, smiling as he looked at Zamasu. Hearing Wukong's words, veins bulged on Black Wukong's forehead, and that contemptuous smile no longer contained the anger within him. Disgusting. Your human smiles are truly repulsive. Beings like you humans should die. I am a god who I am justice. Eradicating you mortals is the righteous choice. Die. Black Wukong gathered a golden energy sword in his hands, unleashing his full power, leaving a sonic boom as he charged at Wukong. Clang. The two golden energy swords clashed in midair, producing a sound akin to metal colliding. How did you think only you could wield an energy sword? Wukong raised one hand, blocking the full-powered strike from Black Wukong, then lifted his hand upwards. Black Wukong felt a tremendous force coming from below his hands, involuntarily raised, and he was sent flying backward. Wukong seized the opportunity to deliver a kick to Black Wukong's abdomen. Accompanied by intense pain, Black Wukong transformed into a shadow and plummeted to the ground of King Kai's planet. A massive cloud of smoke burst forth from the ground, and Wukong calmly watched the smoke below. Meanwhile, the Vegeta and Wukong of this timeline looked on with grave expressions at the figure shrouded in the smoke. Ha! Ha ha ha! Foolish mortals! Do you think my power is merely this? It's time for you to witness what true terror is. A peach-colored glow flickered within the smoke, seemingly dyeing the entire cloud a faint pink. This is the Super Saiyan Peach. Such beauty is the perfect demeanor of the divine. The powerful peach-colored aura of the deity blew the smoke away, as if possessing immense might. What do you think, Sun Wukong? Can you feel the gap between us? Ha ha! Black Wukong floated confidently in midair, reveling in his powerful energy, wanting the mortals below to appreciate his form. This is his gift of death to them. Oh, is that so? Super Saiyan Peach, do you think you're the only one who can do that? Wukong abruptly interrupted Black Wukong, who was lost in his own fantasy. Black Wukong snapped back to reality, staring intently at Wukong through his mask. No, it's impossible. This is the elegance of the divine. How could a mere human? In the next moment, Black Wukong's eyes hidden beneath the mask fixated on Wukong. At that moment, Wukong was radiating a peach-colored aura. His hair, eyebrows, and pupils had all turned peach-colored, looking at him with a disdainful gaze. Damn it, how dare you humans sully the elegance of the divine? Die, you blasphemous human. Black Wukong's face twisted in rage as he placed his hands on his waist, gathering peach-colored energy. Divine Kamehameha wave. A peach-colored energy wave shot straight towards Wukong. How amusing, he merely changed the color of the energy to peach and added the word divine at the front. So tedious. Wukong instantaneously teleported above Black Wukong, raising his right foot high like a battle axe descending from the heavens. What? Black Wukong saw Wukong suddenly disappear from in front of him and reappear above, hurriedly retracting the energy in his hands and crossing them to cover his head. Boom! Wukong's powerful downward strike slammed onto Black Wukong's hands. Black Wukong felt a sharp pain radiate from his arms, and then a tremendous force sent him plummeting to the ground. Black Wukong quickly stabilized himself in the air, stopping just a few meters above the ground. A massive wave of energy surged from behind him, appearing on the surface of the Supreme Kai's planet, causing countless blades of grass to bow in submission. Black Wukong's expression darkened, his hands trembled uncontrollably, clearly still reeling from Wukong's kick. He slowly controlled his breath, forming peach-colored energy, swords in both hands. Wukong, seeing this, respectfully summoned his own energy sword. The two charged towards each other from the sky and the ground. This scene made Wukong chuckle. Wasn't the typical villain usually above? Why did it feel like he was the villain? From a distance, two peach-colored auras collided in midair, splattering in all directions upon impact. In an instant, the clash of blades and swords illuminated the air as the energy swords collided relentlessly, unintentionally carving deep chasms into the Supreme Kai's planet. Swish! Black Wukong narrowly dodged Wukong's thrusting sword with a sidestep, yet several droplets of blood still blossomed in the air. A gash opened on his shoulder, crimson blood slowly staining his black clothes. Black Wukong hurriedly flew backward, realizing he could no longer compete with the energy swords. He had been on the losing side in the previous dozens of exchanges. He believed his combat skills were formidable, yet he never expected that this Sun Wukong was even stronger. Trying to escape. Wukong's peach-colored energy sword instantly extended, sweeping horizontally towards Black Wukong. This sword will strike. The dozens of meters-long sword sliced directly toward Black Wukong. Feeling the sharp sword energy behind him, Black Wukong quickly turned around and raised his energy sword to block in front of him. Clang! A tremendous force hit, sending Black Wukong soaring over 100 meters, gasping for breath as he regarded Wukong ahead. Sun Wukong, you forced my hand. Watch closely, this is the power belonging to the divine. With Black Wukong clenching his fists and throwing his head back in a furious roar, his energy surged by half, and his hairstyle transformed into that of Super Saiyan 2. Black Wukong glanced down at his hands, then mockingly looked at Wukong. According to you Saiyans, this is Peach too. After saying that, he left behind an afterimage and appeared in front of Wukong. Black Wukong concentrated his power into a single point and thrust downwards, but Wukong dodged with a sidestep. The swift wind generated blue Wukong's hair, his eyes slowly tracking Black Wukong as he charged from the sky to the ground. Whoosh! The ground of the Supreme Kai's planet erupted in a flurry of sand and stones as Black Wukong plunged the energy sword into the earth, sliding for over 100 meters before finally halting. Yet the residual force of the energy sword did not cease, instead carving thousands of meters of fissures on the opposite side. Big bang attack. Wukong extended his palm, aiming at the shadow below and unleashing a massive yellow energy ball. However, it was evident that this posed no threat to Black Wukong. A flash of sword light cut through the air, the Big Bang attack splitting in half, transforming into two massive clouds of smoke in the sky. A dark figure lunged at Wukong, who crossed his energy sword in front of him, blocking the ferocious strike. Even though Wukong diminished his strength, the overwhelming force still pushed him back several dozen meters. The two quickly became entangled again, from the sky to the ground, the aftermath of their battle transforming countless lawns into canyons. In the distance, the Wukong and Vegeta of this timeline felt helpless. Those two Wukongs were too powerful, and their naked eyes could not capture them. They couldn't sense the energy of the two either, as if they didn't exist in this world. Never had they felt so weak and helpless. Was it that they were ultimately too weak? The two in the sky collided once more before separating, standing opposite each other in midair. Wukong looked at Black Wukong with a hint of exasperation. Black Wukong's combat skills were not weak after all. With his energy over half stronger than his own, he found himself slightly at a disadvantage. It seems he would have to transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Meanwhile, Black Wukong was astonished that despite being a half stronger than Sun Wukong, he was only slightly on the upper hand. How unreasonable. Normally, with similar combat skills, over half the energy would lead to an overwhelming victory. Was this Sun Wukong's fighting technique so much stronger than his? But it didn't matter. If this continued, he would ultimately win. He had all the time in the world. However, Wukong's next words left him feeling anxious. Enough of this, I won't play with you anymore. Now, let you feel it. The power of the divine dimension that you will never reach. Regarding the Chi Ja Mas, Wukong was quite enthusiastic. The aura around Wukong began to change, an astonishing energy emanating from him. This is Super Saiyan Blue. Goku's hair and aura transformed into a heavenly blue, his blue pupils mockingly gazing at Black Goku. In an instant, the heavenly blue aura engulfed the entire sky of King Kai's planet, and Goku slowly retracted the aura back into his body. In the distance, Goku and Vegeta gazed at the sky, unable to regain their senses for a long time. With a smile on his face, Goku looked at Black Goku after retracting his aura. Come on, Zamasu. The third round begins now. Goku placed one hand in front of his eyes and the other on his waist, assuming an attack posture. No, this is impossible. How could a human possess such immense power? Black Goku looked at Goku's super blue form, feeling the overwhelming strength, and could not help but become somewhat hysterical. To gain the power to realize his desires, he had even usurped this human's body. But in the end, if I could possess that body, his fantasies were quickly interrupted by Goku's words. There's nothing impossible, your body is still human, right? Also, don't look at me with that disgusting gaze. Goku felt the gaze from Black Goku, an expression that yearned for his own flesh, was truly repulsive, making him feel nauseous. It's time to end this. Goku decided to stop engaging with Black Goku. It was simply too nauseating. Goku gathered a blue energy sword, and in a flash he appeared in front of Black Goku at a speed he could not react to. Wah! What is this? Black Goku looked at the suddenly appearing Goku, slowly lowering his gaze as a blue energy sword pierced through his heart. He felt his strength waning, his breathing becoming increasingly difficult, and his body seemed unbearably heavy. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, and the endless fatigue compelled him to slowly close his eyes. How could I be killed by a human? My wishes have yet to be fulfilled. He does not wish to die yet. Sometimes death is a mirror reflecting the futile postures life takes before it. Goku controlled the energy sword, and as the energy dissipated, Black Goku's figure fell from the sky. His body bent as his descent accelerated, the wind in the high altitude tousling his hair, making it float upwards. Accompanied by a strong sense of weightlessness, his breathing became lighter until he fell to the ground. His life was like a candle in a storm, powerless and fragile, seemingly about to extinguish at any moment. Boom! The speed of several hundred meters per second caused Black Goku's body to embed into the ground, and with a loud bang, everything around seemed to fall silent. Goku in the sky stared intently at the rising cloud of dust, sensing that things might not end so easily. However, after waiting for over 10 seconds, nothing unexpected happened. Had Black Goku really died? Goku placed his hands on his waist, gathering the Kamehameha energy, ready to confirm if he was truly dead. Kamehameha. The blue energy in Goku's hands flickered continuously, and at that moment a burst of pink energy suddenly surged from the ground where Black Goku was supposed to fall. It enveloped the area for miles, with the aura inside constantly expanding, until it reached a power level comparable to Goku's. The expanding aura finally stopped. Roar! Accompanied by a roar that seemed beyond human capability, the pink energy vanished from the ground. The pink energy fragmented like shards, slowly dissipating into the sky. A pink figure shot towards the clouds with tremendous force. Goku blocked the punch with his arm, his expression a bit strange as he looked at the figure ahead. At this moment, Black Goku had transformed into Super Saiyan 3. He should now be called Pink 3. His power had greatly increased, but now Black Goku had lost his sanity. Goku could tell that Zamasu's soul was no longer within him. The entity controlling everything was the mask on his face. All the accumulated power within the mask seemed to have erupted, merging with Black Goku. However, the price was the disappearance of the soul, becoming a beast under the mask's control. Poor Zamasu in the end was just a mere pawn. Goku sighed inside, forcefully pushing his arm that blocked the punch, separating the two. Let's end this. Goku closed his eyes. His body should not become a beast, so let it dissipate. Seizing this opportunity, Black Goku punched Goku in the face. However, Goku, who should have been sent flying, remained suspended in midair without reaction. A crimson aura began to emanate from Goku, and in an instant he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Limit break. Goku calmly looked at the Black Goku before him and threw a punch at his chin. With a violent sound, Black Goku transformed into a fleeting shadow flying out of King Kai's planet. Ultimate. The golden light danced in Goku's hand, and the raging aura seemed capable of annihilating all. As Goku placed his hands on his waist, the golden light mixed with blue energy. Kamehameha. The ultimate Kamehameha, interspersed with gold and blue, dragged a long trail of aura across the sky, pierced through the atmosphere, and pursued the retreating Black Goku in the universe. The thick energy completely engulfed Black Goku's figure, and only when he could no longer feel Black Goku's presence did Goku cease the output of energy. Confirming that Black Goku had vanished from this world, Goku returned to his normal state and slowly flew over to the Goku and Vegeta of this timeline. Hello, I am Sun Wukong. Who are you? Why do you look like me? And that person from earlier too. The Goku of this timeline looked at Goku with a puzzled expression. He could sense that this person who looked like him bore no malice. Hey Kakarot, are you an idiot? This person's aura is just like yours and his clothes are the same. Who else could it be? Vegeta remarked mercilessly from the side. He thought that this Kakarot might be from the future. After all, there was a precedent of his future son. But why did this Kakarot look so young? Younger than this timeline's Kakarot. At least he looked that way. Are you really me? The Goku of this timeline had actually suspected this earlier, but was still somewhat unsure. Yes, I am you, so to speak, the past version of you, because in my world, I just recently went through the events with Cell a year ago. Goku nodded in response. What? The past version of me? You are so much stronger than I am. The Goku of this timeline looked at Goku in shocked surprise that his past self could be so much stronger than his current self. Even in his normal state, he was stronger than his Super Saiyan 3 form. Haha, rather than saying it's the past you, it would be more accurate to say it's another version of you from a parallel universe. Wukong chuckled, scratching the back of his head as he continued speaking. For certain reasons, I in the parallel universe is far more powerful than you in this timeline, and of course you, Vegeta, are as well. Wukong glanced at Vegeta one last time. Upon hearing Wukong's words, a faint smile involuntarily appeared on Vegeta's face. But he couldn't help but wonder what Vegeta would think if he knew that in Wukong's universe the gap between them was even greater. Of course, this was just Wukong's inner thought, which he did not voice as it would be impolite. Is that so? I really wish I could be as strong as you. Haha, I believe you definitely can. Just then Wukong received a transmission from Kuranoya. Wukong, Black Wukong has been dealt with, you can come back now. As for finding the Super Dragon Balls to restore everything to its original state, I have my time patrols to handle that. Should I place the portal for your return in front of you now? Listening to Kuranoya's words, Wukong felt that there was no longer any reason to stay in this timeline, and might as well return early. However, before leaving, he could give this version of himself a gift. Wukong smiled as he looked at his counterpart in this timeline. What's wrong with you? This version of Wukong looked at his suddenly dazed self with some confusion. Haha, it's nothing, I'm just leaving. What? You're leaving? Yes, it was because of that person just now. He was disrupting the flow of the normal timeline. My task here was to eliminate him. Since I've completed my mission, I must take my leave. Hearing his explanation, this version of Wukong felt slightly regretful. Sigh, I was hoping to have a match with you. Haha, let's save it for next time. As Wukong spoke, he was already notifying Kuranoya, showing no interest in battling this version of himself. It was simply too boring. His regular self could easily defeat him. Even if the warriors born from their fusion were to join forces, they probably still wouldn't be his match. Lord Kaioshin of Time, am ready. Please place the portal in front of me. Wukong thought to himself and spoke to Kuranoya. All right. As Kuranoya's voice resonated in his mind, a portal of light appeared before Wukong. Wukong took a step forward, half of his body entering the portal, then turned his head to look at this version of himself and Vegeta. Goodbye, future self Vegeta. Until we meet again. With that, Wukong stepped into the portal, leaving behind some knowledge in this version of his mind. Years later, he never expected that this very phrase would prove to be prophetic. Goodbye. This version of Wukong waved at the portal, while Vegeta stood arrogantly with his arms crossed. At this moment, Wukong sensed that there seemed to be something new in his mind. Apart from the first one, he could understand the rest somewhat. What is this cultivation method of the gods? What is Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan for? It looks quite powerful. Could it be transformations from his past self? Could it be a gift from his past self to himself? After stepping into the portal, Wukong found himself in the time realm. At this moment, he noticed Kuranoya waiting for him ahead and quickly walked over. Lord Kaioshin of Time, why are you here waiting for me? Aren't you supposed to be on guard against Towa and the others? Wukong was curious why Kuranoya, who was clearly on guard against Towa and the others, was here specifically waiting for him. Oh, Wukong, there's no need to call me Lord when speaking with me, just calling my name is fine. I am indeed on guard against Towa and the others. As long as I sense their presence in the time realm, I can open a portal to teleport there. Kuranoya waved her hand nonchalantly. Wukong actually envied Kuranoya's ability to traverse time and space so freely, but with his current understanding of the power of time, he should not be far from achieving that day. Soon he would become the Cosmic Wanderer. By the way, Wukong, would you like to join me for a tour around the time realm? I didn't have a chance to properly introduce you to the time realm during the first visit due to the urgency of the situation. Now that there's an opportunity, it would be just right. Kuranoya's little scheme was evident. To put it bluntly, she just wanted to persuade Wukong to join the time realm. She was willing to use any means necessary. Would Wukong agree? Did she really think he couldn't see through Kuranoya's intentions? No. Wukong glanced at Kuranoya with dull eyes, speaking in a flat tone. That's great. Let's go directly. What? No. What do you mean? Why not? Kuranoya's expression shifted from surprise to disappointment in an instant. She had already taken half a step forward when she realized not expecting Wukong to reject her outright. Oh no. She had thought of many ways to bring Wukong into the time realm, even recruiting some people to help her. But if she didn't take the first step, what use were all those plans? In the end, it turned out to be in vain. Next time I was quite exhausted in dealing with Black Wukong. That last form I used came with very powerful side effects, so I need to return and rest properly. Wukong didn't want to say too much, so he told a white lie. Alright, you should go back and rest well, Kuranoya said somewhat regretfully. She looked at Wukong's face and noticed that he seemed to have become significantly paler since his arrival, indicating that Wukong wasn't lying to her. He had indeed put in a lot of effort this time. Thinking of this, Kuranoya couldn't help but grit her teeth. After considering for a long time, she took out a massive energy. Indeed, it was the essence of time and space. The essence of time and space was an energy that the time realm itself could only condense after a long time. Currently, her stock was no more than 10 masses. Including this one she had already given Wukong to. But she couldn't bear to part with it. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of a kid. She firmly believed that everything would be worth it. There will always be a return for what is given. Thank you this time. Take this essence of time and space. The one I gave you before, you should have used it all upright. Kuranoya reluctantly handed the essence of time and space to Wukong, trying her best not to let her eyes wander toward it. Wukong's eyes lit up as he quickly placed the essence of time and space into his storage space. He had used up the previous mass a year ago. He had learned from Whis about the rarity of the essence of time and space, and he never expected Kuranoya to be so generous. It seemed that he needed to find an opportunity to visit the time realm next time, otherwise he would feel too guilty toward Kuranoya and his conscience wouldn't let him off. After receiving the essence of time and space, Kuranoya opened a portal in front of him. Alright, I've opened the portal for your return. Goodbye, Wukong. Kuranoya, goodbye. If you need help next time, feel free to call me. I will definitely come. With that, Wukong stepped into the portal. Watching Wukong disappear into the portal, Kuranoya's mouth twitched. The cost of asking for his help was rather steep. A massive essence of time and space. Gritting her teeth. Kuranoya did not know why, but she always felt extremely humble, even though she was the god of time and space. Now she seemed like a desperate admirer trying to win over a goddess who had never paid her any mind. You want her to give up? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Just considering the initial investment, she couldn't bear to let go. Sometimes a desperate admirer does not always wish to be won, it's about attachment. She refused to believe in evil, firmly convinced that persistence would lead to everything. Crossing the light gate, Wukong returned to the destruction god planet, where Whis naturally noticed him. However, Whis looked at Wukong with a somewhat peculiar gaze. Why was Wukong's face so pale? Kuranoya did not know, but that did not mean he was unaware. With Wukong's recovery speed, his complexion would return to normal in just a few breaths. Wukong's disguise would only fool Kuranoya. Whis had already seen through that Wukong was perfectly fine, deliberately using his energy to restrict blood flow, making his face appear pale. Yet he did not expose him. Instead, he walked toward Wukong with a slightly meaningful smile. Wukong, you're back. It seems the enemy this time is quite strong. Whis emphasized the words quite strong, causing Wukong to raise an eyebrow, quickly realizing the implication. Haha, yes. This afternoon I can only meditate and won't be able to train my body and chi. Alas, what a pity. Wukong's pale face displayed a look of regret. As the saying goes, if you are going to act completely. If Kuranoya were to see him training like a madman, he would feel embarrassed to face her. Oh, that's fine then. Whis responded cooperatively, not entirely understanding why Wukong was so resistant, but since it was his choice, he let it be. Wukong nodded, then suddenly thought of something, looking at Whis with excitement. Whis, didn't you say that once I reach the god dimension, I can start learning God's techniques from you? Hurry, I want to learn the Zizai Ji Gong. Wukong had long been eager to learn the Zizai Ji Gong and had already grasped a hint of the secret over the years. For some reason, he felt he was just half a step away from stepping into it, yet that half step was something he could never break through. Hearing Wukong's anxious tone, Whis chuckled softly. Oh ho ho, Wukong, I didn't expect you to be so eager. Then let's start tomorrow. Actually, you are not far from entering the Zizai Ji realm. Perhaps you will comprehend it in a few days. After saying that, Whis turned and left. Wukong still needed to meditate this afternoon, and he had his own matters to attend to. Why would Wukong still need to meditate after reaching the god dimension? First, appropriate meditation greatly aids in enhancing one's strength. Second, reaching the god dimension is not the end. The span of the god dimension is vast, and its scope could be likened to the difference between a planet and the universe compared to his current self. Above the God dimension, there is another realm. What realm is it? Wukong had asked Whis, and Whis' answer was simply a phrase. I haven't reached it, but Lord Zeno and my father are at that realm. When you reach my level, you will naturally understand what kind of realm it is. After that, he did not elaborate any further, leaving Wukong feeling quite distressed. And in Indy, is he learning the bad instead of the good? Be a riddle master. Alright, so this is how you want to play. But indeed, he felt too far from it now, O Lord Zeno and the Grand Priest. Even Whis had not reached it. Currently, his strength was at the third stage of divine power, having just reached the God dimension, still too far from those heights. It was better to abandon fantasies and focus on enhancing strength and dimensions. Looking at Whis' departing figure, Wukong sighed, then sat cross-legged and began to meditate. Meditation could clear away distracting thoughts, which was perfect as his mind was currently filled with fantasies about the Zizai Ji Gong. That evening, after Wukong returned home and took a shower, he walked out of the bathroom. Upon exiting, he encountered Bulma. Let's go just in time to have dinner together. Wukong nodded and followed. By the way, Gohan called me earlier and said he won't be home for dinner today. Oh, not coming home for dinner. Wukong was quite surprised. It was the first time Gohan was not coming home for dinner. Yes, he said he was going to eat with his classmates. Upon hearing Bulma's explanation, Wukong immediately understood. Well, it seemed he was going out to play with Biddy. Hiss, but isn't this a bit too early? Gohan is only over 11 years old. Is he that mature? Bulma tilted her head, observing Wukong's expression, realizing they had reached the same conclusion. Wukong, don't you think Gohan is too mature? He's only 11. Oh, you guessed it too. Of course. Since you guessed it, how could I not? Bulma rolled her eyes, slightly annoyed. Haha, true. I think it's okay though. Just think about how you were at 11. Wukong pondered, recalling that when he was 11, he was in the 5th grade of elementary school, and even then he was already aware of likes and dislikes. Even back then, some were already starting to date. If there was any tension between two people in the class, they would immediately start teasing. Normally at 11, one would almost understand everything that should be understood. What you said makes sense. Bulma was momentarily taken aback by Wukong's response, then nodded. She found his reasoning quite valid, but she decided to find a time to have a good chat with Gohan. She wanted to ask Gohan how he felt about it, and what that girl named Biddy thought. It's not bad to get to know a future daughter-in-law in advance. As for what happens afterward, she wouldn't interfere. She believed Gohan would know his limits. She was very open-minded. Alright, Bulma, stop thinking about it. Let's go eat. Wukong directly wrapped his arm around Bulma and walked toward the restaurant. Bulma leaned against Wukong as they headed to the dining hall. Actually, Wukong no longer needed to eat, but well. Eating is also a kind of enjoyment, isn't it? Why not enjoy delicious food? There was no need to deny himself. Moreover, he could eat whatever he wanted now, and how much didn't matter. This was also a perk of having a high dimension, right? At least that's how Wukong felt. After reaching the God dimension, he chose not to suppress his Saiyan genes. He believed that was the right choice. If he suppressed his true nature, would he still be himself? Becoming a god was meant for a better life, to do whatever he wanted. There was no need to compromise himself. That evening, after Gohan returned home, Bulma drew him into conversation. Goku did not join them. Yet the smile on Bulma's face upon her return told Goku all he needed to know. The next morning, Goku arrived at the God of Destruction's planet before dawn. He could hardly contain his urgency. Seeing Goku's anxious expression, Whis smiled and led him to the training grounds. Goku, since you're so eager, I shall begin teaching you the angelic divine art, Ultra Instinct. Right now? In my estimation, it will take you only days to master it. Whis was not exaggerating. With Goku's current foundation, all he lacked was the right catalyst. After speaking, Whis waited several seconds, but heard no reply. He turned to look at Goku. What met his gaze were Goku's eyes, burning with fervent intensity, as though twin flames raged fiercely within them. Indeed, Whis had once again underestimated Goku's innate comprehension. Sometimes the gap between beings, no, rather between deities, is truly despair-inducing. He began learning in the morning, and achieved full realization by afternoon. At 7 o'clock Earth time, Goku commenced his training. By 2 o'clock Earth time, he had successfully awakened Ultra Instinct Sign. Silver-white aura flared around Goku. His hair lifted slightly, his entire body radiating a luminous silver-white glow as he stood motionless, eyes closed, suspended high above the sky. Oh ho ho! Goku, congratulations on taking your first step into Ultra Instinct. You are now the first being in the known universe, aside from angels, to attain this state. Whis spoke with a warm smile, his mood unmistakably buoyant. Not even his own kin had succeeded where he alone had guided Goku to this pinnacle. Could he not feel justifiably proud? Had any of his siblings ever accomplished such a feat? Even his father? Best left unspoken. Beerus possessing Ultra Instinct sign is merely fan-made speculation. In the manga, Beerus demonstrates only a rudimentary grasp, not yet reaching Ultra Instinct sign. When Goku first attained it, Beerus explicitly acknowledged that Goku had surpassed him, a definitive testament. Should official canon evidence emerge, it may be appended to this commentary. Thank you, Goku murmured softly, opening his eyes with serene composure. His gaze shimmered with vivid vitality, a silvery gleam dancing within his irises, though that luminance dimmed perceptibly the moment he spoke. Whis too noticed the subtle shift in Goku's condition. Goku, there is no need for thanks. Your astonishing speed in mastering Ultra Instinct stems entirely from your own foundation and innate talent. Yet your current mastery remains rudimentary. Clearly, the moment conscious thought intervenes, your Ultra Instinct state falters, compromising your offensive precision. Your immediate task is to achieve absolute command over your emotions. Only then will Ultra Instinct become truly yours. Once you have mastered emotional control, you must weave your very emotions into Ultra Instinct. Only then does it become authentically yours. With those words, Whis pinpointed Goku's core limitation and charted the path forward. Understood, Whis. Goku nodded. He sensed his own deficiency clearly and yearned to transcend it. But progress, like Rome, is built stone by stone. Such mastery cannot be achieved in a single transformation. In the original timeline, perhaps Goku's breakthrough was aided by extraordinary circumstances, temporary situational advantages. Even after the Tournament of Power, he could not re-enter this state at will. Only under extreme duress would it manifest again. It was not until the Moro arc following Meru's rigorous training that Goku truly internalized Ultra Instinct sign, and later through Meru's ultimate sacrifice attained perfected Ultra Instinct. After all, Krillin was affectionately dubbed Little Merus. As for Goku now, time constraints no longer plague his use of Ultra Instinct sign. Ultra Instinct is revered as a divine art precisely because it demands divine ki. And now Goku's base form is divine ki, bolstered by his prodigious regenerative capacity, making sustained Ultra Instinct sign effortlessly attainable. At last he grasped why Whis had insisted he first transcend into the divine realm before instructing him in Ultra Instinct. Before attaining the divine realm, the conversion rate between mortal ki and divine ki was abysmally low. Divine ki, after all, possesses far greater utility. Though raw power differences between equal volumes of mortal and divine ki may be marginal, divine ki offers vastly superior controllability, a decisive advantage in combat. This very disparity ensures that when skill and ki volume are otherwise equal, a wielder of divine ki dominates utterly. Of course, should a mortal possess martial insight and ki mastery so profound as to eclipse even a deity's divine ki, he might stand shoulder to shoulder with gods, or even slay them. Even Goku at peak capacity would struggle to sustain Ultra Instinct sign using mere mortal ki, especially given its inherently unstable nature and higher energy cost than perfected Ultra Instinct. By the way, Goku, what is your power amplification factor in Ultra Instinct? Whis asked, suddenly curious. Generally, even after ascending to the divine realm, latent physical potential remains locked away. Divine arts serve precisely to unlock it. Angels, however, long ago unlocked all their latent power. Indeed, Ultra Instinct may well be their natural state. Thus, they cannot gauge how much amplification Ultra Instinct grants to those whose hidden strength remains unawakened. For instance, Lord Beerus's divine art yields a 600-fold power surge, though further increases occur later, catalyzed by absorbing external energies after sustaining injury. To assess this, Whis once taught Lord Beerus Ultra Instinct, but the latter failed to grasp it. Or rather, perhaps he grasped fragments yet never fully internalized it. Compared to Goku's prior foundation, Beerus lagged significantly. Where Goku stood half a step away, Beerus remained a full step behind. That single step, however, has endured far too long, chiefly because Lord Beerus refuses to train diligently. Were he to commit himself, Whis had no doubt he'd have attained Ultra Instinct sign long ago. Let me see. 1.2 million times. Goku replied after glancing at his internal power metrics and performing a swift calculation. 1.2 million times. Whis was initially taken aback, but then recalled the immense dormant power coiled within Goku's body, and his surprise swiftly dissolved into understanding. What's wrong? Is something amiss? Goku was visibly startled by Whis' expression of astonishment. To him, a multiplier of 12000 seemed perfectly ordinary. After all, even his Ultra Blue form boasted a 20-fold amplification over Super Saiyan God. Hearing Goku's question, Whis immediately regained his composure, realizing he had indeed overreacted just moments earlier. By the way, Goku, your transformation into Super Saiyan God yields a 4,000-fold boost, correct? Yes. Goku nodded firmly in affirmation. Excellent. That aligns precisely. For an ordinary being who attains the divine realm, Super Saiyan God becomes their baseline state. Yet you Saiyans, truly you are a race that defies expectation and forges miracles. If we treat your Super Saiyan God as your new baseline, then Ultra Instinct Mastered multiplies that by 300, a near-perfect harmonic resonance. At Whis's words, Goku fell into quiet contemplation. The logic behind them rang profoundly true. His Ultra Blue was born from elevating Super Saiyan God to his natural state. Ultra Instinct Mastered emerged from transcending that very foundation, just as Ultra Saiyan 4 had surged forth from surpassing Ultra Blue. Goodness, this is layer upon layer of recursive transcendence. Though Ultra Blue magnifies Super Saiyan God 50-fold, Ultra Saiyan 4's boundary breakthrough only triples Ultra Blue's potency. Now, having fully unlocked Ultra Saiyan 4's boundary breakthrough, he had achieved parity with Ultra Instinct Mastered in sheer amplification. To him, both forms possessed distinct virtues. Ultra Saiyan 4's boundary breakthrough demanded minimal energy expenditure, whereas Ultra Instinct Mastered granted unparalleled adaptability and growth mid-battle. Given the choice, he would unhesitatingly select Ultra Instinct Mastered. The divine aura and stamina regeneration it conferred were not mere abstractions, but tangible sustaining forces enabling him to maintain the state indefinitely. Snapping back to the present, Goku fixed Whis with an eager, burning gaze. Having now mastered Ultra Instinct Mastered, how would a sparring match against Whis unfold? The wind stilled. The rain ceased. And in that stillness he felt, once again, unstoppable. Whis naturally sensed Goku's fervent gaze and sighed softly, a touch resigned. He had already resolved 1 second, no more, to end the bout. Ah, very well, Goku. Goku's brows lifted faintly, surprised Whis understood him so intuitively. Yet reflection softened his surprise. They had known each other for 3 years, and nearly half that time had been spent training on the Destroyer's planet. Such synchrony was only natural. Goku clenched his fists, palms trembling faintly as torrents of compressed air erupted around him, each gust carving through space with thunderous velocity, surging toward Whis. Yet those ferocious gales passed straight through Whis's form, as though his body existed beyond dimensional coherence. Goku knew better. It was not intangibility, but velocity, so blindingly swift that even Goku's divine sense could neither track nor perceive Whis's presence. Goku drew a deep breath, then slammed his rear foot into the earth. A deafening explosion cracked the ground open in jagged fissures, and in the same instant, he became lightning incarnate, hurtling toward Whis. His body surged forward, wreathed in a tempest of overwhelming force. Every ounce of power converged into a single point. His frame arched like a drawn bow, his right fist aimed unerringly at Whis. Faced with Goku's full force strike, Whis smiled gently, then lightly deflected Goku's arm with his staff and sidestepped with effortless grace. Before Goku could react, Whis pivoted behind him and delivered a precise palm-edge strike to the base of Goku's neck. Goku's body instinctively attempted evasive motion midair, but Whis moved too fast. The blow landed cleanly, unyielding and absolute. Goku's eyes snapped wide open, frozen in suspension for a breathless moment, before he plummeted to the ground, reverting instantly to his base form, dazed and unresponsive, pupils vacant. After a long pause, awareness gradually returned, lucidity flickering once more in his gaze. Ha, Whis. Why does every spar with you end with that same palm strike? Do you have some peculiar habit? Goku grumbled. Over these past 3 years, nearly every challenge had concluded identically, with one decisive, disorienting strike. He half wondered if Whis truly harbored some strange, unspoken ritual. Oh ho ho. Goku, you're overthinking it entirely. I'd never. Whis chuckled awkwardly, carefully omitting the truth. During his earlier training of Beerus, he'd grown accustomed to using that exact technique. Repetition had etched it into muscle memory. How is it, Goku? How does Ultra Instinct feel? It's excellent, though I'm still felled in a single move. In truth, Goku considered such an outcome inevitable. The gulf between them remained vast. Even having attained Ultra Instinct, Whis had long since mastered it himself. His command of the art far surpassed Goku's own, and before absolute supremacy, even the most formidable techniques and refined skill become utterly irrelevant. Yet Goku felt no frustration. Growth was a deliberate stepwise journey, and wasn't the chasm between them narrowing ever so steadily. This was his current profile. Son Goku. Race Saiyan Divine. Base Combat Power 301. 5 billion. Peak Combat Power Divine Aura Tier 32. 261251000. Forms Super Saiyan 1234, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan God SS, Evolved, Ultra Blue, Ultra Saiyan 4 Boundary Breakthrough, Ultra Instinct Mastered. Techniques: Temporal Acceleration, Temporal Deceleration, Destruction, Ultimate Kamehameha, Fused Ultimate Kamehameha, Dragon Fist, Surge, Big Bang, Attack, Stellar Burst. Temporal Arts now actively aided his combat, capable even of subtly slowing opponents marginally stronger than himself. Modest, yes, but undeniably effective. For Goku, even the slightest temporal edge was sufficient. It transformed battles, turning split-second advantages into decisive life-or-death leverage. It had become one of his most vital trump cards for overcoming superior foes. Ha ha ha, Goku. You needn't measure yourself against me. Though I still defeat you in one move, the effort required has increased. Isn't that growth in itself? Whis smiled warmly. Ha ha ha, true. Now I've got a goal, make it so you can't be taken down in a single strike. Not even by me. Goku scratched his head sheepishly, his expression playfully mischievous. Ho ho ho, I eagerly await that day. As Whis turned to depart, a sudden thought arrested him, and he pivoted back to face Goku once more. Goku, it is presently approximately 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Earth. Would you prefer to continue training here for a while longer, or return home now? I'll train a bit longer, of course. I'm still far too weak. I haven't reached the point where rest is warranted. Goku replied without hesitation, instinctively, almost reflexively. Indeed, I overthought it. What a foolish question to ask you. Whis quietly chided himself. What possessed him to even inquire whether Goku wished to train? It was rhetorical, truly. The only thing capable of deterring Goku from training was surely Bulma. Each month he reserved one full day solely for her, his sacred unwavering respite. When Goten and Bulla were born, Goku had even taken several days leave expressly to be with Bulma, and had humbly asked Whis for assistance. Whis of course had consented, never imagining that he, an angel of celestial rank and a divine aura tier 6 sovereign, would one day find himself delivering newborns. Sigh. Hey, Wukong, you look quite happy today. Wukong had just returned home after a day of training when he heard Bulma's voice. He turned to see Bulma's smiling face. Is it that obvious? Wukong nodded in response. Isn't it obvious? The smile on your face is hard to hide. Bulma's eyes curved with a smile as she walked over, linking her arm with Wukong's. Tell me what's making you so happy. Is it a new transformation? Show me. Bulma had a sly smile on her face. Wukong often discussed his training with her, so she was well aware of his transformations and their respective forms and strengths. She knew even more than Whis did. Wukong had a couple of transformations he hadn't shown Whis, but he had revealed all to Bulma, even at night. Cough cough. Yes, I did comprehend a new form, or rather a new realm. Are you sure you want to see it now? Wukong nodded, but then looked at Bulma with some confusion. It wouldn't be too late to eat first and look after dinner. Oh, come on, just show me. Bulma pressed her body against Wukong's arm, rubbing against him. Yet Wukong remained unfazed, steady as a rock. After all, they had been married for over 10 years, a long time, couple who knew each other well. Did she think this would tempt him? However, Wukong still indulgently nodded. Generally, he would agree to Bulma's requests as long as they weren't too excessive. For example, he could only say that he couldn't ride the flying Nimbus anymore, all thanks to Bulma. What do you mean he can't ride the flying Nimbus? He just hadn't ridden it for over 10 years after the last time. Who said he couldn't? He just didn't want to. Bulma, let go of me, so I can transform. Wukong nudged Bulma's 2 soft spots with his arm. Oh, okay. Bulma quickly released her grip and stepped back. Wukong nodded at her and slowly closed his eyes. Gradually, a silver glow began to emanate from Wukong's body, his hair slightly rising as if a layer of silver lines was laid over him. When Wukong opened his eyes again, they shone with a silver light. Wow, Wukong, this form looks so cool. Bulma's infatuation hadn't changed over the years, even after more than a decade of marriage. Wukong slowly exited the Ultra Instinct state and looked at Bulma with some exasperation. Bulma, didn't you think I looked cool with every new form I gained? From Super Saiyan to now Ultra Instinct, she always said he looked cool the moment he revealed himself. Isn't that because you're just handsome to begin with? Come on, let's go eat. After complimenting him, Bulma took Wukong's arm and walked toward the dining room. She had something she hadn't told Wukong, and the reason she didn't say it. She was sure he would call her a pervert again. She just wanted to see Wukong transform into this form at night. How was that perverted? Whenever Wukong comprehended a new transformation, she had asked this question, but he always refused without mercy. The only time she succeeded was during the Super Saiyan transformation, when Wukong had been training at full power and almost maintained that form for a year. But now, he hadn't succeeded even once. He was really a boring man, completely unaware of the need for some excitement in life. Not understanding the need for excitement was one thing, but every time she brought it up, he called her a pervert. She still remembered what Wukong had said. My Bulma is actually a perverted girl. Thinking of this, Bulma couldn't help but clench her fists tighter. Men. Bulma, has your dimension reached the level of the King of Hell? Wukong asked, sensing Bulma as she linked her arm with his. Yeah, why? Bulma looked at Wukong with a puzzled expression, not understanding why he suddenly asked this question. Nothing, just that almost everyone has reached the God level, and I thought to ask you. Everyone has reached the God level. Bulma was a bit surprised. Yes, a large part of it is thanks to the spirit tree's fruit. Just recently, even the laziest Yamcha's dimension reached the God level. Wukong himself didn't know how long one could live at the God level, perhaps 1,000 years. There was nothing he could do after jumping so quickly before the Great King. He had changed so much in just a day that he hadn't learned about it. By the way, how long can I live after I reach the King of Hell level? Bulma asked Wukong, a hint of worry appearing on her face. They had been in love for over 10 years, from meeting to knowing each other to never leaving, and while time might blur the past, it made her cherish it even more. She wanted to spend her whole life with Wukong. But Wukong had told her that once one's strength reached the God level and their dimension reached the God dimension, their lifespan would be nearly infinite. At least no such being had died since the beginning of the Omni King's universe. This was information Wukong received from Whis. Thus, she didn't want to die, she wanted to be with Wukong for a lifetime. Watching the passage of time, the rotation of day and night, and the changes of the world. I'm not sure, but it should be possible to live for tens of thousands of years. Wukong naturally noticed what Bulma was worried about. He might have worried about it in the past, but he wouldn't now. Not to mention Bulma's talent in dimension training was also extraordinary, and with his help she could undoubtedly reach the God dimension, and as for strength, they could take their time. Now he had mastered the power of time, and once he reached a certain level, he could even pause Bulma's cells or revert them, achieving an alternative form of immortality. All right, Bulma, don't worry about this. Don't you trust me? Wukong joked back. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Bulma nodded and no longer thought about this matter. She believed in Wukong. In her heart, he was omnipotent. Since he told her not to worry about it, it meant he had a solution. If Wukong had a way, what was there for her to worry about? They could just go about their business. Come on, Wukong, let's go have dinner. Bulma tugged on Wukong's arm, bouncing toward the dining room. Seeing Bulma return to her lively self, Wukong smiled. This was his Bulma. That evening, Bulma made her request. She wished for Goku to transform into Ultra Instinct, mastered. He refused, coldly and unhesitatingly. Then came the words she would never forget: my Bulma is truly a perverted woman. Moments later, Goku's cries echoed from their shared room. No, Bulma, I'm sorry. Let go. Don't squeeze there, it hurts. The next morning, dawn's golden light streamed softly through the window onto his face. Goku opened his eyes, rising from deep meditation. He glanced sideways at Bulma, still deeply asleep beside him, and smirked, disdainful and quiet. How dare she even doubt it? His regenerative capacity was no jest, and now he dwelled in the divine dimension itself. Last night, Goku had thwarted Bulma's attempt, so she resolved to punish him. Yet in the end, she emerged victorious. Bulma was the very embodiment of unskilled, yet endlessly playful. Wake up, Bulma. The sun's already warming your back. Goku bent low, his lips hovering near her pale, serene cheek, as he whispered gently. A faint breeze brushed her ear, her brow twitched. She was stirring just slightly. Stop, it tickles. Let me sleep a little longer. She rolled onto her side and flung one arm around Goku's neck, sinking back into slumber, as if intending to pull him down with her. Goku wasted no time. He swept her up in a princess carry. A delicate fragrance filled the air as her slender frame settled into his arms. The sudden motion jolted her fully awake, and she gazed up at him with a look both startled and faintly reproachful. Come on, time for breakfast. Still holding her, Goku rose and strode toward the door, clearly intending to carry her all the way to the dining room. Goku, put me down. I'm still in my pajamas. Do you plan to eat breakfast dressed like this too? Bulma tapped his arms lightly with her slender fingers cradled securely in his embrace. To walk into the dining room like that would be mortifying. Yes, she was bold, even mischievous, but only with Goku. Before others, she remained demure, utterly conventional. She was the quintessential paradox, outwardly timid, inwardly relentless. Hearing her protest, Goku set her gently back onto the bed. He'd only meant to tease her, and certainly had no intention of dining in pajamas. As she changed, Bulma shot him two sharp, exasperated glances. Did he think she hadn't noticed his deliberate provocation? Goku merely stood nearby, grinning sheepishly. "By the way, Goku, is today your day off from training?" Bulma asked as they walked toward the dining room. She remembered his rest days with perfect clarity. "Yes, it is." Goku nodded. "Then let's go to the movies today. I heard there's a profoundly moving love story playing now, one tracing a couple's journey from youthful first meeting through marriage to growing old together." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she turned to Goku, awaiting his reply. He smiled warmly, then nodded, charmed by her earnest delight. This day each month belonged solely to her, and whatever she desired, he granted without hesitation. A movie. It had been far too long since he'd watched one. This was the perfect chance. They brought Bra and Goten along and entered the dining room, only to find Vegeta and Tights already seated enjoying breakfast. Bulma sauntered over with a sly, knowing smile and slid gracefully into the seat beside Tights. Tights frowned, puzzled by her expression. "Bulma, what's got you so gleeful?" Bulma lifted her spoon, sipped her porridge slowly, then raised her gaze to meet Tights's. "Remember our conversation the other day about that new romance film?" "Yes, didn't we promise to go together?" At Tights's words, Bulma's mischief spilled over. Her grin widened, unrestrained and impish. "Oh, how terribly sorry I am. I'm afraid I won't be joining you." "Huh." A chill of foreboding prickled Tights's spine. "Goku's accompanying me today, so my apologies, dear sister." With that, Bulma lowered her head again, sipping her porridge with serene nonchalance, her eyes flicking playfully toward Tights. At her words, Goku and Vegeta froze mid-motion. Goku stiffened, embarrassed. Vegeta, however, felt precisely what Tights did dread. "What a wonderful little sister I have," Tights said sweetly, turning toward Vegeta, just as he happened to glance up at her. Their gazes locked in the air, and Vegeta sensed danger creeping in. "Is that so? So you're like this too? You promised to go with me, didn't you, Vegeta?" Tights smiled, a smile radiating terrifying benevolence. Vegeta froze. His chopsticks clattered onto the table. Her words struck him like a thunderbolt, shattering his composure. He couldn't refuse, not with Saiyan nature drawing him irresistibly to strong-willed women. Tights's sheer dominance left him powerless to say no. "Fine, fine." Vegeta panted, desperate to train. "Curse you, Kakarot. This must be your scheme." He couldn't train, so he'd drag him away too. That accursed Kakarot. Vegeta shot Goku a venomous glare, yet Goku stared back, utterly bewildered. What had he done now? Why was Vegeta glaring at him like that? Innocent. Utterly innocent. He was just as baffled as anyone. Was this truly some grand conspiracy? Did he have that much free time? Hearing Vegeta's capitulation, Tights's smile blossomed, radiant, triumphant. She'd endured enough. For years, Bulma had boasted incessantly about how devoted Goku was to her, how much more attentive than her own Vegeta. And frustratingly, it seemed true. Goku regularly carved out time for Bulma, while Vegeta wouldn't think of it unless prompted. Now, with them both attending the film together, Bulma would have no grounds for bragging. Tights cast a smug glance at Bulma beside her. Their eyes met once more. Bulma's gaze cooled, dismissive. In it, Tights thought she saw something worse than rivalry, pity. Pity, for someone who considered this petty victory worth gloating over. She felt herself unraveling. Why? Was she always the one left humiliated? Have any of you considered what to do about the 3 children? Goku murmured quietly. His question silenced them both. Indeed, what would happen to the trio while they were gone? It wasn't that they hadn't considered hiring a nanny. It was simply too perilous. One misstep, and the caregiver might vanish forever. Each child's battle power exceeded 1,000, and Bra and Goten surpassed 10,000. Relax. We'll just ask Mom and Dad to watch them. Bulma waved a hand carelessly. It was effortless thanks to the spirit tree fruit. Her parents' battle power hovered just below 10,000, more than sufficient to supervise the children. They'd surely agree. Grandparents adored their grandchildren after all, and it was only for a single day. Tights stared at Bulma, eyes wide with revelation. A genius. Why hadn't she thought of it? As if summoned by thought, Dr. Brief and his wife strolled calmly into the dining room. All eyes turned instantly toward them, leaving the couple blinking in mild confusion. What's going on? Why is everyone staring at us? That day, Wukong, Bulma, and Vegeta set off to the cinema together with Ties. 2 hours later, the 4 of them exited the cinema. To be honest, Wukong found the movie quite touching. However, Wukong and Vegeta glanced at Bulma and Ties, whose eyes were red and were still softly crying. Is it really that serious? Wukong could somewhat understand given his past experiences, but Vegeta completely did not. Wukong hugged Bulma and gently comforted her. Beside them, Vegeta looked at Kakarot and unconsciously pulled ties into his embrace, as that was all he could do. He couldn't utter those cheesy words like Kakarot. He even doubted if Kakarot was really a Saiyan. Can a Saiyan truly say such mushy things? Was it due to Kakarot, or was it his own fault? That night, Bulma didn't cling to Wukong anymore, knowing he would train again the next day. She was aware of Wukong's recovery abilities, but still feared interrupting his training. She was very understanding. She wouldn't bother him during training, but ensured she got enough attention the day before his rest. Her face bore a peculiar smile, as though she was both playful and clumsy, always being the first to lose in their playful battles. But could she be blamed for that? It was just that Wukong's recovery ability was too broken. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Wukong instantly teleported to the God of Destruction's planet to train with Whis. Thus, during the day, Wukong trained with Whis on the God of Destruction's planet, and in the evenings, he would return home to play with Bra and Goten, while also training Gohan, paying his respects once a month. Such a life felt both mundane and comforting to Wukong. In the year 769 of the Age of Gods, there were still 5 years until the Buu Saga. As spring turned to autumn, the leaves on the trees had already changed, and unconsciously Wukong had aged another year. At 3 in the afternoon on Earth, Wukong set down the heavy object in his hands, ending today's training early. Today was a day worth celebrating, as his regular battle power had finally reached the realm of godly power. Now he could be said to have an endless lifespan. Whis had mentioned that if one reached the divine dimension without attaining godly power, their lifespan would only be around tens of millions of years. It was the same for him. Their universe's Kaishin was also like that. Throughout history, only the current Grand Kaishin had reached such heights. However, it was unfortunate that to seal Moro, the Grand Kaishin had lost the majority of his power, dropping from the second realm of godly power to mere billions. This ultimately led to him being absorbed by Majin Buu, although part of the reason was that he had let his guard down to protect East Kaishin. Fortunately, Majin Buu was incapable of absorbing and utilizing divine energy, so his power did not increase after absorbing the Grand Kaishin. Only his personality and appearance changed. Otherwise, how could the Super Saiyan 3 Wukong from the original story contend with the initial Fat Buu? Currently, in their 7th universe, there was only one East Kaishin whose strength could be described as pitiful, and another old Kaishin sealed within a divine sword. When it came to the strength of the Kaishin, their universe could not even compare to others. Some universes even had candidates for Kaishin whose powers reached the realm of godly power. It was ironic to have the strongest god of destruction paired with the weakest Kaishin. Sigh. Speaking of which, the East Kaishin should have sensed his full divine energy when he unleashed it. Why hadn't he come to find him in the past few years? Never mind, he thought. When Majin Buu was about to emerge, the East Kaishin would naturally come looking for him. It's embarrassing to admit, but it's been a year and I still haven't mastered perfect Ultra Instinct. However, it should be soon. Ultimately, the memories in my mind have influenced me. The fused version of myself cannot be as pure as the original. It's much harder for me to control my emotions than it was for the original. However, Wukong estimated that once he mastered perfect Ultra Instinct, understanding emotional control would be much quicker. After all, he's familiar with incorporating emotions into Zen. How did the Super Saiyan transformation occur? Was it not simply because of the extreme anger? Trying to get a Saiyan to completely control their emotions is incredibly difficult. Over the past year, he had also discovered the issue with his Ultra Instinct. The precision would worsen over time, and the speed of automatic dodging and counterattacking would slow down. Eventually, he would even exit the Ultra Instinct state directly, even though his divine energy and physical strength were still at their peak. However, to exit the Ultra Instinct state, it usually takes at least half a day, thankfully not just 3 minutes. Wukong moved his body a bit to relax the muscles that had become sore from training, and as time passed, his recovery abilities gradually kicked in. After a few seconds, the soreness in his muscles completely disappeared. To be fair, having strong recovery abilities indeed has great benefits for training. The reason he stopped training so early today was that he planned to take a stroll in the realm of time. After all, it had been a year since he promised Koranoya, and it was time to fulfill that promise. When he said he would definitely come next time, he wasn't just saying that, he genuinely promised Koranoya. Wukong focused his thoughts and contacted Koranoya. Given his mastery of time power, chatting across dimensions was a piece of cake. Koranoya, can I visit the realm of time now?